How the U.S. uses nuclear weapons to dominate the world. Joseph Gerson. Contents. Acknowledgements 11. Foreword by Walden Bello 13. Introduction 1. Roadmap 3. Autobiography and Nonfiction 8. Deadly Connections, Empire and Nuclear Weapons 11. An Imperial Hammer 13. Empire and Taboo 14. A Succession of Imperial Doctrines 20. Myths of Nuclear Innocence and the Practice of Nuclear Terrorism 25. Terrorism Not Deterrence 27. Overcoming Geopolitical Obstacles 30. Total War and the Evil Thing 32. First Nuclear Terrorism Hiroshima and Nagasaki 39. Origins and Myths 41. Competition for Asian Empire 43. Rationales and Paths Not Taken 45. Geostrategy and Nuclear Terror 48. Geostrategic Ambitions 51. Japan's Peace Camp 53. Potsdam 56. The Signal is Sent 59. Nagasaki 67. Surrender 73. Post-war Asia targeting Korea and China 73. Becoming an Asian Power 74. Imbalance of Terror 76. Korea 79. Taiwan 1955 and 1958. 84. China's Bomb 89. 4. The Cuban Missile Crisis Prestige, Credibility and Power 93. A Special Historical Relationship 96. An Enduring Imbalance of Terror 100. Kennedy Contexts 102. Operation Mongoose 107. The Popular History 110. Deception, Perception, and Escalation Dominance 113. The Discriminatory Principle of Nuclear Inequality 119. Other Truths 122. Fallout 128. 5. Vietnam, Failures of Nuclear Diplomacy 130. The United States in Vietnam 131. Eisenhower, Nukes, and Dien Bien Phu 133. Impacting the Geneva Accords 135. Kennedy's War, Nuclear Superiority and Counterinsurgency 137. Johnson's War 141. Khe Sanh, No Dam Dien Bien Phu 148. Nixon the Madman 153. Endgame 163. 6. The Middle East. Monopolizing the Prize 167. Antecedents 168. Axiom Number 1 169. Suez 173. Lebanon and Iraq 1958 178. The Six-Day War 183. Black September 195. October 1973. Kissinger's Nuclear Brinkmanship 197. The Carter Doctrine 203. 7. Nukes and the New World Order. What We Say Goes 207. The End of the Cold War 209. Nuclear Threats and the New World Order 211. The Clintonian Bridge 218. Nuclear Doctrines 220. Clinton and Korea 225. Clinton and China 232. Clinton's Middle East Nuclear Threats 236. 8. Romance of Ruthlessness 7 Minutes to Midnight 240. Neoconservatives, Realists, and Their Ambitions 241. Doctrines of Dominance 244. Undermining the Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty 248. Nuking Iraq 250. Threatening North Korea 254. 9. Abolition or Annihilation 263. Reality Check 265. Arms Control 267. Revitalized Abolition Movements 271. Post-Cold War Abolitionists 275. Abolition 2280. A Real Barrier 285. Foreword. By Walden Bello *. This book focuses the reader on the source of global destabilization, not Iran or North Korea but the United States. If countries such as North Korea have moved to acquire nuclear weapons, it is partly, some would say, greatly out of fear that the U.S. nuclear arsenal might eventually be used against them. And who can blame them? Joseph Gerson shows that ever since the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the U.S. has deployed nuclear weapons as the centerpiece of its strategy of achieving and maintaining global hegemony. He documents with admirable scholarship the way that American leaders have not been sparing of the threat to use nuclear weapons to achieve U.S. foreign policy objectives. He shows that whatever may be the differences between the grand strategies of the administrations of Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, nuclear weapons have been a centerpiece of their approaches, as it was in previous post-war presidencies. He reminds us that the doctrine of full-spectrum dominance, the cornerstone of which is nuclear arms, did not come into being with George W. Bush. Bush simply took over a doctrine developed under Clinton and pushed its logic to the doctrine of unsurpassable power, the cornerstone of which is the threat of preemptive attack via nuclear and other weapons, resumption of anti-missile defense research and deployment, and development of new nuclear weapons such as the bunker buster bomb. In this illuminating study, Gerson also takes apart the conventional establishment wisdom that mutually assured destruction or the balance of nuclear terror has had stabilizing effects. Underpinning U.S. hegemony, whether in the Cold War era or in the unipolar era, U.S. nuclear weapons have been profoundly destabilizing in that they provoked resistance to hegemony, part of which was a defensive drive to acquire nuclear weapons capability. Even the efforts of so-called non-state actors to acquire nuclear weapons technology cannot be separated from a desire to achieve parity with a nuclear-armed U.S. in order to resist the latter's hegemonic power. Both the Clinton and Bush administrations framed the key challenge of the times as the prevention of nuclear proliferation. Yet notice is hardly taken of the fact that a great part of the problem stems from the fact that the nuclear powers did not fulfill their side of the bargain. Under the terms of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty that entered into force in 1970, signatories agreed not to develop nuclear weapons in exchange for the promise of the 5 nuclear-armed states that they would initiate steps toward nuclear disarmament. That side of the bargain was never kept, was perhaps never intended to be kept, and this remains a great disincentive for compliance by many non-nuclear governments. Gerson's book reminds us that the world will not tolerate double standards, whether in human rights, democracy, or in the matter of nuclear weapons. The perspective provided by this book is valuable because Joseph Gerson is not just an expert in the nuclear question. He is a campaigner who has dedicated the greater part of his life to the abolition of nuclear arms and the achievement of global peace. One of his great merits has been to keep his eye on the central problem and to never waver or be distracted. There may be changes in great power politics and administrations may come and go, but the grand destabilizer remains the same, the nuclear strategy and weaponry by which the U.S. maintains its global hegemony. Unless the peoples of the United States and the world are able to push the U.S. to get rid of its nuclear arsenal, there will be no real peace. This book is a forceful reminder of this truth and challenge. In recent years, our daily press has again been preoccupied with dangers posed by nuclear weapons. As Cold War fears of an omnicidal U.S. Soviet thermonuclear exchange faded, the specters of rogue nuclear states and non-state terrorists with atomic bombs haunted the world. During the 2002 build-up to the U.S. invasion of Iraq, Vice President Dick Cheney informed the world that Baghdad had resumed its nuclear weapons program, and Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice insisted that it would be foolhardy to wait for a mushroom cloud to take the Iraqi nuclear threat seriously. Although U.S. intelligence sources reportedly believe that it could be a decade before the clerical regime in Iran has the capability to produce nuclear weapons, the secrecy that long shrouded Tehran's nuclear industry and the Iranian government's insistence that it has a right to enrich uranium for power generation are frequently described as posing a mortal threat to regional and global peace. On the other side of Asia, North Korea's communist monarch, Kim Jong-il, is now known to possess nuclear weapons and is believed to have the ability to assemble 2 additional nuclear weapons a year. One China, with its estimated 360 tactical and strategic nuclear weapons, has been identified as the United States' most serious strategic competitor. 2. And, since the September 11, 2001 attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, U.S. Republican and Democratic leaders have agreed that potential nuclear attacks by non-state terrorists like Al-Qaeda are the greatest security threat facing the country. 3. Only on the rarest of occasions are deeper questions raised, let alone answered. What drives nuclear weapons proliferation? How and when has the U.S. used its genocidal and omnicidal nuclear arsenal? Has the U.S. honored and implemented its nuclear non-proliferation treaty obligations? Does any nation have the right legally or morally to possess and threaten the use of nuclear weapons? These are the questions addressed in this study, and the answers are profoundly disturbing. As many who have been on the receiving end of U.S. full-spectrum dominance know, Washington's use and threatened use of first-strike nuclear attacks to expand, consolidate, and maintain its empire have been the principal force driving nuclear weapons proliferation. On at least 30 occasions since the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, every U.S. president has prepared and/or threatened to initiate nuclear war during international crises, confrontations, and wars primarily in the Third World. And, while insisting that nearly all other nations fulfill their nuclear non-proliferation treaty obligations, the U.S. government has never been serious about its Article 6 obligation to engage in good faith negotiations for the complete elimination of nuclear weapons. As former CIA Director John Deutsch reported, the U.S. never intended to honor its obligation. That was just something it had to say to get what it wanted from other nations. For over the past 6 decades the U.S. has used its nuclear arsenal in 5, often interrelated ways. These are described in the case studies and histories that follow. First, obviously, is battlefield use, with the battlefield writ large to include the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The long-held consensus among scholars has been that these first atomic bombings were not necessary to end the war against Japan, but rather were designed to serve a second function of the U.S. nuclear arsenal, dictating the parameters of the global order by implicitly terrorizing U.S. enemies and allies. The third function, first practiced by Harry Truman during the 1946 crisis over Azerbaijan in northern Iran and relied on repeatedly in wars in Asia and the Middle East, as well as during the crises over Berlin and during the Cuban Missile Crisis, has been to threaten opponents with first-strike nuclear attacks to terrorize them into negotiating on terms acceptable to the U.S. or, as in the Bush I and II wars against Iraq, to ensure that desperate governments do not defend themselves with chemical or biological weapons. Once the Soviet Union joined the nuclear club, the U.S. arsenal began to play a fourth role, making U.S. conventional forces, in the words of former Secretary of Defense Harold Brown, meaningful instruments of military and political power. 6. As Noam Chomsky explained, Brown was saying that implicit and explicit U.S. nuclear threats were repeatedly used to intimidate those who might consider intervening militarily to assist those the U.S. is determined to attack. The final role of the U.S. nuclear arsenal, deterrence, came into play only when the Soviet Union began to achieve nuclear parity in the closing years of the Vietnam War. This is popularly understood to mean preventing a surprise first-strike attack against the U.S. by guaranteeing mutual assured destruction. Any nation foolish enough to attack the U.S. with nuclear weapons would itself be annihilated. However, Pentagon leaders have testified that deterrence has never been their policy, and they have defined deterrence as preventing other nations from taking courses of action that are inimical to U.S. interests. 7. This could include decisions related to allocation of scarce resources like oil and water, defending access to markets, or preventing conventional non-nuclear attacks against U.S. allies and clients, i.e. Role number 2, using genocidal nuclear weapons to define and enforce the parameters and rules of the US-dominated global order. It is not the thesis of this book that U.S. use and threatened use of nuclear weapons have always succeeded. Instead, the book documents how successive presidents, their most senior advisors, and many in the Pentagon have believed that the use of nuclear weapons has achieved U.S. goals in the past. Furthermore, it illustrates how they have repeatedly replicated what they thought were successful models. In fact, even the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki achieved only one of their two purposes. These first bombs of the Cold War did communicate a terrorizing message to Stalin and the Soviet elite about the capabilities of the new weapons and about the U.S. will to use them. Yet within weeks of the bombings, Washington was sharing influence in Korea with Moscow. 4 years later, northern China and Manchuria, which U.S. leaders thought they had won with the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs, fell into what was seen as the Soviet sphere. In 1954, France declined the offer of 2 A-bombs to break the Vietnamese siege at Dien Bien Phu, and in 1969 North Vietnam refused to be intimidated by Nixon's November ultimatum. The U.S. commitment to nuclear dominance and its practice of threatening nuclear attacks have been counterproductive, increasing the dangers of nuclear war in yet another way, spurring nuclear weapons proliferation. No nation will long tolerate what it experiences as an unjust imbalance of power. It was primarily for this reason that the Soviet Union, China, North Korea, and quite probably Iran opted for nuclear weapons. Roadmap. A roadmap can be helpful to readers. Before describing this book's origins, where it came from, let's look forward to where it is going. The book is organized in what are essentially 4 parts. 1. Framing in the overview chapter, Deadly Connections, Empire and Nuclear Weapons. 2. Cold War uses of U.S. atomic and hydrogen bombs from the devastations of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, through repeated preparations and threats of U.S. nuclear first strikes growing out of conflicts, crises, and wars in Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. 3. U.S. post-Cold War use of nuclear weapons, and 4. A concluding chapter about the imperative end. Possibilities of nuclear weapons abolition. Chapter 1 provides the analysis for understanding the histories that follow. It begins by examining the taboo against seeing U.S. history as an imperial project, explaining how the country's founding fathers modeled their endeavor after Europe's most successful empires. The chapter then outlines the expansion of the U.S. empire, its structure and functions until the first years of the G.W. Bush presidency. Finally, it documents how the empire was expanded, consolidated, and enforced through nuclear war and threats of first-strike nuclear attacks. Chapter 1 also contains 3 elements that challenge conventional wisdom, which is often based more on propaganda, deceptions, and socialization than on phenomenological reality. The author explores the development and use of nuclear weapons, the cornerstone of U.S. policies within the context of total war. This revolution in military affairs first manifested itself during the American Civil War and became the dominant paradigm for so-called advanced nations throughout much of the 20th century. The destructive power of new weapons technologies grew with the Industrial Revolution and new capabilities which became available with the burgeoning information age. Central to this chapter and to its analysis is the unmasking of the deceptive discourse of deterrence, the claims and belief that deterring nuclear attacks by the Soviet Union and other nations has been the primary purpose of the U.S. nuclear arsenal and its nuclear doctrines. Detailed here and in Chapter 2 are the lies, propaganda, and censorship related to U.S. nuclear policy which began with the Manhattan Project, and, with the Hiroshima and Nagasaki A-bombings, became essential to maintaining the illusion of legitimacy as U.S. global power came to rely on preparations for and threats of nuclear attack. Drawing on Pentagon testimonies and doctrines, as well as the history of nuclear threats against the Soviet Union and non-nuclear nations, short shrift is made of the shibboleth of deterrence. Finally, and perhaps most controversially, this book joins Habakusha, leading U.S. scientists who opposed the development of the hydrogen bomb, Hannah Arendt, and others in naming the inconvenient truth that U.S. nuclear weapons and war policies are evil. What else is one to conclude when successive governments have prepared and threatened genocide, even omnicide, to preserve the careers, power, prestige, and profits of a few? The Hiroshima, Nagasaki chapter explains why these 2 cities and their people were laid waste by the world's first nuclear weapons, focusing on the determinative factor, gaining strategic advantage and a hammer over the Soviet Union for the Cold War that had already begun. The many additional factors contributing to Truman's decision to use the A-bombs against cities with densely packed workers' homes are reviewed. Also included is a detailed explanation of why the A-bombings were not essential to end the war on terms acceptable to the U.S. Most damning is the irrefutable evidence that Truman and his advisors were well aware of this. This chapter also frames the moral and analytical foundations of this work by providing detailed descriptions of the atomic hell inflicted by U.S. leaders to gain short-term strategic and political advantages. Abstractions and clichés have occluded our understandings of what nuclear weapons, even comparatively small ones, mean to human beings and the communities in which we live. To overcome this, the deeply disturbing testimonies of Habakusha and reports by the first foreign journalists who made their way to Hiroshima and Nagasaki are quoted at length. These personal testimonies make painful reading, but they are essential to understanding the fundamental evil of nuclear weapons and the deepest meanings of U.S. foreign and military policies, as well as those of other nuclear weapons states. Ironically, the atomic bombings achieved only a Pyrrhic victory. Chapters 3 to 6 review the evolving Cold War doctrines adopted to reinforce the U.S. global empire, from Dwight Eisenhower's massive retaliation through Ronald Reagan's discriminate deterrence, and delve deeply into the histories of U.S. Cold War nuclear threats. This is done for three reasons: 1. To prove that preserving empire not deterrence has been the primary purpose of the U.S. nuclear arsenal; 2. To help readers, especially those in the U.S., understand how others have experienced the U.S. and its nuclear threats. This should also help readers grasp more completely the forces driving nuclear weapons proliferation and why the U.S. is increasingly seen as a pariah state. 3. Finally, by providing a detailed history, the hope is that readers, including scholars, will discern other and similar patterns, some of which may have eluded this author. This part of the book presents detailed histories of U.S. threats and preparations to launch first-strike nuclear attacks during the Cold War. Contrary to popular conceptions, these histories illuminate that not only did the U.S. enjoy commanding nuclear superiority through the first 30 years of the Cold War, but also repeatedly used this to impose its will. 3 of these 4 chapters focus on nuclear threats made during wars and crises in Asia and the Middle East, with the 4th devoted to the Cuban Missile Crisis, during which U.S. leaders believed that there was a 30 to 50% probability that the U.S. would initiate a nuclear war to preserve its prestige and influence. Among the lessons to be learned are how Washington's commanding nuclear superiority made it possible to exercise global dominance, and that it was when U.S. precincts in the Third World were threatened and attacked, not Washington's European allies, that the world faced the greatest danger of nuclear infernos. We learn that in order to hold one of the greatest material prizes in the history of warfare, Middle East oil, which serves as the jugular vein of the global economy and still fuels much of the U.S. military machine, the U.S. was repeatedly willing to risk a thermonuclear exchange with the Soviet Union. We also learn that U.S. presidents and other foreign leaders do not fully control their militaries, including their ability to threaten and initiate nuclear wars. Chapters 7 and 8 examine the ways in which the U.S. has used its nuclear arsenal to extend the unipolar moment to permit U.S. elites to continue enjoying the privileges of continued 20th century patterns of empire. Included is a brief history of the immediate aftermath of the Cold War, when the U.S. moved to secure and reinforce its control of Middle East oil and its nuclear dominance. Rather than delivering a peace dividend, George H.W. Bush fought a war backed by preparations for and threats of nuclear war to demonstrate that what we say goes, and put forward a strategic doctrine that gave priority to preventing the emergence of any regional or global rivals. Clinton's Pentagon insisted on full-spectrum dominance, maintaining the ability to dominate any potential enemy anywhere in the world at any level of power. And George W. Bush embraced nuclear weapons with a zeal not seen since the early Reagan years in his administration's campaign to impose what Vice President Cheney termed the arrangement for the 21st century, the colonization of time as well as the planet. Along the way, as an expression of counter-proliferation policies, Iraq and North Korea were repeatedly threatened with nuclear attack, with additional preparations or threats being made against Iran and Libya. Common to these 3 presidencies was their insistence on maintaining the hierarchy of nuclear terror. In addition to pressing funding, development, and deployment for new and more usable nuclear weapons and related systems, the 3 administrations undermined the NPT by refusing to honor or implement their Article 6 obligation to negotiate in good faith to achieve the total elimination of nuclear weapons, while insisting that the NPT be made more stringent to prevent the emergence of more nuclear powers. One of the challenges faced by the author was how to write authoritatively about the U.S.-Iran confrontation in the midst of US-backed European negotiations with Iran, U.S. military and nuclear threats directed against Tehran, and the proxy war being fought between Washington and Tehran in Lebanon and northern Israel as the book was being completed in summer 2006. Facing uncertainties about where the proxy war and wider confrontation would lead, it seemed that little more could be done than to join protests calling for a ceasefire in the Israeli-Hezbollah war and to touch all too briefly on the doctrinal foundation, the specific threats, and the preparations for possible U.S. nuclear attacks against Iran. To that end, readers are reminded that the corollary to the Bush II administration's national security statement warned that we may face no greater challenge. 6. From a single country than from Iran. Soon thereafter, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Seymour Hersh reported that the Pentagon had presented the White House with plans for the use of bunker-buster tactical nuclear weapons against underground nuclear sites, and that a target list had been drawn up. Hersh also reported that American naval tactical aircraft, operating from carriers in the Arabian Sea, have been flying simulated nuclear weapons delivery missions, rapid ascending maneuvers known as over-the-shoulder bombing, for nearly a year. While the Bush administration responded to the resulting uproar by stating that its preferred path is diplomatic, it also warned that it had not ruled out military attacks if negotiations should fail. 8. To underline the seriousness of its threat, the Pentagon announced plans to simulate a low-yield nuclear weapon strike against a hardened tunnel at the Nevada test site on behalf of the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. 9. The final chapter honors warnings by Hayabusa scientists, government leaders, and popular movements that nuclear weapons and human beings cannot coexist. These often courageous figures have taught that another nuclear weapons-free world is possible. To reverse humanity's headlong race to nuclear annihilation, they have circulated petitions, marched in the streets, hammered missile nose cones, testified before Congress and the United Nations, developed model nuclear weapons abolition treaties, and struggled at the heights of state power to reach the promised land. To understand these efforts and the movement, the chapter opens with a review of the history of appeals for nuclear weapons abolition that began even before the Hiroshima and Nagasaki A-bombs wrought their deadly destruction, and describes UN resolutions, treaty commitments, and the International Court of Justice advisory decision on the illegality of the use and threatened use of nuclear weapons, which have taken popular demands into the realms of state power. The chapter also provides a summary history of popular demands for arms control and the treaties that resulted from both these popular movements and realpolitik considerations. Arms control agreements imposed limits, but they also served to identify where and how the nuclear powers would continue their arms races. Rarely in the game of nations does reality change simply because someone has a better idea. As the anti-slavery abolitionist Frederick Douglass remarked, power concedes nothing without a struggle, to which must be added that struggles take place at the ballot box, through art and the realm of ideas, as well as in the streets and halls of power. With the hope that readers will join popular movements for nuclear weapons abolition or build on their noble efforts, an impressionistic introduction to these movements in Europe, North America, and Asia, and to the inspired efforts of Nobel laureates and visionary statesmen is provided. 7. Autobiography and nonfiction. There are autobiographical elements in all nonfiction, and these should be identified. As I have sat wedded to my laptop writing this deeply disturbing history, I have frequently been reminded of the lesson taught by Professor Ello in 1965 as he welcomed his charges to Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service at a time when future presidents of the United States, El Salvador, and the Philippines attended the institution. The study of international relations, he told us, is analogous to studying the rules of the game among mafia families. 10. This, of course, was an oversimplification, and while it certainly grabbed our attention, it is not universally applicable. Life-affirming dynamics, not mafia rules, were at play when the Beatles first performed on American television, when cellist Yo-Yo Ma recorded tangos in Buenos Aires, and when peace activists from across the world meet to share information and coordinate actions. But, in researching and writing the pages that follow, I was repeatedly struck by a deepening awareness that successive U.S. power cliques have seized imperial state power, legally and otherwise. Some who got in the way of U.S. imperial power were assassinated or threatened with assassination. Others were toppled through subversion. Still others' turf has been invaded, while the countries of some who refused to play by Washington's rules have been threatened with nuclear annihilation. Theodore Roosevelt's big stick was not for play in the garden, and Richard Nixon was not the only leader to speak like a thug. George Kennan, who conceived the Cold War containment doctrine, advised that the country's real task was to maintain this position of disparity whereby 6% of the world's population enjoyed 50% of its wealth. Kennan was clear that we are going to have to deal in straight power concepts. Dean Acheson, another primary author of U.S. Cold War strategy, believed that so long as we had the thumbscrew on Khrushchev, we should have given it another turn every day. And the first President Bush, widely thought to have been more refined than his son, repeatedly threatened Iraq with nuclear attacks and bombed the country into the pre-industrial age in order to demonstrate that what we say goes. 11. A second autobiographical element in this book is the seed that germinated into my research about the relationship between U.S. nuclear war policy and the maintenance of empire. This compelling interest began in the final days of the 1973 Middle East War in the form of an armed forces radio broadcast. I was living in Europe at the time, and as I traveled to meet 8 colleagues in Copenhagen, I did my best to keep abreast of news reports about the final stages of the October War. By the night of October 24, we knew that the war was essentially over. Israel had prevailed and agreed to a ceasefire. Imagine, then, waking to the news that the U.S. military had been placed on a global nuclear alert. As I later learned, and describe in Chapter 6, Moscow had announced its acceptance of an Egyptian proposal that U.S. and Soviet military forces intervene to halt Israeli ceasefire violations and to break the Israeli blockade of Egypt's encircled Third Army, which was in danger of perishing for want of water and food. Henry Kissinger's nuclear mobilization was designed to force the Russians to back off. Having marginalized Soviet influence in the oil-rich geostrategic center of the struggle for world power, Kissinger was willing to risk nuclear war to preserve this strategic advantage. The linkage between empire and nuclear war, and its implications for the future, thus became undeniable to me. In December 1981, while in Lebanon, I learned that the country would soon be invaded by Israel. When the invasion came in June 1982, even as 1 million people marched in New York City to secure a halt to the nuclear arms race, the U.S. peace movement remained silent about the possibility that the Middle East war could escalate into nuclear confrontation. The U.S. stood behind Israel, while Moscow backed Syria, and Israel had already threatened to use its nuclear weapons during the 1973 war. This prompted me to have conversations with Daniel Ellsberg, who had helped design U.S. nuclear war policies for Presidents Kennedy and Johnson, to read what he and others had written on the subject, and to organize a Deadly Connections conference at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in December 1982. There Ellsberg, joined by Randall Forsberg and others, helped leading figures in the U.S. peace movement understand the linkages between U.S. military interventions and nuclear war. Amidst a welter of history and details, and drawing on his experiences at the Pentagon and the Rand Corporation, Ellsberg made two particularly cogent points. Like a thief who points his gun at a victim's head during an armed robbery, whether or not the trigger is pulled, U.S. presidents had repeatedly pointed and used their nuclear guns during international crises, conflicts, and wars. Citing another gun analogy first used by Franklin Roosevelt's and Truman's Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, Ellsberg taught that in the same way that a gunslinger used his 6 guns by ostentatiously displaying them as he sauntered down Main Street, U.S. presidents and the Pentagon have repeatedly strutted their nuclear stuff on the world stage. Worse, Ellsberg described in detail how every U.S. president, with the possible exception of Gerald Ford, had prepared and threatened to initiate nuclear war. 12. 9. The final autobiographical reference comes from the French writer François Mauriac, who wrote, "No love, no friendship, can cross the path of our destiny without leaving some mark on it forever." The mark of the Haibikusa, the witnesses/survivors of the first atomic bombings, pervades what the reader will find here. In 1984, I was privileged to participate for the first time in the annual World Conference against Atomic and Hydrogen Bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There, at midnight, I first confronted the hypocenter of the nuclear age and Hiroshima's haunting A-bomb dome. In the city's museums, I was immersed in history and surrounded by the artifacts of nuclear hell. Still more compelling were the painful memories and powerful testimonies of the Hibakusha, some of whom have become dear friends. In addition to their descriptions of what they had endured and witnessed, their words never again echoed the lesson of Auschwitz. July 27, 2006. 10. 11. American factories are making more than the American people can use, American soil is producing more than they can consume. Fate has written our policy for us, the trade of the world must and shall be ours. Senator Albert J. Beveridge, 1897-1. If someone holds a classroom full of children hostage with a machine gun, threatening to kill them unless his demands are met, we consider him a dangerous, crazy terrorist. But if a head of state holds millions of civilians hostage with nuclear weapons, many consider this as perfectly normal. We must end that double standard and recognize nuclear weapons for what they are, instruments of terror. Yuan Galtung and Dietrich Fischer too. In Hiroshima, as the first anniversary of the notorious September 11 terrorist attacks against the U.S. approached, Senji Yamaguchi addressed the World Conference Against Atomic and Hydrogen Bombs in Nagasaki. He is a small disfigured man whose body and mind were seared by the Nagasaki bomb almost 60 years earlier. He was blessed with a friendly spirit, clear moral vision, and exceptional courage. At the height of what has been termed the Second Cold War in the 1980s, he addressed the UN General Assembly. Over the course of his life, he survived excruciating burns, radiation sickness, more than 20 surgical procedures, countless hospitalizations, and 2 suicide attempts, resulting from the Nagasaki nuclear holocaust. After beginning his talk slowly, almost quietly, his voice rose to a cry, "I firmly believe that the atomic bombing was the worst act of terrorism in history, nuclear weapons must be completely abolished." 4 decades earlier, in 1965, with the Japanese press reporting that the US had sighted hydrogen bombs at its air base in Da Nang, South Vietnam, Chico Watanabe had spoken from essentially the same platform as Senji Yamaguchi. As an adolescent in Nagasaki, she was sent to work in an electrical machinery factory and was there on August 9, 1945. The force of 1. Deadly connections. Empire and nuclear weapons. 11. The atomic blast crumpled the building, pinning Watanabe's small body, legs akimbo, beneath twisted steel beams, and breaking her back. She never walked again and suffered debilitating radiation sickness. As she addressed the World Conference, Watanabe-san condemned U.S. use of toxic gas and napalm which were incinerating Vietnam and murdering its people. She also warned that if people did not act, the U.S. would use nuclear weapons against Vietnam, creating still more Hibakusha, A-bomb witness/survivors. This was not hyperbole. 18 months later, when U.S. forces were surrounded and besieged at Khe Sanh by at least 40,000 North Vietnamese and National Liberation Force troops, U.S. generals and President Johnson publicly threatened to respond with nuclear weapons. Lyndon Johnson was not the first president to threaten Vietnam with nuclear attack, nor would he be the last. Since the first nuclear holocausts were inflicted on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there has been a deadly connection between U.S. nuclear terrorism and the maintenance of the U.S. empire. It is widely understood that the first nuclear bombings were used to bring the war with Japan to an immediate end. Less well known is that the A bombings were not militarily necessary. Many factors led to the decision to use the bombs, but one was determinative: their roles in winning strategic advantages for the U.S. in the Cold War that had already begun. It is also widely believed that the Nagasaki A bombing was the last time nuclear weapons were used. This is a fallacy. Secretary of War Stimson understood that having an atomic bomb is like having a gun on your hip. Its ostentatious display would be terrorizing, whether U.S. leaders chose to pull the trigger or not. 3. Having learned this lesson, and believing that previous U.S. nuclear threats have succeeded, every president since Truman has prepared or threatened nuclear war during crises, confrontations, and wars to preserve Washington's global sphere of influence. For 6 decades the US has used nuclear weapons to dominate the world. Washington's genocidal and potentially omnicidal nuclear arsenal and its first strike doctrines continue to serve as ultimate enforcers of what Vice President Cheney described as the arrangement for the 21st century. This chapter begins by introducing Truman's annihilation of Hiroshima and much of Nagasaki in order to gain strategic advantage in Northeast Asia and to intimidate Joseph Stalin and other Soviet leaders. Drawing on the work of leading mainstream and revisionist scholars, as well as statements of senior U.S. policymakers, it describes the growth of the U.S. empire and how it was structured and has functioned throughout most of the 20th century. The chapter then turns to explore how, with the end of the Cold War, and with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Colin Powell complaining that the Pentagon was running out of enemies, post-Cold War U.S. governments aggressively labored to adjust to these new realities, revising 12. Strategic doctrines, reconfiguring the U.S. nuclear arsenal and the policies determining when and how it would be used, launching wars to consolidate U.S. control over oil-rich regions, and reorganizing and reinforcing the military alliances that serve as the empire's coercive infrastructure. The chapter then provides an overview of the history of the more than 30 occasions, the majority in Asia and the Middle East, when U.S. presidents prepared and threatened to initiate genocidal or omnicidal nuclear war. To help readers understand why U.S. leaders have so frequently found it necessary to reinforce conventional military operations with nuclear threats, I have drawn heavily on the analyses of U.S. presidents and the testimonies of military leaders, as well as unpublished military doctrines. The chapter concludes with meditations on the origins of nuclear weapons and nuclear warfighting doctrines in the modern Western tradition of total war. In doing so, I have moved beyond traditional analysis by confronting the deeply disturbing existential reality that the cornerstone of U.S. policies is rooted in evil, threatening human survival and subverting democratic values and practice. I argue that nuclear weapons abolition and the concept of common security, which played a major role in ending the Cold War, offer humanity the most realistic alternatives to security and survival. An imperial hammer. Although it is not widely known beyond academia, the consensus today among informed scholars is that the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were unnecessary. As Gar Alperovitz wrote on the 50th anniversary of the atomic bombings, alternatives to the bomb existed and Truman and his advisors knew it. For as the decoded intercepts of Japanese diplomatic correspondence informed Truman and his senior advisors, Emperor Hirohito was seeking to end the war on terms they would eventually accept. In fact, senior U.S. military leaders advised against using the new weapon for a host of reasons, including hallowed precepts of the laws of war. 5. Nonetheless, Secretary of State Burns and Secretary of War Stimson pressed the use of the A-bomb for its salutary effect on relations with the Soviet Union. 6. Stimson was more conflicted than Burns. He confided to Truman that with the U.S. fire bombings that had razed nearly every major Japanese city to the ground, and with the atomic bombings that were to come, the U.S. could get the reputation of outdoing Hitler in atrocities. 7. But he also calculated that if the atomic bombs ended the war against Japan before the Soviets launched their East Asian offensive, Russian influence in Asia could be limited to the concessions made by Roosevelt at Yalta. Burns' arguments were more primitive and parochial. Like Stimson, he was anxious to get the Japanese affair over with before the Russians got 13. In. He also anticipated that after atomic bomb Japan will surrender and Russia will not get in so much on the kill, thereby being in a position to press claims against China. 8. Like Truman, he spoke in terms of revenge, justifying the atomic bombings as appropriate vengeance for the bombing of Pearl Harbor and the loss of U.S. lives. Burns was also anxious to reinforce his protégé's political future, warning Truman that he could lose the 1948 election if the electorate learned that the U.S. had spent $2 billion to build the bomb and then had not used it. 9. Thus, to impose an immediate end to the war before the Soviet Union could seize northern China, Manchuria, Korea, the Kuril Islands, and Hokkaido in northern Japan, to terrorize the Soviet leadership for the coming Cold War, and to insulate Truman's political ambitions, the people and cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were sacrificed on the altar of nuclear imperialism. 10. As Robert Oppenheimer and other Manhattan Project scientists anticipated, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs set off a second chain reaction, the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Other nations followed suit, seeking to counter or to emulate Washington's ability to practice nuclear terrorism. First came the Soviet Union and Britain, then France and China. They, in turn, were followed by Israel, India, Pakistan, and North Korea. Empire and taboo. In the last years of the Cold War, the historian Howard Zinn paid homage to George Orwell's insight that governments work to control the past in order to control the present and the future. He explained that if the American people are not given the information about the history of American intervention in the world, it is as if we were all born yesterday. The president's speech on TV becomes the only fresh bit of information we have, and, if he says, we're in danger in the Caribbean, the Russians are threatening us here and there without a sense of history, you believe that? 11. Without an understanding of U.S. history, especially the growth and development of its empire, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Washington's subsequent practice of nuclear terrorism are incomprehensible. In fact, the U.S. nuclear arsenal has been the big stick used by 3 generations of leaders to enforce U.S. global dominance. Although many U.S. Americans are subconsciously aware of the empire, which reached its zenith in the last years of the 20th century, few acknowledge its existence. While most U.S. Americans are ignorant of their nation's imperial history, it is widely understood in capitals and barrios around the world. Chandra Muzaffar, the renowned Malaysian political and religious scholar. 14. Described the U.S. empire and how it works in an open letter addressed to the heads of state gathered in Indonesia to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Bandung Conference. The 1955 conference, which launched the non-aligned movement, flailed colonialism and neocolonialism, and Muzaffar's 2005 letter chastised contemporary leaders' complicity with the U.S. empire, which he described in the following terms. Global hegemony of the powerful is, perhaps, even more real today than it was in the past. The starkest manifestation of this is Washington's military hegemony. With 800 military bases that gird the globe and a military dominance that stretches from the inner depths of the ocean to the outer reaches of space, how many other nations on Earth argue that truly independent and sovereign in the face of such formidable firepower? While its military might is the fulcrum of its global hegemony, Washington also seeks to maintain its dominance in other spheres. In international politics, a government that challenges, even obliquely, a decision which is at the heart of Washington's foreign policy is bound to incur the wrath of the world's sole superpower. Washington is not adverse to subverting any economic move at the regional or international level which it perceives as inimical to the neoliberal capitalist global structure that it helms. Through the information it provides and the entertainment it promotes, the U.S. has also popularized a global culture which threatens to marginalize other value systems and worldviews. While Washington is at the apex of this hegemonic global power structure, other capitals from London and Tel Aviv and Tokyo and Canberra are integral to it. 12. Although Professor Muzaffar's analysis is consistent with thinking in the elite Council on Foreign Relations and with many neoconservatives who populated the second Bush presidency, it is not what most U.S. Americans have in mind when they pledge allegiance to the flag or sing the national anthem at the beginning of the school day or at the start of sporting events. Why this disjunction? The sophisticated system of U.S. censorship, self-deception, conscious and unconscious national chauvinism, and insecurities within the media and academia have combined with the dishonesty of many politicians to make it difficult for U.S. Americans to think freely or to see reality as it is experienced by others. Few are aware that the U.S. today is more empire than democracy, or that since 1945 successive governments have prepared and threatened nuclear attacks to expand and maintain the empire. 13. For nearly a century, until U.S. neoconservatives began using the words imperialism and empire to describe the U.S. project, these terms were 15. taboo in scholarly and political discourse, and in polite circles. To use them resulted in marginalization and in many cases the loss of livelihood. This national self-deception, from the invasions of Cuba and the Philippines in 1898, through World War II, Vietnam, and the invasions of Iraq, has made it difficult for most U.S. Americans to understand their country's role in the world or the terrorism on which U.S. global power and privilege are based. An intriguing aspect of elite and popular imperial denial is the fact that for years, in schools across the country, young people have been taught, implicitly and explicitly, that as Rome was to Athens, so the U.S. is to the British Empire. Left unstated is the reality that, as Zinn has written, the experience of Athens suggests is that a nation may be relatively liberal at home and yet totally ruthless abroad. An entire nation is made into mercenaries, being paid with a bit of democracy at home for participating in the destruction of life abroad. 14. Recall that it was democratic Athens' insistence on maintaining its empire that resulted in the Peloponnesian War and Athens' subsequent decline. 15. For a century, many euphemisms were used to enforce this dual thinking and to cope with the taboo. As World War II drew to a close, the Council on Foreign Relations planned for the management of the Grand Area. 16. Throughout the Cold War, the terms the Free World and U.S. Sphere of Influence were used to refer to the U.S. dominion. Late in the Cold War, when he found it necessary to refocus the thinking of the U.S. foreign policy establishment, Zbigniew Brzezinski, the founding director of the Trilateral Commission and President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, was among the few in the U.S. establishment to ignore the proscription. He began his article America's New Geostrategy, in the journal Foreign Affairs, with the words, "The rumors of America's imminent imperial decline are somewhat premature." 17 scholars, including Noam Chomsky, William Appleman Williams, Howard Zinn, and others who named and analyzed the history of U.S. empire, have been recognized for their unique courage as well as for their exceptional scholarship. Not until the second Bush presidency, when Washington adopted the language of unilateralism and dispatched its legions to invade Afghanistan and Iraq to consolidate U.S. control over the world's oil supplies, did influential neoconservatives and liberals acknowledge their endorsement of the U.S. imperial project. 18. Doing so earlier would have impeded popular mobilization in the first decades of the post-colonial era, and it would have undermined support for U.S. foreign and military policies throughout the Third World and in Europe. However, as Niall Ferguson and others have argued, in the post-Cold War era, to preserve the empire it became necessary to affirm its existence and to draw 16. Explicitly on the lessons and precedents of previous empires. In one of the first forays into normalizing the post-Cold War imperial discourse, Walter Russell Mead, of the Council on Foreign Relations, taught that the U.S. was simply one of a long line of great nations and empires that have been shining and stinking since the start of recorded history. 19. From Iraq to Singapore and from the Bahamas to Diego Garcia, much of Pax Americana has been built on the ruins of Pax Britannica. Like the British, U.S. governments have excelled in discovering reasons that obligated them to conquer the world. 20. This exceptional U.S. destiny has been articulated across 2 centuries in the Monroe, Truman, Eisenhower, Nixon, Carter, and Bush doctrines. It has been manifested through repeated wars and in more than 200 military interventions, from Tangiers to Tokyo. 21. Unlike the English, who were taught to value empire and were inspired to fight to maintain the imperium because, among other things, it kept down the price of tea. 22. The U.S. public was long insulated from the reality that the U.S. empire exists to serve the elite. In addition to ensuring profits by means of securing privileged access to other nations' raw materials, labor, markets, and technologies, empire has been seen as a way to maintain social peace within the country by providing jobs and thus ensuring economic security. 23. The few who are still aware of the Lend-Lease Agreement with Britain or the wartime Anglo-American alliance, usually fail to note that Britain was saved from Nazi Germany by the U.S. at the expense of its global empire. Similarly, few in the U.S. know that the 1941-45 war against Japan grew out of 2 centuries of imperial competition for influence and control in China. That Chinese political culture continues to be profoundly influenced by the sufferings wrought in the course of this imperial history is shocking information for most U.S. Americans. Amidst the denial, the U.S. national security elite has presided over and led a complex imperial system, the broad outlines of which most literate U.S. Americans have unconsciously internalized. As Mead explained in his seminal work Mortal Splendor, a first tier of nations has long shared the benefits and costs of Pax Americana. These junior partners included Japan, the other G7 nations, and Western European liberal democracies whose opinions on important issues usually solicited if not always deferred to. A second tier of nations have been those whose economic and political situations hover between first and third tier conditions, for example, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Korea, Greece, and Brazil. They have enjoyed much less freedom from external intervention in their domestic affairs and were more vulnerable to economic coercion by Washington and by first-tier nations. At the bottom of the imperial pyramid are the third and fourth world nations of the global south, countries such as El Salvador. 17. East Timor, Mozambique, Afghanistan, Haiti, Egypt, and Kuwait. They have had minimal representation in the councils of empire, and their national governments in many cases are solely the representatives of foreign powers. 24. In addition to functioning on state-to-state levels, the system has been reinforced by complex international institutions including the United Nations, the World Bank, and International Monetary Fund, and more recently by the World Trade Organization. One of the central questions of the 21st century is what capitalist China's relationship to the system will be. While British imperial cultural influences and political models predominated in shaping the U.S. imperial state and culture, it has been influenced by other forces. Though twice defeated in world wars, Prussian military culture found a host on the western shore of the Atlantic Ocean. To defeat Germany, U.S. political culture, its military, and its society were transformed in ways that mimicked German models, including the creation of the military-industrial complex. Even in the early years of the Cold War, outgoing President Eisenhower found the forces of this complex so subversive of democracy that he warned the country about its total influence, in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. 25. The assumption of U.S. superiority, righteousness, and munificence which are essential to a culture of dominance and empire are deeply ingrained. For decades, World War II was incessantly relived and mythologized on television and cinema screens in documentaries, dramas, and comedies. For baby boomers, Sunday television began and ended with lessons and propaganda about U.S. military prowess. The Army's The Big Picture greeted children at sunrise and the Navy's victory at sea was screened before bedtime. Recasting the war in the then still strong colonial settler mentality, the image of the U.S. as the reluctant but always successful warrior nation came to movie theaters as Shane and High Noon, and was omnipresent as televised cowboy westerns. The message was clear: use of deadly force was as American as apple pie. Trend-setting Broadway musicals also provided archetypes through which U.S. Americans came to understand themselves and their places in the world. Like the English and Germans before them, Americans were to see themselves as a superior people, with the responsibility to refashion the world in their image, and when necessary to serve as the world's policeman. Thus, in The King and I, our white English cousins introduced an Asian monarch to modernity. In South Pacific, U.S. Americans were an anti-racist and civilizing force in a land where Bloody Marys chewing betel nuts. And in Camelot, the play appropriated by the Kennedys to market themselves, U.S. Americans were encouraged to dream what it would be like if I ruled the world. This megalomaniacal fantasy, later institutionalized as the post-Cold War doctrines of the New World Order. 18. Full-spectrum dominance and unilateralism was so consistent with the times that it was recorded by many of the nation's leading crooners. 26. The course of empire has its costs, or as Mead reminded readers, its stench. People are killed, often brutally, and in great numbers. Racism is reinforced, and hatreds sometimes enduring for generations or centuries are created. Even the most powerful economies can be devastated and distorted in the course of preparing for and fighting endless wars. Democratic values, truth, and individual freedoms are the inevitable first casualties of war and empire. The war in Vietnam and secret bombing of Cambodia led inevitably to the constitutional crisis called Watergate. 27 generation later, the shame of systematic torture in the Gulag extending from Guantanamo to Abu Ghraib and Afghanistan was an unavoidable consequence of wars waged in alliances with warlords, monarchs, and dictators. Despite its rhetoric of freedom, U.S. wars of intervention, its subversion of foreign governments, and its support for military, dictatorial, and authoritarian regimes have been a function of U.S. policy decisions. 2 years after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, George Kennan, author of the Cold War Containment Doctrine, described the framework and goals of the U.S. empire in a 1948 top-secret memorandum while serving as the head of the State Department's Policy Planning Department. We have about 50% of the world's wealth, but only 6.3% of its population. In this situation, we cannot fail to be the object of envy and resentment. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity. We need not deceive ourselves that we can afford today the luxury of altruism and world benefaction. We should cease to talk about vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of the living standards and democratization. The day is not far off when we are going to have to deal in straight power concepts. The less we are then hampered by idealistic slogans, the better. 28. Half a century later, after Western Europe and Japan had recovered from wartime devastation, President Clinton echoed Kennan when he stated that we have 4% of the world's population, and we want to keep 22% of the world's wealth. 29. This helps to explain why the first major commitment Clinton made on assuming the presidency was his promise not to cut the military's budget, despite the end of the Cold War. As demonstrated in Clinton's divide-and-rule approach to Europe and the publicly announced inspiration taken by senior figures in the second Bush administration from late 19th century founders of the U.S. empire, 30. The end of the Cold War marked a return to earlier imperial patterns. From Cuba. 19. To China, U.S. presidents again explained foreign and military policies in terms of access to markets, human rights, and the advance of civilization much as their predecessors had done a century earlier. Once again, as the poet Edna St. Vincent Millay wrote early in the 20th century, there was fighting in the Balkans. 31 U.S. Marines returned to Haiti in the name of democracy, while the CIA connived to restore oil-rich Venezuela to its proper role as a prize U.S. estate. While turning a blind eye to client dictators and warlords, so-called humanitarian military interventions in Haiti, Kosovo, and East Timor served to expand or maintain U.S. influence and to provide political legitimacy for the military establishment and its budget. Oil, however, remained the prize. As oil-rich nations approached peak production and global demands for oil soared, the rhetoric of democracy was again used to mobilize the U.S.-American people for war and to mismanage generational political transitions in strategically important Middle East nations. In the midst of this complex set of diplomacy and wars, Washington's ultimate enforcer remained the bomb. A succession of imperial doctrines. As the end of the Cold War began to be anticipated, the Reagan administration prepared the way for the new era with a report and doctrine titled Discriminate Deterrence. Developed by the Pentagon's Bipartisan Commission on Integrated Long-Term Strategy, whose members included leading figures in the establishment Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, General Andrew Goodpaster, General John Vesey, Samuel Huntington, and others. The report called for a global strategy to ensure that the U.S. remained the dominant global power for the long term. 32. The Commission's diagnosis and prescriptions were clear: Japan and Western Europe were beginning to challenge U.S. global hegemony. 33. The power of U.S. conventional weapons was declining relative to several increasingly well-armed Third World nations, and as many as 40 countries could become nuclear weapons powers by the year 2010. To remain the world's dominant power, the US should no longer attempt to control developments in every part of the world. Instead, it recommended that US power and resources focus on three regions: the Persian Gulf, the Mediterranean, and the Pacific Ocean. As Washington faced difficult budget choices, the Commission recommended that the Pentagon give priority to modernizing its nuclear arsenal, to increasing air and sea lift capabilities for rapid military intervention, and to investing in high-tech weaponry. 34. 20. The vision for the 1990-91 Desert Storm War fought to oust Iraqi forces from Kuwait and to create what Bush called a new world order for the post-Cold War era was rooted in discriminate deterrence, but it also reflected a new doctrine that was not articulated until after the war. Preparations for the war and the U.S. assault were designed to achieve multiple goals: to reassert U.S. control over Middle East oil reserves, to discipline U.S. allies and reaffirm U.S. military alliances, and to terrorize the world's nations in a demonstration war. These objectives went well beyond discriminate deterrence's prescriptions. Under the leadership of Secretary of Defense Cheney and his assistant Paul Wolfowitz, a new doctrine was developed, the initial draft of which was leaked to the press shortly after the Desert Storm War. This defense policy guidance bluntly described the Pentagon's dangerous and ambitious commitments. Our first objective, it read, is to prevent the re-emergence of a new rival. Although the doctrine named North Korea as the focus of concerns in Asia, this was a euphemism for containing China's rising power. In the Asia-Pacific region, the report read, we must maintain our status as a military power of the first magnitude. 35. China was not explicitly named as a strategic competitor because doing so could have crystallized the emerging U.S.-Chinese competition before Washington was prepared to do so. The Clinton years were less a bridge to the 21st century than the span between the two Bush presidencies. Although the Cheney-Wolfowitz strategy document was ostensibly withdrawn after being leaked, it was never officially rescinded. In Asia, the Clinton administration worked to integrate China into the U.S., Japanese-dominated system through often conflicting commitments to diplomatic and economic engagement and military threats. To preserve U.S. influence in Europe, Clinton and his senior advisors focused on providing new rationales for NATO to legitimize the continued presence of U.S. forces including nuclear weapons across the continent. By working to expand both NATO and the European Union, it laid the foundation for playing what Donald Rumsfeld would later call New Europe against the Old. In its final year, the Clinton Pentagon came up with a new slogan for an old ambition: full-spectrum dominance. In the traditions of Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, and Genghis Khan, the new doctrine of escalation dominance spelled out the commitment to achieve and maintain the ability to dominate any nation, at any time, at any level of power including first-strike nuclear attack. The Bush II, Cheney administration that followed brought new intensity to full-spectrum dominance. It also introduced a radically different, and disastrous, vision of how to run the empire. Its national security. 21. Statement echoed Francis Fukuyama's boast that the end of the Cold War marked the end of history. The statement declared that the U.S. political and economic systems were the single model for prosperity. U.S. military power so far exceeded that of any potential rival that the administration believed it could impose what Cheney termed the arrangement for the 21st century. 36. Instead of soliciting the opinions and support of second-tier nations, the Bush doctrine stated that nations were either for us or against us. Those who were against us would have to anticipate the consequences of us enforced diplomatic and economic isolation and the devastations of U.S. unilateral shock and military attacks and extended occupations. Going beyond Bush I's New World Order, the strategy statement implicitly threatened both China and the European Union. Preemptive attacks, the doctrine stated, were warranted to prevent the emergence of potential regional or global rivals. Such rivals need not attack or threaten the U.S. with attack to be destroyed. This openly articulated commitment to aggression was unprecedented in U.S. history. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, most people in the U.S. and elsewhere believed that the danger of nuclear war had been contained, if not completely eliminated. Unfortunately, U.S. leaders continued to honor Roosevelt's admonition about the importance of carrying a big stick. Despite the loss of the Soviet enemy and the International Court of Justice's ruling on the illegality of nuclear war, not to mention nuclear weapons abolition campaigns launched by retired senior U.S. military officers and traditional peace movements, post-Cold War U.S. governments continued to rely on implicit and explicit threats of nuclear attack to reinforce U.S. power and ambitions. True, Bush Sr.'s 1991 decision to reduce the dangers of nuclear war by ordering redeployment of most tactical nuclear weapons to bases in the U.S., to which President Mikhail Gorbachev responded with reciprocal orders, did decrease the danger of nuclear war. And those who were led to believe that he supported a fissile material cut-off treaty also found it a source of hope. 37 These initiatives, however, were not the full picture. The Desert Storm victory over Iraq was made possible in part by the U.S. nuclear terrorism that preceded it. A series of nuclear threats were communicated, orally and in writing, to Saddam Hussein and his foreign minister by President Bush, Vice President Dan Quayle, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney and UK Prime Minister John Major. 38 and an estimated 700 to 1,000 nuclear weapons were deployed to the countries and seas surrounding Iraq. In a chilling example of how deeply nuclear warfighting has been integrated into day-to-day military planning, General Norman Schwarzkopf forwarded a proposal for the use of tactical nuclear weapons against Iraqi targets to the Pentagon for approval. 39. 22. With the deterioration of the Russian nuclear arsenal and its related infrastructure, President Clinton pressed the U.S. nuclear advantage. In response to the International Court of Justice's consideration of the legality of the use and threatened use of nuclear weapons and calls by retired generals and admirals to abolish nuclear weapons, Clinton informed the world that nuclear weapons would remain the cornerstone of U.S. policy. With this commitment, reinforced by his political insecurities, the Clinton administration backed away from efforts to negotiate a fissile material cut-off treaty, and the administration initiated no significant arms reduction negotiations. Throughout the Clinton era, 15,000 strategic and tactical nuclear weapons remained on alert or were stockpiled for possible use. 40 more dangerous was the Clinton administration's initial approach to North Korea, which was widely believed to have developed an undeclared arsenal of between 2 and 4 atomic bombs. Although North Korean missiles could not reach the U.S., South Korea and Japan were within range. Not comprehending that an impoverished but proud nation might not jump immediately to the U.S. tune, Clinton, in 1994, continued the tradition of threatening North Korea with nuclear attack, and in doing so strayed perilously close to a nuclear cataclysm. Despite the apparently radical differences between Bush II's and Clinton's multilateralist approaches and Bush II's arrogant unilateralism, there was considerable continuity in nuclear doctrines. Counter-proliferation policy was inaugurated as U.S. policy in the Clinton Nuclear Posture Review, laying the foundation for Bush II's Strategic Proliferation Security Initiative, for the Bush-Cheney assault on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and for Bush II-era nuclear threats against Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. The Clinton administration's and congressional Democrats' support for missile defense research and development made possible Bush II's deployments of what Chinese officials warned was a shield to complement the Pentagon's first strike nuclear swords. The Bush-Cheney administration's passion for and commitment to preparing and threatening first strike nuclear wars were different and reminiscent of the first years of the Reagan presidency a generation earlier. To reinforce the imposition of Vice President Cheney's arrangement for the 21st century, the pre-inaugural recommendations of the neoconservative Project for the 21st Century were rapidly transformed into national policy. In its 2002 Nuclear Posture Review, the Bush II administration reiterated its commitment to first strike nuclear warfighting, named 7 nations as primary nuclear targets, and urged funding for the development of new and more usable nuclear weapons. It mandated accelerated preparations at the Nevada test site to ensure that new weapons and stockpiled warheads could reliably inflict nuclear holocausts in the future. 23. It also pressed expansion of the nuclear weapons laboratories to design and develop a new generation of nuclear weapons to reinforce U.S. nuclear dominance through most of the 21st century. Although there were major differences between father and son, Bush Jr. followed in his father's tradition in at least one regard. During the run-up to the 2003 invasion, Iraq was again threatened with nuclear attack. 41 As in the past, these post-Cold War nuclear policies, preparations, and threats went largely unnoticed and unremarked. Instead, U.S. nuclear consciousness was molded by alarms about loose nukes and the nuclear ambitions of rogue regimes. Some of these fears were legitimate. In the immediate aftermath of the Soviet Union's collapse, a major concern was that Ukraine's nuclear arsenal, inherited from the USSR, made it the world's third most powerful nuclear power. This, it was feared, would force Germany to become a nuclear state. India and Pakistan gate-crashed the nuclear club, and were briefly declared outlaw nations for refusing to surrender their newly demonstrated nuclear arsenals. On Russia's southern flanks, Ukraine and Kazakhstan each had more nuclear weapons than France, Britain, China, Pakistan, India, and Israel combined. North Korea did indeed have a nuclear weapons program, and it was widely feared that if Pyongyang demonstrated its nuclear capabilities, Japan, South Korea, and possibly Taiwan would follow. As is now well known, other fears were manufactured and manipulated to provide political cover and to mobilize U.S. Americans for regime change wars in oil-rich nations. In a disinformation campaign that will undermine U.S. credibility for decades to come, Bush II and his senior advisors mobilized the U.S. and its allies for the invasion of Iraq with a series of lies about what proved to be Baghdad's non-existent nuclear weapons program and an illusory stockpile of chemical and biological weapons of mass destruction. Cheney announced that he was convinced that Saddam will acquire nuclear weapons fairly soon, and that his risks of inaction are far greater than the risks of action. Condoleezza Rice warned that we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld testified that Saddam Hussein's regime is determined to acquire the means to strike the U.S., its friends, and allies with weapons of mass destruction. Iraq, he said, was seeking nuclear weapons and had designs for at least 2 different nuclear devices. Bush repeated the British disinformation that Saddam Hussein could order an attack with weapons of mass destruction within as few as 45 minutes. 42 With additional fears that weapons-grade plutonium was being smuggled from Russia through Germany and other countries, and with Al-Qaeda seeking nuclear capabilities. Leading Republicans and Democrats agreed that the greatest danger facing the U.S. was the possibility of terrorists gaining weapons of mass murder. 43. 24. Obscured by this hysteria and misinformation was the fact that the U.S. had become, as the New York Times editorialized, the nuclear rogue driving nuclear weapons proliferation, and that, as the Natural Resources Defense Council reported, the U.S. was faking nuclear restraint. 44 Missing from all but a few reports and editorials was the understanding that the Bush administration was clear that nuclear weapons will remain the cornerstone of U.S. military power for the next 50 years. 45. Myths of nuclear innocence and the practice of nuclear terrorism. For the vast majority of U.S. Americans, nuclear weapons and nuclear war are distant abstractions, last used, we are repeatedly told, far away and long ago to win the war against Japan. Nuclear weapons are widely believed to have contained the Soviet Union. And, although most U.S. Americans believe that the world would be more secure if no nation possessed nuclear weapons, 46. The common belief is that Americans, so long as the good guys have the biggest, best, and most nuclear weapons, there is little in the nuclear realm to worry about. The mandarins of power, 47 leading scholars who implicitly or explicitly serve the empire, have learned which questions not to ask and bear considerable responsibility for this innocence and ignorance. With few notable exceptions, 48 U.S. nuclear weapons scholarship is marked by a fascination with the scientists who won the race to build the first atomic and hydrogen bombs, with so-called deterrence theory and the dynamics of the U.S. Soviet nuclear arms race, and in recent years with the dangers of loose nukes. Most of the histories of the Manhattan Project and biographies of its Promethean priesthood are framed in unconscious patriotism, influenced by wartime propaganda, by assumptions about the legitimacy of revenge, and by the lies spun by those most closely associated with the decision to eliminate Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The continuing debates about Oppenheimer's early flirtations with Depression-era Marxism and other scientists' collaborations with Senator Joe McCarthy often mask continuing and often covert debates about arms control, nuclear dominance, and abolition. Similarly, accounts of scientists' debates over whether the Japanese should have been warned before the bombings were ordered, whether a demonstration bombing of an atoll would have sufficed to win Japan's surrender, and how to control the bomb after the war reflect contention over the moral rectitude of the U.S. The most disturbing information about the dawn of the nuclear age has been consigned to an Orwellian memory hole. Absent are Truman's lies to 25 himself and to others that the A-bombs would be used so that military objectives and soldiers and sailors are the target and not women and children, 49 that the A-bombs were dropped to save as many American lives as possible, 50 and that they were inflicted to spare the Japanese people from utter destruction. 51 missing are the accounts of Japanese elite and governmental efforts to negotiate surrender prior to the A-bombings on the terms accepted by Truman after the atomic bombings. Finally, political histories of the Manhattan Project and of subsequent U.S. nuclear war policies written within a U.S. frame of reference devote scant attention to the human consequences of the project's bombs, what actually happened to individuals and their families represented in the abstracted numbers, 40,000, 70,000, 100,000, 210,000 and the survivors scarred physically and mentally for life. Presented as necessary to end the war, the mythology about the heroism of the scientists and the necessity of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings serve to legitimize continued preparations for nuclear war and thus to preserve U.S. global dominance. A serious political motive lay behind the Air Force's campaign to sterilize the Smithsonian Museum's 50th anniversary commemoration of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings and the subsequent Enola Gay exhibit at the Air and Space Museum in 2003. Had the museum included information about Admiral Leahy's and General Eisenhower's charges that it wasn't necessary to hit them with that awful thing, 52 about Japanese efforts to surrender, and photographs of the ravaged bodies of Sumitomo Taniguchi and other hibakusha, the legitimacy of the first atomic bombings would have been seriously undermined. This in turn would have raised yet more probing questions about the legitimacy of the cornerstone of subsequent U.S. foreign and military policies. Einstein wrote that few people are capable of expressing with equanimity opinions which differ from the prejudices of their social environment. Most people are even incapable of forming such opinions. This certainly describes what has passed for mainstream scholarship on post-Nagasaki U.S. use of its nuclear arsenal. Until the post-Cold War era's focus on loose nukes and the Korean and Iranian nuclear weapons programs, most U.S. nuclear weapons-related literature concentrated on the U.S.-Soviet confrontation across divided Europe. For decades, the vast asymmetries of U.S. and Soviet power were ignored. 53 Instead, we were urged to think the unthinkable with Herman Kahn, to be educated about nuclear weapons and foreign policy by Henry Kissinger, to learn to live with nuclear weapons along with Albert Carnazale and Samuel Huntington, to stem the tide with Glenn Seaborg, to decide with Joseph Nye whether we were nuclear hawks, doves, or owls, and to reduce but not remove the nuclear danger with McGeorge Bundy and Admiral Crowe. 26. This literature vastly exaggerated the deterrent roles of the U.S. nuclear arsenal while understating its offensive first strike raison d'etre. As a result, most students and many scholars remain ignorant about the imperial purposes and functions of Washington's nuclear arsenals. 54 Kept in the dark about the history of U.S. preparations and threats to initiate nuclear wars, U.S. citizens cannot fully engage in constitutional democracy or fulfill their unique role in preventing nuclear war, thus helping to ensure humanity's survival. Terrorism, not deterrence. It has long been commonly believed that deterrence is the primary role of the U.S. nuclear arsenal. The truth is that the US nuclear arsenal has been at least as essential to maintaining the US empire as it has been to popular conceptions of deterrence. Most people properly understand deterrence as preventing nuclear attack by threatening a cataclysmic, nation-destroying, second strike attack against the source of a nuclear attack on the US. But, in 2005, the Pentagon informed the world that this was not its understanding. Its unofficial doctrine for joint nuclear operations dictated that the central focus of deterrence is for one nation to exert such influence over a potential adversary's decision process that the potential adversary makes a deliberate choice to refrain from a COA. 55 In the 1950s and early 1960s, this meant dictating the parameters of Soviet and Chinese support for Vietnam. 4 decades later, consistent with the Bush Doctrine, it included preventing the emergence of rivals to U.S. regional and global dominance. With the exception of the relative U.S. Soviet nuclear parity from the mid-1970s to the late 1980s, the U.S. has enjoyed a dramatic imbalance of power, 56, which it has used to expand and to maintain its grand area. Much of the historical record remains hidden in classified government files, but the memoirs of presidents and their aides, the public record, and scholarly research reveal the damning and little explored history of U.S. nuclear terrorism and extortion. The low points of this history are many: Truman's 1946 threat to annihilate Moscow if the Soviet Union failed to withdraw immediately from Azerbaijan province in northern Iran, Eisenhower's repeated nuclear threats during crises in Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America, the Cuban Missile Crisis, Johnson's and Nixon's preparations and threats to use nuclear weapons in Vietnam and during Middle East wars, and the Carter Doctrine, which threatened the use of any means necessary to retain control of the oil-rich Persian Gulf. This history reveals that post-Cold War nuclear threats by the two presidents Bush and Clinton reflected more continuity than change. Military. 27. Doctrines changed from Eisenhower's massive retaliation to Kennedy's flexible response, and from the Nixon and Carter doctrines to full-spectrum dominance and the Clinton and Bush nuclear posture reviews, but the willingness to practice nuclear terrorism remained a constant. Before the doctrine for joint nuclear operations illuminated the arsenal's roles in enforcing dominance rather than deterrence, scholars documented that the Pentagon and its political allies had long exaggerated the Soviet nuclear threat to justify increased military spending and the acquisition of new weapons systems. They also demonstrated that Cold War presidents often joined in the charade to cover their anti-communist political flanks or to reduce the pressures they faced to launch disastrous foreign military interventions. Contrary to what the public was led to believe, Eisenhower knew that if we were to release our nuclear stockpile on the Soviet Union, the main danger would arise not from retaliation but from fallout in the Earth's atmosphere. Later, when the U.S. had tens of thousands of nuclear weapons, General David C. Jones, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testified that mutual assured destruction was not U.S. policy, saying, "I think it is a very dangerous strategy. It is not the strategy that we are implementing today within the military. I do not subscribe to the idea that we ever had it as our basic strategy." 57 The U.S. nuclear arsenal has, of course, served deterrent functions since the first Soviet nuclear explosion in 1949, including nuclear threats to ensure that Moscow respected the post-World War II division of Europe. Deterrence has been a greater concern for lesser powers which have seen obtaining nuclear arsenals as a means of preventing possible attacks by greater nuclear powers. The Soviet Union built its nuclear arsenal to deter possible nuclear attacks by the US and Britain. China developed its arsenal to deter both the US and the Soviet Union. While threatening Pakistan, India's nuclear program was primarily designed to counter the potential threat from China. And Pakistan's arsenal, developed with Chinese assistance, was built to deter India. France and Israel had slightly different motivations. The force de frappe reasserted the French claim to be a major power in the post-colonial era and provided the ultimate coin of postmodern sovereignty. Israel joined the club to augment its conventional military strength. And, in the late 1990s and in the first years of the 21st century, both North Korea and Iran pursued their nuclear programs to insulate their nations from U.S. threats. The 1961 Berlin crisis was long understood to be a textbook case of Cold War deterrence. The confrontation met the criteria of a U.S.-Soviet clash in the heart of Europe. In fact, the resolution of the crisis was not a function of MAD, but a reflection of the radical asymmetry of nuclear power. It was illustrated by the readiness of the U.S. to use nuclear threats. 28. To reinforce its power and influence by trumping what was a conventional Soviet military threat. Responding to growing West German economic vitality and political strength and to U.S. nuclear weapons deployments in Germany, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev demanded that a separate peace treaty be negotiated with East Germany. This implicitly threatened West Berlin's status as a divided city and Western access to the city, which was, functionally, an island within East Germany. Kennedy countered with an uncompromising speech to communicate his unalterable determination to maintain its position and rights in West Berlin. 58. While not a function of classical nuclear deterrence, Khrushchev was deterred from following through on his demands. Like Kennedy, Khrushchev was well aware that the U.S. could launch a disarming first strike against Soviet nuclear forces, and that the Pentagon knew where to find the Soviet Union's missile sites and could catch them all on the ground. As Roger Hilsman, director of the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, later reported, the whole Soviet ICBM system was obsolescent. 59 and its slow bomber fleet was no competition for the U.S. Air Force. Being rational actors, the Kremlin knew its limits and backed down in the face of Washington's overwhelming military power. Both the Kremlin and the Washington establishment took the wrong lessons from the debacle. A year later they faced off again in the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was sparked in part by the U.S. effort to overthrow Fidel Castro, but more by Khrushchev's desperate effort to equalize the imbalance of terror. With only 4 unreliable ICBMs and antiquated fleets of bombers and submarines, Khrushchev was in pursuit of a shortcut to nuclear parity and a deterrent force by secretly attempting to deploy intermediate-range missiles in Cuba, well within striking range of the U.S. To preserve its nuclear dominance, to reinforce the Monroe Doctrine principle that Latin America lies within the U.S. sphere of interest, and to demonstrate that the U.S. had the right to deploy missiles on the Soviet border, while the Soviet Union could not reciprocate, Kennedy and most senior advisors were willing to gamble with nuclear catastrophe. As Noam Chomsky has since reflected, there may not have been such another moment of madness and lunacy in human history as when Kennedy and his most senior advisors escalated the crisis, which they believed carried the probability of between a third and a half that the U.S. would initiate nuclear war. 60. By the mid-1970s, with the growth of the Soviet economy and after 2 decades devoted to building missile, submarine, and bomber forces needed to ensure the ability to launch devastating second strike retaliatory attack, the Soviets achieved relative nuclear parity and the ability to inflict MAD. Yet, as General Jones testified, MAD was not U.S. policy. The Nixon 29 administration pressed development of Trident, MX, Cruise, and Pershing II missile systems to restore U.S. nuclear superiority. 61. Almost 20 years after the end of the Cold War, despite Washington's vast nuclear superiority, MAD still defines the parameters of U.S.-Russian relations. China possesses a minimum deterrent force capable of annihilating Japan and of threatening death and destruction in the western U.S. Worse, with an estimated 4,000 strategic nuclear weapons on alert at any given moment, 62 miscalculations by political leaders or simple accidents could eliminate life on Earth. With the end of the Cold War, new rationales have been needed to maintain and modernize the U.S. nuclear arsenal. With the demise of the Soviet threat, deterrence lost what little legitimizing power it had. Socialized to understand the dangers of nuclear war exclusively in terms of U.S.-Soviet confrontation, U.S. political leaders, arms control advocates, and many in traditional nuclear disarmament movements were disoriented. Anxious to address a real but less immediate danger, congressional Democrats and Republicans alike focused on so-called loose nukes in Russia's deteriorating arsenal that could be looted by the Russian mafia or other non-state terrorists, including revolutionary Chechens or Al-Qaeda. However, the genocidal U.S. nuclear arsenal and the threat of MAD did not address these potential dangers. Threatening to savage the innocent people of Waziristan in northwest Pakistan was unlikely to staunch whatever nuclear ambitions Osama bin Laden might have had. President Bush presented his rationale in his 2002 State of the Union address. Civilization, he asserted, was threatened by an axis of evil: Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. His answer to these ostensible threats was counter-proliferation, including the threat of nuclear attacks. Although Bush's rhetoric bolstered popular support for the planned invasion of Iraq and served the neo-fascist stratagem of ruling through manipulation of fear and lies, there was no evidence that any of these nations posed a serious or immediate threat to U.S. security. Overcoming geopolitical obstacles. Why is Washington wedded to its practice of nuclear terrorism? The answer lies at the intersections of technology, empire, and geopolitics. At the height of the Cold War, President Reagan enjoyed referring to the Soviet Union as the evil empire, but nuclear terrorism has played a greater role in maintaining Washington's empire than Moscow's. The Russian Empire under Tsars, Commissars, and now presidents has been comparatively compact. Its furthest realms are relatively accessible to the intimidating power of Moscow's repressive apparatus and conventional military forces. 30. The U.S. empire is different. It extends from Mexico to the Middle East and from Berlin to Bangkok, thus posing greater challenges to deploying overwhelming U.S. conventional military might to the furthest reaches of its empire. In the years following World War II, President Eisenhower explained that it would be impossible for the United States to maintain the military commitments which it now sustains around the world, did we not possess atomic weapons and the will to use them when necessary. 63 2 decades later, General Alexander Haig, Nixon's chief of staff and Reagan's Secretary of State, defended continued U.S. reliance on nuclear terrorism by explaining that those in the West who advocate the adoption of a no-first-use policy seldom go on to propose that the United States reintroduce the draft, triple the size of its armed forces and put its economy on wartime footing. Yet in the absence of such steps, a pledge of no first use effectively leaves the West nothing with which to counterbalance the Soviet conventional advantages and geopolitical position. 64. Chomsky framed it more critically. Our strategic nuclear weapons system provides us with a kind of umbrella within which we can carry out conventional actions, meaning aggression and subversion, without any concern that it will be impeded in any fashion. Harold Brown, who was the Secretary of Defense under Carter, said that this is the core of our security system. He said that with this system in place, our conventional forces become meaningful instruments of military and political power. That means that under this umbrella of strategic nuclear weapons, we have succeeded in sufficiently intimidating anyone who might help protect people who we are determined to attack. So, if we want to overthrow the government of Guatemala, or send a rapid deployment force into the Middle East, or if we want to back a military coup in Indonesia, if we want to invade Vietnam, we can do this without too much concern that we'll be deterred because we have this intimidating power that will threaten anyone who might get in our way. 65. This was the military, strategic, and technological environment that led Truman to threaten Moscow's destruction in 1946 and to rattle his nuclear saber against China and North Korea. This asymmetry of power gave Eisenhower the confidence to threaten nuclear attacks against China and Russia during Taiwan crises and Middle East wars. In other cases. 31. U.S. presidents directed nuclear threats against third-tier nations in the South. As military doctrines changed from Eisenhower's new-look massive retaliation to Kennedy's flexible response and Clinton's full-spectrum dominance, there was continuity in Washington's reliance on first-strike nuclear attacks to maintain the empire. Thus, even as the danger of thermonuclear exchanges abated in the wake of the Cold War, The editors of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists found it necessary to move the hands of the publication's doomsday clock closer to midnight. 66 While warning about the dangers of loose nukes, Al-Qaeda, and the axis of evil, the first three post-Cold War presidents maintained and modernized the massive U.S. nuclear arsenal. They pressed the development, and ultimately the deployment, of more usable first-strike nuclear weapons systems, and they prepared and threatened nuclear attacks against Iraq, Iran, North Korea, Libya, Syria, Russia, and China. 67. Total War and the Evil Thing. This history of the use of nuclear terrorism to enforce global empire raises deeper and more troubling questions which are intimated but not fully explored in the chapters that follow. As in any society, altruism and compassion have been essential to the U.S. experience and its culture. Well into the late 20th century, democratic seeds planted in the country's Declaration of Independence and Constitution grew to become more inclusive of society as a whole. But, as the continuing societal scars of the genocide of Native Americans, of slavery, of the 19th century U.S. colonial conquests, and as the continued exploitation of many workers and disregard for the poor testify, other forces have also long been active in U.S. political life. Beliefs in U.S. exceptionalism, superiority, and its manifest destiny to dominate were integral to political culture long before Albert Einstein signed Leo Szilard's fateful warning to President Roosevelt. The high point of U.S. democracy, the post-World War II victories of the Civil Rights Movement, came as President Kennedy recklessly risked hundreds of millions of lives during the Cuban Missile Crisis and as the Johnson administration crossed what it understood to be a nuclear Rubicon with its massive escalation of the U.S. war against Vietnam. 68 These dualities cannot be ignored, and they have been compounded by the embrace of nuclear terrorism as state and national policy. Near absolute power has corrupted almost absolutely. The novelist E. L. Doctorow put it well when he wrote, "We have had the bomb on our minds since 1945. It was first our weaponry and then our diplomacy, and now it's our economy. How can we suppose that something so monstrously powerful would not, after years, compose?" 32. Our identity. The great golem we have made against our enemies is our culture, our bomb culture, its logic, its faith, its vision. 69 The U.S., as a state and as a society, was hardly innocent at the beginning of the 20th century, but the mobilizations for and the fighting of two world wars transformed the nation in fundamental ways. Some were beneficial, such as Washington's contributions to the end of formal colonialism, hard-fought victories for racial and gender equality, 70 and the GI Bill, which permitted returning veterans to obtain higher educations. However, other forces were also at work. Tragically, the decisions to fight Germany and Japan by means of total war, the industrialization of warfighting, and ultimately the race to build and use the atomic bomb profoundly influenced U.S. culture. They created a society which had more in common with the Kaiser's Germany and fascist Italy than has generally been recognized. This transformation had still earlier roots. The American Civil War is seen by many as the beginning of total war, the mobilization of the entire society and the targeting of the full range of the enemy's resources, including its industry, civilian population, and even its environment, in order to prevail. The Gatling gun, introduced during the Civil War, marked a revolution in murderous firepower. And Sherman's merciless march through Georgia included the destruction of Atlanta. Internationally, total war began within weeks of Germany's 1914 invasion of the Low Countries when a Zeppelin bombed Antwerp and shattered the foundations of centuries of international law. Soon, Zeppelins were bombing London, instilling fear among the British. Germans were not solely responsible for total war European style. Shortly before assuming command of French forces, Marshal Foch implored, "You must henceforth go to the limits to find the aim of war. Since the vanquished party now never yields before it has been deprived of all means of reply, what you have to aim at is the destruction of those very means of reply." 71 The philosopher and novelist Hermann Hesse understood where this would lead, warning that if the war goes on, it would destroy Western civilization's Enlightenment foundations. 72 President Franklin D. Roosevelt's dramatic wartime transformation was starkly illustrative of what U.S. adoption of total war strategy did to the nation as a whole. In 1939, horrified by the air war that had begun in Europe, he urged Europeans to cease aerial bombardments of civilians, writing, "The ruthless bombing from the air of civilians in unfortified centers of population during the course of hostilities, sickened the hearts of every civilized man and woman, and has profoundly shocked the conscience of humanity." 33. If resort is had to this form of inhuman barbarism during the period of the tragic conflagration with which the world is now confronted, hundreds of thousands of innocent human beings will lose their lives. I am therefore addressing this urgent appeal to every government which may be engaged in hostilities publicly to affirm its determination that its armed forces shall in no event, and under no circumstances, undertake the bombardment from the air of civilian populations or of unfortified cities. 73. Within 3 years, General Doolittle's bombers rained death on Tokyo to raise U.S. morale, and the president was fully committed to using nuclear weapons to win the war. 74. Roosevelt was not a full partner in Churchill's firebombings of German cities, and he protested the firebombing of Dresden. But, at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives, Roosevelt presided over the firebombing of every major Japanese city except historic Kyoto and the 4 cities set aside as possible A-bomb targets. In the last months of World War II and the early years of the Cold War, German and Japanese scientists and engineers were recruited to help develop the U.S. nuclear, missile, and germ warfare programs. Incendiary and chemical weapon attacks were soon used to obliterate much of Korea and Indochina, with the Vietnamese civilian death toll approaching 3 million. 75. U.S. research and development of hydrogen bombs, some 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima and Nagasaki A-bombs, was begun because the Germans were probably doing it. 76. And, for half a century, the U.S. has deployed and repeatedly threatened attacks with its strategic nuclear weapons, each with the capacity to kill more people than were annihilated in Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, and Treblinka. This, in turn, undermined the values, structure, and practice of U.S. democracy. Richard Falk has written that the roots of first strike planning exist so deep as to suggest that even the posts of President and Secretary of Defense and Senator have become largely ornamental in relation to national security policy. Throwing the rascals out, accordingly becomes a much more formidable task. At a still deeper spiritual level, the embrace of total and nuclear war has institutionalized what Hannah Arendt described as the banality of evil. 77. Evil is wickedness and moral depravity, uncompromising terms that describe the practice of nuclear terrorism. In 1945, many of the country's most senior military officials understood that the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were unnecessary and violated the rules of war. Knowing that Truman was aware of Emperor Hirohito's efforts to surrender, it is difficult not to be shocked by his warning immediately. 34. Following the Hiroshima bombing, that we are now prepared to obliterate more rapidly and completely every productive enterprise the Japanese have above ground in any city. If they do not now accept our terms, they may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. 78. Leo Szilard, who had started it all with Einstein's letter, understood that had Germany used atomic bombs on 2 Allied cities, those responsible would have been sentenced to death at Nuremberg and hanged. 79. Then came the hydrogen bomb. The General Advisory Committee of senior scientists and officials assembled to advise Truman on whether or not to develop the H-bomb presented 2 reports. The majority report was clear that a superbomb should never be produced. We see a unique opportunity of providing limitations on the totality of war and thus limiting the fear of mankind. The minority report went further, advising that the weapon cannot be justified on any ethical ground which gives a human being a certain individuality and dignity. The fact that no limits exist to the destructiveness of this weapon makes its very existence and the knowledge of its construction a danger to humanity as a whole. It is necessarily an evil thing considered in any light. 80. When he left office, Eisenhower knew that U.S. nuclear war plans included a single integrated operational plan that anticipated the deaths of an estimated 360 to 525 million people. In the years that followed, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara argued that a reasonable goal for nuclear war against the Soviet Union could be the destruction of 25% of its population. At the beginning of the 21st century, only 51 U.S. strategic warheads would be needed to inflict such damage, yet Washington's arsenal numbered more than 10,000 such weapons. 81 stating what should have been obvious, in 1996 the International Court of Justice ruled that the use and threatened use of nuclear weapons violate international law. Among the principles that the ICJ drew upon were that nuclear weapons are genocidal and potentially omnicidal, they cause indiscriminate harm to combatants and non-combatants alike and inflict unnecessary suffering, they violate the requirement that military responses be proportional, they destroy the ecosystem, thus endangering future generations, they violate international treaties outlawing the use of poison gas, and they inflict unacceptable damage to neutral nations. 82 The Pentagon has, in fact, adopted a doctrine that it believes could lead to ultimate doom, the end of human life. Its Clinton era The essentials of post-Cold War deterrence commits the U.S. to maintaining a capability to create a fear of national extinction in the minds of those it seeks to intimidate. Chomsky has described this doctrine, which continues to shape 35. U.S. policy and practice, as among the most horrifying documents I've ever read. It asserts that we have to rely primarily on nuclear weapons because unlike other weapons of mass destruction, the effects of nuclear weapons are immediate, devastating, overwhelming, not only destructive but terrifying. We have to have a national persona of irrationality with forces out of control so we really terrify everybody. 83 Evil can be better understood in intimate personal terms. Hiroshima and Nagasaki Hibakusha have long accused the U.S. of using them as guinea pigs. Many tearfully and angrily describe what happened to them during the months and years following the A bombings when U.S. doctors examined them, but offered these tormented survivors no medical care or treatment. In May 2000, Professor Shoji Sawada and Junko Kyoshiige, both Hiroshima Hibakusha, a Japanese Protestant minister, and their U.S. hosts, met with Dr. Paul Seligman, then Deputy Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy. Dr. Seligman was responsible for overseeing all U.S. studies on the health impacts of radiation. During the meeting, the Hibakusha's charge of being used as guinea pigs was explained to him, and he was asked if he could put this damning charge to rest. Seligman's response was immediate and unambiguous: "Oh no. We've used those studies for everything, including the design of new nuclear weapons." 84 Hiroshima and Nagasaki Hibakusha are not the only ones to have been so abused. It has long been known that Japanese fishermen and the people of Rongelap Atoll in the Marshall Islands were intentionally exposed to fallout from the 1954 Bravo H-bomb test. More recently it has been learned that to prepare for possible future nuclear wars, the US and Japanese governments withheld medical findings from fishermen, and that a decades-long secret medical program, Project 4.1, was conducted to study the effects of radiation ingested from the environment. The study included purposefully resettling people on lands highly contaminated by many of the 67 nuclear weapons tests conducted in the air, on land, and in the seas surrounding the Marshall Islands. 85 Downwinders concentrated in Utah and Idaho. Uranium miners, soldiers, and sailors, and other citizens were also knowingly exposed to deadly radiation across the U.S. During the first 3 decades of the nuclear era, 23,000 U.S. citizens were deliberately subjected to 1,400 radiation experiments, in most cases without their informed consent. These included mentally disabled children in institutional care who were fed plutonium with their breakfast cereal and soldiers ordered to march into the fallout of simulated battlefields to better prepare the Pentagon for warfighting in nuclear environments. In 1993, when Clinton's newly appointed Secretary of the Department of Energy Hazel 36 O'Leary revealed what she had learned about these abuses, She confessed that the only thing I could think of was Nazi Germany. 86. The former Soviet Union and other nuclear powers have committed similar crimes against their peoples and others. This history, including repeated and secret preparations and threats to initiate genocidal nuclear war, explains why the U.S. people's conception of government may itself be too antiquated. 87. In this light we need to ask if the U.S. has truly been a democracy for the past 60 years. Decisions, even those that could have ended the country's national existence and extinguished human existence, were taken without the knowledge or involvement of its people. Since the beginning of the nuclear age, senior elected and military officials have systematically withheld essential information about the domestic consequences of the country's nuclear weapons production program and about the use and threatened use of these genocidal and omnicidal weapons. Even Vice President Truman was kept ignorant of the Manhattan Project until after he assumed the presidency. What, then, are the meanings and consequences of the existence of a secret and ultimately all-powerful state within a state? James Madison, U.S. President from 1809 to 1817, had the answer: a popular government without popular information or the means of acquiring it is but a prologue to a farce or a tragedy or perhaps both. 88. 2 centuries later, Stuart Udall, former Secretary of the Interior, confirmed that the atomic weapons race and the secrecy surrounding it crushed American democracy. It induced us to conduct government according to lies. It distorted justice. It undermined American morality. 89. Table 1.1 Partial listing of incidents of nuclear blackmail. 90. 1946 Truman threatens the Soviets regarding northern Iran. 1946 Truman sends SAC bombers to intimidate Yugoslavia following the downing of a U.S. aircraft over Yugoslavia. 1948 Truman threatens the Soviets in response to the Berlin blockade. 1950 Truman threatens the Chinese when U.S. Marines are surrounded at Chosin Reservoir in Korea. 1951 Truman approves a military request to attack Manchuria with nuclear weapons if significant numbers of new Chinese forces enter the war. 1953 Eisenhower threatens China to force an end to the Korean War on terms acceptable to the U.S. 1954 Eisenhower's Secretary of State John Foster Dulles offers the French 3 tactical nuclear weapons to break the siege at Dien Bien Phu, Vietnam, supported by Nixon's public trial balloons. 1954 Eisenhower uses nuclear-armed SAC bombers to reinforce a CIA-backed coup in Guatemala. Continued. 37. Table 1.1 Continued. 1956 Nikolai Bulganin threatens London and Paris with nuclear attacks, demanding withdrawal following their invasion of Egypt. 1956 Eisenhower counters by threatening the USSR while also demanding that the British and French withdraw from Egypt. 1958 Eisenhower orders the Joint Chiefs of Staff to prepare to use nuclear weapons against Iraq if necessary, to prevent extension of revolution into Kuwait. 1958 Eisenhower orders the Joint Chiefs of Staff to prepare to use nuclear weapons against China if they invade the island of Quemoy. 1961 Kennedy threatens Soviets during the Berlin crisis. 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. 1967 Johnson threatens the Soviets during the Middle East War. 1967 Johnson threatens nuclear attack to break the siege at Khe-Sanh. 1969 Brezhnev threatens China during border war. 1969 Nixon's November ultimatum against Vietnam. 1970 Nixon signals U.S. preparations to fight a nuclear war during the Black September War in Jordan. 1973 The Israeli government threatens to use nuclear weapons during the October War. 1973 Kissinger threatens the Soviet Union during the last hours of the October War in the Middle East. 1973 Nixon pledges to South Vietnamese President Thieu that he will respond with nuclear attacks or the bombing of North Vietnam's dikes if it violates the provisions of the Paris Peace Accords. 1975 Secretary of Defense Schlesinger threatens North Korea with nuclear retaliation should it attack South Korea following the U.S. defeat in Vietnam. 1980 The Carter Doctrine is announced. 1981 Reagan reaffirms the Carter Doctrine. 1982 British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher threatens to eliminate Buenos Aires during the Falklands War. 1990 Pakistan threatens India during confrontation over Kashmir. 1990-91 Bush threatens Iraq during the Gulf War. 1993 Clinton threatens North Korea. 1994 Clinton's confrontation with North Korea. 1996 China threatens Los Angeles during confrontation over Taiwan. 1996 Clinton threatens Libya with nuclear attack to prevent completion of an underground chemical weapons production complex. 1998 Clinton threatens Iraq with nuclear attack. 1999 India and Pakistan threaten and prepare nuclear attacks during the Kargil War. 2001 U.S. forces placed on a DEFCON alert in the immediate aftermath of the September 11 terrorist attacks. 2001 Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld refuses to rule out using tactical nuclear weapons against Afghan caves believed to be sheltering Osama bin Laden. 2002 Bush communicates an implied threat to counter any Iraqi use of chemical or biological weapons with a nuclear attack. 2003 U.S. mobilization and implicit nuclear threats against North Korea. 2006 French President Jacques Chirac threatens first strike nuclear attacks against nations that practice terrorism against France. 2006 implicit U.S. threats to bomb Iran's nuclear infrastructure with bunker-buster atomic bombs. In plain language, strategic bombing of civilians is an act of terrorism. 1 Yuki Tanaka. I was not willing to let Russia reap the fruits of a long and bitter and gallant effort in which she had had no part. 2 President Harry Truman. On August 7, 1945, President Truman announced to the world that the first atomic bomb had been dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. We wished, he said, in this first attack to avoid, insofar as possible, the killing of civilians. 3 The bombings, the U.S. people and the world were told, were justifiable punishment for Japanese aggression and prevented 1 million U.S. casualties. 4 In the months and decades that followed, these rationalizations were reinforced by an orchestrated media campaign augmented by censorship and secrecy. The campaign was designed to serve multiple goals: to convince the public of the necessity and legitimacy of the A-bombings, to obscure the true reasons for the A-bombings, to limit understanding of the death and destruction wrought by the A-bombs, and to maintain popular support for continuing preparations and threats to initiate future nuclear wars. 5 Contrary to Truman's lies and the propaganda campaign, the bombings were terrorizing crimes against humanity. Hundreds of thousands of civilians, their wooden homes and their neighborhoods were purposely targeted. Hiroshima did have military installations, but the fact that the city was not seriously bombed after nearly every other Japanese city had been burned to the ground by U.S. fire bombings reflected the port city's marginal military importance. In addition to being disproportionate and indiscriminate attacks, the atomic bombings were not needed to secure Japan's surrender. And, as those who gave the orders understood, the use of the atomic weapons marked the beginning of a new form of state terrorism and the practice of nuclear extortion. 6 Hiroshima was destroyed within 10 seconds of the A-bomb's explosion, initially killing 70,000 people and leveling or burning all but a few of the 2. First nuclear terrorism. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Cities, buildings. Because Fat Man, the Nagasaki A-bomb, exploded nearly 2 miles from its intended target, the destruction there was less than complete. The initial death toll was 40,000, annihilating the predominantly Christian Urakama district and exposing much of the city to deadly radioactive fallout carried by the wind and black rain. By year's end, the 2 bombs had claimed more than 210,000 lives. Hundreds of thousands more would suffer and die in the years to come from cancers, radiation sickness, and searing physical and emotional wounds. Many would commit suicide. Pregnant women delivered stillborn, mutant, or massively deformed offspring, many of whom lived just a few days, if at all. President Truman and his senior advisors understood the apocalyptic power of the weapons used to destroy Hiroshima and Nagasaki and that there were alternatives to using them. As Truman confided in his memoirs and diary, the power of the atomic bombs was great enough to destroy the whole world. He believed that the new weapons might be the fire and destruction prophesied in the Euphrates Valley era, after Noah and his fabulous ark. 7. He and his inner circle also knew that they were ordering the atomic bombings when the Japanese government, under orders from the emperor, was desperately attempting to surrender on terms Truman accepted after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Admiral Leahy, Army Chief of Staff General Marshall, Commander of U.S. Forces in Europe General Eisenhower, Commander of the U.S. Army Air Forces General Hap Arnold, Commander of the Pacific Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Army Air Force General Curtis LeMay, who organized the murderous firebombing of nearly every Japanese city, and other senior military leaders either opposed or pressed alternatives to the atomic bombings. 8. In sometimes divergent ways they understood that American Samoa Leahy put it, the use of this barbarous weapon at Hiroshima and Nagasaki was of no material assistance to our war against Japan. 9. Four calculations drove Truman and his closest advisors to use the new weapon. They shared a profound concern that Roosevelt had conceded too much to Stalin at Yalta. By bringing the war to an immediate halt, before the Soviet Union joined the kill, they hoped to limit the Soviets' post-war influence in northern China, Manchuria, Korea, and possibly even in Japan, a devastated but technologically advanced nation. With the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, U.S. leaders sought to expand, consolidate, and preserve the East Asian domains of its grand area. Second, the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were sacrificed to ensure that the Soviets would be more accommodating to the American point of view in the Cold War era. 10. Truman believed that by demonstrating the terrorizing power of nuclear weapons and the U.S. willingness to use them even against civilians, he would have a hammer over Stalin. The message was clear: we have the ability and the will to do this to human beings. Beware and behave. There were also personal motives. Truman and Burns were concerned that if the U.S. electorate learned that $2 billion had been spent to build the superbomb and that the new weapon had not been used, Truman would be voted out of office in the 1948 presidential election. Finally, there was simple vengeance fused with racism. As Truman wrote to Samuel McCrae Cavert of the Federal Council of Churches 2 days after the Nagasaki bombing, when you have to deal with a beast, you have to treat him as a beast. 11. This chapter explains why the US and Japanese people were at war, the origins of the Manhattan Project which invented the A-bomb, and of myths that were created in a desperate effort to legitimize what were in fact massive crimes against humanity. Readers will find the paths not taken by Truman and his senior advisors, their knowledge of the emergence of a peace camp within the highest reaches of the Japanese government which sought open peace negotiations with the US, or to entice the Soviet Union into mediating an end to the war they knew they had lost. The chapter also describes what Tsuyoshi Hasegawa has termed racing the enemy, the struggle between the US and the Soviet Union during the final weeks of the war to gain strategic advantages for the coming Cold War. Essential to this chapter are the descriptions of what the first atomic bombs inflicted on Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and their people. The compelling and terrifying Hibakusha testimonies are essential to understanding the ultimate nature and dangers of nuclear weapons. They thus illuminate the histories of U.S. nuclear threats that are recounted in later chapters and the continuing threats of nuclear genocide and life-ending nuclear winter. Origins and myths. The U.S. nuclear weapons program was launched on October 9, 1941, 2 months before the surprise Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. A letter, written by the nuclear physicist Leo Szilard, signed by Albert Einstein, and sent to President Roosevelt in 1939 was the seed of what became the Manhattan Project. The letter warned Roosevelt that it was possible that in the course of the war that had already begun in Europe, Germany might be able to create a uranium bomb. A single bomb of this type, Einstein and Szilard warned, carried by boat and exploded in port, might very well destroy the whole port together with some of the surrounding territory. 12. Anticipating that the U.S. would soon be at war with Germany and that a uranium bomb might determine its outcome, Roosevelt launched a one-sided nuclear arms race with Nazi Germany. General Leslie Groves was 41. E41. Appointed as the project's senior administrator, and the theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer was pitted against Germany's Werner Heisenberg. Years later, Einstein would express profound remorse for his role in the invention and use of nuclear weapons. 13. For reasons that are debated to this day, the German A-bomb project stalled. 14. By 1944, it was known in the highest circles of U.S. power that Hitler would not have an atomic bomb in time to influence the war's outcome. 15. Yet, the pace within the Manhattan Project quickened. 16. Roosevelt and Stimson, Roosevelt's Secretary of War, planned to use the new weapon to force concessions from Moscow and use the secret of the atomic bomb as a means of obtaining a quid pro quo from the Soviet Union. 17. In March 1944, General Groves told a senior Manhattan Project scientist that of course, the real purpose in making the bomb was to subdue the Soviets. Groves later confirmed this, writing that there was never, from the time I took charge of this project, any illusion on my part but that Russia was our enemy and that the project was conducted on that basis. 18. Like the myth that Christopher Columbus discovered America, the fiction that Truman used atomic bombs against the people and cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end the war and save U.S. lives has become government-enforced common wisdom in the U.S. and much of the world. A Gallup poll taken in 2005 for the 60th anniversary of the A-bombings revealed that 57% of U.S. Americans believe the bombings were necessary and legitimate. 19. Yet, 40 years ago, the Dean of U.S. Historians concluded that the United States dropped the bomb to end the war against Japan and thereby to stop the Russians in Asia, and to give them sober pause in Eastern Europe. 20. In the years that followed, the publication of wartime leaders' diaries and memoirs, the opening of official records in the U.S., the former Soviet Union, and Japan, and scholarly research created what the former official historian of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, J. Samuel Walker, described as a consensus among scholars. That the bomb was not needed to avoid an invasion of Japan. Alternatives to the bomb existed and that Truman and his advisors knew it. 21. President Eisenhower later recalled that he told Stimson that Japan was already defeated and that dropping the bomb was completely unnecessary. Our country should avoid shocking world opinion by the use of a weapon whose employment was, I thought, no longer mandatory as a measure to save American lives. 22. The Japanese, Eisenhower advised, were ready to surrender, and it wasn't necessary to hit them with that awful thing. 23. Admiral Leahy, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, agreed, the use of this barbarous weapon at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he later said, was of no material assistance to our war against. 42. E-42. Japan. 24. In mid-1945, General LeMay had calculated that the Japanese imperial government would surrender by September 1 when his firebombing campaign would have completed its destruction of everything in Japan. 25. That Japan was facing imminent defeat, and that the atomic bombings were not necessary to end the war, was well understood in Truman's inner circle. Secretary of State Burns, the president's most trusted advisor, later testified, "We wanted to get through with the Japanese phase of the war before the Russians came in." 26. Competition for Asian Empire. Why were the US and Japan at war? More was involved than the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Wartime propaganda, the post-war US, Japanese military alliance, and Cold War mythology have obscured the underlying continuity of 20th and 21st century US foreign and military policy, expansion and maintenance of empire in the Pacific and Asia. A clash of imperial ambitions precipitated the day of infamy at Pearl Harbor. 27. In the early decades of the 20th century, Japan was a rising power, pressing at and beyond the limits and rules imposed by Britain and the US. Like Germany, Italy, and to a lesser extent the US, Tokyo came late to empire building and to establishing colonies. After Admiral Peary and his gunboats forced Japan to open to the west in 1854, following 200 years of Tokugawa-imposed isolation, the Japanese elite believed they faced emulating the clear choice of being colonized like their neighbors or the Western nations that dominated the Asia-Pacific region. The leaders of Meiji and Taisho Japan opted for conquest and colonization. As the Japanese historian Saburo Inaga has written, in China, Japan competed with the West for a place at the imperial table and a slice of the Chinese melon. 28 U.S. support for Japanese conquest and expansion began with the 1895 Sino-Japanese War and the 1904–5 Russo-Japanese War. The 1905 Portsmouth Treaty, engineered by Theodore Roosevelt, provided for U.S. recognition of Japanese hegemony in Korea in exchange for Japanese recognition of U.S. colonization of the Philippines. It was when U.S. and Japanese imperial ambitions collided in the 1930s that war began to appear unavoidable. The U.S.-Japanese clash grew out of the Great Depression, the Japanese chapter of which began in 1927. In Japan, the suffering and disorientation of the economic crisis compounded by the protectionist barriers that spread across the world undercut the international trade that was essential to the nation's economic security. This reinforced the drive to conquer and colonize China, in addition to providing new markets for Japanese goods. 43. E43. Privileged access to resources and to cheap labor. Colonial conquests offered Japanese the promise of jobs and opportunities for the island nation's people. As Inaga observed, the attitude was identical with the European and American conviction that control of colonies in Asia, the Pacific, and Africa was manifest destiny. A national consensus approved of an imperialist policy toward China, but there were sharp disagreements and differing emphases over the implementation. 29 moderate imperialists favored expansion, investments, and opening markets for Japan in China in cooperation with Britain and the U.S. The militarists, who seized power through a series of contrived military incidents in China and assassinations and coups in Tokyo, preferred to launch a war to gain what they saw as limitless resources in China. These militarists believed the Japanese government would be careless to allow these resources to fall to Britain or the U.S., and they moved to suppress Chinese nationalism and to drive Britain and the U.S. from the Asian continent. 30. Like today, throughout the 20th century, access to and control of oil were essential to economic and military power, and it was the precipitating cause of the U.S.-Japanese War. Few remember that the decision made by Japan's military government to attack the U.S. resulted from its desperate need for oil. An oil embargo had been imposed on Japan as punishment for its 1940 conquest of French Indochina. With Japanese troops bogged down in fighting from Vietnam to Manchuria, and with an increasingly limited supply of oil to pursue its aggressions, the Japanese government faced a stark choice: it could end its Asian war with concessions and humiliating loss of face, or it could attempt to shatter the embargo through the conquest of oil-rich Indonesia and war against the U.S. Many in the Japanese leadership knew that with a gross national product only 1/10 that of the U.S., the island nation could not prevail. The military scenario for Japan's defeat in an island-hopping war and siege had already been published in the West, and it had been read in Japanese military circles. 31. Unable to halt the rush to war against the U.S., and knowing that a tragic defeat awaited them, Prime Minister Kono resigned soon after the decision to attack the U.S. and Britain was taken on September 6, 1941. Kono's resignation delayed but could not prevent this disastrous phase of Japan's 15-year war. The hope of the doctrinaire and desperate men leading the Japanese government was that the destruction of the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor would buy them time. If Germany won the war in Europe, the U.S. would not be in a position to reassert its hegemony in the Pacific. If Germany lost, Japan's emperor and the militarists who surrounded him gambled that Washington would prefer negotiating a new Asian/Pacific modus vivendi to fighting the bloody battles necessary to defeat Japan. 32. Rationales and paths not taken. For 6 decades, the U.S. people and much of the world have been subjected to a disinformation campaign designed to hide or obscure the rationales and human costs of the A bombings. Beginning with the Manhattan Project's co-optation of New York Times journalist William Lawrence and the censorship that accompanied the military occupation of Japan, through the controversies surrounding the Smithsonian Museum's 50th anniversary exhibit and 60th anniversary commemorations, powerful forces have worked to consign the historical record to Orwellian memory holes. Most pernicious are the lies told to children. Written to pass knowledge from one generation to the next, children's books often reflect society's dominant beliefs and values. In this way, the American Heritage Junior Library provides an unvarnished expression of the prevailing U.S. myth about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Even if the Russians invaded Manchuria and the British attacked Malaya in August as planned, no one expected the invasion of Japan to be anything but a slaughter. Before the Japanese mainland could be secured, American casualties would amount to as many as 1 million men, and the Japanese were expected to sacrifice twice that number in defense of their homeland. Then, on July 16, the bright glow of the Trinity test raised hopes that the war could be ended without an invasion. 33. This theme was repeated in Congress and the press during the surreal and politically charged debate over the Smithsonian Institution's proposed exhibit on the eve of the 50th anniversary of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings. That exhibit was cancelled even after museum officials subjected the exhibit's script to historical cleansing under intense pressure from right-wing members of Congress and veterans groups mobilized by Pentagon officials. The text and photographs, which had been laboriously assembled and unanimously endorsed by the museum's advisory board of historians, were eliminated. Statements by Admiral Leahy, Generals Eisenhower and Marshall, and other senior officials who opposed or had reservations about the atomic bombings were thought to be too subversive to be seen. So too was the description of the firebombing of Tokyo as the single most destructive non-nuclear attack in human history. Exhibit critics were not pacified by a revised script that repeated the mythology that the Japanese government was not willing to surrender, that Truman ordered the atomic bombings primarily to save lives, and that if atomic bombs did not force Japan to surrender, casualties could have risen to as many as 1 million. 45. E45. There was little progress over the next decade. When the Smithsonian Museum finally placed the Enola Gay on permanent exhibition in 2003, it was accompanied by a small plaque that simply reported that the atomic bomb dropped by the B-29 had brought the war to an end. Time magazine's 60th anniversary tribute to America's World War II triumph in the Pacific repeated Truman-era propaganda that the Japanese government rejected Truman and Churchill's Potsdam Declaration, that Truman's advisors estimated that casualties would run to the hundreds of thousands and perhaps exceed 1 million, and that there is little question that in using the bombs he realized his military goal of bringing the war to a swift and far less deadly end. 34. In fact, the military's estimates were that if they invaded Japan, up to 46,000, not 1 million U.S. troops could be killed in the two-stage attack. Truman and his advisors were in fact cynical in their calculations. For them, the atomic bomb had little to do with saving lives, but it was the MasterCard that would trump the Soviets in anticipated post-war confrontations. Truman actually postponed the Potsdam summit with Stalin and Churchill to ensure that he had an atomic bomb in his negotiating hand, and he refused to accept Japan's efforts to mediate its surrender by diplomatic means. 35. Throughout the spring and early summer of 1945, Truman received reports from Admiral Leahy that the Japanese were already defeated and ready to surrender. 36. Truman was informed about, discussed, and dismissed Emperor Hirohito's efforts to surrender before and during the Potsdam Summit. In the final months of the war, the Joint Chiefs of Staff's Joint Intelligence Committee also reported that the increasing effects of air, sea blockade, the progressive and cumulative devastation wrought by strategic bombings, and the collapse of Germany were leading the Japanese to understand that absolute defeat is inevitable. The committee also reported that an invasion of Honshu could take the lives of 40,000 U.S. troops, and that the invasion of Kyushu, at a cost of 7,500 U.S. lives, and might well prove to be the decisive operation which would terminate the war. 37. The invasion of Kyushu was scheduled for November 1945 and the conquest of Honshu for early 1946. The interim would have provided months to negotiate the details of Japan's surrender, including the much-discussed possibility of a demonstration bombing of an uninhabited atoll to impress Japan's rulers with the seriousness of the moment. U.S. and British intelligence also projected that when Russia came into the war, the Japanese would probably wish to get out on almost any terms short of the dethronement of the emperor. 38. 46. E46. It was Churchill who, soon after the Nagasaki A bombing, announced that nuclear bombs had saved well over 1,200,000 Allied lives, a number that even General Groves remarked was a little high. Truman initially used the bogus figure of 250,000 U.S. lives, but doubled it for his memoirs. 39. On the basis of intelligence and military reports and related considerations, Assistant Secretary of War John McCloy, later chairman of the establishment, advised Secretary of War Stimson that we should have our heads examined if we did not consider the possibility of bringing the war to a conclusion without further loss of life. I felt we could readily agree to let the Japanese retain the emperor as a constitutional monarch. 40. As the end game approached, and with Churchill's encouragement, senior State Department and military leaders raised the possibility of offering Japan better terms than the unconditional surrender that had been demanded. Former Ambassador Grew, McCloy, Navy Secretary Forrestal, and Stimson, who was not at ease about competing with Hitler in atrocities, advised Truman that a carefully timed warning by the United States, Britain, China, and the Soviet Union might provide the context for the Japanese to surrender. 41. The Japanese nation, Stimson reported, has the mental intelligence and versatile capacity in such a crisis to recognize the folly of a fight to the finish and to accept the proffer of what will amount to an unconditional surrender. 42. Nonetheless, Stimson, Burns, and Truman opted not to pursue diplomatic alternatives. Political decisions, including those relating to war and peace, are rarely made for a single reason. The forces that shape major decisions are usually many and complex. Claims that the decision to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki reflected the momentum of the atom bomb project, the desire to bring the war to an early conclusion, and the demand of the collective unconscious for revenge, were certainly present. 43. So, too, were four assumptions that the historian Martin Sherwin explained were shared by President Truman and the interim committee that made the formal recommendation to use the A-bombs. 1. That the atomic bombs were legitimate weapons and would have been used by the Nazis if Germany won the race to build the bomb. 2. That the atomic bombings would have a profound effect on Japan's leaders. 3. That the public would want the bombs used. And 4. That the bombs would have a salutary effect on relations with the Soviet Union. 44 other factors also contributed to the decision. Not the least of these was endemic racism against Asians in general and the Japanese in particular, an element of the collective unconscious of the time, which had been deepened by wartime rhetoric. A week after the Pearl Harbor attacks, the popular weekly Life magazine led the campaign of dehumanizing the enemy by 47. E47. Addressing the U.S. people's distressing ignorance of the delicate question of how to tell a Chinese from a Jap. It explained that the modern Japanese is the descendant of Mongoloids who invaded the Japanese archipelago back in the mists of prehistory, and of the native aborigines who possessed the islands before them. Describing a photograph of Premier Tojo that accompanied the article, Life taught that he betrays aboriginal antecedents in a squat, long-torsoed build, broader, more massively boned head and face, flat, often pug nose. Japs like General Tojo show humorless intensity of ruthless mystics. 45. The Pentagon was less subtle. As one military publication put it, Japanese were lice, and that if a complete cure may be effected, the breeding grounds around the Tokyo area must be completely annihilated. 46. Encouraged by Washington, Hollywood depicted Japanese as degenerate, moral idiots. Stinking little savages, who should be wiped off the face of the earth. 47. A more humanitarian rationale for the atom bombings was also put forward. James Conant, president of Harvard University, who initially recommended that the bombs be targeted against civilians, and some of the Manhattan Project's senior scientists argued that using the atomic bomb would awaken the world to the necessity of abolishing war altogether. 48. It was, however, the bomb's terrorizing salutary effects on the Soviet Union, its terrorizing diplomatic dimensions, that dominated strategic thinking at the highest levels of government in Washington. Geostrategy and nuclear terror. The intense secrecy surrounding S1 or the tube alloy effort, code words for the Manhattan Project, allowed Roosevelt to monopolize decision-making about the atomic bomb and its uses. His scientific advisors and the Secretary of War and Secretary of State were allowed to give input when Roosevelt deemed it necessary. Roosevelt did turn to Vannevar Bush and Conant for advice, but he made his decisions about the development and use of nuclear weapons in consultation with Churchill. He felt no obligation to consult or to inform his scientific advisors about his decisions. 49 As early as the Atlantic Conference in August 1941, in conversations with Churchill, Roosevelt began designing the post-war order to reinforce U.S. privilege and power. Despite his later advocacy of the United Nations, from the beginning he refused to consider an international organization as the guarantor of global law and order. An American, British international police force, he believed, would be more effective. By 1942 Roosevelt recognized the political debt the US and Britain would owe Moscow for its sacrifices in defeating Nazi Germany. Roosevelt's concept of two policemen enforcing the new order, thus became four, with the Soviet 48. E-48 Union and France making it a quartet. Nations that violated the post-war order policed by the Big Four would be quarantined, if they persisted, bombed at the rate of a city a day until they agreed to behave. 50 Roosevelt and Churchill's meeting in Quebec the following year is seen as the moment Roosevelt began to deal with atomic energy as an integral part of his general diplomacy, linking and encompassing both the current wartime situation and the shape of affairs. Churchill too considered the whole affair on an after-the-war military basis. For him the atomic bomb was all that would lie between the snows of Russia and the white cliffs of Dover. It would never do to have Germany or Russia win the race for something which might be used for international blackmail. 51 As the Manhattan Project approached success, Roosevelt became clearer that the U.S. would take full advantage of the bomb's potential as a post-war instrument of Anglo-American diplomacy. There could still be 4 policemen, but only 2 of them would have the bomb. 52 If anyone other than Churchill influenced Roosevelt, it was Stimson. He was deeply concerned about Soviet repression and its growing domination of Eastern Europe. At one point, he expressed the hope that after the atomic bombs were used to contain the Soviet Union's ambitions, they could be further used to discipline Moscow. Sharing secrets about the bomb's production, he thought, might be used to reward the Soviets for good behavior and as a diplomatic instrument for shaping the peace. 53 Roosevelt opted for Churchill's vision of an anti-Soviet U.S., British nuclear monopoly rather than Stimson's more nuanced approach. This was codified in the June 1943 Agreement and Declaration of Trust signed in Quebec, which specified that the United States and Great Britain would cooperate in seeking to control available supplies of uranium and thorium or both during and after the war. In Quebec, Roosevelt and Churchill also signed an aid memoir that stated, when a bomb is finally available, it might perhaps, after mature consideration, be used against the Japanese, who should be warned that this bombardment will be repeated until they surrender. As Sherwin observed, at the time of Roosevelt's death in April 1945, the question of the use of the bomb against Japan was more clearly settled than was general policy. Or, as Barton Bernstein later put it, all of F.D.R.'s advisors who knew about the bomb always unquestioningly assumed that it would be used. By about mid-1944, most had comfortably concluded that the target would be Japan. 54 Harry Truman should be classed with Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, George H. and George W. Bush in the brutal use of military power and the embrace of nuclear terrorism. Roosevelt died on April 12, and after 49. E49. Serving just 82 days as vice president, Truman assumed office isolated, insecure, and relatively ignorant of foreign policy and military matters. Roosevelt had had little regard for the haberdasher from St. Louis. In a political coup at the 1944 Democratic Party's National Convention, political bosses ousted Henry Wallace from the vice presidency, replacing him with a machine politician who at the time of the convention had just 2% of the party's support. Roosevelt did not bother to inform Truman about the agreements made at Yalta or about the Manhattan Project. On becoming president, Truman thus found himself unusually dependent on old friends and Roosevelt's advisors. 55 Truman's recollection of Secretary of War Stimson hanging back after the new president's first cabinet meeting has passed into the lore of U.S. political history. Sensitive to the politics of transition, Stimson informed the new president that while it was best to leave the details for another time, he should know that a new explosive, with almost unbelievable destructive power, was under development. A fortnight later, Stimson explained how the atom bomb would be decisive in the post-war era, 56, and he suggested that the president create a select committee to consider the bomb's long-term implications. This was the origin of the Interim Committee, which soon recommended targets for the A-bombs. Anti-communism and opposition to Russian dominance of Eastern Europe reinforced planning to use the new bombs. Although Roosevelt and Churchill had agreed at the Yalta summit that Poland's post-war government would be friendly to the Soviet Union, and despite repeated counsel from Stimson and Leahy that Moscow was consistently living up to its commitments, the newly installed president quickly fell under the influence of Averell Harriman, the ambassador to Moscow, outgoing Secretary of State Edward R. Stettinius, and Churchill. They opposed Soviet domination of Poland, which to them symbolized the totality of East-West relations. They fed the president's fears with reports that Stalin had violated agreements and could not be trusted. 57 Truman began his confrontation with Moscow on his second day as president. At Harriman's suggestion, Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov had traveled to Washington to express official Soviet condolences at Roosevelt's death and to meet the new president. In their first private meeting, Truman was blunt, using uncompromising language that shocked Harriman as well as the Soviet foreign minister. Truman demanded that Moscow accept his understanding of the Yalta Agreement and create a Polish government that represented all Polish people. Molotov's response that for the Soviet government it a matter of honor to fulfill its Yalta commitments was met with derision. He later complained that he had never been talked to like that in my life. Soviet Ambassador 50. E50. Gromyko, who accompanied Molotov, reported that coldness was shown in every gesture. The new president rejected whatever was proposed to him and whatever topic the conversation touched on. It appeared at times he did not even hear the interlocutor. Truman behaved with cock-like belligerency, contradicted almost every point raised by the Soviet side about the significance of the future world organization and about measures designed to prevent further aggression from Germany. Even Harriman was taken aback as he witnessed Truman abandon Roosevelt's approach and launch a campaign to eliminate Soviet influence from Europe. 58 With Germany facing imminent defeat, Churchill and Stalin were anxious for a summit meeting with Truman to plan the last stages of the war against Japan and to resolve their differences over the post-war international order. Truman, insecure about his diplomatic skills and with no guarantees that he would have a working atomic bomb in his negotiating hand, did not share his allies' sense of urgency. He thus appreciated and accepted Stimson's suggestion that the Potsdam summit be postponed until after the A-bomb test, code-named Trinity, was conducted in July. As Stimson noted at the time, the way to deal with the Russians was to keep our mouths shut and let our actions speak for words. The Russians will understand them better than anything else. I call it a royal straight flush and we mustn't be a fool about the way we play it. Truman was less diplomatic. If it explodes, as I think it will, I'll certainly have a hammer on those boys. 59. Geostrategic ambitions. Additional factors informed planning for Potsdam and the decision to annihilate Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Of central importance was a debate that emerged in Washington over whether the Soviets would actually join the war against Japan, and whether doing so would serve U.S. interests. At the Tehran summit in October 1943, Stalin had agreed to join the war against Japan soon after Germany's defeat. Moscow would share the sacrifices needed to rout the emperor's imperial forces. The Joint Chiefs' War Plan called for the Soviets to keep the Japanese army tied down in Manchuria and China, and to prevent redeployment of Japanese troops to their besieged home islands. In return for the Red Army's burden sharing, Stalin was promised that Manchuria, Taiwan, and the pescadores would be returned to China, that Korea would be placed under a 40-year trusteeship, and that the strategic port of Darien, the Manchurian Railway, and southern Sakhalin would be returned to the Soviet Union. 60. Moscow would also be given the Kuril Islands, thereby opening strategic sea lanes to the Pacific. At Yalta the following year, the deal was sweetened in the tradition of 51. E51. Colonial powers, with Moscow being promised the right to lease Port Arthur for use as a naval base. 61. By September 1944, Stalin was sharing some of his war plans with Ambassador Harriman. Between 20 and 30 Soviet divisions would be redeployed from Europe to fight the Japanese. 62. However, 6 months later, with Germany on the verge of defeat and Japanese military power collapsing, the U.S. Joint Chiefs became confident that Japan could be defeated without Soviet intervention. Given Stalin's commitment to join the war in August, pressure began to build in Washington to limit Soviet influence in Asia by preventing Soviet entry into the war. Truman's newly appointed Secretary of State James Burns believed that somebody had made an awful mistake in bringing about a situation where Russia was permitted to come out of a war with the power she will have. 63. Harriman also advised that once Moscow joined the war against Japan, Russian influence would move in quickly and toward ultimate domination. There could be no illusion about anything such as Free China once the Russians got in, will in the end exercise control over whatever government may be established in Manchuria and Outer Mongolia. 64. Their arguments were reinforced by former ambassador to Japan James Grew, who advised that Japan would be strategically important for the coming confrontation with the Soviet Union. It could serve, he understood, as the keystone of U.S. power in Asia and the Pacific. There was more to these concerns than Soviet behavior in Eastern and Central Europe. Since the early years of the Meiji Restoration, Japan and Russia had competed for influence in Manchuria, northern China, and Korea. With Japan facing defeat, Truman's advisors and U.S. military leaders feared that a military and political vacuum would open in Asia which would be filled by the Kremlin. Rich and strategically important assets would thus fall to the Soviet Union. Truman and his advisors were committed to holding them within the U.S. imperial sphere. The race for East Asia had, in fact, already begun. The Truman administration was unaware that almost a year earlier the Soviet ambassador to Japan, Yakov Malik, had submitted a report to Stalin recommending priorities for Moscow's relations with Tokyo. Malik reported that Japan's defeat was only a matter of time, and that its leaders would see closer ties with the Soviet Union as the only way out of its increasingly desperate war. If Moscow intervened before Japan's defeat and played Japan against the Anglo-Saxon allies, Stalin could have a major role in determining how the spoils of war were allocated. Malik advised that Stalin's priority should be gaining secure access to the Pacific, with the strategic and economic benefits that would follow. With this in mind he urged that Moscow 52. E52. Draw out the war to gain time for its military intervention. He also urged that the Red Army seize Manchuria, Korea, Tsushima, and the Kuril Islands. Stalin agreed, ordering that the post-war territorial settlement should be dictated by the requirements of the Soviet state, not by its historical claim. 65. Geography was also a priority for U.S. war planners. Location was one of the two strategic assets that made Japan's inclusion in the Grand Area a preoccupation in Washington. U.S. planners envisioned the Pacific as an American lake for the post-war period. With U.S. forces occupying Japan and creating its post-war government, the island nation could become Grew's keystone of the Pacific and permit the U.S. to complete its encirclement of the Soviet Union and to block Soviet naval access to the Pacific. To this day, the U.S. maintains more than 100 military bases and installations across Japan. Japan had other attractions. Although most of its industrial capacity was destroyed, the intellectual base upon which it had been built and its future industrial potential were strategic assets that U.S. planners did not want to fall to Moscow. Japan was so central to U.S. ambitions in Asia that 5 years after Tokyo's surrender the U.S. again went to war in Asia, this time in Korea, primarily to protect Japan's strategic western flank. Later, in the 1960s and 1970s, one of Washington's primary war aims in Vietnam was to guarantee Japan's access to its natural market in Indochina, lest it become dependent on Communist China. 66 In May 1945, convinced that a future war with the Soviets was inevitable, former Ambassador Gru, in his role as acting Secretary of State, raised four critical questions. 1. How much pressure should be exerted on the Kremlin to ensure that it honored its commitments to join the war? 2. Was Soviet involvement in the war so important to the US that Washington should avoid taking risks to limit Moscow's strategic gains in Asia? 3. Should the concessions in Asia, made to the Soviet Union at Yalta, be reconsidered? 4. If the Soviets demanded participation in the occupation of Japan, should the US acquiesce? 67 These questions crystallized Stimson's understanding of the strategic potential of the atom bomb. Once its power was demonstrated, he concluded, the Soviets would be more accommodating to the American point of view. Territorial disputes could be settled amicably. 68. Japan's peace camp. U.S. leaders knew that with Germany's surrender, Japan's rulers understood that time to negotiate an accommodation was running out. Those at the commanding heights in Washington had monitored the development of a 53. E-53 secret peace camp that had been at work within the Japanese government for a year in an effort to avert what Emperor Hirohito later described as the unbearable conquest and occupation of Japan. The peace party's leading figures included the emperor's most senior and trusted advisor, Chief Privy Council Kido, Foreign Minister Togo, and Navy Minister Yona. In July 1944, after Japan's defeat at Saipan, Kido choreographed the collapse of General Tojo's government and arranged his replacement by Santoro Suzuki. Within a month, Yona ordered a secret study about how the war could be ended, including how to overcome the power of uncompromising militarists in the Japanese army. The study correctly predicted that to end the war the emperor would have to intervene personally to impose his will on both the military and the government. 69 6 months later, when Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill met at Yalta, Japan's former Prime Minister, Prince Kono, informed the emperor that Japan's defeat is inevitable. To avoid a communist revolution following defeat, Kono urged that the only way to ensure the survival of the emperor and Kokutai was to negotiate with the United States and Britain as soon as possible. 70 Unfortunately, the peace camp's misreading of Soviet intentions, despite sobering reports from Ambassador Sato in Moscow, led it to invest its hopes in Soviet mediation. But, as Ambassador Malik had recommended, Soviet leaders and diplomats were doing their best to prolong the war, expressing support for Japan while deferring its diplomatic entreaties. Among the most important signals the Japanese peace camp missed was the true meaning of Moscow's understated April 5 announcement that it would not renew its neutrality pact with Tokyo. Although the announcement unsettled Japan's leaders, its implications, including the possibility that Russia could join the war in a year's time, were so great that the Japanese Supreme War Council could not move beyond cognitive dissonance. Unwilling to consider alternatives, it remained committed to winning Soviet mediation. At the same time, with the death toll in Okinawa climbing to 150,000 civilians and 100,000 Japanese soldiers, it became increasingly clear that the Imperial Army's campaign to buy time for the Emperor and the home islands was doomed. By June, reports sent to the Emperor echoed those of General MacArthur: the Japanese fleet has been reduced to practical impotency. The Japanese Air Force has been reduced to uncoordinated, suicidal attacks against our forces. Its attrition is heavy and its power for sustained action is diminishing rapidly. Japan was running out of food, fuel, planes, and raw materials of all kinds. Her major cities were in ruins, millions of her people were homeless and starving. 71 Pressed by a growing sense of urgency, heightened by fears that Tokyo would be burned to the ground, Kido, Togo, Yanai, and their allies worked. 54. E-54 to build unity within the Japanese government to negotiate the war's end while ordering Japanese diplomats and intelligence officials in Europe to open discussions with the US. Thus Japan's minister in Switzerland began a dialogue with Alan Dulles, the OSS's chief official in Europe, to arrange for a cessation of hostilities. Similar explorations were launched at the Vatican and through Swedish diplomats. The Japanese ambassador in Portugal made it known that actual peace terms were unimportant so long as the term unconditional surrender was not employed. In Tokyo, proposals prepared for Prince Kono called for sacrificing Okinawa, the Bonin Islands, and southern Sakhalin. The one imperative was to protect the emperor and to preserve the Kokutai. 72 These offers came as no surprise to Allied leaders. In 1944, Churchill had observed that once Russia declared war, and Japan faced a three-part alliance, Tokyo would move to surrender. This, he suggested, might obviate the need for an invasion. By April 1945, planners for the Joint Chiefs of Staff had reached the same conclusion. 73 As Ambassador Malik had anticipated, Japan's increasingly desperate leadership came to see cultivation of good relations with the Soviet Union as the only way for Japan to extricate itself from the war. In mid-April, Malik reported that the new cabinet is pursuing its objective to create conditions for extricating Japan from the war. It could not, he reported, continue the war for more than 8 months. 74 By mid-May, appreciating that Soviet entry into the war will deal a death blow to the empire, the Japanese Supreme War Council was preoccupied with the Soviet Union. The council, still dominated by the military, adopted a policy calling for immediate negotiations to prevent the Soviets from entering the war and to seek its mediation to terminate the war and terms favorable to Japan. To entice the Kremlin, the War Council proposed major concessions, but these fell short of what Roosevelt had promised Stalin at Yalta. 75 It took Tokyo time to absorb Ambassador Sato's message that Japan should do everything to terminate the war with the single aim of preserving the Kokutai. 76 By mid-June, with defeat imminent in Okinawa and more than 30 Soviet divisions massing on the Manchurian border, nearly identical proposals were being developed by the peace camps in Tokyo and Washington. Unaware of the scale of Moscow's territorial ambitions and its intention to prolong and enter the war, Emperor Hirohito agreed to seek Soviet mediation on the basis of peace with honor. He endorsed a plan calling for Japanese withdrawal from all occupied territories, partial disarmament, and preservation of the imperial system. Meanwhile, in Washington, former President Hoover urged Truman to win Japan's surrender before the Soviets captured Manchuria, North China, and Korea. 55. E55. Surrender could be arranged, Hoover advised, if Britain and America could persuade the Japanese they had no intention of eradicating them, eliminating their system of government, or interfering with their way of life. And, as it became increasingly clear to U.S. planners that keeping Hirohito on the throne as a constitutional monarch would facilitate the U.S. conquest and occupation of Japan, Stimson, Grew Assistant Secretary of War McCloy and Secretary of the Navy Forrestal all reported that U.S. strategic interests could be served with less than unconditional surrender. 77. Potsdam. It was against this background and the Manhattan Project's final preparations for the Trinity A bomb test that Truman set sail for Europe for the July 17 to August 2, 1945 summit with Stalin and Churchill at Potsdam in occupied Germany. In addition to serving as the forum in which Truman would begin to play his master card, both Stalin and the Japanese elite had critically important agendas for the summit. Prohibited by the Neutrality Pact from waging war against Japan until a year after its abrogation, Stalin sought legal cover to join the war by means of an Allied invitation. Emperor Hirohito and the Japanese Peace Party hoped that the summit would open the way for Soviet mediation on their behalf with the U.S. President. On July 12, as Truman sailed to Europe, a message from Japanese Foreign Minister Togo to be delivered to Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov was intercepted by U.S. intelligence and relayed to Truman. It read, "His Majesty the Emperor, mindful of the fact that the present war daily brings greater evil and sacrifice on the peoples of all the belligerent powers, desires from his heart that it may be quickly terminated. But so long as England and the United States insist upon unconditional surrender, the Japanese Empire has no alternative to fight on, for the honor and existence of the motherland. His Majesty is deeply reluctant to have any further blood lost among the people of both sides. It is the Emperor's private intention to send Prince Kono to Moscow as a special envoy with a letter from him containing the statements given above. Please inform Molotov of this and get the Russians to consent to having the party enter the country. 78. Truman and his advisors understood the Emperor's intention. As the President confided to his diary, telegram from Jap Emperor asking for peace. He did nothing to exploit this opening. 79. Soviet ambitions similarly dictated stalling. Hirohito waited in vain for a reply. 56. E-56. Meanwhile, preparations for the earliest possible use of the U.S. nuclear weapons continued. The Interim Committee had met on May 31 and, without discussing whether using atomic bombs was necessary or appropriate, decided to use them as terror weapon to produce a profound psychological impression on as many Japanese as possible. The committee took this decision despite serious reservations raised by Arthur H. Compton, who had brought the first Manhattan Project scientists together. He was concerned that the use of the bomb raised profound and political questions. First among them was that it introduces the question of mass slaughter, really for the first time in history. The new weapon, he argued, carries much more serious implications than the introduction of poison gas. The Army's General George Marshall concurred, and urged that the weapons first be used against straight military objectives such as a large naval installation. Marshall feared the opprobrium that might follow an ill-considered employment of such force, and he deeply opposed violating the military code of not killing civilians intentionally. 80. Nonetheless, the committee accepted Conant's recommendation that the best target would be a vital war plant employing a large number of workers and closely surrounded by workers' homes. To demonstrate the atomic bomb's terrorizing power and to ensure that their power would not be wasted in less densely populated areas, they decided to target urban centers where civilians were concentrated, and not specific military or industrial sites on the city's perimeters. Few Japanese cities met these criteria. General LeMay's fire bombings had destroyed 64 Japanese cities, and for lack of targets he had turned to incinerating larger towns. The secondary cities of Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki were, however, placed off limits for LeMay's bombers to ensure that the new weapon would have a fair background to show its strength. 81. The committee also agreed that 2 weapons should be available for use in early August with more to follow if necessary. The bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki thus resulted from a single decision. On their arrival in Potsdam, Truman and his advisors were informed that the Soviet Union would join the war on August 15. Truman's diary indicates that he understood the implications of Stalin's pledge, he'll be in the Jap war on August 15. Fini Japs when that comes about. He knew that the A-bombs would not be essential to ensure the near immediate end to the war. On July 16, with U.S. leaders anxious, in Burns' words, to get the Japanese affair over with before the Russians got in, 82. A relieved Stimson passed a note to Truman which read, "It's a boy." This was code informing the President that the Trinity A-bomb test had been successful. 57. E-57. None of the U.S. officials in Potsdam could understand the overwhelming sense of awe and fear, but also joy, felt by most who witnessed and experienced the first atomic explosion in the New Mexico desert. General Groves soon reported that the test was successful beyond the most optimistic expectations of anyone. I estimate the energy generated to be in excess of 15,000 to 20,000 tons of TNT, and this is a conservative estimate. His report related that the blast was brighter than the sun, that it created a crater nearly a quarter of a mile in diameter, that its mushroom cloud climbed 8 miles into the sky, and that it had shattered a window 125 miles away. 83. Oppenheimer was so shaken by what he had brought into the world that a sentence from the Hindu scriptures immediately occurred to him, "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." 84 In Potsdam news that the U.S. arsenal now included Stimson's royal straight flush stiffened Truman's and Byrne's determination to play their master card before Stalin could claim his spoils. As Churchill observed, Truman was evidently much fortified. He stood up to the Russians in a most decisive manner. He told the Russians just where they got on and off and generally bossed the whole meeting. Churchill wrote to Anthony Eden, "It is quite clear that the United States does not at the present time desire Russian participation in the war against Japan." 85 Stalin's only role in the Potsdam Declaration was to provide the venue for its promulgation by Truman and Churchill. The Soviet leader was taken by surprise and was not consulted about its content or advised about the timing of its release. Rejecting a draft prepared by the Joint Chiefs that would have protected Emperor Hirohito and preserved the imperial system, and anxious to prevent Japan's surrender before he could demonstrate the terrorizing power of the atomic bombs, Truman's declaration insisted on Japan's unconditional surrender. Truman and Churchill went out of their way to undermine the Japanese peace camp by using the declaration to insist that there would be no alternatives to eliminating the authority and influence of those who have deceived and misled the people into embarking on world conquest. They warned that stern justice shall be meted out to all war criminals, including the emperor. Understanding that if we insisted on unconditional surrender, we could justify the dropping of the atomic bomb, 86 Burns had also encouraged Truman to include the threat of Japan's prompt and utter destruction. The declaration was thus designed to prolong the war and to legitimate the atomic bombings, not to hasten its end. Two brief exchanges at Potsdam were particularly revealing. The first came when Stalin, unaware of the U.S. intelligence intercepts, briefed Truman about the Japanese request for Prince Kono to travel to Moscow. The Soviet dictator indicated that there were three possible responses. Ask the Japanese for more details, leading them to believe their plan had 58. E58. A chance, ignore the overture, or send back a definite refusal. Stalin indicated that his preference was to lull the Japanese to sleep. Truman concurred. For competing reasons, each worked to prolong the war. 87 The second exchange came when Truman casually mentioned to Stalin that the US had a new weapon of unusual destructive force, implicitly threatening the Soviet Union. Stalin, who had been kept abreast of developments by Soviet spies at Los Alamos, was hardly surprised. His response that he hoped Truman would make good use of it against the Japanese disconcerted the president. The message, nonetheless, had been sent. Soviet Chief of Staff Marshal Georgy Zhukov, who met with Stalin shortly after the exchange, understood Truman's words as political blackmail and as a psychological attack against Stalin. 88 Contrary to pronouncements by Truman and Stalin in the weeks that followed, the Japanese government did not reject the Potsdam Declaration. Having received no official notice of the ultimatum, it made no immediate formal response. The declaration was not communicated through intermediaries in Switzerland, Sweden, or the Vatican, where diplomatic channels had been opened. 89 Tokyo's knowledge of the ultimatum came from reports picked up via shortwave radio as it was trumpeted by the Office of War Information as propaganda. Based on these broadcasts, Foreign Minister Togo reported to the Emperor that the declaration was a broad, general statement, and it leaves room for further study of the concrete terms. We plan to find out what these concrete terms are through the Soviet Union. As powerful Japanese industrialists learned about the declaration, they encouraged its acceptance. And from Switzerland, the OSS reported that Japanese representatives had accepted the proclamation. 90 A race was now on between Washington and Moscow. The Truman administration seized on confused press reports that announced that Tokyo had rejected its demands. As Truman later explained, I was not willing to let Russia reap the fruits of a long and bitter and gallant effort in which she had had no part. 91. The signal is sent. On July 25, less than 10 days after the Trinity test turned desert sand into glass, the 509th Composite Group of the 20th Air Force, based on the recently conquered Tinian Island, received orders to deliver its special bomb as soon after August 3 as weather permitted. As additional bombs were delivered, the 509th was to work through its target list: Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Foul weather slowed the race against the Soviets, but on the night of August 5 the Enola Gay and its little boy uranium bomb took off for Hiroshima. 59. E-59. At 8 a.m. on August 6, the people of Hiroshima felt relatively safe. Rumors had been circulating to explain why the city had not been bombed like other Japanese cities. Hiroshima was beautiful, and the Americans were saving it for their villas. There were important foreigners in the city, possibly including President Truman's mother, and the city was not on U.S. maps. Less reassuring was the rumor that the Americans were preparing something unusually big. Scientists even discussed the possibility that an atomic bomb might be used, but most thought it impossible. 92. Another factor contributed to the false sense of security and to the number of casualties that followed. There were 2 air raid alerts during the night of August 5 to 6 and a third when the bombing mission's weather plane passed uneventfully over the city. At 7:32 a.m. the all-clear sounded. On a hot, bright, and beautiful morning people were at work or beginning their day. Housewives were completing after breakfast chores, and it was early morning wartime routine. 93. Near the city center mobilized students labored in the sun, helping to demolish and carry away the rubble of small homes and shops to create fire breaks against the possibility that the city would be firebombed. For the same reason, many school children had been evacuated from the city to schools in rural districts. Little boy exploded on target, 1,800 feet above the Shima Hospital in the bustling Nakejima district. Within a second the heat of its massive fireball reached that of the sun, more than 1,000,000 C-94. Within 10 seconds the bomb's explosive force and the resulting firestorm completely destroyed the city, which lay across a flat plain, previously broken only by rivers. An estimated 100,000 people died that day and in the weeks immediately following. With nearly all of the city's buildings completely destroyed, its hospitals lay in ruins. More than half the city's doctors and nurses perished in the inferno. 95. Another 100,000 died in the following months from burns, injuries, and radiation sickness. 96. Among the victims were up to 30,000 Koreans, most brought to Japan to serve as slave laborers in factories, mines, and work gangs. The dead also included several thousand Chinese, Manchurian, and Filipino slave laborers, more than 1,000 Japanese Americans stranded in Japan by the war, and at least 11 U.S. prisoners of war and other POWs from Australia, Holland, and Britain. 97. Naomi Shono, a hibakusha who later became a physicist, described what happened on the ground. At the moment of the explosion, a fireball with a temperature of several million degrees centigrade and an atmospheric pressure of several 100,000 bars was formed at the burst point. Buildings were smashed to pieces and incinerated by the blast and thermal rays, and it 60. E60 was the great quantities of dust from the destroyed buildings, carried by the winds, that cast the city into pitch darkness just after the bombing. The violent winds also tossed people about. As the fireball disappeared, the vacuum around the burst point pulled in dust, air, and the evaporated materials of the bomb, causing a mushroom cloud to rise, because of the combined effects of the blast, thermal rays, fires. Almost all buildings within about 2 kilometers of the hypocenter were completely razed and consumed by fire in an instant. Conflagrations occurred within about 3 kilometers of the hypocenter in Hiroshima and within about 3.5 kilometers in Nagasaki. 98. By the time the mushroom cloud formed, the entire city was destroyed. People, including the mobilized students within half a mile of the hypocenter, were vaporized or reduced to lumps of charcoal. To this day, the trauma of survivors who were closest to the apocalyptic explosion is such that they are the least able to describe the enormity of what they saw and experienced. 99. Japanese government statistics reported that 78,150 people were killed, 13,983 missing, and 37,425 injured, 62,000 of Hiroshima's 90,000 buildings destroyed, and 6,000 more were damaged beyond repair. The precise number of humans who perished will never be known because the number of troops and slave laborers deployed in the city was a state secret. As John Dower has written, the people of Hiroshima experienced what they understand as hell, a Buddhist as well as a Western concept of a fiery inferno peopled with monsters and naked, tormented bodies. Hell, Dower explained, is almost exactly what witnesses of Hiroshima and Nagasaki saw: a raging inferno, streets full of monstrously deformed creatures, excruciating pain, without medicine and without surcease. It was like hell is the most common refrain of the survivors. Many other scenes also were imaginable only in hell. Outlines of bodies were permanently etched as white shadows in black nimbus on streets or walls, but the bodies themselves had disappeared. There were innumerable corpses without apparent injury. Parts of bodies held their ground, like two legs severed below the knees, still standing. Many of the dead were turned into statues, some solid and others waiting to crumble at a touch. 100. The traumas people experienced were unique and agonizing, but were shared by tens of thousands of their neighbors. The poet Sankichitage 61. E61 described a moment in the aftermath. Swirling yellow smoke lifts to reveal buildings split asunder, bridges collapsed, scorched wrecks that were trains and filled with commuters. Hiroshima, a shoreless sea of rubble and smoldering embers. A figure with skin in peeling tatters wraps a scorched piece of cloth about its waist. Hands clasped to breast, sobbing, it steps over the former contents of someone's head to join a walking throng of naked fellow beings. 101. Called away from the Hiroshima Military Hospital late on the night of August 5 to 6 to care for a farm girl, Dr. Shuntaro Hida was a little more than 3 miles from the hypocenter. At 8:15 a.m., he spotted a B-29 bomber in the blue sky above Hiroshima. His description of what he experienced and witnessed is among the clearest and most comprehensive that have been written. A tremendous flash struck my face and a penetrating light pierced my eyes. All of a sudden my face and arms were engulfed by an intense heat. Within an instant I was crawling on mats which lay on the floor and tried to flee outside by creeping along the surface. My whole heart trembled at what I saw. There was a great fire ring floating over the city. Within a moment, a massive deep white cloud grew out of the center of the ring. It grew quickly upward. At the same time I could see a long black cloud as it spread over the entire width of the city. It spread along the side of the hill in our direction and began to surge over the Oda Valley toward Hesaka village, enveloping in its path all the woods, groves, rice fields, farms, and houses. What I saw was the beginning of an enormous storm created by the blast as it gathered up the mud and sand of the city and rolled it into a huge wave. Suddenly I saw the roof of the primary school below the farmer's house easily stripped away by the cloud of dust. Before I could think about taking cover, my whole body flew up in the air. The shutters and screens flew about me as if they were scraps of paper. The thatched roof of the farmer's house was blown away with the ceiling still attached. Then I was lifted by the wave, carried 10 meters across 2 rooms, and thrown against a large Buddhist altar. The huge roof and a large quantity of mud fell upon me with a crash. I felt some pain, but there was no time to think. I crept outside groping to find my way. My eyes, ears, nose, and even my mouth were filled with mud. Fortunately, because the big pillars or walls were strong, the farmer's granddaughter was only pressed under the straw bed. With all my strength I pulled her out of the house. 62. E62. But I was a medical officer and my overwhelming sense of duty was driving me forward. Only the self-conceit compelled me to push forward on bicycle and to overcome the fear. I sped down at top speed, when suddenly something came into my view. I quickly braked. I was surprised to see a figure which appeared from around the corner. It was anything but a man. The strange figure came up to me little by little, unsteady on its feet. It surely seemed like the form of a man, but it was completely naked, bloody, and covered with mud. The body was completely swollen. Rags hung from its bare breast and waist. The hands were held before the breasts with palms turned down. Water dripped from the tips of the rags, had I took to be rags were in fact pieces of human skin and the water drops were human blood. I could not distinguish between male and female, soldier or citizen. It had a curiously large head, swollen eyelids, and big projected lips grew as if they formed half of its face. There was no hair on its burned head. He found me with his burnt eyes and hastily tried to reach me. It must have been his last exertion for he took his final step and fell. I looked at the road before me. Naked, burnt, and bloody, numberless survivors stood in my path. They were massed together, some crawling on their knees or on all fours, some stood with difficulty or leaned on another's shoulder. Not one showed any feature which forced me to recognize him or her as a human being. 102. Junko Kyashige, an artist and teacher, was 6 years old on August 3, 1945 when her mother returned to Hiroshima with her and 4 of her sisters, the infant Toshiko, 3-year-old Fumi, Michiko who was in the 4th grade, and Katsuko, who was in the 6th grade. Kyashige's 2 oldest sisters, Eiko, who worked in a steel factory, and Hirako, who had been mobilized to help demolish buildings to make fire breaks, had stayed in the city, as had their father, who worked in a neighboring prefecture. An older brother was in the military in distant Yamaguchi prefecture. Early on the morning of August 6, Kyashige's mother took the baby and left to visit an aunt in nearby Itsukaike. Michiko rode off on a bicycle to buy ice for the icebox, while Kyashige and Fumi were sent to an uncle's nearby home. She and a cousin were sitting on the windowsill when they saw the Enola Gay fly over the city. She later testified, "I do not know how much time passed. I found myself lying on the ground under the window, inside the house. The house escaped collapse, but the desk, chairs, bookshelves, tatami mats, and floorboards were gone. My sister, cousin, and aunt, having also been blown on the ground, were 63. 63. Raising themselves when I saw them. We went outside. All our neighbors' houses were crushed to the ground, an old woman in our neighborhood was crying for help, trapped under a stone wall. Her daughter-in-law strove to get her out, but the wall was too heavy. My aunt gave her a hand too. Houses around us were not on fire yet, but we became frightened when they started to catch fire. Trying to take 3 children with her, my aunt went back in the house to get some rope which she thought to use for tying them on her back. I waited outside for her to come back, but I could not bear to stay there any longer. I finally ran away by myself. Kyashige was seriously burned on her face, arms, and legs, those parts of her body not protected by her white dress that had reflected the radiation. I went walking on the roofs of the houses which were smashed flat on the ground. There were people staggering, I could not tell men from women. The skin of their bodies and even their faces had peeled off and dangling, looking like seaweed. Everyone was heading toward the mountain, so I followed. I came to the riverside after passing over the Nakahiro Bridge. When I looked back behind me, the bridge I had just walked across was in flames, burning terribly on both sides. Kyashige's sister Michiko disappeared in the explosion, her aunt died the next day. After days of searching among the dead and dying in the ruins of a school, Kyashige's father found Hirako who had been demolishing buildings. She was severely burned and unable to move. He carried Hirako home on board strapped to a bicycle. As they traveled, Eopal put their hands together and said the words of Buddhist prayer, thinking she was already dead. My sister said to my father, "I am not dead yet." Even, hurt, she was able to say "I am home," out loud when she arrived, which made all of us so glad and relieved. But whether she was sleeping or awake, maggots were very active. We kept picking them off her body, using tweezers, but they crawled into her flesh and caused her pain. I can never forget the day my sister Hirako died, that was the 17th of August, 1945. Those who had enough strength, were having a meal. Then, "Mama, could you come for a second?" My mother told her to wait for a moment. A little later she went to see my sister. With the voice of my mother crying Hirako, Hirako, we realized something was wrong. When we rushed to her bedside she was already dead. The sound of her voice, I am home, and Mama, could you come for a second, never leaves my ears. I feel I can still hear her voice. 103. 64. E64. Those who made their way to the city to help with the relief effort were staggered by what they saw. Exposed to the deadly radiation, many soon fell victim to a mystifying disease that began with purple spots which appeared across their bodies, bleeding from their mouths and noses, and diarrhea. This was radiation sickness. Others fell ill months or even years later. Like many Hibakusha, Professor Satoru Kanishi still suffers from post-traumatic stress syndrome, partial amnesia, and survivor's guilt. In August 1945 he was a 16-year-old mobilized high school student, ostensibly working in a shipyard. Because there were no materials for shipbuilding, on the morning of August 6 he and other students were in a shack, their so-called classroom. They felt the flash and heat wave of the blast before the windows and walls of their classroom were blown apart. After the blast passed, we crawled out. I found one of my schoolmates standing distracted. A drop of blood trickled down his cheek. About 500 meters in front of us, we saw a big pillar of white cloud rising fiercely into the sky. It looked like a dragon or tornado monster. Here my memory fades. On the next morning, August 7, I went to the city with two of my schoolmates. When I stood at the west end of the city, the city had totally disappeared. All of a sudden, I heard a voice saying, "Give me water." I looked and saw it. It was a face like a lump of tofu, so white, swollen, and soft, with its eyes, nose, and mouth shapeless. It looked totally different from a human face. I cannot remember what I did and saw after that. One thing is sure, that I went away without giving him any water. Decades later, after surviving debilitating bouts of radiation sickness, Professor Kanishi asked one of the friends who had been with him what they had done that day. We walked all around the ruined city of Hiroshima that day. There were corpses lying here and there, bodies floating up and down on the rivers, scattered bones and debris. Trauma hides these images from Professor Kanishi's consciousness, but he is still haunted by the memory of that face like tofu. Wilfred Burchett was the first foreign journalist to view Hiroshima, reaching the city a month after its annihilation. He reported, in Hiroshima, 30 days after the first atomic bomb destroyed the city, people are still dying, mysteriously and horribly, from an unknown something which I can only describe as the atomic plague. Hiroshima does not look like a bombed city. It looks as if a monster steamroller has passed over it and squashed it out of existence. The damage is far greater than photographs can show. You can look. 65. E65. Around for 25 and perhaps 30 square miles, you can see hardly a building. There is just nothing standing except for 20 factory chimneys with no factories. A group of half a dozen gutted buildings. And then nothing. In these hospitals I found people who, when the bomb fell, suffered absolutely no injuries, but now are dying from the uncanny after effect. Their hair fell out. Bluish spots appeared on their bodies. And the bleeding began from the ears, nose, and mouth. They have been dying at the rate of 100 a day. 104. It took time for the imperial government in Tokyo to comprehend what had happened in Hiroshima and to formulate its response. With the A-bombed city's infrastructure destroyed and lines of communication between the city and the outside world shattered, fragmentary reports made their way to senior political and military leaders. The most substantive news came on August 7 in the form of a shortwave broadcast of Truman's public statement about the A-bombing. Uncertain how to respond, a Japanese army team was sent to Hiroshima to report on what had happened, and the cabinet sent a protest to the International Commission of the Red Cross condemning what it understood as the U.S. violation of international law prohibiting the use of poisonous gas. 105 Truman's announcement was uncompromising and included lies to justify the atomic bombings. He reported that a short time ago an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of T.N.T. He warned that bombs are now in production and even more powerful forms are in development. His message concluded with a warning to the Japanese that is reminiscent of Genghis Khan. It was to spare the Japanese people from utter destruction that the ultimatum of July 26 was issued at Potsdam. Their leaders promptly rejected that ultimatum. If they do not now accept our terms, they may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on earth. Behind this air attack will follow sea and land forces in such numbers and power as they have not yet seen. 106. Truman's signal was received in Moscow. Stalin is reported to have been so depressed by the news that he isolated himself for the rest of the day. He understood the atomic bombing as an act of hostility directed against the Soviet Union designed to end the war before the Soviets could join in the kill and claim their spoils. He also knew that the A-bombing was intended to bully the Soviet Union. 107. 66. E66. Nagasaki. Stalin took heart late on August 7 when he learned that Ambassador Sato had requested a meeting with Foreign Minister Molotov. The request communicated that Japan had yet to surrender and that it still sought Soviet mediation. Seizing the opportunity, Stalin ordered the invasion of Manchuria to begin ahead of schedule on August 9. By the morning of August 8, Emperor Hirohito understood and acted on the urgent need to end the war. Meeting with Foreign Minister Togo, he dictated that now that such a new weapon has appeared, it has become less and less possible to continue the war. We must not miss a chance to terminate the war by bargaining for more favorable conditions. My wish is to make such arrangements as to end the war as soon as possible. 108 Later that day in Moscow, when Ambassador Sato finally met Molotov to press for Prince Kono to travel to Moscow, the ambassador was stunned to hear the Soviet foreign minister read him Moscow's declaration of war. 60 years later, debate continues about why Truman felt it necessary to inflict a second nuclear holocaust. The answer should be clear. The Japanese government had yet to formally surrender, and the Soviet Union was about to enter the war. Most importantly, the decision to use 2 A-bombs had been made earlier. New orders from the president would therefore have been necessary to prevent the Nagasaki bombing. Nagasaki was, and remains, a very different city than Hiroshima. Located on the southwest coast of the Japanese archipelago, its long, narrow harbor extends between the mountains and hills which rise from the sea. Because of its distance from the capital, during Japan's 2 centuries of isolation from the world, shoguns in Tokyo permitted the Dutch to maintain a small trading fortress there on Dejima Island in the city's harbor. This provided a tiny opening through which technological and other developments in the rest of the world could be monitored. In August 1945, although spared the savaging of LeMay's fire bombings, like other Japanese cities, its people were desperate. They were hungry. Teenagers had been mobilized to work in the city's steel factories and other industries, and many feared their city would be targeted by bombing, but children had not yet been forced to evacuate to the countryside. Nagasaki was not the primary target of Boxcar, the B-29 armed with Fat Man, the plutonium bomb named for Winston Churchill. As it approached its initial target, Kokura, Boxcar was challenged by heavy aircraft fire and fighter planes, and the city was shrouded by smoke. The bomber thus flew on to Nagasaki, where the target area was obscured by 67. E67. Clouds. With orders to bomb by sight rather than relying on the limited technology of the day, and with fuel running low, Boxcar's pilot released his atomic bomb on a target he could see, the industrial, and largely Christian, Urakama Valley 2 miles north of the specified target. As in Hiroshima, air raid alerts had been frequent the previous night. At 11:02 a.m. when the plutonium bomb exploded, people were hard at work or beginning to prepare their midday meal. Fat Man was more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb, but having been dropped off target, the devastation it wrought was less than anticipated. The Urakama district, home to the largest Catholic cathedral in Asia, was annihilated, but the city was buffered by a mountain between the Urakama district and the city center, sheltering much of Nagasaki from the heat, blast, and firestorm. The initial death toll was an estimated 40,000 people, with 75,000 injured and 155,000 exposed to deadly radiation. 66,000 homes were burned or damaged. By year's end, the estimated number killed had risen to 74,000 people. Wind patterns concentrated the radioactive black rain on the Nishiyama district, 2 miles from the epicenter. As in Hiroshima, people who were not immediately killed were immersed in death. On August 9, Sumitomo Taniguchi, a 16-year-old telegram boy, was riding his bicycle when my eyes were blinded by a dazzling light and a burning wind, threw me 3 meters forward, twisting my bicycle like a candy bar. Strangely, I was not bleeding, and there was no pain. I managed to drag myself into the basement of a munitions factory 300 meters ahead, and suddenly an agonizing cramp started in my back and spread throughout my body. I lay groaning in that basement for 3 nights. Finally, on the 4th day, a rescue crew came and took me to the Isahiya public school. Instead of medicine, our treatment consisted of having a mixture of newspaper ashes and grease applied to our burns. "Kill me!" I must have yelled again and again. The pain from my burns and the despair all around me made me wish again and again that I were dead. Now when I look at this rotting blood and skin, I seethe with these thoughts. 109. A grotesque photograph of Taniguchi's tortured and bloody body was taken by the U.S. Army. Decades later, when his wounds had yet to fully heal, the heart-rending and now subversive picture was banned from the Smithsonian Museum's 50th anniversary commemoration of the atomic bombings. 68. E68. Senji Yamaguchi was also in Nagasaki on August 9. He was 14 and working in the Mitsubishi Arms Manufacturing Works, 2/3 of a mile from the hypocenter of the Nagasaki explosion. I was working outside with my shirt off. The heat rays from the explosion, about 3,300 Fahrenheit, scorched my upper body. The heat rays vaporized some people, while burning others into charcoal-like remains. I witnessed the shock wave from the explosion crush a pregnant woman against a wall and tear apart her abdomen. I could see her and her unborn baby dying. The blast instantly knocked down many homes and buildings as well. Mothers and children were trapped beneath the burning wreckage. They called out each other's names, and the mothers would cry out, pleading for someone to save their children. No one was able to help them, and they all burned alive. The people who came to rescue the immediate survivors or clear away the rotting corpses contracted radiation sickness. They died later, one after the other. People started suffering from illnesses caused by the atomic radiation shortly after the bombing. They developed various kinds of cancers, such as breast and liver cancers, and pregnant women gave birth to deformed babies. 110. As in Hiroshima, the infrastructure of the city's services was obliterated. The Nagasaki University of Medicine had been the city's emergency medical center. Located several hundred yards from the hypocenter, it was instantly destroyed with many doctors and nurses consumed in the blast and fire. With no major hospital in the city and only 30 doctors able to respond, medical assistance was minimal. Any of the patients accommodated at the emergency centers died retching, agonizing deaths before the night was over, without ever having been attended by a doctor. Of 3,500 people received at the Hiroshima Army Mutual Benefit Hospital, half died by the next day. 111. On August 10, patients' bodies swelled like inflated balloons, with torsos like pigs, eyes no longer discernible from nose, arms and legs seemingly stretched to the point of bursting. The injured were left to lie on the ground, without a roof to protect them from the scorching August sun. They lay there moaning, unable even to turn themselves over. Throughout the night the silence was frequently broken by the splashing sound of people casting themselves into the river, seeking to end their suffering by hastening death. 112. 69. E69. George Weller was the first foreign correspondent to enter Nagasaki after the A bombing. He wrote a series of articles about what he saw, but U.S. occupation authorities prevented their publication. They first finally appeared 60 years later. The atomic bomb's peculiar disease is still snatching away lives here. Men, women, and children with no outward marks of injury are dying daily in hospitals, some having walked around 3 or 4 weeks thinking they have escaped. The doctors here have every modern medicament, but candidly confessed that the answer to the malady is beyond them. 113. Surrender. On August 9, fearing that a third atomic bomb would be exploded over Tokyo, Emperor Hirohito asserted his authority and ended the political and procedural debates within the Supreme War Guidance Council. He informed the council that the time has come to bear the unbearable and ordered the council to accept the Potsdam Declaration. 114. Within hours a communique was sent to Washington, London, Moscow, and Chongqing. But, contrary to the emperor's instructions, the council accepted Potsdam's terms with the caveat that the declaration does not comprise any demand which prejudices the prerogatives of His Majesty as a sovereign ruler. 115. Truman and his advisers debated the conditional offer. Admiral Leahy argued that with the U.S. having won the war, the emperor's fate was a minor concern. Fearing that accepting anything less than unconditional surrender would mean Truman's political crucifixion, Burns was opposed. It was Stimson who tipped the scales, winning Truman's acceptance of the Japanese surrender offer by arguing that the imperative was to get Japan into our hands before the Russians could put any substantial claim to occupy and help rule it. 116. In drafting their response, Truman and his advisers chose not to consult Moscow. They feared, as Truman later recalled, that Stalin would delay his response to buy time for his offensive. "It was in our interest," Truman later said, "that the Russians not push too far into Manchuria." Truman also believed that one of consequences of the atomic bombings would be that Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary would no longer be spheres of influence of any one power. 117. The war did not come to an immediate end. While awaiting Japan's official response, more than 1,000 U.S. bombers maintained pressure on 70. E-70. Japan, killing in excess of 15,000 people. On August 10, Truman ordered a temporary halt to the atomic bombings, but preparations continued for their resumption on August 19 when the third A-bomb would be ready for use. The War Department also continued planning A-bomb production on the assumption that more nuclear weapons would be used against Japan. 7 A-bombs were scheduled to be employed by the end of October. 118. Japan's formal surrender announcement came on August 15 following the fiasco of a failed overnight coup by junior army officers. The emperor's radio broadcast did not accept culpability. It framed the capitulation in terms of Japanese and humanity's survival. In arcane court language, the emperor explained that the enemy has begun to employ a new and most cruel bomb, the power of which to damage is indeed incalculable, taking the toll of many innocent lives. Should we continue to fight, it would result not only in an ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation, but also in the total extinction of human civilization. The emperor's surrender did not induce Stalin to halt his offensive. Although the US had conceded Manchuria and southern Sakhalin to the Soviets, 4 strategic regions remained in contention, and Stalin's ambitions included Hokkaido, the northernmost of Japan's 4 main islands. By September 2, the date of Japan's formal and humiliating surrender on the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Harbor, Soviet forces had occupied the Chinese ports at Darien and Port Arthur, as well as southern Sakhalin, North Korea, and the Kuril Islands. U.S. threats of possible military confrontation proved necessary to prevent a Soviet invasion of Hokkaido. The Cold War had begun. In October, President Truman used his Navy Day speech to mobilize the U.S. people for the coming confrontation with the Soviet Union. With words that carried a perverse resonance during the second Bush presidency, Truman insisted that there could be no compromise with the forces of evil, and that the atomic bombs which fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki must be a signal. 119 Secrecy became essential to sustain the myths of the A-bombings, to maintain popular support for U.S. preparations for nuclear war, and to prevent vilification of those responsible for the A-bombings. MacArthur's occupation imposed strict censorship to ensure public tranquility, and it directed censors to concentrate on material about atomic energy policy, atomic energy, or atom bombs, or the effects of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombs. 120 press reports on these subjects were banned. Books were censored. Japanese doctors and scientists were forbidden to hold meetings or to publish research about the causes of their patients' afflictions. Censorship was so strict that 10 years after the atomic bombings, Hiroshima's major newspaper had no typesetting materials for the words atomic bomb or radioactivity. 121 journalists' films and other photographic documentation. 71. E-71. Were seized by occupation forces, and some were stored in Pentagon vaults until the late 1960s. Secretary of State Christian A. Herter was quite explicit in a 1960 memorandum to the Atomic Energy Commission. The Department of State has serious reservations about the release of these photographs because we have been concerned over the political impact in Japan, and because of our reluctance to present the communists with a propaganda weapon they would use against us in all parts of the world. 122 The void created by censorship was filled with misinformation and lies. On September 7, 1945, after visiting Hiroshima to survey the damage, the deputy chief of the Manhattan Project, General Thomas Farrell, told the press, "There is no possibility of delayed complications from exposure to radiation from an atomic bomb. Everyone in Hiroshima and Nagasaki who was fated to die from the atomic bomb has already died. There are no longer any people suffering from radiation exposure." A decade later, General Groves informed Congress that death from radiation was very pleasant. U.S. News and World Report reported that only 100 Hiroshima survivors had developed leukemia, no genetic damage was apparent in children born after the bomb, and it emphasized that the atomic age is here, let's not be afraid of it. 123 60 years after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people in Japan continue to ask how many died to save the imperial system, and they are beginning to demand that the US be held accountable for its crimes against humanity. 124 In the US, we have yet to ask why so many innocent Japanese were killed and made to suffer in order to achieve limited strategic advantages and to terrorize the Soviet Union. And, at the National Atomic Museum in New Mexico, tourists and students learn that the lives of 1 million Allied soldiers were saved by the atomic bombings, and they can purchase A-bomb earrings for $20 a pair. 125. 72. E-72. 73. There'll be fire, dust, and metal, flying all around, and the radioactivity will burn them to the ground. If there's any commies left, they'll all be on the run if General MacArthur drops the atomic bomb. Korean War era song Jackie Doll and His Pickled Peppers. 1. Very thing beginning with Taiwan and ending with Turkey. American world hold on to everything, not wishing to let anything escape their grasp, not even our Chinese island of Quemoy. Mao Zedong. It was in Asia, not Europe, that the Cold War repeatedly turned hot. There, as in Europe and the Middle East, terrorizing U.S. nuclear dominance determined the framework and limits of diplomatic and military struggle. Beginning in the 19th century, while U.S. elite and public opinion focused on relations with Europe and to a lesser extent Latin America, the U.S. jockeyed with European colonial powers and later Japan for a share of Asia's markets and wealth, becoming the region's dominant power in the course of World War II. Until the mid-1960s, Indochina was seen as a backwater, with North Korea and China being the primary objects of U.S. attention and targets for threats and preparations to initiate nuclear war. North Korea and China posed independent, but often intertwined, challenges to U.S. regional dominance. Offshore, throughout the Cold War, Japan was Washington's unsinkable aircraft carrier, providing bases and launching pads for conventional military interventions and for threatened U.S. nuclear attacks against Asian nations and the Soviet Union. That Japan served the U.S. in this way was no accident. Its post-war government was created and shaped to meet U.S. needs. 3. Post-war Asia targeting. Korea and China 73. To provide a framework for understanding U.S. Cold War nuclear threats against North Korea and China, this chapter begins with a summary of the U.S. ascent to become an Asian power, and it describes the qualitative and quantitative dimensions of Washington's commanding nuclear superiority during the first decades of the Cold War. North Korea was the early object of U.S. nuclear attention. We thus begin with President Truman's repeated Korean War nuclear threats against both North Korea and China, Pentagon preparations for these attacks, and General MacArthur's appeals for authorization to use as many as 20 to 30 atomic bombs to create a radioactive cordon sanitaire between Korea and China. This section concludes with President Eisenhower's nuclear threat, which won an armistice agreement acceptable to the U.S. and which inspired his and later presidents' subsequent nuclear threats. It also taught Pyongyang's leaders that to ensure their security they needed to obtain nuclear weapons. 2. After describing U.S. preparations for and, in at least 2 instances, threats of U.S. nuclear attacks against North Korea in the 1960s and 1970s, the chapter turns to China. Twice during the 1950s mainland China's efforts to reconquer the offshore islands of the rebellious province, and perhaps Taiwan itself, were repulsed by President Eisenhower's and Secretary of State Dulles' ostentatious nuclear threats of massive retaliation. The chapter also describes how China attempted to cope with repeated U.S. nuclear threats, including those related to the escalating war in Vietnam. The chapter closes by exploring how the Johnson administration struggled to come to terms with China's nuclear weapons program. 2 little-known incidents are reported here. First is the Johnson administration's unsuccessful proposal to the Soviet Union that the 2 superpowers collaborate in a nuclear attack to prevent Beijing from becoming a nuclear power. The second draws on Daniel Ellsberg's recollection of the intense bureaucratic battle within the Pentagon and the highest reaches of the cabinet over Secretary of State Dean Rusk's advocacy of an Indian proposal that it be given a U.S. nuclear bomb which could be detonated in India to create the illusion of nuclear parity on the Asian continent. Becoming an Asian power. For 2 centuries the U.S. has been an Asian and Pacific power. Much of the country's wealth in the 19th century, including the fortunes of the nation's first financial families, was built on the early Asia trade. Usually thought of in terms of trade in silk and spices, this commerce extended to other goods, from rhubarb and ceramics to opiates. Although 74-74 ostensibly neutral, U.S. warships and merchant vessels supported the British Navy during the Opium Wars of 1839–42, which were initiated by Britain to rectify its trade imbalance with the Middle Kingdom. Her Majesty's economy could be stabilized by opening China to the opium trade, which was dominated by British entrepreneurs. Even before U.S. naval forces arrived in Korea and Admiral Perry's black warships opened Japan in 1856, William Seward, Secretary of State to both Lincoln and Andrew Johnson, advocated that if the U.S. were to succeed Britain as the world's dominant power, it must first dominate Asia. In those days of coal-fueled vessels, war and merchant ships required bases or access to secure ports that could serve as coaling stations to reach Asian markets and resources. Seward's preferred route to Asia passed across Mid- and South Pacific island nations including Hawaii, Guam, and the Philippines. These, however, were already occupied by Britain or Spain. To compensate, following the American Civil War, Seward negotiated the purchase of Alaska and the Aleutian Islands, Seward's Folly, which guaranteed the U.S. a northern bridge to Asia. The late 19th and early 20th centuries were marked by intense competition among the colonizing nations, particularly for control of Manchuria and China. Britain, Japan, Russia, France, and Germany vied for concessions, colonies in all but name, along the Chinese coast. These served as sources of goods and as markets for the glut of manufactured goods being produced by the industrialized nations. U.S. leaders, constrained by the country's anti-colonial political mythology and by coming late to the imperial game, countered with demands for an open-door equal access for all economic powers to China's markets and goods. Washington, Moscow, London, and Tokyo also struggled to control Northeast Asia's rail systems, and thus for influence over the region's trade and strategic advantages. Periodically, this competition exploded into warfare. In 1895, Japan defeated the Chinese Empress's forces in Korea, and seized the Liaoning Peninsula, Taiwan, and the neighboring Pescadores Islands. However, under pressure from Russia, France, and Germany, Tokyo was forced to relinquish much of its ill-gotten gains, and settled for a Japanese protectorate over Korea and recognition of Taiwan as a Japanese colony. In 1898, the US, European powers, and Japan collaborated in sending troops to repress China's Boxer Rebellion, a populist and nationalist uprising aimed at ousting foreign occupiers. In 1905, the Meiji Emperor of Japan shocked the West by sinking the Russian fleet and defeating Russian forces in Manchuria and Korea. President Roosevelt was less than neutral in 75-75. Mediating peace negotiations. The final deal included Japanese recognition of U.S. sovereignty in the Philippines in exchange for U.S. recognition of Japan's colonial control of Korea. Until a series of mini-coups replaced what passed for Japanese democracy with uncompromising militarism in the early 1930s, Asia-Pacific peace was preserved by the Washington System, a series of arms control agreements limiting the compositions of the competing imperial navies. It was the Japanese militarists' misreading of the global correlation of power and their belief that Anglo-Saxon dominance in the Asia-Pacific could be replaced by a Japanese East Asia co-prosperity sphere that sparked World War in Asia. As devastating as they were, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki failed in their strategic objective of limiting Soviet influence in Northeast Asia. To prevent Chinese communists from gaining strategic advantage in the Civil War, John McCloy organized one of the most ambitious military maneuvers in world history, by moving Chiang Kai-shek's morally bankrupt nationalist armies north to accept Japan's surrender. The U.S., however, had no choice about sharing influence with the Soviet Union in Korea. And, with the Chinese Communist victory in 1949, the nation that for much of recorded history had been the center of human civilization, began to stand up. In 1952, to win an end to the U.S. military occupation, the Japanese elite was forced to accept a constitution written and imposed on them by U.S. forces and to secretly sign the U.S.-Japan Mutual Security Treaty, which provided for the continued presence of U.S. military bases in Japan. The state created by the U.S. rested on three contending forces: the pacifist constitution, the military alliance through which the U.S. assumed preponderant responsibility for the military and diplomatic functions of the Japanese state, and the somewhat surreptitiously but stubbornly preserved, pre-war imperial state in the form of Emperor Hirohito remaining on the throne and old-line militarists including a Class A war criminal serving as a US-sponsored prime minister. In this way, Japan was reconfigured to serve as the keystone of U.S. power in Asia and the Pacific. Imbalance of terror. Having risen to power with, albeit limited, Soviet assistance, China's communist leaders allied themselves closely with the Soviet Union for more than a decade. During this period, exaggerated U.S. fears of Soviet nuclear capabilities and of communism were projected onto China and used to reinforce U.S. Cold War political, economic, and military mobilization. Not infrequently, this led to disastrous U.S. decisions. 76-76. The Truman administration was taken by surprise in 1949 when Stalin's first A-bomb shattered the U.S. nuclear monopoly that most in the U.S. elite had assumed would continue for at least a decade, an eternity in U.S. political calculations. Three popular fears ignited by the Soviet bomb were heightened by the victory of Mao Zedong's forces that same year and by North Korea's invasion of the South in 1950. The U.S. political climate quickly became ripe for the hysteria fueled by Senator Joe McCarthy and other anti-communist demagogues. Many believed that their lives and the continued existence of the U.S. were threatened by nuclear-armed, godless, deceitful, and subversive Marxists led by Moscow and its junior partner in Beijing. A popular slogan in the 1950s and early 1960s was "Better dead than red." In fact, the US was far more powerful militarily and economically than the Soviet Union and impoverished China, and remained so throughout the Cold War. In 1948, before the Soviets detonated their A-bomb and Mao's armies prevailed over Jiang's nationalists, Secretary of State Dean Acheson won Truman's commitment to launch a massive U.S. military build-up as outlined in National Security Council Memorandum 68. To complement the containment doctrine, U.S. policy called for the creation of a situation to which the Kremlin would find it expedient to accommodate itself, first by relaxing tensions and pressures and then by gradual withdrawal. For after the communist victory in China, Washington pursued a dual policy toward Beijing, containment and with high hopes for Chiang Kai-shek regime change. When North Korea invaded the South, some policymakers worried that Kim Il-sung's troops might be reinforced by Soviet nuclear threats. This was not a concern for Truman and Eisenhower, who understood that the U.S. had a commanding superiority over the USSR in strategic forces. Consider for a moment the meaning of commanding superiority. It is the ability to give an order or orders to or to direct with authority, 5 in this case with fears of annihilation if orders were not respected. This nuclear supremacy soon came to permeate every dimension of U.S. Cold War policy and practice. By 1953, the U.S. had 329 nuclear-capable bombers that, from bases in Japan and Europe, could kill millions of people and eliminate the economic and military foundations of both communist powers. 2 years later the U.S. Air Force began acquiring B-52 bombers which could annihilate key Soviet and Chinese targets from much greater distances. The Eisenhower administration and the U.S. Strategic Command were confident that U.S. first strike counter-force capabilities targeted against the Soviet nuclear arsenal could prevent Soviet retaliation not only against the U.S., but also against Japan and Washington's NATO allies. Soviet bombers were deployed at a limited number of bases whose 77 locations were known to U.S. military planners. With their warheads stored elsewhere and with no early warning systems, Soviet strategic forces were highly vulnerable to U.S. first strike attacks. Soviet bombers based in Moscow's Arctic region were theoretically capable of reaching continental U.S., but they were slow, taking up to 13 hours to arrive at their targets. They could thus be shot down by fighters with reasonable confidence. General Curtis LeMay, chief of the U.S. Strategic Command, boasted that the U.S. could eliminate Moscow's war-making capabilities without losing a man to their defenses. 6 After the deprivations of the Great Depression and World War II, President Eisenhower came to office committed to reducing the size of the military in order to encourage economic growth. His confidence in U.S. nuclear superiority made it easier to engineer this shift in national priorities. To ensure that this took place without jeopardizing U.S. allies and client states, Eisenhower and Secretary of State Dulles adopted the massive retaliation doctrine as the foundation of U.S. military policy. By relying on the threat of nation-killing, and by linking local conflicts to the specter of a global war of annihilation, they sought to ensure that neither Moscow nor Beijing would even consider challenging U.S. dominance anywhere within its global spheres of influence. 7 In his memoir, Eisenhower used the Korean example to describe how the doctrine worked. We let the communist authorities understand that, in the absence of satisfactory progress, we intended to move decisively without inhibition in our use of weapons, and would no longer be responsible for confining hostilities to the Korean peninsula. We would not be limited by any worldwide gentleman's agreement. In India and in the Formosa Straits area, and at the truce negotiations at Panmunjom, we dropped the word, discreetly, of our intention. We felt quite sure it would reach Soviet and Chinese communist ears. 8. Vice President Nixon learned the game of nuclear terrorism as he observed Eisenhower and Dulles preparing and threatening first strike massive retaliation during the Korean War, the CIA-backed coup in Guatemala, the Middle East War and crisis, and against China. How did Moscow and Beijing respond? Very cautiously. Both pretended that the Soviet arsenal was more powerful than it was, and in the case of the Soviet Union, a disproportionate amount of its limited economic resources were concentrated on developing weapons systems that would eventually redress the imbalance of terror. 78-78. After Stalin's death in 1953, both Nikita Khrushchev and his primary rival for power, Georgy Malenkov, distanced themselves from the Leninist belief in the inevitability of war between communist and capitalist forces. Instead, they called for peaceful coexistence and boasted that in time the Soviet Union would bury the West economically. They understood that with Soviet economic and technological capabilities lagging decades behind those of the US and with the Soviet people eager for improvements in their standards of living, restoration of Soviet military power was a long-term project. Economic development had to come first. To provide himself with political cover for this reverse course, Khrushchev stressed the need to prevent the end of civilization, which necessitated an accommodation with the United States. 9. As Gareth Porter has documented, Mao did not underestimate the economic or military might of the United States, and fully acknowledged the necessity for Chinese restraint in the face of U.S. power. Until 1960, because of China's dependence on Soviet strategic deterrence, Mao had every reason to want Khrushchev to publicly exaggerate Soviet strategic power. 10. This accommodation involved more than rhetoric and respectful diplomacy. Khrushchev used Soviet leadership of the world's communist forces to contain possible challenges to the status quo which he feared could lead to a US-Soviet nuclear confrontation. During the 1954 Geneva Conference following the Vietnamese victory over the French at Dien Bien Phu, Soviet and Chinese leaders forced Vietnam's leaders to accede to US and French demands about where Vietnam would be divided and when national elections would be held. Khrushchev and Mao were sobered by Dulles' warning that the US had a great capacity to retaliate instantly, by means and at places of our choosing. 11. In 1957, during the conference of the world's communist parties held in Moscow soon after the exhilarating launch of the world's first satellite, Sputnik, Khrushchev resisted Mao's call to proclaim that the Soviets had achieved a strategic advantage over the US. Mao's hope was that a declaration that the world's correlation of forces had been fundamentally changed would chasten Washington, buying time for Beijing. Instead, Soviet leaders argued that economic, not military, power was determinative, and that the Soviet Union had no lasting edge in missile technology. 12. Korea. North Korea, like Vietnam and Japan, is among the nations that have been savaged by U.S. conventional warfare and, in the case of Vietnam, 79-79, repeatedly threatened with nuclear attack. During the Korean War, nearly all of North Korea was burned to the ground or otherwise destroyed. Further, as Leon Sigel has documented, no country has been the target of more American nuclear threats than North Korea at least 7 times since 1945. 13. Both South Korea and North Korea have also seen the pursuit of nuclear weapons programs as a path to greater power, independence of action, and in the case of the North, as a possible deterrent against U.S. attack. In the 1970s, South Korea's US-sponsored military government took serious steps toward developing a nuclear arsenal, and since the late 1980s North Korea's nuclear weapons program has been seen as one of the greatest threats to U.S. security. The origins of the Korean War were more complicated than are commonly understood. 14. 2 days after the atomic bombing of Nagasaki, Colonels Dean Rusk and Charles Bonesteel were given 30 minutes to identify where a line could best be drawn to divide Korea into U.S. and Soviet-dominated zones. They selected the 38th parallel, although it was further north than U.S. forces could reach if the Soviets were not cooperative. This had the benefit of including Seoul, Korea's capital, within the U.S. zone. Like the Soviets, the U.S. occupiers were less than fully committed to restoring true Korean independence and sovereignty. U.S. forces initially designated Koreans as enemies subject to the provisions and terms of surrender. Illustrative of the new order was the meeting at which the advance unit of U.S. forces and Japanese military and colonial officials together arranged logistics for coming waves of U.S. occupation forces. It reflected shared military and colonialist mentalities. Neither ceremonial nor businesslike, it became a glorious drunken brawl that lasted for days and signaled something less than liberation was at hand for Koreans. Any Korean who approached the U.S. personnel was summarily shown the door with a minimum of courtesy. 15 Washington and Moscow soon established competing client states based in Seoul and Pyongyang. The southern government's new ruling class was drawn from the impoverished nation's small landlord class and was led by Syngman Rhee, who had collaborated with both Japanese and U.S. intelligence. Challenges to this unrepresentative government, in some cases armed uprisings, were brutally repressed, including massacres of thousands of civilians. In the north, Moscow rooted its client police state in cadres of returning guerrilla forces led by Kim Il-sung, who had fought the Japanese in Manchuria. Neither government respected the other's legitimacy, and each sought to reunify the nation under its exclusive leadership. As long as US and Soviet forces remained in Korea, Syngman Rhee's and Kim Il-sung's ambitions and machinations were contained. But, when 80 the occupying powers began their withdrawals in 1949, each side initiated guerrilla attacks and border clashes involving thousands of troops. In June 1950, Pyongyang struck first and most powerfully, launching a massive and initially successful invasion of the South. 16 With South Korean and U.S. troops reeling under the onslaught of the North's offensive, the Pentagon moved almost immediately to the planning of a nuclear counterattack. General Bolt, the U.S. Chief of Operations, proposed that between 10 and 20 A-bombs be made available for use in Korea, and he was instructed to explore their possible use in indirect support of ground combat with General MacArthur. MacArthur liked the idea, and his response reflected his hope to use the war to reunify Korea under his leadership. To achieve both victory and reunification, he urged using nuclear weapons to sever North Korea from China and the Soviet Union, saying, "I visualize a cul-de-sac. The only passages leading from Manchuria and Vladivostok have many tunnels and bridges. I see here a unique use for the atomic bomb." 17 Planning for nuclear attacks was temporarily suspended when the Joint Chiefs concluded that the proposed targets were too small, and they correctly concluded that MacArthur would soon prevail with conventional weapons. Throughout the summer, U.S. air attacks rained hundreds of tons of explosives on North Korean forces, including 900,000 gallons of napalm, burning communities, including their civilian populations, to the ground. 18 MacArthur's early victories and his ambitions led to disastrous miscalculations, to China's entry into the war, and to Truman's first nuclear threat against Korea. Not satisfied with having quickly driven North Korean forces back across the 38th parallel, and having been advised by the CIA that China would likely be confined to continued covert assistance to North Korea, Truman authorized MacArthur to roll back the North Korean forces. To avoid inciting China, MacArthur was to deploy only Korean forces on the Chinese border. MacArthur's forces did successfully roll back the North Koreans, advancing 25 miles north of the 38th parallel in 2 days, seizing Pyongyang and advancing to the Chinese border. However, the CIA, Truman, and MacArthur had erred seriously in taking the new Chinese government's measure. Fearing the loss of a buffer against U.S. subversion and attacks, the revolutionary government in Beijing sent waves of Chinese volunteers across the Yalu River, leading to heavy U.S. losses and forcing a desperate U.S. retreat across much of the peninsula. MacArthur's response was to transform North Korea into a wasteland. U.S. air attacks were ordered to demolish everything lying between U.S. positions and the Chinese border. They were to destroy every means of 81 communication and every installation and factories and cities and villages. This destruction is to start at the Manchurian border and to progress south. 19 The Chinese counteroffensive also panicked Truman and much of official Washington. Truman confided in his diary that it looks like World War III is here, and at his November 30 press conference he implicitly threatened nuclear attack, saying that any weapon in the U.S. arsenal might be used. To back up this threat, the Strategic Air Command was placed on alert, with orders to be prepared to dispatch without delay medium bomb groups to the Far East. This augmentation should include atomic capabilities. MacArthur asked for authorization to use nuclear weapons at his discretion, and his journal indicates that he believed that he could win the war within 10 days by dropping between 30 and 50 atomic bombs, strung across the neck of Manchuria to create a belt of radioactive cobalt. This would ensure that or at least 60 years there could have been no land invasion of Korea from the north. On Christmas Eve, he requested 30 A-bombs to eliminate a list of retardation targets and critical concentrations of enemy air power. 20 those weapons were not immediately forthcoming, but several months later, in March 1951, MacArthur and Truman moved precipitously toward nuclear war. With Moscow beginning to signal a threat to U.S. air superiority by moving much of its air force to Manchuria and eastern Siberia, and with China massing still more volunteers north of the Yalu River, MacArthur requested D-Day atomic capability. The Pentagon and Truman responded positively, ordering that nuclear weapons be assembled within range of Korea at Kadena Air Base in Okinawa. Contrary to popular understanding, MacArthur was not cashiered by Truman because he recklessly wanted to use nuclear weapons, but to give Truman confidence that they would be used reliably. He was replaced on April 6 by General Ridgway. Truman now authorized their use. 21 possible nuclear targets included Chinese and Soviet troop concentrations, Shanghai, Chinese industrial cities, and 4 North Korean cities. Despite their build UPS, Stalin and Mao wisely opted not to further escalate the war, and Ridgway held his nuclear fire. The assembled nuclear bombs were retained in Okinawa for possible future use, and the Joint Chiefs again considered using tactical nuclear weapons just 2 months later. 22 In January 1953, soon after his inauguration, President Eisenhower followed through on his election campaign promise to bring the war to an end on U.S. terms by preparing, threatening, and if necessary proceeding with a nuclear attack. To put his strategy in place, he informed the National Security Council that the industrial city of Kaesong, just north of the demilitarized zone, provided a good target for tactical nuclear. 82 Weapons. On May 19, the Joint Chiefs followed up by recommending air and naval attacks including the use of nuclear weapons against Chinese targets. And in August, Eisenhower ordered General LeMay to implement Operation Big Stick, augmentation of U.S. nuclear war capabilities in East Asia, with the dispatch of 20 nuclear-armed B-36 bombers to Kadena Air Base. To ensure that the Chinese, Russians, and North Koreans got the message, LeMay invited the press to witness, record, and report the arrivals of the nuclear Holocaust arsenal in Okinawa. Eisenhower thus won an armistice agreement which halted the fighting but did not formally end the war. 23 This was not the end of nuclear threats in Korea. In violation of armistice agreement provisions that forbade deployment of new and advanced weapons on the Korean peninsula, in 1957, the Eisenhower administration reinforced U.S. power by deploying nuclear-armed Matador missiles near the DMZ which straddles the 38th parallel. Over the next 43 years, the U.S. nuclear arsenal in Korea grew to include Honest John, Davy Crockett, Lacrosse, Lance, and Sergeant missiles, howitzers with nuclear-armed shells, and nuclear bombs to be carried by Air Force fighters and bombers. F-4 fighter planes, armed with nuclear weapons, were kept on constant alert. These weapons were concentrated along the DMZ and at Kunsan and Osan air bases near Seoul. Officers stationed along the DMZ had standing orders to respond to a North Korean invasion with their nuclear artillery, and they understood that they would be among the war's first casualties. Nuclear weapons based at Kunsan Air Base were integrated into the Pentagon's SIOP, and could be used against China and the Soviet Union, as well as against North Korea. In the 1970s, against the possibility that Seoul might be lost in the initial wave of a North Korean offensive, U.S. war plans called for the possible use of neutron bombs, whose enhanced radiation would kill not only enemy forces but also much of Seoul's population, while leaving the city's buildings and infrastructure intact. To demonstrate U.S. capabilities and thus intimidate Pyongyang, Team Spirit military exercises which brought together tens of thousands of U.S. and South Korean troops included rehearsals for nuclear strikes against North Korea. 24 Before Clinton and his senior advisors stumbled to the brink of nuclear catastrophe in 1994, nuclear forces were placed on alert during at least 2 additional crises. In 1968, when the U.S. destroyer Pueblo and its crew were captured and held for nearly a year, the Johnson administration's initial response was to prepare a nuclear attack against Pyongyang. 8 years later, in 1976, a surreal nuclear crisis resulted from the dispatch of what was reported to be a small unit of U.S. and South Korean troops with orders to trim a poplar tree in a forbidden area of the DMZ. North Korean. 83-83. Troops challenged the tree trimmers, killing 2 U.S. soldiers when a North Korean seized their axe and used it against them. In response, U.S. and South Korean forces were placed on high alert. A nuclear-armed aircraft carrier task force was redeployed to Korean waters, and nuclear-capable B-52s, launched from Guam, flew across South Korea toward the DMZ, then veer off at the last moment as they approached North Korea. So serious was the crisis that the commander of U.S. forces in South Korea thought it necessary to request President Ford's permission to use nuclear weapons if communication between South Korea and Washington were severed. 25 Adding to the threats targeted against Pyongyang, and compounding Korean and Northeast Asian tensions, was South Korea's nuclear weapons program launched by President Park Chung-hee in the 1970s. The project ended following intense pressure from Washington that resulted in a military coup implemented with U.S. support. This may have included Park Chung-hee's assassination. 26 Armed peace. In the case of the U.S., nuclear-armed peace prevailed across Korea in the 2 decades that followed. Until the collapse of the Soviet Union, tensions were contained as North Korea and South Korea concentrated on economic development. Politically, little changed in the North, while in the South waves of political resistance led to the replacement of the military dictatorship with electoral democracy. Taiwan 1955 and 1958. Taiwan has long been East Asia's second nuclear tinderbox. In 1949, in the face of defeat and with Washington's help, Chiang Kai-shek led tens of thousands of his forces and loyalists, along with much of his treasury, to Taiwan, an island roughly the size of Maryland or Switzerland, 100 miles across the East China Sea. For nearly 3 centuries, beginning in the mid-1600s, the island's indigenous Formosans were outnumbered and dominated by Han Chinese migrants, initially fishermen, outlaws, and merchants, followed by Chinese warlords, their armies, and land-hungry peasants. Having been liberated from 50 years of Japanese colonialism just 4 years earlier, Jiang's nationalist invasion and the repressive dictatorship that followed were resented and in some cases resisted by the Taiwanese. Compounding the situation was the U.S. Not anticipating the communist victory, throughout World War II Roosevelt and Truman recognized Taiwan as integral to Chinese territory. But Taiwan's potential role as a military, political, and economic outpost from which communist China could be challenged, combined with Chinese nationalist influence in Congress, the media, and in other elite U.S. 84 circles, led Washington to recognize the Republic of China in Taiwan as the government of all China. Jiang's Republic of China was not limited to the island of Taiwan. It included tiny island clusters that had served as Jiang's stepping stones to Taiwan. These were soon used as bases from which to harass coastal China and its shipping. Most important were Jimen, east of central Taiwan and just 2 miles from the mainland Chinese port of Xiamen, and the Matsu Islands, which lie 10 miles off the Chinese port city of Fuzhou, due east from northern Taiwan. The Dachan Islands, 200 miles north of Matsu, were less defensible. Closer to Taiwan are the Pescadores just 30 miles west of Taiwan, which were also colonized by Japan. In June 1950, with U.S. public opinion and Washington's Asia-Pacific military forces being mobilized to roll back North Korea's invasion, both Washington and Beijing were confronted by Taiwan's potential vulnerability. Truman's response was to send an intimidating message in the form of the 7th Fleet, which sailed through the Taiwan Strait. Mao understood that this major event was meant to communicate to China that it should not even dream of reconquering its former province. 27 By 1954, with Jiang's government having been subsidized by Washington to the tune of $1.6 billion, the nationalists had transformed their tiny offshore islands into formidable positions. Preparing his reconquest of China, Chiang concentrated 58,000 troops on Quemoy and 15,000 on Matsu. Beijing was understandably concerned by these developments, by the U.S. campaign to isolate it diplomatically and economically, and by Washington's policy which recognized the renegade province rather than China itself. On September 3, the government in Beijing moved to change the prevailing correlation of forces that placed it on the defensive. Jiang's forces and the inhabitants of Quemoy were subjected to a withering, 5-hour barrage, during which 6,000 artillery shells crashed onto the island. The assault was initially read by the Pentagon as the prelude to a Chinese invasion, and Eisenhower responded by deploying an armada of nuclear-capable aircraft carriers, destroyers, and their support ships to the Taiwan Strait. He also called for all-out defense of the islands and the use of atomic weapons if the Communists launched a major assault. 28 These initial displays of power were insufficient to silence the Chinese guns. The shellings were extended to Matsu. Across from the besieged islands, the People's Liberation Army also turned to building airfields, roads, and artillery bunkers needed to support amphibious attacks. In Washington, where there was no consensus about the strategic importance of Taiwan's offshore islands, the Eisenhower administration, Congress, 85-85, and the Pentagon debated what steps to take next. Eisenhower, a former general, doubted that the islands were essential to Taiwan's military defense, but he and Dulles feared that losing them would be a mortal blow to Jiang's perceived legitimacy and could lead to the collapse of his government. To reinforce Chiang, Eisenhower and Dulles thus negotiated a military treaty with the nationalist government in December in which the U.S. pledged to defend Taiwan, the Pescadores, and other nationalist-held territories on the mutual agreement of the two signatories. Jiang's sole concession to the U.S. was a secret commitment to forego offensive actions against mainland China unless they were authorized to do so by Washington. U.S. prestige and the president's political future were now tied to the defense of Quemoy and Matsu. 29 Beijing was still not intimidated. In January, it launched air attacks against the more distant Dachan Islands, overwhelming nationalist forces there and a small contingent of U.S. advisors on nearby Ujang Island. Dylan Anderson, Eisenhower's national security advisor, has since described the atmosphere and commitments that prevailed in the White House at the time. Our policy was to use them wherever appropriate. Faced with the choice of using atomic weapons or landing American forces on the Chinese mainland with 700 million Chin-A men, it would not have been the latter. Good God, they can breed them faster in the zone of the interior than you can kill them in the combat zone. 30 Consistent with this racist worldview, 7 months into the deepening crisis, Eisenhower and Dulles went public with the nuclear threats they had already implicitly communicated to Beijing. After agreeing that if the nationalists lost Quemoy and Matsu the consequences would be disastrous for the rest of Asia, as well as for the stability of the nationalist government, Eisenhower and his senior advisors committed to defending the offshore islands by all means necessary, including atomic missiles. To signal this to the Chinese and to prepare the U.S. public for a one-sided nuclear apocalypse, Dulles was instructed to use a speech scheduled for March 8 to communicate that in defending Quemoy and Matsu, the U.S. would consider its nuclear arsenal interchangeable with conventional weapons. 31 As part of its preparations to follow through on its threatened nuclear attacks, the Strategic Air Command ordered, on an urgent basis, selection of targets for an enlarged atomic offensive against China. Aware that a nuclear war would result in millions of Chinese civilian deaths and casualties, Eisenhower nonetheless reiterated Dulles' threat at a press conference held on March 16 saying that he didn't understand why nuclear weapons 86 shouldn't be used just exactly as you would use a bullet or anything else. Vice President Nixon reinforced his president, saying that tactical atomic weapons are now conventional and will be used against targets of any aggressive force. 2 weeks later, as China's shelling continued, the Navy's Chief of Staff, Admiral Robert Carney, turned up the heat when, without authorization, he informed the world that the US had plans for an all-out attack on China, and that US military planning envisioned extensive nuclear attacks on China. 32 These threats and pressures were too great for Beijing, and it moved to extract what diplomatic advantage it could as it defused the crisis. Premier Zhou Enlai used the Bandung Conference to announce that China did not want war with the US, and that it was willing to negotiate reduction of tensions in the Taiwan area. In late April, Dulles responded that the US was willing to discuss a ceasefire with the Chinese. China's artillery soon fell silent. While Eisenhower and his advisors believed they had prevailed with their nuclear threats, China emerged with substantial diplomatic gains. In addition to winning friends at Bandung, the resolution of the crisis, short-term though it may have been, won the Beijing government a forum and platform for direct negotiations with the US. 33 This was, however, less than a diplomatic victory. As Gareth Porter reports, the PRC first began to display overt fear of a US nuclear attack after US public threats to use nuclear weapons against China over the offshore islands in mid-January 1955. Mao responded to what he experienced as US nuclear blackmail by beginning to prepare the Chinese people for a US-initiated war, including nuclear war, and in the years that followed, Chinese military exercises were organized to respond to sudden atomic attack. 34 Even as the Chinese leadership absorbed the sobering lessons of the 1955 nuclear threats, with the PLA recommending redeployment of the nation's industrial infrastructure and population centers away from vulnerable coastal cities, Mao's compass continued to point toward realpolitik bravado. He pressed his comrades not to show fear lest the enemy will consider us weak and easy to bully. 35 3 years after the Taiwan crisis appeared to have been resolved, Beijing fired it up again. The Chinese were frustrated when the US unilaterally suspended the talks initiated in 1955. They were angry, too, that Moscow's revolutionary spirit seemed to be dimming, and that the Kremlin appeared to be moving toward détente with Washington after discovering common interests in negotiating a nuclear test ban treaty. Mao and his comrades were also deeply concerned by Chiang Kai-shek's continuing military build-up on Quemoy and Matsu. Nearly a third of the Nationalist Army 100,000 87 troops had been moved to the offshore islands, from which they attacked Chinese shipping and launched guerrilla attacks against the mainland. With the US preoccupied with the Lebanese crisis, Mao and the PLA struck hard to overturn these realities. On August 23, 1958, Quemoy and Matsu were deluged by what was described as a deadly typhoon of steel 50,000 artillery shells. The murderous barrage and the US nuclear threats that followed continued for 6 weeks, during which the world feared imminent war. 36 Within a week of the beginning of the siege, the US mobilized for war, including first-strike nuclear attacks. Although the CIA doubted that China had the military capacity to seize the islands, Dulles and other senior administration figures feared that Jiang's forces could be starved into submission, a loss they believed might lead to Jiang's downfall and the loss of Taiwan. Eisenhower thus announced that defending Quemoy and Matsu was more essential for Taiwan's survival than in 1955. He placed U.S. forces on alert and sent the nuclear-armed Pacific Fleet to the Taiwan Strait and adjacent waters. By August 29, 2 aircraft carrier groups, cruisers, 40 destroyers, a fleet of submarines, and additional support ships were in place and on alert. More than 200 nuclear-capable warplanes at sea and nearby military bases were also placed on alert. 37 Massive retaliation was widely known to be the U.S. warfighting doctrine. Drawing lessons from the Korean War and the 1955 crisis, and with a potentially genocidal armada in place, Eisenhower ordered the Pentagon to leak a few revealing words, which would not escape the notice of the Communists. Consistent with their commander's approach, the Joint Chiefs urged the President that the best hope of quickly and decisively stopping Communists' attacks against the offshore islands and Taiwan itself was an immediate counterattack with atomic weapons. Dulles agreed, saying that there was no use of having a lot of stuff and never be able to use it. Eisenhower, however, was concerned about international opinion and, as a result, was more cautious. Rather than delegating responsibility for initiating nuclear war to his field commanders as he had in 1955, the president reserved that power to himself and waited for events to unfold. 38 Mao later conceded that the Chinese leadership was surprised by the intensity of Washington's response to this round of attacks against Quemoy and Matsu, and they took Eisenhower's nuclear threats very seriously. On September 6, to no avail, Zhou Enlai publicly urged resumption of U.S.-Chinese talks in Warsaw. A week later Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko journeyed to Beijing where he found that Mao fully expected Washington to go on the offensive. Mao's response was a plan which he proposed to Gromyko: PLA forces would retreat to the Chinese 88 heartland as it had done throughout much of Revolutionary People's War, drawing U.S. forces in behind them. The Soviets, Mao proposed, would then hit the invaders with all its means, i.e. with Soviet nuclear weapons. The Soviets, however, were not prepared for nuclear war, and Gromyko wisely rejected Mao's proposal. Eisenhower held his fire, and on October 6 the Chinese siege was lifted. Mao was sobered by this confrontation with the great capitalist power and shared a lesson that he took from the crisis with the Soviet ambassador to China the following year: across Asia, everything beginning with Taiwan and ending with Turkey, American world. The US would work to hold on to everything, not wishing to let anything escape their grasp, not even our Chinese island of Quemoy. As he would soon advise his Vietnamese allies, China could not touch the Americans even in places where they are weak. 39. China's bomb. In the immediate aftermath of the Second Taiwan Crisis, Chinese leaders obeyed Mao's dictum not to challenge the US directly. At the same time, they worked to rectify the imbalance of power by focusing on economic development and by building a Chinese nuclear weapon that could serve as a deterrent against the US, and, conceivably, against the Soviet Union. When John F. Kennedy assumed the presidency in 1961, he was advised that the overall power balance in East Asia even less favorable to the communist world than in the previous 5 years. Chinese economic and military power had suffered massive setbacks as a result of the cut-off of Soviet subsidies and assistance and by the disastrous failure of Mao's Great Leap Forward. China's industrial infrastructure was in ruins as nearly everything that could be used to produce poor-quality steel had been cast into backyard furnaces in order to fulfill unrealistic quotas. Famine was widespread, with estimates of those who succumbed to starvation reaching 20 million or more. In this strategic environment, Kennedy was told to have no fear of falling dominoes. The worst that could happen if the puppet regime in Saigon fell would be that Thailand and Malaysia would be tempted to adopt a neutralist posture. 40 Kennedy was, however, given something new from China to worry about. He was told that Beijing could have a nuclear weapon by 1962 and a small nuclear arsenal by 1965. The president and his advisors responded by investigating whether the growing Sino-Soviet split could be exploited to subvert or destroy Beijing's nuclear weapons program. Toward this end, Kennedy used his Vienna summit with Khrushchev to probe Soviet interest in containing China's nuclear ambitions, but found that they were not yet 89 ready to join in attacking their nominal ally. 2 years later, as the US and the Soviet Union approached final negotiations for an atmospheric test ban treaty, Kennedy tried again. He signaled his agenda when he publicly raised the possibility of the treaty's text calling for the signatories to use all the influence that they had in their possession to persuade others not to grasp the nuclear nettle. When Ambassador Harriman prepared for his July negotiations, he found that his briefing papers included a section titled Military and Other Sanctions Against Communist China. More, Harriman was instructed to approach the Soviets to explore possible action to deny the Chicoms a nuclear capability, including a joint U.S. Soviet preemptive nuclear attack against the Chinese nuclear weapons installation at Lop Nor. To ensure that Harriman took this part of his mission seriously, he was sent a cable as the negotiations opened to remind him to address the Chinese nuclear issue. He should, the cable read, try to elicit Khrushchev's view of his willingness either to take Soviet action or to accept US action aimed in this direction. By the time the successful treaty negotiations were concluded, Harriman was crystal clear that Moscow was anxious to isolate China, but when he raised the possibility of a joint attack on Lopnor with Khrushchev, the latter did not respond, was clearly not ready to take the step with Washington. 41 In August 1964, as China's nuclear scientists moved toward final preparations for their first nuclear test and the Johnson administration escalated the war against Vietnam, Mao warned party officials that war is coming, and he understood that even with nuclear weapons China would long be on the defensive. At a meeting of the Chinese Communist Party's Central Secretariat, Mao warned that the US was preparing a new war of aggression against China, and that to prepare for it, China needed to adopt a three-front strategy. Consistent with earlier PLA recommendations, the first two fronts were China's coastal and central provinces. Isolated provinces in China's southwest and northwest constituted the third. Mao called for the dramatic acceleration of the construction of industrial facilities in the interior provinces. The Air Force was pressed to build new air bases across southern China, and the Vietnamese were advised to avoid direct military confrontation with the invading military forces. Instead, they were to entice the US to penetrate deep into their territory, where they would be vulnerable to a people's war. 42 In mid-September, Johnson, his National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy, CIA Director John McCone, and Secretaries Robert McNamara and Dean Rusk again turned to the disturbing question of China's preparations for an imminent nuclear weapons test. Senior figures in the Pentagon were urging preemptive overt or covert strikes to eliminate the Chinese 1990 nuclear program. Bundy recorded the outcome of their discussions as follows. We are not in favor of unprovoked unilateral U.S. military action against Chinese nuclear installations at this time. We believe that there are many possibilities for joint action with the Soviet government if that government is interested, even a possible agreement to cooperate in preventive military action. We therefore agreed that it would be most desirable for the Secretary of State to explore this matter very privately with Ambassador Dobrynin as soon as possible. 43. The Soviets, however, were not in a position to respond positively to the U.S. proposal. On October 16, at about the same time that Khrushchev was being ousted for a host of failures, including the Cuban Missile Crisis and his poor handling of the dispute with China, Beijing's first atomic bomb was detonated at Lopnor. Leading U.S. conservatives urged Johnson to bomb Red China's bomb, but another scenario quickly became the focus of debate within the Johnson administration: an Indian bomb. The Indian government, which had fought an intense border war with China 2 years earlier and which was shaken by the Chinese nuclear test, came forward with an unconventional proposal. As Daniel Ellsberg, then Special Assistant to Assistant Secretary of Defense McNaughton, has since reported, New Delhi believed the best way to offset the terrifying new Asian imbalance of power would be for the US to secretly give India an A-bomb that could be detonated as its own. India would chasten the Chinese by posing as a nuclear power. 44 To the distress of senior Pentagon officials, the Indian proposal was initially well received. A year earlier, during a meeting in which Kennedy had resolved to defend India if it were attacked by China, McNamara had stressed that if substantial commitment to defend India, we should recognize that we would have to use nuclear weapons. 45 Senior figures in the Pentagon were nonetheless stunned when Secretary Rusk supported the Indian request. The plan was defeated only after intense debates in the highest circles of U.S. power. Few, if any, involved in the debate anticipated that in less than a decade Maoist China would become Washington's tacit and most strategic ally. 7 years later, to the amazement of the U.S. people and much of the world, the fiercely anti-communist President, Richard Nixon, moved toward recognition of China and forged a tacit alliance with Beijing against the Soviet Union. In doing so, Nixon extended Washington's nuclear umbrella beyond South Korea and the western shores of the Japanese 91 archipelago to Beijing and to the Yuzhuri River, which divided the two communist powers. Nixon's 1972 visit to Beijing was more than an election year spectacle designed to diminish his Democrat challengers by the audacity of his diplomatic opening and the grandeur of ceremonies in the Chinese capital. It was also a classic expression of imperial realpolitik. Since the early 1950s, having learned from the Soviet, Yugoslav schism that nationalism could trump ideological commitments to communism, successive U.S. administrations sought to exploit Soviet, Chinese tensions which remained largely hidden behind the world communist movement's facade of unity. Strains in their relations grew from differences over strategy and tactics about how best to defend and advance communism to border disputes dating from Tsarist intrusions and Soviet fears of Chinese ambitions in Mongolia. Between 1960 and the savage outbreak of fighting on the Yuzhiri River in March 1969, there were as many as 5,500 often bloody border incidents between the two communist powers, at least one of which was backed by Soviet nuclear threats. 46 The commitments and compromises that served as the foundation for the tacit U.S.-Chinese alliance, possibly facilitated by U.S. threats to permit Japan to develop a nuclear arsenal, were hammered out in a series of secret negotiations between Kissinger and China's leaders which preceded Nixon's triumphant journey to China. Washington's goals were clear: to gain greater freedom of action with Vietnam, to have more leverage over Moscow to win advantageous arms control agreements, and to contain both China and the Soviet Union. To gain these advantages, Nixon consciously treated Mao as an emperor. He reversed the One China policy, committing the U.S. to recognize Beijing and not Taipei, and he also promised to restrain Japan. Mao and Zhou Enlai came away from the summit with Nixon with a powerful buffer against Soviet demands and threats, an arrangement that endured until the end of the Cold War. U.S.-Chinese relations would become more complicated with the decline of the Soviet Union. With the loss of the alliance's raison d'etre and popular revulsion in the U.S. in the face of Beijing's brutal repression of democratic protesters in Tiananmen Square and across China in 1989, the political foundations of this most extraordinary relationship were shattered beyond repair. 92-92. 93. Do not put a loaded rifle on stage if no one is thinking of firing it. Anton Chekhov 1. So long as we had the thumbscrew on Khrushchev, we should have given it another turn every day. Dean Acheson 2. My guess is, well, everybody sort of figures that, in extremis, everybody would use nuclear weapons. John F. Kennedy 3. On the evening of Monday, October 22, 1962, 2 weeks before the midterm congressional elections, President Kennedy addressed the people of the U.S. and the world with solemn gravity from the White House. Surveillance flights over Cuba, the president said, had established that a series of offensive missile sites were being built by the Soviets on the imprisoned island of Cuba. Each of these missiles would be capable of striking Washington, D.C., the Panama Canal, Cape Canaveral, Mexico City, or any other city in the southeastern part of the United States, Central America, or the Caribbean. Neither the United States of America nor the world community of nations can tolerate deliberate deception and offensive threats on the part of any nation, large or small. The Soviet missile deployments were a definite threat to peace because they broke the tradition of great care which the US and the Soviet Union had long exercised in never upsetting the precarious status quo. This secret, swift, and extraordinary build-up of communist missiles in an area well known to have a special and historical relationship to the United States, cannot be accepted if our courage and our commitments are ever to be trusted again. In some of the most frightening words ever uttered, Kennedy warned, "We will not prematurely or unnecessarily risk the costs of worldwide nuclear war in which even the fruits of victory would be." 4. The Cuban Missile Crisis: Prestige, Credibility, and Power. 93. Ashes in our mouth, but neither will we shrink from that risk at any time it must be faced. Kennedy informed his audiences that he had ordered the Navy to establish a limited quarantine around Cuba. U.S. military forces would be reinforced and were prepared for any eventualities. If the Soviets launched their missiles based in Cuba, the U.S. would retaliate. For the president was clear that the nation was on the brink of war, possibly nuclear annihilation, to maintain the predominance of U.S. nuclear power and hegemony, that special historical relationship in the Americas. Although it was not true, the popular understanding was that 180 million U.S. Americans could be incinerated in the course of the crisis. 5. The superpower confrontation, whose origins lay in the preceding months, years, and decades, climaxed before most people could meaningfully respond. On the morning of October 28, 6 days after Kennedy threatened whatever action is needed to force the removal of Soviet missiles from Cuba, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev announced that Moscow would comply with Kennedy's demands. His sole apparent condition was that the U.S. should provide assurances that Cuba would not be invaded. Khrushchev's announcement also contained obscure diplomatic phrasing that was inaccessible to most people, including members of Kennedy's cabinet and Congress, signaling a second secret condition, that the U.S. withdraw its nuclear-armed Jupiter missiles from Turkey. The U.S. and the Soviet Union had gone eyeball to eyeball in their unequal game of nuclear chicken before Khrushchev's humiliating reversal in the face of Washington's overwhelming military power. So close had the superpowers come to nuclear war that, at the height of the confrontation, Kennedy believed the chances that the U.S. would initiate nuclear war were somewhere between 1 out of 3 to even. 7. Dean Rusk, Kennedy's Secretary of State, later remarked that the missile crisis was the moment in history when we came closest to nuclear war, apparently overlooking the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 8. These apprehensions were mirrored in the stated and silent fears of ordinary people across the U.S., in the Soviet Union, Cuba, Japan, and many other nations. The Cuban novelist Edmundo Desnos put it succinctly, "We feared it's all over." 9. The Kennedy administration's handling of the Cuban Missile Crisis was immediately hailed in the U.S. as a great diplomatic and political victory for the president and the nation. It became essential to the myth of the Camelot presidency. The crisis had not spread to Berlin, Turkey, or Asia. It was widely believed that Kennedy and his advisors had forced the Soviets to back down without the U.S. making any concessions, and with Kennedy's senior advisors believing that they had mastered the practice of 94. Nuclear-enforced coercive diplomacy. The Cuban Missile Crisis thus helped to pave the way for Kennedy and Johnson's disastrous escalation of the war in Vietnam. 10. A decade later, when the Soviet Union finally achieved the rough nuclear parity that McNamara had long predicted was inevitable, few reflected publicly about the madness of U.S. policymakers in 1962. The political viability of the Kennedy presidency had been preserved, as had national pride and prestige, by risking a thermonuclear exchange which McNamara estimated could have killed 200 million people in its first hour, 11, and at the cost of accelerating the already catastrophic nuclear arms race. From the perspective of history, the reckless nuclear terrorism practiced by the best and brightest U.S. leaders, and to a lesser extent by Soviet and Cuban leaders, illuminates the ideological insanity and rational madness inherent in security based on preparations for, and threats of, nuclear war. Because the Cuban Missile Crisis grew out of the history of U.S. colonialism and neocolonialism, as well as the U.S.-Soviet Cold War confrontation, this chapter begins with a review of the special relationship between the U.S. and Cuba. It describes Eisenhower's and Kennedy's fears that the Cuban revolutionary government threatened U.S. dominance of Latin America, first envisioned in the Monroe Doctrine, and how both John and Robert Kennedy were obsessed with overthrowing Fidel Castro. As is explained in the following pages, Khrushchev's campaign to secretly deploy ballistic missiles in Cuba that could target the entire U.S. was designed to both defend the besieged Cuban Revolution and to overcome what the Soviets experienced as the humiliating imbalance of nuclear terror. The chapter then documents this near-cataclysmic example of how Kennedy, his advisors, and lieutenants risked unleashing a Holocaust that could have claimed the lives of more than 500 million people, in a classic example of the use of the U.S. nuclear arsenal to intimidate those whom Washington was determined to attack. 12. Contrary to popular understandings that the Cuban Missile Crisis was a great U.S. victory, Kennedy and his advisors were risking cataclysmic nuclear war to preserve U.S. prestige, to extend their nuclear dominance for little more than a decade, to avoid the possible impeachment of the president, and to enforce the principle that the US, but not the Soviet Union, could base nuclear weapons, even obsolete ones, on its enemy's periphery. The Cuban Missile Crisis also illuminates other disturbing truths which are described here. President Kennedy and his Secretary of State were unable to fully control their military. At the height of the crisis, Kennedy succumbed to demands by the Joint Chiefs to invade Cuba if the Kremlin failed to back down within 48 hours. A senior general dangerously 95 increased the level of the nuclear alert on his own authority. And, in violation of directives from the Secretary of Defense, the Navy came within seconds of launching a nuclear war. Similarly, years after the Cuban Missile Crisis, surviving leaders of the Kennedy administration and scholars were shocked to learn that Khrushchev had delegated authority to launch tactical nuclear weapons to his field commander in Cuba. Debate continues to rage over whether that delegation of authority remained functionally in place on the eve of the planned U.S. invasion. Finally, there is the profoundly disturbing news that in the final hours of the missile crisis, Castro urged Khrushchev to use his nuclear arsenal to destroy the Yankee imperialists, even if that meant annihilating the Cuban people. A special historical relationship. In the fall of 1960, former U.S. Ambassador to Cuba Earl E. T. Smith described the 20th century history of U.S.-Cuban relations in less than diplomatic terms. Until the advent of Castro, the United States was so overwhelmingly influential in Cuba, the American ambassador was the second most important man in Cuba, sometimes even more important than the president. 13. The journalist Tad Sulk was more direct. Since being granted its independence in 1902, Cuba was more of an appendage of the United States than a sovereign country. 14. Long before the Spanish-American War, manifest destiny and geostrategic considerations turned U.S. ambitions to the fertile island 90 miles south of Florida. Cuba's harbors could serve or threaten U.S. dominance in the Caribbean. In 1823, Secretary of State John Quincy Adams observed that Cuba had become an object of transcendent importance to the political and commercial interests of our Union. He ventured that it is scarcely possible to resist the conviction that the annexation of Cuba to our federal republic will be indispensable to the continuance and integrity of the Union itself. 15. Cuba was at the time a Spanish colony. Although Spanish imperialism was a spent force, an intense political conflict stood between Adams' ambitions, the president he served, and the annexation of Cuba. The island had more slaves per capita of the free population than any other nation in the world, and the defining and immobilizing debate within the U.S. was whether newly annexed territories would enter the Union as slave or free states. For that reason, congressmen from the North opposed Cuba's immediate annexation. Partially as a result of his political need to buy time for the eventual annexation of Cuba, Monroe enunciated the doctrine that still bears his name. All of the Western Hemisphere lay within the U.S. sphere of influence. European nations, and Britain and 96. France particularly, were placed on notice not to challenge U.S. dominance in this region. 16. Official sanction has not always been required for political penetration or symbiotic union. By 1895, when the long-suppressed Cuban Revolution for independence from Spain reignited, U.S. businesses and banks owned Cuban sugar plantations, mines, and other resources estimated to be worth $30 million in late 19th century dollars. 17. When the revolution came, the Spanish crown moved with determination, brutally repressing the people and interning Cubans by the hundreds of thousands in concentration camps. They died there in staggering numbers from torture, neglect, starvation, and disease. On the mainland, the yellow press competed with reports of the most agonizing accounts of Spanish atrocities, urging support for Cuban nationalists. Instead, President Cleveland chose neutrality, an option that required Spain to continue to protect U.S. property in Cuba. 18. In much the same way that Presidents Bush and Clinton used the rhetoric of humanitarian interventions to build popular support for their wars in Iraq, Yugoslavia, and Afghanistan, the misnamed Spanish-American War was ostensibly fought to relieve human suffering. Those who look carefully today in New England can glimpse the ideological foundations and rhetoric used to mobilize popular support for the war. In addition to revenge for the sinking of the Maine, the rationale for the war is seen in nearly identical monuments in town commons and parks across the region. Atop a cement plinth stands a lone yeoman soldier holding a rifle across his torso. Below, is a plaque that pictures a desperate woman kneeling on a beach with her arms outstretched, imploring help from abroad. Behind her, U.S. soldiers and sailors come ashore, bringing relief from distant ships in the bay. The words Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Philippines frame an engraving, naming the countries saved by U.S. forces. In the 1890s, desperation was not limited to the campesinos and dissidents of the Spanish Empire. The U.S. was in the grip of a severe economic depression. On farms, in mining districts and cities, people were without work, losing their homes, hungry, and threatening revolt. And since the 1870s depression, access and exports to Latin American and Chinese markets were seen as one of the few means to revitalize the economy. 19. In addition to their agricultural resources and markets, control of Cuban and Puerto Rican ports would guarantee U.S. military supremacy in the Caribbean. Subic Bay in the Philippines, 5,000 miles away, was seen as the essential stepping stone to China's markets. In January 1898, apparently in response to renewed fighting across Cuba, the naval cruiser Maine was sent to Havana as a visible expression of United States concern. Within days it was sabotaged by attackers whose allegiance remains a mystery. Despite the failure to identify the 97 saboteurs, the sinking of the Maine, with the resulting heavy loss of U.S. lives, fueled war fever. President McKinley's response was a declaration of war against Spain. His goal, he said, was to put an end to the barbarities, bloodshed, starvation, and horrible miseries in Cuba, and to right the very serious injury to the commerce, trade, and business of our people, wanton destruction of property and devastation of the island, and the enormous expense caused by the turmoil. Significantly, he made no reference to Cuban nationalists and their independence struggle. When the guns of the Spanish-American War finally fell silent, hundreds of thousands were dead, and the U.S. had conquered, occupied, and colonized Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and Guam, the last another stepping stone to China. Washington was not satisfied with simply expelling Cuba's Spanish oppressors. U.S. occupation forces remained until 1902, when the U.S.-sponsored government in Havana accepted the Platt Amendment, a law that functionally precluded Cuban sovereignty and transformed the island into a U.S. economic colony and political protectorate. 20. The amendment gave the U.S. the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty, and it required that Cuba sell or lease to the United States the land necessary for coaling and naval stations. 21. During the next 6 decades, successive U.S. administrations demonstrated that the preservation of Cuban independence, the protection of life, and individual liberty were not U.S. policy priorities. In this way, the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay, now best known for U.S. torture of enemy combatants, was secured. U.S. agents gained routine access to the economic, political, and personal secrets stored in Cuban tax, banking, and public works records. U.S. ambassadors were appointed because they were essential to the protection of American investments in Cuba. 22. While the Platt Amendment provided the legal rationale for repeated military interventions, the ideological foundation was laid with Theodore Roosevelt's 1905 corollary to the Monroe Doctrine: wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may in America, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation. The civilized nation that would right wrongs would of necessity be the U.S. 23. As Maurice Zeitlin has documented, during the next 25 years, at least 5 attempted revolutions were suppressed or influenced by the presence of U.S. Marines. Countless other warnings from Washington or the U.S. ambassador had a similar impact. 24 The last gasp of this tradition of gunboat diplomacy came early in Franklin Roosevelt's administration. Washington was unwilling to tolerate the economic reforms proposed by 98. The government of Ramon Grau San Martin, which would have restructured Cuba's debts and limited the freedom of U.S. corporations to exploit Cuban labor and resources. Grau's government was overthrown through a combination of diplomatic and military maneuvers. By the 1930s, after a century of conquest, intervention, and imperial administration, Lake Monroe and its environs were secured. The U.S. had consolidated control over the hemisphere, and Roosevelt astutely moved to soothe simmering anti-US sentiments with his good neighbor policy, which explicitly renounced the right of any nation to intervene in the affairs of others. With U.S. economic influence, military bases, and loyal elites assiduously assembled throughout Latin America, there was less to this policy than met the eye. The Platt Amendment was finally abrogated in 1934, but the Navy's lease of Guantanamo Bay in perpetuity was not. With its military base, its dominant role within the Cuban economy, its loyal dictators, and its powerful ambassadors, the U.S. continued to exert tremendous influence over nearly all aspects of Cuban life. 25 The last of Washington's and Wall Street's brutal Havana minions was the dictator Fulgencio Batista, an army sergeant who consolidated his power within the military while ruling Cuba through elected proxies. In 1936, he overthrew his former ally, President Miguel Gómez, and with U.S. support terrorized Cuban politics for most of the next 22 years. Batista was not the stereotypical banana republic dictator. In the Americas, he was ahead of his time. He understood the refinements of 20th-century totalitarianism, keeping a tight rein on labor unions, the universities, and the press. His regime thus had more in common with Spanish and Italian fascism and Latin American military dictatorships of the 1970s and 1980s than with the post-colonial caudillo strongman tradition. Cubans were killed, tortured, or maimed by the thousands to maintain Batista's hold on power. By 1958, when he was finally overthrown by the Cuban Revolution, it was estimated that his regime had murdered 20,000 of Cuba's 7 million people. 26 Fidel Castro was never our man in Havana. He and the Cuban revolutionaries were widely viewed in the U.S. as the democratic alternative to Batista's repression, but President Eisenhower provided weapons to Batista and his army until the spring of 1958, 6 months before the guerrilla forces victoriously entered Havana. It was thus understandable that when Castro came to power, he was convinced that Eisenhower would attempt to turn back the clock. Castro warned, "If you send Marines, thousands of them will die on the beaches." 27 Castro's economic policies soon alienated Washington. An estimated $1 billion worth of US-owned Cuban assets were nationalized, including 99 sugar plantations, oil refineries, and tobacco, tourist, and real estate resources. Castro launched literacy campaigns, armed the populace, drafted doctors to serve the people, destroyed the oligarchy and curbed the bourgeoisie. 28 Many Batista loyalists were summarily tried and publicly executed. And, on December 19, 1960, Castro formally aligned Cuba with the increasingly fractured Sino-Soviet bloc. Eisenhower's response was to sever diplomatic relations with Havana and impose limited economic sanctions. Quickly upping the ante, the newly inaugurated Kennedy administration escalated the one-sided confrontation by eliminating Cuba's sugar quota in order to deprive Cuba of access to its most important market, and he succumbed to pressures from the CIA and the outgoing Eisenhower administration to approve the self-defeating invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. 29 When it came time to apportion blame, the President pointed to the CIA pointed to the Joint Chiefs, and the Joint Chiefs pointed to the President. An enduring imbalance of terror. During the Cuban Missile Crisis and in the decades that followed, most Americans believed that two, nearly equal nuclear powers had confronted one another. At the same time, they feared that they and all humanity were in danger of being killed in an omnicidal thermonuclear exchange. Hundreds of millions of lives were in jeopardy, but most were Russian, European, and Cuban lives. The primary motive driving Khrushchev's attempt to deploy nuclear-armed missiles in Cuba was the desperation that he and many Soviet military leaders felt at their vulnerability to a first-strike U.S. attack. During the crisis, the disparity of U.S. and Soviet nuclear forces led former President Eisenhower to comment that Soviet leaders must be scared as hell and to again recommend that the U.S. invade Cuba. 30 Despite Soviet attempts to intimidate the U.S. and world opinion with increasingly powerful atomic and hydrogen bomb tests, before 1955 neither Stalin nor his successors could pretend to have the ability to successfully attack the U.S. Moscow's nuclear Potemkin village did little more than pacify domestic critics in the USSR and to spur the Pentagon to accelerate the expansion of its nuclear arsenal. By 1960, when the U.S. first began deploying nuclear-armed missiles on Polaris submarines, Washington had 1,735 strategic bombers capable of eliminating the Soviet Union. In strictly numerical terms, U.S. nuclear superiority was 17:1. 31 This understates the imbalance of power and obscures the intoxication of many U.S. leaders who argued that the U.S. was capable of launching a totally disarming first-strike nuclear attack against the Soviet Union. The historian Paul Kennedy has documented that U.S. and Soviet military disparity, total firepower 100. Manpower, mobility of conventional forces, diversity, lethality, and precision of strategic weapons systems was 40:1 in the mid-1950s and nearly 10:1 a decade later after military-build UPS on both sides. This disparity, Kennedy explained, was far greater than any other, between the strongest power and its strongest rival, or group of rivals, since the modern state system came into existence in the 17th century. 32 Despite Washington's rhetoric of a missile gap and falling dominoes, the U.S. establishment appreciated its spectacular military superiority. A 1955 national intelligence estimate reported that Moscow's conciliatory approach resulted from its realization of the fact that at present U.S. nuclear capabilities greatly exceed those of the USSR and that as long as this gap exists the Soviet leaders will almost certainly wish to minimize the risk of general war. In 1958, after U-2 spy flights demonstrated that the Kremlin still had no ICBM launch sites, Eisenhower explained it more graphically to Lyndon Johnson, then majority leader in the Senate, if we were to release our nuclear stockpile on the Soviet Union, the main danger would arise not from retaliation but from fallout in the Earth's atmosphere. 33 By the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, the Kremlin may have had as many as 20 primitive intercontinental ballistic missiles theoretically capable of reaching the U.S., but to prevent corrosion, their fuel tanks were left empty, thus requiring several hours of fueling before they could be launched. Like sentries along the Great Wall of China, the missiles' guidance systems necessitated signal installations at 300-mile intervals along their flight paths, and the Soviet military had limited information about the location of U.S. targets. This compared with Washington's 284 ICBMs and 2,000 nuclear-capable bombers, which made the entire land-based Soviet strategic force highly vulnerable to a U.S. first-strike attack and left the entire Soviet Union vulnerable to counter-value annihilation. As one Soviet missile designer complained, nothing would be left of us before Moscow could launch a retaliatory strike. 34 It was difficult for Soviet generals and committed communist revolutionaries to stand aside, seeming to kowtow to the capitalists, during the Korean War, the Taiwan crises, and the initial U.S. escalation in Vietnam. Yet, throughout the 1950s, Khrushchev held firm, warning that a small imperialist war can develop into a world nuclear war, and urging communist forces not to resort to warfare. In 1958, when Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Egyptian leader, urged Moscow to threaten the U.S. in response to Marines landing in Beirut, Khrushchev refused, saying, "We are not ready for World War III." A year later, when Iraq's military leader, Abdul Karim Qasim, killed hundreds of communists following their failed attempt to gain a share of power, Moscow again stood on the sidelines. 101. 101. Admonishing communists from Vietnam to Cuba, Khrushchev warned that the Iraqi calamity was a result of premature slogans of socialist transformation, where conditions for them have not yet matured. 35. In 1962, when Khrushchev appointed Anatoly Dobrynin ambassador to the U.S., his instructions were that war with the United States was inadmissible. This was above all. 36. Kennedy contexts. Poetic vision can reflect the collective unconscious and illuminate reality. Thus, when the celebrated poet Robert Frost read his inaugural poem at the beginning hour of the Kennedy presidency, he celebrated both the young president's persona and much of the nation's expectation. The glory of a next Augustan age. Of a power leading from its strength and pride of young ambition eager to be tried. 37. With these words the old poet anticipated the imperial arrogance, militarism, hubris, and inexperience that paved the way to the Cuban Missile Crisis and to the catastrophic escalation of the Indochina War. John F. Kennedy and his cohort of East Coast can-do academics marked a generational transition from the Eisenhower era, but their arrival was less than the total break with the past trumpeted to the public. Kennedy had long straddled both wings of the Democratic Party, liberals loyal to their twice-defeated presidential candidate Adlai Stevenson and hardliners still clustered around Dean Acheson, the architect and executioner of Truman's confrontational Cold War foreign policies. David Halberstam's description of Kennedy as he assumed office was apt. There was an element of the hardliner in him, as there was to almost everyone in politics at that point. He was the epitome of the contemporary man in a cool, pragmatic age, more admiring of the old, shrewd, almost cynical establishment breed, than of the ponderous do-good types. Kennedy admired the guts and toughness of the aging wise men of the establishment, men like Acheson, McCloy, and Harriman, all of whom served Kennedy through his administration's travails. 38. Like the mythic Icarus who flew too close to the sun, dangerous and tragic currents flowed beneath Kennedy's public image of heroism, youth, and ambition. Like Franklin Roosevelt before him, he labored to conceal his ill health, chronic pain, and now notorious womanizing. 39. And, like others before him, Kennedy was not above demagoguery, raising popular fears, and distorting reality to advance his political career. Michael Beschloss. 102. 102. The presidential historian was right when he wrote, "No candidate risked more by shilling for votes than John F. Kennedy, who sowed the seeds of the gravest crises of his presidency." Kennedy urged that the U.S. support fighters for freedom who sought to oust Castro, and he hamstrung himself by wrongly accusing Eisenhower of permitting the Soviets to threaten U.S. security by allowing a non-existent missile gap that favored Moscow to emerge. 40. In fact, Pentagon and CIA briefings during and after the election were clear that there was a serious missile gap, but one that favored the U.S. 10 months after Kennedy's inauguration, Deputy Secretary of Defense Roswell Gilpatrick described the real missile gap, saying that Washington has a nuclear retaliatory force of such lethal power that an enemy move which brought it into play would be an act of self-destruction. 41. Official U.S. estimates were that Moscow had fewer than 50 ICBMs, while the U.S. had 185 and more than 3,400 deliverable nuclear bombs. According to a 1961 National Intelligence estimate, fewer than 50 was a diplomatic way of saying 4. 42. Nonetheless, having aroused the public's existential fears during the campaign, Kennedy found it politically necessary to accelerate the one-sided nuclear arms race. Within months of assuming office he won a 15% increase in military spending, accelerated production of nuclear-capable missiles, and made training for anti-guerrilla war a priority for the Army and Marines. 43. This deepened Soviet fears of a U.S. first-strike nuclear attack and contributed to Khrushchev's decision to deploy nuclear-armed missiles in Cuba. Kennedy's inner circle was dominated by younger men, most of whom were self-described pragmatic rationalists. McGeorge Bundy came from Harvard, where he was dean of a government department dedicated to ultra-realism. Like many in the administration, he had served senior policy makers during World War II. Unlike his colleagues, he was an admirer of, apologist for, and had been a collaborator with Henry L. Stimson, Secretary of War, who had played a central role in the decision to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Robert McNamara, who had served on General Curtis LeMay's staff during the fire bombings of Japanese cities, brought the profit-oriented logic of systems analysis from Ford's offices in Michigan to Pentagon and cabinet councils. Dean Rusk, who had drawn the line dividing Korea and who as Assistant Secretary of State had negotiated the fine points of the U.S.-Japan Mutual Security Treaty, returned to the State Department at Foggy Bottom as Secretary of State. Retired General Maxwell Taylor had written the best-selling book The Distant Trumpet, advocating a new strategic doctrine that relied more heavily on counterinsurgency ground forces, reinforced by threats of 103. Limited or general nuclear war. Taylor initially joined the Inner Circle as Kennedy's military advisor in the wake of the Bay of Pigs disaster, but was soon promoted to become chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Robert Kennedy, the president's younger brother who served formally as Attorney General and informally as Prime Minister, cut his political teeth as a member of Senator Joe McCarthy's staff. 44 U.S.-Soviet relations in the first years of the Kennedy presidency were characterized by intense rivalry, fear, and miscalculation. Even as Kennedy's advisors were fascinated by the emerging Sino-Soviet split and believed it could provide valuable opportunities to advance U.S. power, 45 they were challenged by Khrushchev's constant taunts and testing as he sought to gain advantage in Berlin, Southeast Asia, elsewhere in the Third World, in outer space, and in nuclear technologies, which Khrushchev boasted were equal, if not superior to Washington's. In the public mind and in the minds of many of Kennedy's advisors, Moscow seemed to be on the offensive as it sought to ally itself with the rising Third World wretched of the earth, and dared to challenge traditional U.S. primacy in Cuba and elsewhere in Latin America. 46 Though powerful, Kennedy and his circle were insecure and inflexible. Roy Medvedev, the dissident Soviet historian, was particularly perceptive, writing that the abortive coup in Cuba coincided with the defeat of pro-American, right-wing forces in Laos. The pro-American government of Ngo Dinh Diem was also finding it difficult to retain power in South Vietnam. Among Washington's ruling circles these indignities abraded a certain sensitivity, particularly in view of recent reversals in Middle East and Africa. American politicians were unaccustomed to such setbacks and were prepared neither to retreat nor to reconcile themselves to the prospect of a reduction of their influence over international politics. 47. At the June 1961 summit in Vienna, Khrushchev judged Kennedy to be an inexperienced young leader, who could be bullied, intimidated, and blackmailed. 48 He also assumed that Washington had learned some lessons from defeat at the Bay of Pigs but wouldn't refuse a chance to repeat their aggression. 49 There was some truth in Khrushchev's reading of Kennedy, but there were also dangerous miscalculations not shared by some of his closest colleagues on the Soviet Presidium. 50 Influenced by Kissinger's thinking, by Maxwell Taylor, and by the then little-known Pentagon advisor Daniel Ellsberg, the Kennedy administration broke with the Eisenhower, Dulles military doctrine of massive retaliation. Late in the Eisenhower presidency, the doctrine had begun to lose its 104 credibility. Moscow had been building its nuclear arsenal for a decade, and it was popularly believed to be capable of launching a retaliatory attack after suffering a U.S. first strike. Politicians, the public, and strategic analysts also questioned the proportionality, risks, and credibility of relying on first-strike nuclear attacks in response to every conventional challenge to U.S. power and influence. Were Guatemala, Quemoy, and Matsu, or Laos worth nuclear cataclysms or the pariah status that would follow if the U.S. initiated nuclear war during any but the most dire circumstances? Nonetheless, as Ellsberg later wrote, Kennedy and his successors believed that past and current threats had succeeded. This was why they and their successors kept making such threats and buying more and more first-use and first-strike nuclear weapons systems to maintain and increase the credibility and effectiveness of threats they expected to make in the future. 51. Kennedy's response to the critique of massive retaliation was Maxwell Taylor's flexible response. This was a synthesis of Kissinger's advocacy of threatening, and if necessary fighting, limited nuclear wars, combined with calls for greater reliance on counterinsurgency and ground forces. Kennedy's cutting-edge weapons system was the Green Beret infantryman, reinforced by escalation dominance and a diversified nuclear arsenal that could theoretically trump the Soviets at every step on the ladder of military escalation. Kennedy had reason to be confident about U.S. first strike capabilities and escalation dominance. In July 1961, the same month that he was informed of a proposed first strike attack on the Soviet Union, which appeared to be more than a contingency plan, 52. The CIA transmitted a report to the president from Oleg Penkovsky, a CIA mole in Moscow. It confirmed that the Soviet Union had built virtually no missiles and that Khrushchev was bluffing when he implied that Moscow was ready for war. Kennedy's strategic arms advisor, Karl Kaysen, also informed him that a disarming first strike against Soviet strategic forces could be carried out with a high level of confidence that it would catch them all on the ground. This report demonstrated that the whole Soviet ICBM system was suddenly obsolescent. 53. Kennedy's flexible response doctrine was premised on the belief that Soviet leaders and other potential adversaries were rational. Instead of opting for suicide, they would back down in confrontations with the U.S., leaving the field open to the Pentagon's conventional ground forces. But, should the system be tested, as Kennedy's alter ego Theodore Sorensen explained, John Kennedy was still willing to face the ultimate risk of nuclear war. He neither shrank from that risk nor rushed out to embrace it. 54. That said, despite overwhelming U.S. nuclear 105 superiority, when he faced pressures to escalate the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, he was far more cautious about threatening or initiating nuclear war than were many in his cabinet and certainly the Pentagon's Joint Chiefs. Kennedy properly feared irrationality in both Washington and Moscow. 55. A year after assuming office, Secretary of Defense McNamara revised the SIOP for nuclear war. In addition to targeting Soviet, Chinese, and Albanian cities, 56. The U.S. war plan also called for eliminating Soviet missiles, bomber bases, submarine tenders, air defenses, and control systems. Consistent with flexible response, McNamara believed that nuclear weapons could be used in a limited nuclear war, and that the U.S. must be in a position to bring the war to a conclusion on terms favorable to Washington. Confident that this could be done, McNamara informed Congress that the entire Soviet strategic arsenal was vulnerable to attack. As the Pentagon later concluded, at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, Moscow's ability to respond to a U.S. first strike attack was doubtful. The Soviet strategic situation in 1962 might have been judged as a little short of desperate. 57. With the strength, energy, and limited experience of younger men, Kennedy and many of his advisers were insensitive to the fears that their rhetoric and activism engendered in Moscow. Despite his diplomatic successes and boastful rhetoric, Khrushchev was profoundly aware of the weakness and limits of Soviet military power. He ruled, as Max Frankel observed, with a deep sense of inferiority, aware of the frailty of the Soviet Union of nationalities. He feared a resurgent Germany. And he never outgrew his view of capitalists as predatory. Khrushchev's aggressive confrontational diplomacy at the 1961 Vienna summit and elsewhere were largely designed to obscure Soviet deficits and to put the U.S. on the defensive. 58. Khrushchev was anxious as the new administration accelerated its nuclear warhead and missile production. He resented Washington's encirclement of the Soviet Union with nuclear-armed Jupiter missiles in Turkey and Italy and nuclear-armed Polaris submarines at sea. After the Bay of Pigs fiasco, Khrushchev remained sure that the Americans would never reconcile themselves to the existence of Castro's Cuba. 59. Nor could Khrushchev ignore Kennedy's warning that if Moscow resorted to military means to resolve the continuing confrontation over Berlin, we might have to take the initiative. Kennedy had threatened nuclear attack. This, as much as anything, drove Khrushchev to his desperate attempt to equalize the imbalance of terror with missile deployments in Cuba. Kennedy's first strike threat, Khrushchev warned, was a very bad mistake for which he would have to pay. 60. 106. 106. Operation Mongoose. John and Robert Kennedy were obsessed with Cuba. While Castro haunted the Kennedys as a reminder of deep humiliation and a target for revenge, 61 it was his commitment to free Latin America from U.S. hegemony that most concerned policymakers in Washington. Having removed Cuba from the U.S. imperial domain, Castro and his comrades wanted to liberate other Latin American nations as well. Speaking in Havana on February 4, 1962, he virtually declared war in what later became known as the Second Declaration of Havana. He condemned the impacts of U.S. imperialism, saying that an unending torrent of money was flowing from Latin America to the United States, some $4,000 per minute, $5 million per day, $8,000 per corpse. Castro declared that it is the duty of every revolutionary to make the revolution. 62 2 weeks later, at the president's request, Brigadier General Lansdale presented his six-phase proposal for the U.S. destabilization and overthrow of the Cuban government. Earlier, during his election campaign, when he first called for an alliance for progress with Latin America, Kennedy envisioned a campaign patterned after Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy. It would be designed to provide political, economic, social, and military alternatives to Castro's call to overcome hunger and U.S. dominance through revolutionary communism and radical redistribution of power and wealth. Plans and the proclamation for the alliance developed slowly as a result of the fallout from the Bay of Pigs fiasco and the inherent difficulties of creating a credible proposal. The challenge, as Sorensen explained, was to conceive a program to address a life expectancy less than two-thirds of our own, a lack of schools and sanitation and trained personnel, runaway inflation in some areas, shocking slums in the cities, squalor in the countryside, and a highly suspicious attitude toward American investments. When it was finally launched at a special meeting of the Inter-American Economic and Social Council in Punta del Este, Uruguay, in August 1961, the U.S. promised $20 billion over the next decades if Latin American governments took the necessary internal measures. 63 Reality, as Sorensen later conceded, did not match the rhetoric which flowed about the alliance on both sides of the Rio Grande. Kennedy's commitment to the program and to democratic governments in the hemisphere was limited. Like their predecessors, he and his advisors were less consistent in their attitude toward military takeovers. Sorensen wrote that Kennedy believed that in many countries the military often represented more competence in administration and more sympathy with the U.S. than any other group. Kennedy's contradictions were understood. 107. 107. Throughout much of Latin America. As one prescient official at the Punta del Este conference said, the United States is trying to stop Castro, nothing more. That it may do, money and guns can stop a man. But it will never stop Castroism. 64 The Kennedys were, in fact, hysterical about Castro. They were obsessed by their failure at the Bay of Pigs and constantly pressed the Pentagon and CIA to develop new plans to topple the Cuban leader. They were also haunted by Castro's growing influence in Latin America. 65 During the presidential transition, Eisenhower encouraged the president-elect to support efforts to oust Castro to the utmost, including the not-so-secret training of CIA-sponsored right-wing Cuban guerrillas in Guatemala. 66 In the spring of 1962, at the behest of the White House, Brigadier General Edward Lansdale conceived and began implementation of Operation Mongoose, a plan to invade Cuba and to overthrow Castro. Earlier, as the formerly secret 1,500 pages of possible actions to provoke, harass, or disrupt Cuba testify, Kennedy and his advisors developed a series of actions designed to delegitimate and remove Castro. Among them was Operation Dirty Trick, a plan to cover the possible failure of the Mercury space mission. If the astronaut John Glenn and the Mercury space capsule failed to return safely to Earth, The Kennedy administration intended to use manufactured evidence to prove Cuban responsibility. Operation Good Times involved showering Cuba with faked photos of an obese Castro with two voluptuous women in a lavishly furnished room and a table brimming over with the most delectable Cuban food. The flyer was to be captioned "My ration is different." Finally, Operation Bingo involved a faked attack on the Guantanamo naval base to justify a U.S. invasion. 67 Aware that the U.S. was not simply seeking to isolate his government, but to overthrow it, Castro turned increasingly to Moscow to reinforce and protect his revolutionary government. Thus, while the State Department and the Agency for International Development offered carrots to Latin America, the Pentagon prepared sticks for Cuba. In the summer and early autumn of 1961, the Joint Chiefs of Staff initiated planning for a blockade and a full-scale invasion to destroy Castro with speed, force, and determination. 68 In November, Robert Kennedy informed the planning group that higher authority wanted higher priority for Cuba. In February 1962, Lansdale presented his plan for Operation Mongoose. U.S. agents were to start moving into Cuba the following March. Between April and July, operations inside Cuba for revolution were to begin, while political, economic, and military type support were to come from the U.S. On August 1, the planning group was to receive authorization for the operations, and this was to be immediately followed. 108. 108. By guerrilla attacks within Cuba. A revolt, supported by substantial U.S. military force, was to begin 2 months later, in October, and climax in the creation of a new client Cuban state. 69 Believing that if the Soviets picked up rumblings of these plans, so much the better, the Pentagon's approach was anything but subtle. No efforts were made to disguise an Operation Mongoose-related military exercise in April, which mobilized 40,000 Marines and sailors from North Carolina to the Caribbean. The ostensible goal of this mock invasion was to unseat the mythical dictator Ortsac and culminated with an amphibious assault on the Puerto Rican island of Vieques. McNamara and Bundy have since conceded that if they had been in Moscow or Havana at that time, would have believed the Americans were preparing for an invasion. They have argued, however, that despite Kennedy's decision in March 1962 to respond promptly with military force to aid the planned Cuban revolt, the purpose of Operation Mongoose was not stronger action but a substitute for it. Others close to the planning disagree. Pierre Salinger, Kennedy's press spokesman, for example, has been clear that the aim was to destabilize Cuba and bring down the Castro regime before October 20, 1962. 70 Some essential elements, however, were lacking. Most critical was the inability of Lansdale's agents in Cuba to find popular support for a revolt that could be reinforced by the promised U.S. invasion. The operation fell hopelessly behind schedule. When October came, Robert Kennedy was still pressing senior planners, including Lansdale and CIA Director McCone, to develop new and more dynamic approaches, urging that sabotage should be brought forward immediately and that plans for mining harbors should be developed. 71 Seen from abroad, the operation's weaknesses were less visible than its military mobilizations. When Khrushchev traveled to Bulgaria in the spring of 1962, he was thinking about more than Eastern Europe, for he was deeply concerned about the obvious U.S. preparations to invade Cuba and anxious about Chinese challenges to Soviet leadership of the communist movement. He later wrote that any thought kept hammering away at my brain: what will happen if we lose Cuba? We had to establish a tangible and effective deterrent to American interference in the Caribbean. The logical answer was missiles. As General Anatoly Gribkov, who coordinated the secret deployment of Soviet missiles and war materials to Cuba, later recalled, although Khrushchev worried a great deal that the ratio of strategic weapons 300 on the Soviet side to 5,000 in the United States arsenal was heavily against the Soviet Union, his main purpose, to help the young Cuban Republic. 109. 109. Defend the freedom it had won, to deter the U.S. aggression actively being planned against it. It was Castro's fear of the anticipated U.S. invasion, reinforced by a desire to contribute to the advance of socialism, that led him to accept Khrushchev's proposal for the secret deployment of the Russian missiles. An agreement for the missile deployments in Cuba was reached in June 72. The popular history. The popular lore of the Cuban Missile Crisis was developed in the U.S. through Kennedy's televised statements and uncritical press coverage at the time. Robert Kennedy's best-selling memoir, 13 Days, Memoirs of Trusted Kennedy Associates, particularly Sorensen and Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., and Khrushchev's memoirs rounded out the picture. Since the mid-1990s, with the release of transcripts of Kennedy's secret White House recordings, declassification of official documents, and conferences involving the era's decision-makers have shed new light on the U.S., Soviet, and Cuban leaders' calculations and near-catastrophic miscalculations. As Robert Kennedy portrayed it, neither side wanted war over Cuba, but it was possible that either side could take a step that, for reasons of security or pride or face, would require a response by the other side, and eventually an escalation into armed conflict. 73. The scholars Richard E. Neustadt and Graham T. Allison described and reinforced the popular perception in their afterword to Kennedy's book. Robert Kennedy, like McNamara, was haunted by the prospect of nuclear doom. Was Khrushchev going to force the president into an insane act? In the popular imagination, U.S. leaders have been, by definition, beneficent. If the U.S. precipitated a nuclear war, it could be only the Kremlin's fault. As the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Max Frankel wrote, it all began with a Russian ploy worthy of the horse at Troy in the summer of 1962. 74. With the exception of Khrushchev's memoirs, popular history paints a picture of a confrontation between two great powers with destructive nuclear arsenals. For the most part, the Russians are depicted as being dangerously reckless, willing to force the U.S. president to take insane action. The Kennedy administration and its advisors are consistently described as careful, deliberate, and courageous. The Soviets are presented as seeking to offset a slight nuclear inferiority, or perhaps even attempting to achieve superiority, through the outrageous missile deployments. This version of events ignores the massive U.S. nuclear superiority that prevailed. Operation Mongoose, and the fears it created in Cuba and Moscow, are similarly neglected. Castro is portrayed as accepting the 110 Russian missiles simply because of his commitment to international communism. The popular lore of the crisis has been concisely summarized by Neustadt and Allison. September 6, 1962. 4 months after Khrushchev's decision, Moscow lands nuclear-capable missiles in Cuba. October 14. A U-2 reconnaissance aircraft flying over Cuba photographs the missiles, initiating what U.S. policymakers experience as a 13-day crisis. October 22. President Kennedy initiates the public confrontation with his televised speech, during which he announces the presence of the Soviet missiles, demands their withdrawal, declares the military quarantine of Cuba, and places U.S. military forces on alert. Khrushchev responds by placing Soviet forces on alert and threatening to sink U.S. ships if they interfere with Soviet ships en route to Cuba. October 24. At the climax of one of the two most harrowing periods of the confrontation, Soviet ships bound for Cuba stop short of the quarantine line. Some return to the Soviet Union. October 26. Nikita Khrushchev sends President Kennedy a rambling, existential threatening letter proposing withdrawal of Soviet missiles from Cuba in exchange for a U.S. pledge not to invade Cuba. October 27. Khrushchev's letter of October 26 is superseded by a tougher letter demanding U.S. missiles in Turkey also be withdrawn. President Kennedy indicates his willingness to accept Khrushchev's initial offer to trade the Cuban missiles for a no-invasion pledge. He warns that if withdrawal of the Soviet missiles does not begin the following day, a U.S. airstrike or invasion would follow on Monday or Tuesday, the 29th, or 30th. October 28. The confrontation climaxes when the Kremlin announces its missiles will be withdrawn. 75. Despite its limitations, there is much that is revealing and terrifying, if little remarked, in the official history. To begin with, the freewheeling debate within XCOM has been honored for providing options and fluidity during the crisis. 76 In fact, several senior figures, including McNamara, careened from one extreme to the other in their recommendations. Throughout the confrontation, XCOM was consistently divided into two camps. 1, led by Chip Bolin and Llewellyn Thompson, former ambassadors to the Soviet Union, and by Robert Kennedy, believed Soviet leaders were 111 rational and would back down in the face of U.S. will and theoretical ability to overwhelm them at each step up the ladder of escalation. However, they also understood that the logic of prestige and power could create situations in which neither side would withdraw without resort to nuclear weapons. 77 One of the more likely escalation scenarios that most frightened Robert Kennedy was that if we carried out an airstrike against Cuba and the Soviet Union answered by attacking Turkey, all NATO was going to be involved. Then, the president would have to decide whether he would use nuclear weapons against the Soviet Union, and all mankind would be threatened. 78 Similar scenarios began with fighting at sea after the sinking of a Soviet freighter or naval vessel that attempted to break the U.S. blockade. Kennedy's frightening scenario assumed that Khrushchev might have been unwilling, or unable, to withdraw Soviet missiles from Cuba following the president's October 27 warnings. With little political room of his own in which to maneuver, Kennedy would then have approved airstrikes against Soviet missiles, nuclear weapons bunkers, and Ilyushin bombers in Cuba. In response to the public humiliation of devastating U.S. airstrikes against its forces in Cuba, Khrushchev would have ordered the destruction of U.S. missile bases in Turkey. Moving to the next rung of escalation, this would, at a minimum, have triggered US and NATO attacks on Soviet missile bases. Finally, fearing further US attacks and driven by the logic of use them or lose them, Moscow would likely have launched its remaining nuclear arsenal against US and European cities, and Washington would have retaliated with its intercontinental and sea-based ballistic missiles. 79 The second powerful, but ultimately less influential, camp within XCOM was dogmatic in its belief that the Soviets would respond rationally to the decisive imbalance of forces and accede to U.S. demands. This group, led by Dean Acheson, Treasury Secretary Dillon, and Assistant Secretary of Defense Paul Nitze, believed that the U.S. strategic and tactical military advantage was so overwhelming that if there was a risk, it lasted only until our destroyers, troops, and aircraft were deployed in the Atlantic and Florida. As Acheson put it, so long as we had the thumbscrew on Khrushchev, we should have given it another turn every day. This group's values and commitments were similar to the Joint Chiefs, one of whose members, General Curtis LeMay, told the president that there would be no reaction from Moscow to a U.S. invasion. 80 Throughout the crisis, unaware of both the number of Soviet troops in Cuba and that Moscow's commanding general in Cuba was authorized to use his tactical nuclear weapons to defend the missile deployments, the 112 Joint Chiefs consistently pressed the president to approve a military attack against Soviet and Cuban forces in Cuba. 81 The Kennedy administration's response reflected its commitment to maintain its nuclear superiority. Throughout the crisis, the White House relied on its flexible response and escalation dominance doctrines, and repeatedly demonstrated its willingness to risk apocalyptic nuclear war. At the height of the crisis, Kennedy instructed Adlai Stevenson, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, that the United States would not be shaken in its determination to get the missiles out of Cuba. There was to be no wobbling. The time had come to turn the screw. 82 days later, the president's October 27 letter to Khrushchev concluded with an ultimatum from which it would have been impossible to back down. What led Khrushchev to risk a nuclear confrontation? His memoirs confirm that his primary motivation was fear that the U.S. would further exploit the absence of a Soviet nuclear deterrent, including the possibility that Kennedy might order a first strike attack. 83 By deploying nuclear weapons in Cuba, Khrushchev sought to rectify the imbalance of terror, achieving mutual assured destruction a decade earlier than proved the case. From Khrushchev's perspective, the Americans would think twice before trying to liquidate our installations by military means. If a quarter or even a tenth of our missiles survived, even if only one or two big ones were left, we could still hit New York. An awful lot of people would be wiped out. He wanted to give Washington a little bit of their own medicine. This sobered Kennedy, if not all of his advisors. 84. Deception, perception, and escalation dominance. Paralyzed by cognitive dissonance throughout the summer of 1962, Kennedy and his senior officials discounted intelligence reports and rumors circulating among the Cuban immigrant community about the arrival of Soviet troops and missiles in Cuba. The Soviets had always respected U.S. hegemony in the Western Hemisphere, and they understood the dangers of trying to challenge it. The president concluded that these claims were exaggerated and designed to entice the U.S. to attempt to reconquer its former colony. Throughout August and September, Kennedy refused to take seriously alarms being raised by John McCone and his assistant Ray Klein at the CIA. Almost a month before the first missiles arrived in the port of Mariel on September 15, McCone sent Kennedy a memorandum explaining that the arrival of 4,000 to 5,000 Soviet bloc technicians and possibly 113 military personnel and the arrival of many shiploads of equipment and material in July and August meant that the Kremlin planned to use Cuba as a base of medium-range ballistic missiles. McCone recommended 3 courses of action: 1. Awaken all of Latin America and all of the free world as to the extreme dangers inherent in the present Cuban situation, and 2. Make an instantaneous commitment of sufficient armed forces to occupy the country, destroy the regime, free the people. His third recommendation remains classified. 85. 2 days later he warned that if Cuba succeeds, we can expect most of Latin America to fall. In early September, Klein reported that U-2 photography confirms extensive Soviet military deliveries to Cuba in recent weeks. 86. On September 10, 5 days before the Soviet missiles arrived, McCone sent a desperate telegram from his honeymoon. Measures now being taken are for purpose of ensuring secrecy of some offensive capabilities such as MRBMs to be installed by Soviets after present phase completed and country secured from overflights. 87. Under mounting election year pressure from Senator Kenneth Keating, who charged that the Kennedy administration had turned a blind eye to Soviet missile deployments in Cuba, and McCone's hammering the same theme, the administration devoted September 4 to containing the growing political crisis. The day began with Kennedy's cabinet rehearsing debates that would become existential 6 weeks later. McNamara complained that even the outmoded MiG fighter bombers that Moscow was shipping to Cuba undermined Latin American confidence in the U.S. Bundy argued that if the Soviet Union deployed nuclear-armed missiles in Cuba, it would create a turning point, transforming the Soviet presence there from defensive to offensive. But, he cautioned, this would still leave the U.S. with a 15:1 nuclear advantage. Rusk argued that missile deployments would be unacceptable, necessitating a systematic blockade to weaken Cuba, which could also provide a way to avoid an invasion that would end in a bloodbath. 88. Meeting later in the day with congressional leaders, Kennedy assured them that he was monitoring the situation in Cuba and was concerned that if he ultimately found it necessary to declare a blockade, they had to be prepared for renewed Soviet pressure on West Berlin. Pressed by Democratic leaders as well as by Republicans, Kennedy promised that if the Soviets deployed surface-to-surface missiles in Cuba, the situation would then be quite changed and we would have to act. Finally, 2. 114. Reassure the public. Made anxious by Senator Keating's charges, Press Secretary Salinger issued a statement that there was no evidence of Soviet bloc combat forces in Cuba, nor any indication that the Soviets were establishing military bases or offensive ground-to-ground missiles there. Were it to be otherwise, he pledged, the gravest issues would arise. On learning of Salinger's announcement, Khrushchev began to fear that his nuclear gambit had been detected. He responded by ordering reinforcement of Soviet troops already en route to the island, including nuclear-armed artillery shells to resist or deter an invasion. 89 Khrushchev's fears were premature. An unauthorized U-2 intrusion of Sakhalin Island east of Siberia had led the president to suspend all U-2 flights until operational procedures could be reviewed. Spy flights over Cuba were thus halted for more than a month and did not resume until October 14. The shock came the following day when it was reported that U-2 reconnaissance film demonstrated that the Kremlin was indeed deploying medium-range missiles to Cuba. Construction of 2, or possibly 3, missile sites had begun. To regain the element of surprise, Kennedy insisted that the news and the deliberations of what became the ExComm remain entirely secret. The range of the administration's immediate and reflexive responses was breathtaking. Possibly playing the role of devil's advocate, Kennedy wondered aloud if the deployments made any difference, saying incorrectly, "They've got enough to blow us up now anyway," but complaining that it makes them look co-equal with us. 90 McNamara reported that the Pentagon opposed any negotiations with the Kremlin. The Joint Chiefs were convinced that diplomacy would delay and possibly prevent the U.S. from prevailing. They wanted to hit all Soviet and Cuban planes, airfields, guns, and nuclear storage sites, then erect a naval blockade to prevent new weapon deliveries and finish the job with a full-scale invasion. 91 Rusk was nearly as belligerent, arguing that the U.S. had not intervened during the aborted 1956 Hungarian uprising because Budapest was within the Soviet sphere, while his action in this hemisphere violates the historic well-known foreign policies of the United States in this hemisphere. 92 Edwin Martin, Assistant Secretary for American Republics Affairs, crystallized the administration's understanding of the crisis by arguing that it's a psychological factor that we have sat back and let them do it to us. That is more important than the direct threat. 93 This view was reinforced by revised national intelligence estimates that warned. A major Soviet objective in their military buildup in Cuba is to demonstrate that the world balance of forces has shifted so far in their favor that the U.S. can no longer prevent the advance of Soviet offensive power. 115. 115. Even into its own hemisphere. At the same time, they expect their missile forces in Cuba to make an important contribution to their total strategic capability vis-a-vis the U.S. 94. The psychological underpinnings of U.S. imperial domination of the Americas and beyond were now in jeopardy. Seeing Cuba as a pistol aimed at the Western Hemisphere, ExComm's initial consensus was that an air strike against the missile sites could be the only course. 2 days into the crisis, Robert Kennedy suggested that the casus belli could be sinking the Maine again, or something. Suggestions for what something could be included a fake attack on Guantanamo. 95 3 days into the crisis, Sorensen summarized ExComm's thinking. It is generally agreed that these missiles, even when fully operational, do not significantly alter the balance of power. Nevertheless, it is generally agreed that the United States cannot tolerate the known presence of offensive nuclear weapons in a country 90 miles from our shores if our courage and commitments are ever to be believed by either allies or adversaries. The following possible tracks or course of action have each been considered. Track A: political action, pressure, and warning, followed by a military strike if satisfaction is not received. Track B: a military strike without prior warning, accompanied by messages making clear the limited nature of this action. Track C: political actions and warning followed by a total naval blockade. Track D: full-scale invasion, to take Cuba away from Castro. Obviously any one of these could lead to one of the others. 96. Before becoming a leading advocate for a naval quarantine of military equipment bound for Cuba, Secretary of Defense McNamara had won the general agreement of ExComm that the Soviet missiles in Cuba would not significantly alter the global imbalance of power. The deployments reduced the warning time of a Soviet attack, but this would not seriously diminish U.S. ability to retaliate with a nation-killing second strike nuclear attack. From McNamara's perspective, the missiles represented an inevitable occurrence, narrowing the missile gap between the United States and the USSR. It simply happened sooner rather than later. McNamara initially believed that it mattered little whether the US had 17 times more or fewer nuclear weapons than the Soviet Union. In either case, the number of American casualties would be unacceptable. 97. 116. 116. McNamara's early rationality wilted under arguments that the Soviet missile deployments undermined U.S. credibility and commitments, and he conceded that the political effect in Latin America and elsewhere would be large. The president concurred, saying he was less concerned about the missiles' military implications than with their effect on the global balance. It represented a provocative change in the status quo. Missiles on Soviet territory or submarines were very different from missiles in the Western Hemisphere, particularly in their political and psychological effect on Latin America. 98. Domestic political considerations also preoccupied the president throughout the crisis. Ironically, as Adlai Stevenson argued, the potential political impact of the missile deployments, not their military or existential implications, was a decisive factor. No politician, he argued, could have missed the significance of Russian missiles in Cuba. We just had to get them out of there. This was the first time that the Latin Americans were also directly involved or threatened. 99. This was not a new argument for the Kennedys, who understood the crisis as a threat to the presidency. On first receiving news of the missile deployments, John Kennedy's response had been, "He can't do that to me." New York Times journalist Max Frankel later wrote that the missile deployments made Kennedy appear not just weak but also dangerously gullible. Like Khrushchev, both domestic political and imperial imperatives required that he prove that he and his nation were not weak. 100. The Kennedys were thus desperate to contain the psychological political damage of having been publicly humiliated by Khrushchev's deceptions and the possibility that if he prevailed, much of the world would be in awe of Moscow's ability to challenge the U.S. on its home ground, the Western Hemisphere. Kennedy underscored the role domestic politics played in his calculations and nuclear threats when, on October 24, as U.S. naval forces prepared to confront Soviet ships approaching the quarantine zone, he confided to his brother Robert that they had no choice. The alternative to escalating the nuclear confrontation, he believed, was impeachment. "That's what I think," the president said, "I would have been impeached." 101. Within days, ExComm narrowed the options to two: blockade Cuba or bomb the missile sites before their construction was complete. McNamara, joined by Robert Kennedy and George Ball, argued that a blockade was a form of limited pressure, which could be increased as the circumstances warranted. Kennedy could move up the ladder of escalation to airstrikes, invasion, or, in a worst-case scenario, war with the Soviet Union. 102. 117. 117. Former Ambassador Thompson played a key role in tipping the balance toward a blockade, arguing that it was highly doubtful that the Russians would resist a blockade with military action. In crises over Berlin, the Soviets had backed away from their military threats. In Cuba, 5,000 miles further away, Thompson explained, Moscow faced even greater military disadvantages. By showing restraint with a blockade rather than moving immediately to military attacks, Kennedy would also win support in Western Europe, whose peoples and governments had lived within range of the Soviet nuclear arsenal for most of the previous decade. Most importantly, a quarantine provided Khrushchev with the least humiliating and politically threatening way to back down and remove his missiles. 103. Throughout the crisis, the Joint Chiefs and their allies in ExComm pressed for aggressive military action. From the beginning, Acheson, Taylor, and Nitze argued for airstrikes. They thought a blockade could not guarantee that the missiles would be withdrawn. Airstrikes, they argued, would focus the confrontation on Castro and Cuba, while a blockade courted the danger of Moscow moving to horizontal escalation by blockading West Berlin. 104. Challenging Robert Kennedy's doubts that airstrikes would be entirely successful and were reminiscent of Tojo's surprise attack against Pearl Harbor, Acheson hammered away that the Monroe Doctrine made clear to all the world the United States would not tolerate the intrusion of any European power into the Americas. The president, Acheson argued, had warned Moscow that the US would be forced to act if it moved offensive weapons to Cuba, and Congress had publicly authorized the president to prevent such deployments by whatever means may be necessary, including the use of arms. 105 Kennedy consulted former President Eisenhower, who backed the more aggressive approach. He feared that a blockade would be indecisive and pointed to the difficulties of enforcing it. Eisenhower preferred military action which would cut off Havana and therefore take over the heart of the government. He proposed that it be done by airborne divisions rather than storming beachheads in a conventionally slow invasion. 106 advocates of military attacks or an invasion believed that the U.S. had an overwhelming military advantage. As Maxwell Taylor advised on October 26, as the crisis neared its climax, "We have the strategic advantage, this is no time to run scared." 107 Initially, advocates of a blockade, renamed a quarantine to avoid the appearance of a formal act of war, prevailed. They succeeded only because a blockade did not rule out the possibility of later escalation. Within days U.S. nuclear forces were placed on alert. Planning for 2,000 bombing sorties against Cuba was completed, 250,000 troops were mobilized for an invasion of Cuba, and the leaders of Operation Mongoose were ordered. 118. To create a political office to plan for a post-Castro Cuban government. On the night of October 27, when Robert Kennedy met with Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin at the height of the crisis, he warned that we had to have a commitment by tomorrow that those bases would be removed. If they did not remove those bases, we would remove them. 108. The discriminatory principle of nuclear inequality. Few in the U.S. were aware of how great the U.S. nuclear advantage was or of Pentagon estimates of the number of people who would be killed in a first strike attack. While Kennedy could order 284 ICBMs to be launched against Soviet and Chinese bases and cities, Khrushchev had 4 that were theoretically operational. 109 Nuclear war would be fought, if that is the right word, primarily with hydrogen bombs. In an all-out nuclear war 275 to 325 million people would die within the first 6 months of a U.S. nuclear attack. Over time, 100 million more would die in Eastern Europe. Depending on the time of the year and the direction of the wind, as many as another 100 million people could die in Western Europe. Afghanistan and Japan, which were in the path of the fallout, would be wiped out. 110 There was also the political reality of appearances. Khrushchev was preoccupied by the affront that the United States had already surrounded the Soviet Union with its own bomber bases and missiles. American missiles were aimed against us in Turkey and Italy, to say nothing of West Germany. 111 Unknown to the public, during the crisis considerable debate within EXCOM focused on the fate of these obsolete missiles and the insistence that the U.S. protect the discriminatory principle that it could base nuclear missiles along the Soviet Union's borders, but that the Soviet Union could not reciprocate. At the height of the confrontation, EXCOM was nearly unanimous in preferring the risk of apocalyptic nuclear war over compromising this principle. 112 The possibility of exchanging the withdrawal of missiles in Turkey for those in Cuba was first raised 3 days into the crisis by George Ball, who proposed making a deal with the bases for Turkey. "We substitute Polaris for the missiles we've got there. It doesn't have to be all-out war." 113 2 days later, Adlai Stevenson joined Ball in advocating this strategic compromise, which would in no way diminish U.S. nuclear dominance. Unknown to most EXCOM members, before the crisis Kennedy had twice issued instructions for the 15 Jupiter missiles in Turkey to be removed. 119. Secretary of Defense McNamara had earlier described the Jupiters as a pile of junk. 114 They were unreliable, inaccurate, obsolete, and too easily sabotaged. The Turkish government had opposed their removal, and Kennedy's instructions were lost in the diplomatic morass. Shortly before the missile crisis, the Joint Congressional Committee on Atomic Energy returned to the issue by recommending Jupiter and Thor missiles in Turkey and Italy be withdrawn. 115 Despite this history, Kennedy bluntly rejected Ball's and Stevenson's recommendations. Withdrawing the missiles in response to a Soviet threat, he believed, would communicate that we were in a state of panic, 116 undermining U.S. alliances and credibility. Kennedy was supported in his initial rejection of the Ball, Stevenson proposal by Ambassador Hare in Istanbul, who wrote that removal Jupiters from Turkey in context of Cuban situation would present major problem not only in terms of bilateral Turkish-American relationship but also NATO association. Turks deeply resent any coupling of Turkey and Cuba on ground that situations completely different. 117 On October 25, 10 days into the crisis, as the US and the USSR approached the brink of nuclear war, debate over the Jupiter missiles broke unexpectedly into the public domain. Walter Lippmann, the dean of liberal journalists, possibly encouraged by Ball, opened the day with a politically explosive proposal in the Washington Post, which was read by President Kennedy, Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin, and many others. 118 Lippmann proposed that the president seek a face-saving agreement. He was clear that he was not advocating a Cuba-Berlin horse trade, explaining that the two were not analogous. The only place that is truly comparable with Cuba, he wrote, is Turkey. This is the only place where there are strategic weapons right on the frontier of the Soviet Union. Lippmann went on to describe a second similarity between the military bases in Cuba and Turkey. Both were of little military value. Lippmann's proposal was given little consideration in ExComm or in the media that day. Instead, attention focused on the first, and uneventful, interception of a Soviet ship in the quarantine zone. 119 2 days later, as the Soviets were completing construction of their Cuban missile bases, and as pressure in the White House and Congress mounted for an immediate invasion of Cuba, the fate of the missiles in Turkey moved to center stage. The Kremlin's tough and formal October 27 letter to President Kennedy, broadcast internationally, declared that the Jupiter missiles would have to be withdrawn from Turkey if the crisis was to be resolved peacefully. The Soviet leaders wrote, "You are worried over Cuba. You say that it worries you because it lies at a distance of 90 miles across the sea from the shores of the 120 United States. However, Turkey lies next to us. Our sentinels are pacing up and down and watching each other. Do you believe that you have the right to demand security for your country, and the removal of such weapons that you qualify as offensive, while not recognizing this right for us?" 120. Robert Kennedy later recalled that the proposal the Russians made was not unreasonable and did not amount to a loss to the US or to our NATO allies. It was simply unacceptable, and left the president feeling vulnerable, troubled, and angry. Until he secretly joined Khrushchev in Blinking on October 28, he continued to resist withdrawing the missiles from Turkey under Soviet threat, but he was loath to involve the US and mankind in a catastrophic war over missile sites in Turkey that were antiquated. Within ExComm, former Ambassador Thompson warned that the Soviet proposal had a glittering symmetry, but that accepting it would be seen as proof of Washington's weakness. Rusk and Bundy agreed. "If we appear to be trading the defense of Turkey for the threat in Cuba, the NATO alliance, and thus US global dominance, would be severely undermined." McNamara and Dillon concurred that the missiles should not be withdrawn to reach a settlement. 121 The President and ExComm, most of whose members now pressed for an invasion of Cuba, agreed to make one last effort to avoid war by accepting a formula that was never in fact proposed by the Soviets. In a letter to Khrushchev, Kennedy signaled that if the Soviet Union withdrew its missiles under UN supervision and pledged not to repeat the deployment of missiles to Cuba, the US would give assurances against an invasion of Cuba. Kennedy's secret offer also made an oblique reference to the Jupiter missiles. "Withdrawal of Soviet missiles from Cuba," he wrote, "would enable us to work toward a more general arrangement regarding other armaments as proposed in your second letter, which you made public." Soviet failure to accept this proposal, Kennedy continued, would surely lead to an intensification of the Cuban crisis and a grave risk to the peace of the world. 122 The October 27 ExComm meeting adjourned with the belief that the next day Kennedy would order airstrikes and the invasion of Cuba to begin on October 29 or 30. 123 Even as he worried that he might not see another Saturday, Secretary McNamara reminded Robert Kennedy that they would need to organize a government for Cuba. Someone even joked that Robert Kennedy should be appointed mayor of Havana. 124 That evening Robert Kennedy was dispatched to meet with Ambassador Dobrynin to ensure that the Russians fully understood the proposal and that time was running out. Unknown to all but the president, during the meeting Robert Kennedy confirmed that the president was willing to make an additional concession to secure the withdrawal of the Soviet missiles. 121. 121. The other armaments were, he stressed, the Jupiters in Turkey. They would be removed within 3 months, but only if Khrushchev preserved the secret. With no assurances that Moscow would respond favorably, when Robert Kennedy returned to the White House, the president ordered 24 Air Force Reserve troop carrier squadrons to active duty. They would be needed for an invasion. Khrushchev proved less willing to gamble with the lives of hundreds of millions of people than were Kennedy and his advisors. The following morning he and the Kremlin blinked a second time. They rationally agreed to the humiliation of publicly withdrawing their missiles from Cuba in exchange for guarantees that Cuba would not be attacked and for the highly secret anticipated thoughtful appraisal of the international situation. 125. Other truths. With the end of the Cold War, US and Soviet archives began to disclose their secrets. In the 1990s, long secret documents were finally made public, and the surviving dramatis personae of the missile crisis had opportunities to meet in conferences, sharing their memories and exploring each side's calculations and miscalculations. While confirming many details of the official history, the secret memoranda and encounters revealed that the dangers of escalation to nuclear war were far greater than most people, including many policymakers, understood at the time. The confrontation was, indeed, the most dangerous crisis in human history. More than once, individual or collective actions had brought the world precariously close to nuclear cataclysm. Similarly, little-known decisions by those who precipitated the crisis and by a Soviet submarine commander saved hundreds of millions of lives. It is widely assumed that, as the U.S. Constitution provides, the President is the Commander-in-Chief of U.S. military forces and that they are fully under his command. In fact, as illustrated by divisions between civilian and uniformed military leaders over the A-bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki or over the wisdom and strategies of invading Iraq in 2003, White House and Pentagon agendas do not always coincide. Worse, unauthorized actions by senior military officers during the Cuban Missile Crisis provided a stark reminder that the military is a human institution whose members can act and have acted independently of the president and his most senior advisors. As General William Smith recounted during the 1992 Havana Conference, which brought together surviving U.S., Russian, and Cuban missile crisis decision-makers, the Joint Chiefs and the White House pursued similar 122 and different goals during the crisis. President Kennedy had one primary goal, the withdrawal of the Soviet missiles from Cuba. The Joint Chiefs shared that goal, but they also sought to use the crisis to oust Castro, to regain the respect of the White House, and to meet the parochial needs of the individual services. 126 Tensions between Kennedy and his generals over whether to invade Cuba were so great that General LeMay all but called the president a coward to his face. The president's secret tape recordings also reveal that after Kennedy deferred the Joint Chiefs' proposal for an invasion, Marine Commander David Shoup cursed him, and General Wheeler was so upset by Kennedy's refusal to authorize an invasion that he told Maxwell Taylor, "I never thought I'd live to see the day when I would want to go to war." 127 Even before Kennedy's secret tape recordings were made public, Raymond Garthoff, a special assistant in the State Department during the Kennedy years, reported something that even ExComm didn't know at the time. It was long known that immediately prior to his October 22 speech, Kennedy ratcheted up the alert status of U.S. nuclear forces to a DEFCON 3 alert. In addition to heightening the alert for U.S. missiles, 66 nuclear bombers were constantly airborne, and 8 aircraft carriers were deployed with 180 other warships to the Caribbean. 128 Garthoff's revelation was that 2 nights later, on October 24, the commander of the Strategic Air Command, General Thomas Power, on his own authority, sent out the DEFCON 2 alert instructions to all SAC units, in the clear. Just so the Soviets could pick it up. General Power had simply taken it upon himself to rub the Soviets' noses in their nuclear inferiority. 129 earlier that day, under orders from Moscow, Soviet ships stopped dead in the water moments before sailing into the quarantine zone. With a military confrontation at sea at least temporarily postponed, Kennedy had stressed to Secretary of Defense McNamara the imperative of giving Kremlin leaders time and political space to think. The last thing he wanted was an unauthorized shot or unanticipated incident to intensify the crisis. McNamara's attention had been, understandably, concentrated on the Navy, not the Strategic Command. As McNamara later recalled, no matter how hard you tried, no matter how much rationality you tried to inject into the process, it just never turned out the way you anticipated. 130 In addition to General Power's reckless escalation of the nuclear threat, at least 2 incidents served as catalysts for McNamara's law. It is impossible to predict with a high degree of certainty the consequences of the use of military force because of the risk of accident, miscalculation, inadvertence, and loss of control. 131. 123. 123. The first is now legendary and has been recounted by both McNamara and his then deputy, Roswell Gilpatrick. On the night of October 24, still focused on the need to enforce U.S. naval tranquility in the Caribbean, McNamara became concerned that he was not being well informed. He and Gilpatrick went unannounced to the Flag Plot, the Navy's command center in the Pentagon, a naval sanctuary that was traditionally off-limits to civilians, including the Secretary of Defense. The 2 civilian officials crossed the threshold and questioned the duty officer before Admiral Anderson, the Navy's Chief of Staff, appeared and worked to divert the Secretary of Defense's attention. 132 McNamara had noticed a marker that indicated that a U.S. ship was in the ocean by itself, far from the quarantine line. He asked Anderson its significance and was told that the marker represented a ship monitoring a Soviet submarine. McNamara's questions became an interrogation. What was the U.S. ship doing there? Was there a chance of a confrontation between the 2 ships? What were the ship commander's orders in the event of an engagement? Anderson's reply was near insubordination. Navy knew all there was to know about running a blockade since the days of John Paul Jones. McNamara's 3rd degree then became a lecture. The object was not to shoot anybody but to communicate a political message to Khrushchev. The operation must be run to avoid humiliating the Russians, if at all possible, otherwise Khrushchev might start a war. Gilpatrick marked the exchange as a turning point within the Pentagon. From that point on they were submitting, asking approvals. 133 After the missile crisis, but before he was banished from the Pentagon to serve as U.S. ambassador to Portugal, Admiral Anderson more accurately described the meaning of the marker. The presence of many Russian submarines in the Caribbean and Atlantic waters provided perhaps the finest opportunity since World War II for U.S. naval anti-submarine warfare to exercise their trade, to perfect their skills and to manifest their capability to detect and follow submarines of another nation. During the crisis, 6 Soviet submarines were harried mercilessly and forced to surface. 134 On one occasion, unknown to Anderson and his civilian commanders, this finest opportunity brought Washington and Moscow within minutes of a nuclear exchange. The potential dangers of not being fully in control of its military were revisited 3 days later, at the height of the confrontation on October 27. Already shaken by the news of a U-2 being brought down over Cuba when Soviet forces believed the U.S. invasion had already begun, and struggling to determine how to respond to the Kremlin's demand for the withdrawal of U.S. missiles from Turkey, President Kennedy and ExCom received news of a second U-2 incident. A plane based in Alaska had inadvertently flown 124 over Soviet airspace while on an air sampling mission. Soviet planes had unsuccessfully given chase. After concluding that the Kremlin was unlikely to interpret the incursion as the prelude to an attack, the president remarked, "There is always some son of a bitch who doesn't get the word." Khrushchev was also made aware of the incident, writing the next day that is it not a fact that an intruding American plane could easily be taken for a nuclear bomber, which might push us to a fateful step. 135 As Kennedy read about intruding U.S. warplanes, neither he nor Khrushchev was aware that a single Soviet submarine captain had courageously prevented nuclear war. It was later revealed that the most dangerous moment of the Cold War, possibly, as Kennedy historian Arthur Schlesinger has written, the most dangerous moment in human history, came on the evening of October 27. While policymakers and diplomats worked to avert nuclear war on terms that served their imperial and political interests, a naval confrontation in the Caribbean resulted in an incident which McNamara has conceded could easily have escalated into a full-scale nuclear exchange. 136 Off the Cuban coast, a submerged Soviet submarine armed with nuclear torpedoes was trapped and bombarded by a U.S. warship patrolling off Cuba. The U.S. destroyer's crew were perfecting their skills by pounding the submarine with depth charges but were unaware that they were tormenting a nuclear-armed warship. The depth charge explosions created pandemonium aboard the Soviet submarine, and resulted in panic as its oxygen supply was exhausted and crew members began to faint. Two of the submarine's three commanders ordered preparations for retaliation with nuclear torpedoes, with one saying, "We're going to blast them now. We will die, but we will sink them all. We will not disgrace our Navy." As Thomas Blanton of the National Security Archive wrote, "A guy named Arkhipov saved the world." Agreement of all three of the submarine's captains was required to authorize the firing of nuclear torpedoes, and Arkhipov insisted on waiting for orders from Moscow. 137 There was more. At the 1992 conference in Havana, General Anatoly Gribkov, the man responsible for coordinating the deployments of Soviet missiles, troops, and other war materials to Cuba, sparked a debate that still churns over how close the US and the Soviet Union came to nuclear war in the closing hours of the missile crisis. As Gribkov testified, the Soviet arsenal in Cuba included tactical nuclear weapons to be used to repel a US invasion of Cuba. The debate is whether General Pylyev, the commander of Soviet forces, was authorized to use them without additional clearance from Moscow throughout the entire crisis. 138 According to Gribkov, in the last days of the confrontation just half of the R-12 medium-range ballistic missiles deployed to Cuba. 125 were ready to be fueled and none had targeting technologies installed. Nor had any longer-range M14 MRBMs reached the stage of readiness. However, 12 Luna rockets and 80 FKR cruise missiles were in place and targeted on likely beachheads and ocean approaches of a possible U.S. invasion. 139 Gribkov revealed that in July 1962, as Pylyev prepared to leave for Cuba, in the presence of the Soviet Defense Minister Khrushchev had personally given General Issa Pylyev authority to use his battlefield weapons and their atomic charges if, in the heat of combat, he could not contact Moscow. This authority did not extend to the intermediate-range missiles which could reach the U.S. mainland. Gribkov carried a reconfirmation of these orders to Pylyev when he joined the Soviet forces in Cuba in early October. In mid-October, as Khrushchev began to fear that his secret gambit had been discovered and that the first shipments of Soviet missiles could be destroyed from the air at one blow, he revised Pylyev's orders. The general was to take immediate steps to raise combat readiness and to repulse the enemy together with the Cuban army and with all the power of the Soviet forces, except for Statsenko's means and all of Beloborodov's cargoes. Statsenko's means were the MRBMs that could reach the United States, Beloborodov's cargoes were the Luna rockets, cruise missiles, 4 atomic mines, and atomic bombs for the Ilyushin 28s. Faced with the imminent danger of war, Khrushchev was sufficiently rational to reduce the nuclear risk. 140 But the revision of Plyev's orders did not remove the possibility that Soviet troops in Cuba would fire their tactical nuclear weapons if the U.S. invaded Cuba. Gribkov has since maintained that U.S. airstrikes would have destroyed all the MRBM sites in Cuba and all the Ilyushin bombers. U.S. attackers, he wrote, would have cut the Soviet and Cuban defense forces to pieces, disrupting communications on the island and severing contact with Moscow. He has been less certain that tactical nuclear weapons warheads would have been found and destroyed. Because they were inspired by the spirit of the Cuban Revolution and had orders to fight independently, until the enemy was completely destroyed, Gribkov has argued that a desperate group of Soviet defenders, with or without orders from above, have been able to arm and fire a Luna warhead or a more powerful cruise missile. If such a rocket had hit U.S. troops or ships, Gribkov asked, would it have been the last shot of the Cuban crisis or the first of a global nuclear war? 141 Had either the Lunas or cruise missiles been fired, U.S. forces would have moved quickly up the ladder of escalation. The U.S. invasion plan. 126. 126. Required that tactical nuclear weapons be readily available and used in retaliation for the employment of nuclear weapons against U.S. forces. 142 Castro's contribution to the intensity of the crisis and to Khrushchev's decision to withdraw the missiles was also elaborated at the 1992 conference. On October 27, as the crisis became acute, Cuban anti-aircraft batteries were ordered to fire on U.S. reconnaissance planes. When the Cuban batteries began to fire, Soviet officers thought combat had begun and that the previous restraints on Soviet forces had been superseded. Soviet gunners thus launched the surface-to-air missile that destroyed a U-2 spy plane and killed its pilot. XCOM's initial response was that the U.S. had no option but to launch air attacks against Cuba. Kennedy wisely declined to be swept up into the war fever. More disturbing was the confirmation that Castro, facing an imminent invasion, pressed Khrushchev to launch a preemptive nuclear attack in the event of the U.S. attack. Castro recalled, "We started from the assumption that if there was an invasion of Cuba, nuclear war would erupt. We were certain of that. Everybody here was simply resigned to the fate that we would be forced to pay the price, that we would disappear. Before having the country totally occupied, we were ready to die in the defense of our country. I would have agreed, in the event of invasion, with the use of tactical nuclear weapons. I wish we had had the tactical nuclear weapons. It would have been wonderful." 143. In his memoirs, Khrushchev recorded that Castro in fact had pressed him to launch a preemptive strike in the closing days of the missile crisis. Castro's October 26 letter to Khrushchev advised, "Aggression is almost imminent within the next 24 or 72 hours. If the imperialists invade Cuba with the goal of occupying it, the danger that aggressive policy poses for humanity is so great that following that event, the Soviet Union must never allow the circumstances in which the imperialists could launch the first strike against it. The imperialists' aggressiveness is extremely dangerous, and if they actually carry out the brutal act of invading Cuba in violation of international law and morality, that would be the moment to eliminate such danger forever through an act of clear and legitimate defense, however harsh and terrible the solution would be, for there is no other." 144. This helps to explain Oleg Troyanovsky's account of Khrushchev's decision to end the confrontation. Troyanovsky, who played a key role in 127. 127. Drafting Khrushchev's letters to Kennedy during the crisis, reported that when Khrushchev was told that Kennedy would address the U.S. public on October 28, everyone agreed that Kennedy intended to declare war, to launch an attack. Khrushchev hurriedly drafted a message to Kennedy agreeing to withdraw Soviet missiles from Cuba. He did so without informing or consulting Fidel, and thus solved his own predicament without regard for Castro's. 145. Fallout. Having precipitated humanity's gravest crisis to preserve imperial prestige and power, as well as their personal political careers, Kennedy and Khrushchev were at times more cautious and inventive than many of their advisors. Parrying pressure for an immediate invasion of Cuba, Kennedy opted for the blockade. In his first secret crisis communication to Khrushchev, he indicated his willingness to resolve the crisis through negotiations. Although at times inebriated by their staggering nuclear advantage, both Kennedy and McNamara rightly worried that even if just one or two Soviet missiles reached U.S. cities, the U.S. would win a Pyrrhic victory. Having initially ruled it out of hand, thus prolonging and deepening the crisis, Kennedy later secretly negotiated the withdrawal of U.S. missiles from Turkey. 146. Once his strategic missiles were detected in Cuba, Khrushchev took steps to regain full command and control over his still secret and already operational tactical nuclear weapons in Cuba. He also rejected advice to retaliate against the blockade by imposing a similar stranglehold on West Berlin. And, in the last hours of the crisis, when communication delays threatened to sabotage the secret diplomatic process, Kennedy and Khrushchev went public, broadcasting their terms, conditions, and acceptances on state-controlled radio networks. In the U.S., the initial popular responses to the end of the Cuban Missile Crisis were relief that nuclear war had been averted and admiration for the president's victorious confrontation with the Soviets. Fears aroused by the crisis were somewhat calmed with the announcement of the creation of a telephone hotline between the White House and the Kremlin to facilitate communication during future crises, and by negotiating the Limited Test Ban Treaty, which outlawed nuclear testing in the atmosphere and ocean. Although these steps went a long way toward demonstrating that the superpowers were backing away from brinkmanship, the crisis demonstrated the unavoidable reality that Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and worse could indeed become the world's fate. 128. 128. Although Khrushchev was ousted in 1964, in part because of his missile crisis miscalculations, his nuclear gamble achieved one of its two goals. Kennedy's assurance that Cuba would not be invaded was honored, thus protecting the Cuban Revolution. In time, the Jupiter missiles were also withdrawn from Turkey, but this had minimal impact. They were, as Kennedy and Congress knew, obsolete. 147. The crisis had at least three enduring and particularly dangerous legacies. First, as was entirely predictable, the Soviets refused to accept U.S. nuclear domination and their second-class status. Instead, Soviet leaders opted to invest whatever was required to overcome their nuclear inferiority. By the early 1970s they had achieved rough nuclear parity, ensuring mutual assured destruction would be the outcome, if not the purpose, of a U.S.-Soviet nuclear war. This in turn spurred U.S. campaigns to regain first strike capability. Second, the inability to fully control their militaries and Castro's actions during the crisis demonstrated that neither the nuclear powers nor their opponents could always be expected to respond according to the rational rules of game theory. Such irrationality was not confined to Castro's ambitions or to the political and strategic calculations of Kennedy, Khrushchev, and their immediate circles. To reinforce their hegemonic powers and their prestige, senior U.S. and Soviet leaders were willing to risk catastrophic nuclear war and the loss of hundreds of millions of lives. Like Vice President Johnson, Senator J. William Fulbright, later known as a Vietnam-era dove, advised Kennedy that a blockade is the worst of the alternatives and urged an all-out invasion of Cuba as quickly as possible. Senator Richard Russell echoed Fulbright, pressing the president to risk nuclear war by saying, "We've got to take a chance somewhere, sometime, if we're going to retain our position as a great world power." And General Wheeler spoke the minds of the Joint Chiefs when he complained that "I never thought I'd live to see the day when I would want to go to war." In Moscow, too, irrational responses were urged on Khrushchev. Following Kennedy's announcement of the blockade, Ambassador Dobrynin urged retaliation by reimposing the blockade of Berlin. 148. Finally, the popular perception in the U.S., and the lesson learned by many politicians and strategic analysts, was that U.S. nuclear threats and the practice of escalation dominance had forced the Kremlin to back down. The U.S. commitment to, and practice of, preparing and threatening to use its first strike nuclear arsenal were thus reinforced. 129. 129. McNamara's interest in signaling to Hanoi about possible use of nuclear weapons was galvanized by a meeting with Eisenhower on February 17 at which the former president recounted how he and Dulles had used an indirect nuclear threat to end the Korean War. Gareth Porter 1. I call it the madman theory. I want the North Vietnamese to believe I've reached the point where I might do anything to stop the war. Richard Nixon 2. I refuse to believe that a little fourth-rate power like North Vietnam does not have a breaking point. Henry Kissinger 3. In August 1970, Mrs. Masao Nagaya addressed the World Conference Against Atomic and Hydrogen Bombs. Her words reflected broad Japanese opposition to the war in Indochina. They also carried her memories of Hiroshima 25 years earlier. We A-bomb victims can feel the agony of the people of Okinawa, Vietnam, and Cambodia. No atomic bomb should ever be dropped again anywhere on this earth. No one should encroach on other people's territory and destroy the wealth and peace of the people in other lands, for unknown to all but a very few people outside the most elite political circles in Washington, Moscow, and Hanoi, President Nixon and his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, repeatedly threatened and prepared to end the Vietnam War with nuclear weapons. In October, during the most intense period of the confrontation, the Strategic Air Command and other U.S. military forces were placed on a high, but undeclared, nuclear alert to signal Nixon's threat to both Hanoi and Moscow. B-52 bombers and other nuclear-armed aircraft were placed in take-off duty on runways across the United States, fully armed, fueled, ready to fly attack. 5. Vietnam, failures of nuclear diplomacy. 130. 130. Missions and were placed on alert at municipal airports in places like Atlantic City. 5. These preparations for and threats of nuclear war were known at the time as the November Ultimatum, but they were not the first time the U.S. threatened nuclear war against Vietnam. As this chapter describes, in spite of France's refusal in 1954 to accept the Eisenhower administration's offer of 2 nuclear weapons to break the decisive Viet Minh siege at Dien Bien Phu, the United States commanding nuclear superiority framed its efforts to add Indochina to its empire from the negotiation of the Geneva Accords through the Johnson administration's massive escalation of the war in 1965. It recounts the steady escalation of the U.S. war in Vietnam as France was pushed aside and the U.S. assumed responsibility for creating a client regime, the Kennedy administration's unsuccessful efforts to fight what they described as a limited counterinsurgency war, and the Johnson administration's massive escalation of that war. As explained here, the last came with a commitment to respond with nuclear attacks if China intervened as it had in North Korea, and with the belief that a U.S. nuclear threat could limit North Vietnam's support for the South Vietnamese National Liberation Front. After framing the conflict for more than a decade, both Johnson and Nixon prepared and threatened nuclear attacks to decisively affect the outcome of the war. First, in 1967, facing the potential loss of 6,000 Marines at Khe Sanh in a possible repeat of the French disaster at Dien Bien Phu, the Pentagon prepared plans and leaked warnings that, if necessary, nuclear weapons would be used to break the siege at Khe Sanh Fortress. Whether or not this threat played a decisive role in the redeployment of North Vietnamese and NLF forces remains a subject of debate. Second, in 1969, President Nixon implemented his secret plan to end the war by replicating Eisenhower's nuclear dictation of the Korean Armistice Agreement. Nixon failed. Despite a massive and secret worldwide nuclear mobilization designed to intimidate North Vietnamese and Soviet leaders, it was Nixon who blinked in the potentially catastrophic game of chicken. Like the Vietnam War itself, the chapter closes with his 1972 pledge to preserve the client regime in Saigon with nuclear weapons if necessary, despite the terms of the Paris Peace Accords. In the event, Nixon proved unable to fight 2 simultaneous wars successfully, Vietnam and Watergate. The United States in Vietnam. 3 decades after the U.S. defeat in Vietnam, competing interpretations of the most divisive U.S. conflict since the Civil War still echo through Congress, the media, schools and universities, and movie theaters. Flag. 131. 131. Poles draped with POW/missing in action banners are reminders of the unresolved debate. The Vietnam War Memorial in Washington perhaps best reflects the mainstream view: no glory, no honor, and the starkly etched names of the 58,132 U.S. American war dead. The millions of Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian civilians and soldiers killed in the war are present only in their absence, as are the dead of U.S. wartime allies from countries such as South Korea and Canada. That successive administrations considered, prepared, and threatened to use nuclear weapons to affect the war's outcome remains essentially unknown. Presidents from Harry Truman through Richard Nixon engaged, deepened, and escalated the U.S. war in Vietnam. Their reasons were many and changed over time. The Pentagon Papers 6 stressed U.S. economic interests in Southeast Asia, the need to hold Indochina as a market for Japan after forbidding Japanese trade with the Chinese mainland, the anti-communism of the era, and the need to preserve U.S. prestige. 7. For many policymakers, Vietnam was a test case of U.S. capacity to help a nation meet a communist war of liberation, and it soon became a war to avoid humiliation. 8. Senior Kennedy and Johnson advisors, as well as Nixon, worried that if Washington abandoned the Saigon government, irreparable damage would be done to other nations' confidence in our reliability. 9. In essence, it became a war to teach people elsewhere the lesson that the United States had many weapons in its arsenal to destroy revolutionary movements and that revolutions don't pay. 10. There were also political calculations. As Daniel Ellsberg wrote, each of these presidents aimed mainly to avoid a definitive failure, losing Indochina to communism, during his tenure. 11. Even as Vietnam has largely put the war behind it in order to concentrate on the nation's future needs, the war's legacies remain carved deeply into the lives and memories of the war's survivors. Of Vietnam's wartime population of 40 million, an estimated 2 million were killed between 1954 and 1975, 2 million more were wounded, and 14 million people were made refugees. 12. After the 1973 Paris Peace Accords and the 1975 rout of the Saigon government, the war continued as peace. Successive U.S. governments labored to isolate Vietnam and to squeeze it economically like a ripe plum, much as the U.S. has done to Cuba since 1960. The goal was to achieve in peace what had eluded them in war. 13. 2/3 of Vietnamese people alive today have been born since the end of the war and have learned about the war from their families, in their schools and museums. The principal lesson they are taught about the war is that it was but a moment in the 1,000-year history of struggle for independence from China and, later, France. The defeat of the U.S. was the culmination of a 100-year struggle begun in resistance to French colonialism. 132. 132. In the course of Washington's 2-decade war against Vietnam's communist nationalists, the U.S. used its nuclear superiority to limit Soviet and Chinese support for the North Vietnamese government and the National Liberation Front in the South. U.S. strategic dominance encouraged the Eisenhower administration to propose nuclear attacks to break the decisive Viet Minh siege of French forces at Dien Bien Phu. It encouraged Kennedy's senior advisors and the Joint Chiefs to press for and win the president's initial military commitments to the Saigon government and Johnson's massive escalation of the war. Drawing inspiration from the nuclear threats used by Eisenhower to force an end to the Korean War, Presidents Johnson and Nixon prepared and threatened nuclear attacks against Vietnam. Eisenhower, nukes, and Dien Bien Phu. The U.S. prepared for nuclear attacks against Vietnam during the final days of the futile French colonial war to reconquer Vietnam in the aftermath of World War II. By the time Dwight D. Eisenhower became president in 1953, the U.S. was already sending 30,000 tons of war materiel a month to French forces in Vietnam. Over the next year, the U.S. share of the war's costs grew to 80%. Eisenhower inherited the war from Truman, whose ambivalence about French colonialism ended with the triumph of the Chinese Communist Revolution in 1949. From then on, U.S. policy was to provide political, economic, and military assistance and advice to areas threatened by communist aggression. Special attention was devoted to Indochina. 14 U.S. funding of the French war effort was not sufficient to defeat the Viet Minh led by Ho Chi Minh. By 1954, French-controlled zones in Vietnam were limited to the capital, Hanoi, its immediate environs, and the interior of southern Vietnam bordering Laos and Cambodia. Believing that the outcome of the Geneva Conference, convened to negotiate an end to the war, would ultimately reflect the imbalance of power on the battlefield, and with advice from the Chinese, Vietnam's General Giap moved from guerrilla to conventional warfare after luring French forces into a massive set-piece battle at what French General Navarre thought was an impregnable fortress at Dien Bien Phu. In a calculated gamble, Navarre believed that superior French technology would decimate the Viet Minh. Navarre would have done better to limit his gambling to the casino. By March, the French airfield at Dien Bien Phu had been destroyed. Unable to reinforce the 3,000 isolated and besieged troops, who faced starvation and 133 deadly attrition, General Paul Ely was dispatched to Washington to request direct U.S. intervention to break the siege. 15 By the time Ely arrived in the U.S., the Eisenhower administration and the Joint Chiefs were debating how best to support the French. The U.S. political climate was still molded by popular mobilization for the Cold War, by Senator Joe McCarthy's rabid anti-communism, and by the imperatives of realpolitik. These led to deep concerns about how the unified world communist movement might build on a Vietnamese victory. Eisenhower and Secretary of State Dulles both opposed committing ground troops to save or to replace the French. Eisenhower understood that the French colonial war was a lost cause. In response to pressures to intervene militarily, he countered that it would lead the Vietnamese to transfer their hatred of the French to us. He let his National Security Council know that he was bitterly opposed to such a course of action. Anticipating the possibility of French defeat, Dulles believed the U.S. could influence the outcome of the Geneva Conference with its nuclear superiority in ways that would provide openings for greater U.S. influence in Indochina. 16 This was the era of massive retaliation. Eisenhower's threatened use of nuclear weapons in Korea seemed to have worked, and Dulles saw the doctrine as an easy way to conduct diplomacy. 17 U.S. air power, and carrier-based air power with nuclear weapons or perhaps simply the threat of nuclear weapons would determine the global balance. An inexpensive Pax Americana, 18 drawing on the lessons they had taken from Korea and the U.S. ability to bomb Chinese military targets and population centers with impunity, the Pentagon and the White House responded to General Ely's request. 19 In response to the French appeal, the Pentagon developed technical and military feasibility of successfully employing atomic weapons in Indochina, later named Operation Vulture. The plan called for massive bombing of Viet Minh positions by 60 B-29s, to be followed by attacks with 3 atomic bombs. 20 Air Force Chief Nathan Twining argued that you could take all day to drop a bomb, make sure you put it in the right place, and clean those commies out of there and the band could play the Marseillaise and the French could come marching out in great shape. 21 The Joint Chiefs, with the exception of Army Chief of Staff General Matthew Ridgway, endorsed the proposal. Dulles, Vice President Nixon, and Atomic Energy Commission Chairman Lewis Strauss enthusiastically supported Operation Vulture. With the support of the Joint Chiefs, they won Eisenhower's conditional support. Eisenhower's caveat was that France and Britain should first endorse the nuclear attacks. To prepare the political and diplomatic ground, Senate Majority Leader Johnson was consulted and his support for 134. The offer secured. All of this was done in the name of what Eisenhower and Dulles would later call the domino theory. If Vietnam fell, the rest of Asia, including possibly Taiwan and Japan, would soon fall to communism in a chain reaction. 22 Dulles and Admiral Radford of the Joint Chiefs were dispatched to London and Paris, where they presented 2 options. 1 or 2 USA bombs could be detonated in China to disrupt Viet Minh supply lines, or 2 atomic bombs could be dropped on the Viet Minh at Dien Bien Phu. Eisenhower's ambassadors were stunned and disappointed by the responses they received. Churchill did not believe British public opinion would support the use of atomic bombs in Vietnam, and he challenged the applicability of the domino theory. The French were no more receptive to Dulles' arguments that nuclear weapons must now be treated as having become conventional. French Foreign Minister Georges Bidault declined the U.S. offer, thinking it impossible to predict China's response and fearing that if those bombs are dropped near Dien Bien Phu, our side will suffer as much as the enemy. 23 Pentagon leaks that it was definitely considering the use of small atomic bombs in that area failed to entrap Churchill and Bidault or to intimidate the Viet Minh. 24 On May 7, after 56 days of desperate fighting, French forces at Dien Bien Phu were overrun. The French government sued for peace the next day in Geneva, and after weeks of intense diplomacy, reinforced by the threats implicit in U.S. nuclear dominance, an agreement was reached. 25 The Geneva Accords provided for French military withdrawal, the establishment of regroupment zones in North and South Vietnam, a ban on the introduction of foreign military bases and alliances with foreign powers, and a general election to reunify the country in 1956. The declaration of the Geneva Conference was endorsed by all but one of its participants. The U.S. refused to sign. It had played a double game, influencing the negotiations, but refusing to be bound by them. Impacting the Geneva Accords. In the run-up to the Geneva Conference, the Soviets heeded Dulles' warning that the U.S. would not accept the imposition on Southeast Asia of the political system of Communist Russia and its Chinese Communist ally. Dulles' speech, which warned of Washington's great capacity to retaliate instantly, by means and at places of our choosing, was understood in both Moscow and Beijing as a warning that the U.S. would use its strategic superiority for coercive purposes. 26 As the Geneva Conference opened, Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov warned his Chinese counterparts not to expect too much, because the imperialist countries had unshakable interests in the outcome. Bowing. 135. 135. To U.S. pressure, Soviet and Chinese leaders forced the Viet Minh to accept Washington's terms for the Geneva Accords, which were designed to buy time and space for the creation of an anti-communist South Vietnamese government. At U.S. insistence, the size of the southern regroupment zone was expanded at the North's expense by moving the temporary line between the two zones from the Soviets' initial proposal of the 16th parallel north to the 17th. Similarly, in response to U.S. demands, the general election for national reunification was delayed for 2 years until July 1956, later than even French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France had dared to hope. 27 With this additional territory and time, Washington hoped to create and consolidate a client state in South Vietnam. Knowing that they would win the promised election, the Viet Minh initially abided by the accords. But their nonviolent victory was not to be because, as President Eisenhower later wrote, had elections been held, possibly 80% of the people would have voted for the communist Ho Chi Minh. 28 As 1956 approached, under pressure from both Moscow and Beijing, Ho Chi Minh was willing to accept the most extreme electoral demands prepared by Dulles' advisors, which, Ho understood, would not have immediately reunified the divided nation. But, believing that he had the power to dictate to the Soviet Union, China, and North Vietnam, Dulles refused to even put forward a long-term road map for elections. Cowed by U.S. nuclear superiority, Moscow and Beijing failed to respond. By 1956, the U.S. Military Assistance Advisory Group replaced the French forces in Vietnam. Instead of continuing to subsidize French influence, Eisenhower and Dulles halted funding for the French legions. To reinforce its client state, led by Ngo Dinh Diem, who returned from exile, and a 50,000-strong South Vietnamese army, 29 By the late 1950s the U.S. had created an infrastructure of repression manned not by U.S. troops, but by the military and police forces it assisted. This apparatus was designed to destroy the Viet Minh, which, in 1959, was still holding out for the promised elections. These hopes were reinforced by Hanoi, which remained dependent on the still cautious Soviet Union and China. North Vietnam remained committed to negotiating peaceful coexistence with the Diem government in Saigon. As Vietnam's Foreign Minister Nguyen Co Thach later reported, at the time both the Chinese and Soviets believed that the US was invincible, and that led to the desire for peace at any price. 30 Under pressure from Moscow and Beijing, Hanoi dictated policy for its allies in the south. Armed struggle was essentially to be limited to defending former members of the Viet Minh being hunted by the South Vietnamese Army and South Vietnamese police forces. This was not to include guerrilla warfare, nor were fighters in the south to liberate. 136. 136. Zones and to establish a government as at the time of the resistance. In May 1959, with growing numbers of Viet Minh members and their sympathizers being imprisoned and murdered, the Viet Minh finally launched a widespread campaign of armed self-defense. Uprisings occurred in 800 Mekong Delta villages. Although the Saigon government was able to maintain a continuing presence in all but 100 of these communities, 31 the whole Saigon government apparatus fell apart. Because it was, based on nothing but a monopoly of violence. 32 By 1962, the repressive and corrupt Diem regime's hold on power was precarious, and the Viet Minh had transformed itself into the National Liberation Front, which promised freedom, national independence, and economic justice. Kennedy's War, Nuclear Superiority, and Counterinsurgency. John F. Kennedy assumed the presidency committed to Eisenhower's approach to Vietnam. During his first year in office, his public statements routinely emphasized the importance of taking a stand in Vietnam. 33 As he held to a policy line consistent with his campaign promises and the expectations of his senior advisors. Despite his rhetoric, Kennedy arrived at the White House reluctant to increase U.S. military commitments to salvage Diem's failing regime. Having visited Indochina as a congressman during the Franco-Vietnamese War, he had a deep appreciation for the power of Vietnamese nationalism and respected Ho Chi Minh's popular support. During the siege of Dien Bien Phu, Kennedy had warned that no amount of American military assistance in Indochina can conquer an enemy which is everywhere and at the same time nowhere and, which has the sympathy and covert support of the people. 34 Yet, as president, Kennedy's political calculations led to disastrous compromises. He won the 1960 election in part on the basis of anti-communist demagoguery, by stressing the non-existent missile gap and putting forward his strategy for challenging national liberation movements with highly mobile Green Beret counterinsurgency forces. Despite McNamara's personal commitment to minimum deterrence, the belief that a very few atomic or hydrogen warheads could inflict unacceptable damage, under pressure from their generals, Kennedy and McNamara supported Pentagon demands for vast increases to the U.S. arsenal of ICBMs. Throughout Kennedy's brief presidency, Washington enjoyed the overwhelming nuclear superiority that dictated Khrushchev's peaceful coexistence doctrine and precipitated his calamitous effort to rectify the imbalance of power by basing nuclear weapons in Cuba. With the Pentagon's missile build-up, the nuclear disparity between Washington 137. 137. And Moscow continued to grow, reaching its apex between 1964 and 1966, which were not coincidentally the years of Johnson's escalation of the Vietnam War. 35 The Pentagon's calculation was that the more stockpiling, the greater the sense that the U.S. will go first during a confrontation with the Soviet Union will make the Soviet Union more likely to avoid non-nuclear confrontations in situations that do not directly involve its interests. 36 China's military power lay in its ability to threaten to overwhelm by throwing masses of Chinese troops against U.S. forces as it had done in Korea. But, with the U.S. ability to destroy China's cities at will and the massive economic and political dislocations caused by Mao's disastrous Great Leap Forward, Chinese military power was not a major factor in Kennedy administration's strategic planning. Beijing, it was believed, would not become a nuclear power until 1964, and even then it was not expected to pose a threat to the U.S. for decades to come. 37 Consistent with his campaign promises, in the first days of his administration Kennedy warned of the threat of international communism in Vietnam and Laos. Nonetheless, he resisted pressure from McNamara, Bundy, Rusk, and Taylor to intervene in the Laotian Civil War and thus halt the trickle of supplies coming from North to South Vietnam along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. But, in May 1961, with Diem's hold on power increasingly precarious, Kennedy secretly dispatched 400 Green Berets and another 100 advisors to experiment with his much-vaunted strategy for defeating communist insurgencies. Kennedy also secretly approved his advisors' proposals to begin a low-intensity covert war against North Vietnam. South Vietnamese forces were trained, assisted, and infiltrated into North Vietnam and Laos. And, in November 1961, under pressure from both McNamara and Rusk, Kennedy transformed the nature of the incipient war by approving deployments of helicopters and warplanes to South Vietnam and the creation of a new U.S. force, the Military Assistance Command Vietnam. The former greatly increased the deadly force targeted against the NLF, and the latter increased the U.S. military's influence over how the war would be fought. 38 The Kennedy administration thus deepened the U.S. military commitment to prevent communist domination of South Vietnam. In fact, the only North Vietnamese presence south of the 17th parallel was a trickle of material aid that came down what came to be called the Ho Chi Minh Trail. While Kennedy continually pressed Diem to reform and to broaden the base of his regime, U.S. efforts concentrated on defeating the NLF. 39 The Kennedy administration's idealistic belief was that they could keep the U.S. military commitment limited. U.S. forces, they believed, would help the 138 Vietnamese to help themselves. Instead, the president's rhetoric and repeated public rationales for U.S. military intervention raised the profile of the war in U.S. political consciousness and led the Pentagon to demand greater influence in policy making for the war. 40 Throughout this period, the lessons of the Korean War and the implicit threat represented by U.S. first strike capabilities set parameters for the administration's Indochina war planning. With still fresh memories of waves of Chinese volunteers pouring across the Yalu River Valley, Kennedy and his civilian advisors were loath to commit to another major ground war in Asia. The apparent successes of Eisenhower's nuclear threats also reverberated in Washington's war councils. As Kennedy's senior advisors pressed for ever-deepening military commitments to defend the Saigon government, they believed that they could intimidate North Vietnam by refusing to rule out the use of nuclear weapons. At the same time, the implicit threat of Washington's nuclear superiority continued to lead the Soviets and the Chinese to press North Vietnam and the NLF to proceed cautiously. Not wanting to spark a catastrophic military confrontation with Washington, throughout the war Moscow and Beijing provided only limited military assistance to their Vietnamese allies. Weapons that would have permitted Hanoi to carry the war directly to the U.S. were never provided. Thus, the U.S. 7th Fleet, which was positioned offshore, was never attacked with ground-to-sea missiles or by Soviet-supplied MiG fighters. The strategic imbalance of power thus framed the rules of the 15-year war. 41 As the Pentagon had anticipated, 500 Green Berets and advisors were hardly sufficient to turn the tide of the escalating conflict. By 1962, the NLF's growing support across South Vietnam and its diplomatic initiatives to create a neutral government in Saigon panicked Washington. The Joint Chiefs, backed by McNamara, Bundy, and Rusk, successfully pressed for more troops, the freedom to use napalm, and creation of free fire zones, in which anyone was considered an enemy and thus a legitimate target. Accepting Mao Zedong's dictum that in guerrilla war the insurgents are fish nurtured by the surrounding sea of peasants, the Pentagon sought to drain the sea, leaving the guerrilla fighters isolated, exposed, and vulnerable. Essential to this strategy was the creation of strategic hamlets, internment camps based on the British colonial model in Malaysia and the CIA-led campaign against the Hooks in the Philippines. Peasants were removed from their land and held in what were essentially prison camps. By September 1962, the Diem government claimed that more than one-third of its rural population had been resettled. French journalist and historian Bernard Fall described the strategic hamlets as the most mammoth example of social engineering in the non-communist world. 139. 139. Resettlement was imposed by coercion and terror and had profound and unanticipated consequences. Vietnamese peasants worshipped their ancestors and expressed their reverence by tending ancestral graves. The land where they lay was sacred and formed part of the peasants' social identity. When they were driven from that land, the links with their ancestors were snapped. Their feeling of disorientation often produced results diametrically opposed to those intended. 42. By the end of 1962, NLF forces had grown in number from 16,500 to 23,000 cadres, supported by an additional 100,000 militia forces. Early in 1963, Washington concluded that, despite the strategic hamlets, half the South Vietnamese supported the NLF. 43. Kennedy's efforts to reverse course by exploring the possibilities of negotiating the neutralization of South Vietnam with Hanoi were stymied by the Diem regime's endemic repression and by the assassinations of two presidents. In May 1963, under orders from the Catholic Diem, South Vietnamese government forces attacked South Vietnamese Buddhists protesting government restrictions that severely limited the celebration of the Buddha's birth, killing 9 people. The ensuing confrontation between Diem's forces and the Buddhists became a searing international crisis when Thich Quang Duc, a Buddhist monk, immolated himself to protest Diem's repressive regime. Thich Quang Duc's silent, motionless body engulfed in flames was filmed and broadcast internationally. Diem's response horrified international opinion. He would, he said, be glad to supply the gasoline for others, and his wife termed the monk's sacrifice a barbecue. Rather than heeding Kennedy's advice to settle with the Buddhists, Diem ordered coordinated raids against Buddhist pagodas in Saigon, Hue, and other cities. Thousands of monks were arrested, some were killed, and many were brutally beaten. This, combined with Washington's anger over Diem's effort to create an independent channel for negotiating short-term accommodations with Hanoi, 44 proved to be Diem's final outrage. His foreign minister resigned after shaving his head in solidarity with the Buddhist leadership, and Ambassador Lodge did not refuse ARVN generals who approached him to learn if the U.S. would support a coup d'état. By mid-September, Lodge and the Pentagon were signaling their support, 45, and on November 1, Diem and his family were killed. 3 weeks later another bullet claimed the life of President Kennedy. Kennedy advisors Theodore Sorensen and Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., and the historian Gareth Porter have demonstrated that before Diem's assassination. 140. 140. Kennedy understood that withdrawal was the viable option. In 1962, he began to frame elements of a 3-part exit strategy, one that his assassination would prevent him from pursuing. Even before the Cuban Missile Crisis, on March 1, 1962, Kennedy won McNamara's and the very reluctant Joint Chiefs Agreement to develop a contingency plan for South Vietnam in the event our present efforts fail. Kennedy's astute political strategy was to have the first contingency plans for U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam come over the signatures of his most senior leaders, not his own. 46. By March 1963, the Joint Chiefs developed the plan. Several thousand troops would be withdrawn by 1964, while 12,200 troops would remain through most of 1965. Half of these would be withdrawn in 1966, with the last U.S. forces returning home in 1967. Having the ability to deflect blame to the Joint Chiefs, Kennedy began speaking about the possibility of withdrawal, telling Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield that he would begin pulling troops out on the 1st of the next year, and informing journalist Charles Bartlett that he don't have a prayer of staying in Vietnam. By September, Joint Chiefs Chairman Taylor and McNamara were warning Diem that unless you do certain things we have described, we are going to pull out in a relatively short time. This, Taylor later explained, was to get Diem to do certain things, which, if done, we believed would make possible the termination of the, in about 2 years. 47 Believing that Diem regime failures could provide a favorable moment to withdraw U.S. forces, Kennedy initially opposed the plot to overthrow the South Vietnamese president, and on September 3 he ordered U.S. officials to break off contact with General Min and his fellow conspirators. Diem's assassination was a setback for Kennedy. Understanding that his plans for withdrawal had been jeopardized, he turned to developing new strategies. On the eve of his assassination, Kennedy confided in Michael Forrestal of the National Security Council that he wanted to begin a complete and very profound review of how we got into this country. I even want to think about whether or not we should be there. 48. Johnson's War. Unlike Truman, Lyndon Johnson assumed the presidency with considerable foreign policy experience and having learned many lessons from recent wars. True, Kennedy and his entourage sidelined their vice president, a man chosen to attract voters in Texas, a state whose electoral college votes were essential to Kennedy's election. But, as majority leader in the Senate, Johnson had long been involved in shaping U.S. foreign policy. 141. 141. He had been consulted by presidents when they considered or launched wars and lesser military interventions. Johnson was tormented by the Vietnam War from his first days in office. It subverted his efforts to build on Roosevelt's New Deal with a great society, and his escalation of the war cost him the presidency. Johnson inherited Kennedy's senior advisors, many of whom believed that South Vietnam would fall to communism unless the U.S. increased its military commitments. Only 2 days before Kennedy's assassination, while meeting with his military commanders, McNamara pressed for full-fledged covert operations to be led by the Pentagon, not by the CIA. 49 Needing to buy time and to communicate continuity to the country's political elite, to his senior advisors, and to the public to ease the national trauma following Kennedy's assassination, Johnson immediately let it be known that he was not going to lose Vietnam. Within 4 days of Kennedy's assassination, Johnson stated that he would support the new government in Saigon and ordered that plans be made for covert operations against North Vietnam. 50 Johnson was, however, the same man who, on becoming vice president, had said that barring an unmistakable and massive invasion of South Vietnam from without we have no intention of employing combat U.S. forces in Vietnam or even naval or air support. 51 His goal was to get the South Vietnamese off their butts and get out in those jungles and whip the hell out of some communists. He confided to his press secretary, Bill Moyers, that he was determined to avoid a U.S. takeover of the war. McNamara has since confirmed that Johnson was grasping for a way to hurt North Vietnam without direct U.S. military action. Thus, the day before ordering plans for covert operations, Johnson signed NSAM 273, which explicitly endorsed the aim of withdrawing the bulk of U.S. military personnel from Vietnam by the end of 1965. 52 In spite of Johnson's reluctance to become more deeply involved in Vietnam's civil war, his senior advisors, the Joint Chiefs, and Ambassador Lodge in Saigon seized the opportunity provided by the presidential transition period. Within a month of Kennedy's death, McNamara was pressing General Harkins, his commander in Vietnam, and Ambassador Lodge for covert operations that would signal that the United States will not accept a communist victory in South Vietnam and that we will escalate the conflict to whatever level is required to ensure their defeat. 2 months into Johnson's presidency, Maxwell Taylor was calling for U.S. bombing of North Vietnam, to be disguised as South Vietnamese attacks. Under pressure from McNamara, Bundy, and the Joint Chiefs, Johnson authorized Operation Plan 34A. It called for surveillance flights over North Vietnam, kidnapping North Vietnamese for intelligence purposes. 142. 142. Infiltrating sabotage teams to blow up rail lines and bridges, and bombing coastal sites from patrol torpedo boats. Attacks would be planned by the U.S. and South Vietnamese militaries and carried out by Vietnamese and Asian mercenaries with support from U.S. forces. Bombing in Laos was also intensified to block North Vietnamese material assistance from reaching the NLF. 53 A month later McNamara upped the ante, urging that Johnson approve bombing key industrial complexes and key rail lines to Communist China to block supplies from the Soviet Union and China. 54 McNamara's will had been reinforced in the course of consultations with the Joint Chiefs and the CIA. The Joint Chiefs wanted to launch a naval blockade of North Vietnam and bombing attacks to destroy its economic and military infrastructure. Both the JCS and the CIA agreed that Moscow would not intervene unless the survival of the North Vietnamese government was at stake, because of its fear of taking retaliatory action that would increase the likelihood of nuclear war. 55 In South Vietnam, McNamara found the situation worse than he had anticipated. He reported that the situation had unquestionably been growing worse. About 40% of the territory is under Viet Cong control or predominate influence. Large groups of the population are now showing signs of apathy and indifference. The ARVN and paramilitary desertions rates are high and increasing, while Viet Cong are recruiting energetically and effectively. To turn the tide, McNamara urged increasing U.S. military aid to the South Vietnamese government and sending another 50,000 U.S. troops. 56 Throughout the late winter of 1963 and spring of 1964, Johnson responded to mounting pressures to escalate the war by stalling for time. He reminded his senior advisers that he had an election to win, that T's their war and it's their men. Appreciating that he was unlikely to commit to a major war during the election campaign, in mid-May, without authorization from the President, Bundy, Secretaries Rusk and McNamara, CIA Director McCone, and Taylor reconstituted themselves as the Executive Committee of the National Security Council and used its meetings to devise a strategy to win Johnson's and the nation's commitment to a massive escalation of the war. Their two-part plan focused on intensifying the fighting in the South and bombing of the North. The bombing, they believed, could get the North to use its influence to call off the insurgency in the South. 57 They called this diplomacy through violence, now termed coercive diplomacy, a derivative of escalation. 143. 143. Dominance. Their plan called for secretly warning Hanoi of imminent attacks if it did not capitulate to Washington's demands, winning congressional authorization for the war's escalation, to be followed almost immediately with the bombing of North Vietnamese military and industrial targets. 58 As Daniel Ellsberg and others have since reported, the war planners presumed that we would initiate nuclear war against China if taking the war to North Vietnam resulted in massive Chinese military intervention. The Korean War's legacy was never again land war with China without nuclear weapons. The reliance on nuclear war against China was more than theoretical. In his May 30 meeting with South Vietnam's ruler General Nguyen Con, Rusk was clear that he would not allow ourselves to be bled white fighting them with conventional weapons. As Ellsberg reports, Con responded that he certainly had no quarrel with American use of nuclear arms, and he appreciated the decisive use of atomic bombs on Japan had in ending the war. 59 XCOM's planning reflected something of a bipartisan approach. While they were secretly making war plans for their Democratic administration, Republican presidential candidate Barry Goldwater was publicly urging the use of nuclear weapons. Goldwater wanted to empower field commanders to use their tactical nuclear weapons on their own authority. 60 Meanwhile, General Curtis LeMay urged bombing Vietnam back into the Stone Age. Even as Johnson presented himself as the peace candidate against the trigger-happy Goldwater, in June word was sent to the North Vietnamese Prime Minister Phan Van Dong that the United States' patience was not limitless, and that it understood North Vietnam's control over the Viet Cong. Hanoi was warned that should the U.S. find it necessary to escalate the war, the greatest devastation would of course result for the DRV itself. 61 The 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq was hardly the first time the U.S. launched a war on a tide of lies and deceit. On August 2, 1964, it was reported that the U.S. destroyer Maddox had been attacked by Vietnamese warships. No serious damage was done, and in response to recommendations that he retaliate, Johnson urged patience. He did not believe the attack reflected a conscious policy change in Hanoi and assumed it was a local response to the Upland 34 attacks. 2 nights later, Before Ellsberg, the night officer at the Pentagon, received reports of another clash in the Tonkin Gulf. McNamara alerted Johnson about an imminent North Vietnamese naval operation. Hours later, Ellsberg began receiving what he soon understood were dubious reports of a second attack on the Maddox and its sister ship, the Turner Joy. The next morning, when McNamara briefed Johnson about the new crisis, Ellsberg's doubts were not communicated to the president. 144. 144. Instead, with Johnson's approval, the Pentagon went into high gear, planning immediate retaliation for the non-existent attack. Unknown to the president, at the time McNamara was winning Johnson's agreement for the attack, the Maddox's captain was informing the commander-in-chief in the Pacific that he was no longer certain an attack had occurred. Confusion, he reported, might have been caused by freak weather effects. He urged a complete evaluation before the U.S. retaliated. The captain's message was delivered to McNamara, but he opted not to inform Johnson. Instead, he ordered the military to proceed with the attack that evening. Moments before giving the final order for the U.S. attack, McNamara went public with a press statement: 2 destroyers were attacked by patrol boats. The attacks were driven off. We believe several of the patrol boats were sunk. Details won't be available till daylight. Daylight brought news of the U.S. bombing of the Vietnamese naval base. 62. In the days that followed, Johnson moved simultaneously in 2 directions. Even as he acted on his suspicions that no attack had taken place by tasking Bundy with a major inquiry into the alleged attack on U.S. ships and the way in which decisions had been made. 63. He also forced the Tonkin Gulf Resolution through Congress. The resolution, which would serve as Johnson's declaration of war, authorized the president to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States, including the use of armed force. 64. 35 years later, McNamara finally conceded that the Tonkin Gulf incident never occurred. 65. In December 1964, little more than a month after his landslide election victory, Johnson began carrying out the threat communicated earlier to Phan Van Dong. U.S. forces were ordered to conduct reprisal attacks against NLF forces in the south, and these were followed by a sustained air war against North Vietnam, initially dubbed Operation Rolling Thunder. In South Vietnam, General Westmoreland, now commander of U.S. forces in Vietnam, continued the futile effort to separate the NLF from the indistinguishable peasantry. Free fire zones proliferated. U.S. and South Vietnamese ground and air forces destroyed vast numbers of Vietnamese homes and villages using everything from cigarette lighters to napalm and B-52 bombers. Body counts became the measure of success. The official unconcern with Vietnamese lives and property led to atrocities from turkey shoots, skunk hunting, and popping dinks, to the use of villages for target practice, massacres at the village of My Lai and other communities, and to the near-total destruction of the South's second-largest city, Hue. In the final years of the Johnson administration, the Secret Phoenix. 145. 145. Program coordinated the undercover murder of tens of thousands of reputed members of the NLF. 66. The day-to-day rhythms of the war in the South were reflected in the 33:1 ratio of Vietnamese to U.S. deaths was described well by Brigadier General William C. DePuy and Claire Culhane, the administrator of a Canadian hospital in Quang Hai. The solution in Vietnam, said DePuy, is bombs, more shells, more napalm, till the other side cracks and gives up. 67. Culhane described endless cases of women and children being run down by tanks, of GIs picking off children as they swam out to pick up food cartons from an overturned supply truck, of pilots inviting passengers for human turkey shoots. 68. The air war against the North, Operation Rolling Thunder, began on March 2, 1965 with B-52s and fighter jets bombing XAM Bong. By April, 1,500 sorties were being flown each month, an average of 50 massive aerial bombardments a day. 69. The air war was fought according to the doctrine of diplomacy through violence. Although North Vietnamese troops in South Vietnam numbered only 400 at the beginning of the bombing campaign, the strategy was to strike for the purpose of changing the North Vietnam decision on intervention in the South, use selected and carefully graduated military force, on a very large scale, from the beginning so as to maximize their deterrent impact and their menace. 70 Maxwell Taylor urged that bombing was, to be given away at the negotiation table for something concrete in return, not abandoned beforehand merely to get negotiations started. 71 Between 1965 and 1969, 4,500,000 tons of bombs were dropped on North and South Vietnam, about 500 pounds for every Vietnamese. 72 U.S. pilots understood that the purpose of their missions was to disrupt and prevent supplies being moved south to the Viet Cong. This gradually broadened to include supply depots, fuel dumps, ammo dumps, etc., where resupply material is collected. Other targets included oil refineries, communications centers, and transportation systems, in particular bridges, which served as choke points. 73 These were often located in or near populated communities, including cities. By 1966, the New York Times reported extensive bombing of civilian targets in Hanoi, Phy Ly, Nam Dinh, and across North Vietnam. 74 Thousands of Operation Rolling Thunder sorties were flown by B-52 bombers, which also rained destruction across broad swathes of the South. Ngo Vinh Long has explained that B-52s typically flew in formations of 4, 8, or 16 airplanes per mission. Each B-52 carried enough bombs to destroy an area 1–2 mile in width and 1.5 miles in length. B-52s could destroy more than the nuclear bomb used over Hiroshima with much less political fallout. 75. 146. 146. Truong Nhu Tang, a senior figure in the NLF, described what it was like to be on the receiving end of a B-52 attack. Thing the guerrillas had to endure compared with the stark terrorization of the B-52 bombardments. From a kilometer away, the sonic roar of the B-52 explosions tore eardrums, leaving many of the jungle dwellers permanently deaf. From a kilometer, the shock waves knocked their victims senseless. Any hit within half a kilometer would collapse the walls of an unreinforced bunker, burying alive the people cowering inside. Seen up close, the bomb craters were gigantic, 30 feet across and nearly as deep. The first few times I experienced a B-52 attack, it seemed that I had been caught in the apocalypse. The terror was complete. One lost control of bodily functions as the mind screamed incomprehensible orders to get out. 76. John Garrissey, who traveled to North Vietnam for the Bertrand Russell Foundation, documented the consequences of 33 air raids on the city of Nam Dinh in 1965 and 1966. The Americans bombed and strafed many densely populated districts of the city like the workers' living quarters and so on. They bombed the textile complex when the weavers were working and blew up the dike protecting the city. The U.S. went to the length of destroying hospitals, schools, nurseries, kindergartens, and even churches and pagodas. 77. The terror imposed by Operation Rolling Thunder did not lead to the capitulation of North Vietnam as anticipated by McNamara and Taylor. Instead, it deepened the loyalty of the North Vietnamese to their government and stiffened their resolve. Rather than forcing the NLF to withdraw from the battlefield, Hanoi began augmenting its forces in the south. By the end of 1967, the Ho Chi Minh Trail had been widened to accommodate the heavy weapons and thousands of troops. 55,000 North Vietnamese soldiers now assisted the NLF's 240,000 armed cadre. 78 With the air war failing to change the course of the war, and under pressure from McNamara, Bundy, and the Joint Chiefs, in July 1965, Johnson secretly increased the number of U.S. forces in Vietnam from 75,000 to 125,000. It became what Assistant Secretary of State George Ball termed a white man's war. 79 2 years later 525,000 U.S. troops would be at war in Vietnam. The threat of, and preparations for, nuclear coercion were woven into the fabric of the U.S. escalation. In February 1965, as McNamara and the hawks in Johnson's cabinet pressed to increase the U.S. troop commitment. 147. 147. Beyond the symbolic 100,000 figure, Johnson and his senior war planners consulted with former President Eisenhower. Eisenhower reminded them that he had warned North Korea and China that failing a satisfactory armistice, we would remove the limits we were observing as to the area of combat and the weapons employed. Eisenhower mistakenly advised that if Johnson let it be known that he would not be limited to the traditions of conventional warfare, the North Vietnamese would not come in great strength. 2 months later, McNamara took Eisenhower's advice, using a background briefing to warn that the inhibitions on U.S. use of nuclear weapons in Vietnam might be eventually lifted. Within days, this speculation by an unnamed senior government official quickly found its way into the New York Times and thus to Vietnam. 80 Pentagon thinking about how nuclear weapons might best be used in the war was refined the following year. Freeman Dyson, a scientist and Pentagon consultant, had heard rumors about the possible use of nuclear weapons in Vietnam. His interest was piqued in the spring of 1966 when he heard a high-ranking Pentagon official with access to President Johnson suggest that it might be a good idea to toss a nuke from time to time, just to keep the other side guessing. Dyson's response was to gain McNamara's approval for the Jasons, a group of 40 scientists, to prepare a secret report on the utility of nuclear weapons in the war. Their conclusions, which were passed to McNamara, were complex, because guerrilla forces were usually widely dispersed across South Vietnam. The Jasons believed they made poor targets for nuclear weapons. There were, however, exceptions to the main thrust of the report: Vietnamese airfields, troop concentrations, tunnel systems, and Viet Cong bases in the South would, they concluded, be appropriate targets. Although nuclear weapons might not deliver a decisive blow, they would be helpful, serving as a major increase in the strength of B-52 bombardments. The Jasons also advised that the use of theater tactical nuclear weapons on troop targets would be effective in stopping the enemy from moving large masses of men in concentrated formation, a circumstance that applied when tens of thousands of North Vietnamese and NLF forces besieged the U.S. fortress at Khe Sanh. 81. Khe Sanh, no Dam Dien Bien Phu. Lyndon Johnson was profoundly marked by his memories of Dien Bien Phu. In 1965, as he prepared to increase U.S. troop levels in Vietnam to 200,000, he hesitated in response to questions about the causes of the French defeat raised by George Ball, his most dovish senior advisor. Johnson's doubts led Bundy to write an extended memorandum for the 148th. 148th. President, specifically rejecting the Dien Bien Phu analogy for the Vietnam commitment. 82. 3 years later, 6,000 U.S. troops at the old French fortress Khe Sanh found themselves surrounded by at least 40,000 North Vietnamese and NLF fighters. 83. Seeking to entrap one another's forces, Generals Westmoreland and Vion Nguyen, who had led the Vietnamese siege of Dien Bien Phu, prepared for a battle that each hoped would prove decisive. Equally important would be the role that the siege of Khe Sanh played in drawing U.S. forces away from South Vietnam's most heavily populated cities, opening the way for the psychological and political victories of the North's Tet Offensive. North Vietnamese planning for the battle for Khe Sanh and the Tet Offensive began in 1967 as a response to fears that the U.S. was preparing to invade the North. In the tradition of the best defense being a powerful offense, a military campaign was designed to reverse the achievements of the U.S. pacification program, expand their control in the countryside, and any U.S. plans to invade the North, destroy U.S. faith in its ability to achieve a military victory, and nudge the Americans in the direction of negotiations. 84 U.S. forces would be lured to the isolated former French fortress at Khe Sanh for a decisive battle near Laos and the 17th parallel, while opening the way for a broad North Vietnamese and NLF offensive against all of South Vietnam's major coastal cities. The military value of the Khe Sanh fortress remains a matter of debate. Built by the French in a mountainous area, it served as an observation post to monitor North Vietnamese movements along the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos and across the DMZ. Its runway allowed it to serve as a base for aerial reconnaissance, and it provided U.S. ground forces with the ability to attack North Vietnamese supply lines in Laos. General Westmoreland has argued that an additional strategic reason for holding Khe Sanh was that it blocked North Vietnamese access to the coastal plains that lay to the east, beyond the mountains. 85 The first minor skirmishes around Khe Sanh, which were designed to attract Westmoreland's attention, began in April 1967 with North Vietnamese troops cutting the supply route to the base and hitting the fortress with rocket, artillery, and mortar attacks. Westmoreland responded by sending more Marines to help defend the base. As U.S. sensors detected the movement of thousands of North Vietnamese forces moving toward and around Khe Sanh, Westmoreland believed General Giap's forces intended to replicate the siege of Dien Bien Phu. Having more advanced technologies and deadlier weapons than had been available to General Navarre, Westmoreland planned to turn the tables. He would transform Khe Sanh into a decisive killing field. In order not to scare off gathering Vietnamese forces, he reinforced Khe Sanh gradually, sending his best army units and deploying mobile forces from the coastal cities and plain. 149. 149. So convinced was he of the potential importance of a battle for Khe Sanh, that he stripped the rest of the country of adequate military reserves. 86 General Giap thus won invaluable tactical advantages for the Tet Offensive, which began in the opening days of the battle for Khe Sanh. Like chess players, Giap and Westmoreland drew one another's forces toward what they hoped would be a climactic battle. Westmoreland used the Marines as bait, deploying them around the Khe Sanh region to draw North Vietnamese and NLF guerrillas from their sanctuaries to the Indian country of Khe Sanh. The plan was to allow the enemy to surround us closely, to mass about us, to reveal his troop and logistic routes, to establish his dumps and assembly areas, and to prepare his siege works as energetically as he desires. This would reveal an enormous quantity of targets, ideal for heavy bombers. 87 Giap did his part in building the greatest concentration of opposing forces on a Vietnamese battlefield since the siege of Dien Bien Phu, bringing on more than Westmoreland anticipated. The 4 divisions Giap deployed were reinforced with tanks and artillery regiments. President Johnson, some of his advisors, and many in the press agreed the battle could be a turning point, but in whose favor they were not so sure. The president was certain of one thing: he didn't want no damn Dien Bien Phu at Khe Sanh. 88 Despite his reservations, he accepted the Joint Chiefs' recommendation to join the battle on January 29, as Vietnamese infantry forces began storming U.S. positions. During the 77-day siege, with Khe Sanh fully encircled by Vietnamese trenches and tunnels, the isolated garrison endured barrages, mortar attacks, ambushes, and assaults. Giap's assault began with a devastating rocket and missile attack that hit U.S. ammunition dumps, setting off thousands of artillery shells, plastic explosives, and tear gas. The dramatic scene instantly made the battle for the once isolated fortress the major story for the world's press in the weeks that followed. The siege was intense, with Vietnamese forces hitting the encircled Marines with up to 1,600 rockets and artillery shells a day. Several Marine outposts were overrun, while others went without food or water for days. As Westmoreland accelerated the resupply of the base, he also signaled his expectations and determination by sending 2 tons of body bags. 89 Westmoreland attacked with B-52s and fighter bombers, raining nearly 100,000 tons of bombs, rockets, and napalm on the Vietnamese positions. Indian country was transformed into a terrifying mass of fire, the non-radioactive equivalent of a 1.3 kiloton atomic bomb every day, roughly 6 Hiroshima-size bombs, killing as many as 15,000 Vietnamese. 90 The Vietnamese experience was described in the last diary entry of Huy Phong. 15 days after the siege began, things turned out to be more atrocious than ever and even by far fiercer than Dien Bien Phu. From the 150. 150. Beginning until the 60th day, B-52 bombers continually dropped their bombs in this area with ever-growing intensity and at any moment of the day. If someone came to visit this place, he might say that this was a storm of bombs which eradicated all living creatures. 91. Despite the storm of bombs, the North Vietnamese maintained their pressure and at times threatened to overrun the garrison. As the initial victories of the Tet Offensive began to overwhelm U.S. forces across Vietnam, Johnson began to wonder if U.S. troops at Khe Sanh could be resupplied and if they might be defeated. He began to fear a second Dien Bien Phu. On February 1, after reassuring the president, General Wheeler dispatched an eyes-only cable to his commanding general in Vietnam. Westmoreland was informed that there was a considerable amount of discussion comparing Khe Sanh to Dien Bien Phu in Washington. On behalf of the Joint Chiefs, he inquired whether there are targets in the area which lend themselves to nuclear strikes, whether some contingency nuclear planning would be in order, and what you consider to be some of the more significant pros and cons. 92. Westmoreland's response was cautious. The use of nuclear weapons should not be required in the present situation, but he did not rule out their use. Should the situation in the DMZ area change dramatically, we should be prepared to introduce weapons of greater effectiveness against massed force. Under such circumstances, I visualize that either tactical nuclear weapons or chemical agents should be active candidates for employment. 93. Later, Westmoreland regretted in his memoirs that nuclear weapons had not been used to break the siege. Because the region around Khe Sanh was virtually uninhabited, civilian casualties would be minimal. If Washington officials were so intent on sending a message to Hanoi, surely small tactical nuclear weapons would be a way to tell Hanoi something, as 2 atomic bombs had spoken convincingly to Japanese officials during World War II, and the threat of atomic bombs induced the North to accept meaningful negotiations during the Korean War. It could be that use of a few small tactical nuclear weapons in Vietnam, or even the threat of them, might have quickly brought the war to an end. 94. Although nuclear weapons were not detonated on the battlefield, nuclear threats were made in the Eisenhower tradition. In response to Westmoreland's cable, General Wheeler created a secret Pentagon group to study the possibility of using nuclear weapons at Khe Sanh. That secret was poorly kept. On February 9, in response to a question from Senator Fulbright, Dean Rusk denied the existence of any plans for nuclear use or of stockpiles of nuclear. 151. 151. Weapons in Vietnam. The White House followed with a press statement that no recommendations had been received for the use of nuclear weapons in Vietnam. The message carried between the lines was that if recommendations were received, nuclear weapons could be used. 95. The threats continued. On February 10, the Washington Post reported that General Wheeler had informed senators that the Joint Chiefs would recommend the use of tactical nuclear weapons if they came to believe they were essential to defend the 6,000 besieged Marines. Wheeler did not think nuclear weapons would be required. But thinking and the requirements of the war could, it was understood, change. Battlefield use of nuclear weapons was also considered at a meeting between McNamara, Rusk, Wheeler, and the President. 96. Finally, on February 16, in a statement ostensibly designed to end speculation, Johnson stated publicly that he, President, must make the decision to deploy nuclear weapons. No recommendation has been made to me. Beyond that, I think we ought to put an end to that discussion. This statement quieted the media, congressional, and international debate, but it did not silence it. The President, some noticed, had not ruled out the possibility of a nuclear attack, something he could have done easily. 97. There is conflicting evidence about whether these nuclear threats influenced the outcome of the battle for Khe Sanh. The siege continued into early March. As Vietnamese bombardments abated and North Vietnamese troops disappeared, General Westmoreland concluded that the battle had been won. Intelligence analysts differed about what had happened and why. Some believed that the battle was a ruse from the beginning, and that the North Vietnamese had moved most of their forces away from Khe Sanh in time to help launch the Tet Offensive. At least one North Vietnamese division at Khe Sanh was confirmed to have participated in the Tet Offensive's battle for Hue, Vietnam's historic and cultural capital. 98 General Philip Davidson, chief of U.S. intelligence in Vietnam, thought otherwise, believing that General Giap was aware of Washington's nuclear threats and understood the probability of nuclear attack was greater than at Dien Bien Phu. Davidson argued that it may have been more than just coincidental that PAVN attacks against the Marine outposts ceased at the same time as nuclear weapons were being considered for use in the area. 99 The price Vietnamese paid with their lives at Khe Sanh was enormous, but as Nguyen Hue Vy, who fought with the Viet Minh against the French and later against the U.S., reflected, Tet's casualties were not a very high price, we wanted to make a political statement. Without the Tet Offensive, the killing would have been greater. 100 U.S. military leaders. 152. 152. Disagreed, believing that they had inflicted a crushing operational defeat for the Vietnamese, crippling the North Vietnamese army. The Pentagon estimated 10,000 of 70,000 North Vietnamese and NLF fighters were killed at Khe Sanh and across the country as they were driven back from every major city they attacked. 101 This was not, however, a traditional war. The offensive delivered a transformative political shock through the U.S. political landscape. The scope, intensity, and duration of the Tet Offensive stunned the U.S. people, the political establishment, and even the Pentagon. The U.S. political and economic elite, mindful of the growing power of the anti-war movement across the country, faced a stark choice: either we go to war like in the Second World War, or we pull out. 102 Khe Sanh and Tet proved to be the turning point Hanoi's leaders hoped for. In their aftermath, General Westmoreland requested another 200,000 U.S. troops be sent to Vietnam. Instead, Johnson's policy review concluded that additional troops would not win the war, and that increased deployments could provoke a domestic crisis of unprecedented proportions across the U.S. 103 This was not an overstatement. Polls indicated that more than half of the U.S. people now opposed the war. On March 31, Johnson announced that he would not seek re-election. 3 days later came the concession that negotiations with the Vietnamese would soon begin in Paris. 104. Nixon the Madman. Richard Nixon will be remembered as one of the most complex, vulgar, and brutal of U.S. presidents. On coming to power in 1969, he faced two major international challenges: extricating the U.S. from its disastrous war in Vietnam and reinforcing U.S. global strategic dominance. His response on each front was to up the nuclear ante. By his own count, he seriously considered first-strike nuclear attacks on 4 occasions: in a massive escalation of the Vietnam War, during the 1973 Israeli-Arab October War, during an intensification of the Soviet-Chinese border dispute, and during the 1971 India-Pakistan War. 105 The strategic terrain confronting Nixon was significantly different than that faced by his immediate predecessors. After the Cuban Missile Crisis and Khrushchev's related ouster, Moscow diverted massive economic resources away from economic development to overcome its military inferiority. The Soviet Union was beginning to approach rough nuclear parity with the U.S., making mutual assured destruction a near certainty in the event of a nuclear exchange. In response, Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger opted for a carrot-and-stick containment policy. 153. 153. In the name of détente, they worked to enmesh the Kremlin by offering economic and diplomatic opportunities with the U.S. in exchange for more compliant behavior. Meanwhile, Nixon, Kissinger, and their allies raced to re-establish U.S. strategic dominance by MIRVing U.S. missiles and by accelerating research and development for a new generation of first-strike missiles. With the mistaken belief in the continued existence of a unified global communist movement, Nixon and Kissinger believed that they could use détente to leverage Moscow to force North Vietnam to accept U.S. terms for ending the war. In 1969, North Vietnam was receiving 85% of its weaponry from the Soviet Union, which was shipped via China and by sea. 106 For both personal and strategic reasons, Nixon was committed to preserving General Thieu's government in Saigon. Thieu's refusal to participate in the Paris peace talks on the eve of the 1968 presidential election had been an important factor in Nixon's victory. 107 Nixon also shared McNamara's early fears that abandoning his Vietnamese client would undermine U.S. credibility and power on a global level. He thus sought to do the impossible, keep Thieu in power while withdrawing nearly all U.S. troops from Vietnam and negotiating the release of U.S. prisoners of war. Essential to Nixon's vision was the necessity of improving the balance of power on the battlefield in order to strengthen his negotiating power in Paris. This was easier said than done. In addition to the determination of NLF and North Vietnamese forces, Nixon had to overcome powerful constraints. U.S. economic dominance was not what it had been immediately after World War II. Economic competition resulting from Japanese and Western European post-war regeneration required the downsizing of U.S. imperial commitments and refining U.S. strategy. 108 The popular opposition to the war, which had forced Johnson to resign, also limited Nixon's options. His answer was the Nixon Doctrine: on the peripheries of the U.S. empire, Washington's allies and clients would fight to defend shared interests, with the U.S. providing the weapons. In Vietnam this meant Vietnamization, changing the color of the corpses by replacing U.S. troops with a larger and more aggressive South Vietnamese army. It also meant irresistible military pressure on North Vietnam, much of it from B-52 and other air attacks. Elsewhere, the Nixon Doctrine meant relying on sub-imperial powers, such as Indonesia, Israel, and Iran. During the 1968 election campaign, like Johnson in 1964, Nixon presented himself as a peace candidate with a secret plan to end the war in Vietnam. His well-kept secret stratagem was built on lessons learned as vice president when Eisenhower forced North Korea to accept U.S. terms. 154. 154. For ending the Korean War. As his chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman later recalled, Nixon not only wanted to end the Vietnam War, he was absolutely convinced he would end it in his first year. He saw a parallel in the action President Eisenhower had taken to end another war. When Eisenhower arrived in the White House, the Korean War was stalemated. He secretly got word to the Chinese that he would drop nuclear bombs. In a few weeks, the Chinese called for a truce and the Korean War ended. 109. Nixon's path to this belief and strategy came naturally. The historian Fawn Brodie observed that Nixon was a man shaped by the racism of his era, including the demonology of Asians and the yellow peril concept. Nixon as vice president had anticipated an eventual confrontation of white versus dark-skinned races. 110 Marginalized by Eisenhower since the 1952 election controversy over accepting illicit gifts, Nixon as vice president forged an alliance with John Foster Dulles, learning from a man he described as one of the great diplomats of our time. 111 In 1954, when Dulles first enunciated the policy of massive retaliation, Nixon immediately supported it. "We have adopted a new principle," he said at the time. "Rather than let the communists nibble us to death all over the world in little wars, we will rely in the future on massive, mobile, retaliatory powers." 112 Nixon advocated using nuclear weapons at Dien Bien Phu without consulting the French and British. And, after briefing him about the apocalyptic capabilities of nuclear weapons, Oppenheimer reported that he had just come from a meeting with the most dangerous man I have ever met. 113 Following his 1968 election, Nixon chose Kissinger to serve as his national security advisor, believing that this would allow him to govern with the support of the more liberal Eastern establishment. 114 There was another reason for Kissinger's appointment. The Harvard professor had served on Johnson's negotiating team with the Vietnamese in Paris. Those negotiations continued through most of the 1968 election season, during which Kissinger also secretly served the Nixon campaign by planting obstacles to reaching an agreement and providing information about the ostensibly secret negotiations. 115 Similarly, the fact that Kissinger had written a seminal work advocating U.S. use of tactical nuclear weapons, and foreign policy, was not unrelated to Nixon's choice or to his agenda. 116 It is now widely recognized that if Nixon had not been committed to keeping General Thieu in power, he could have ended the war during his 155 first year in office by agreeing to a withdrawal on the basis of a publicly announced schedule. This would have meant admitting what Johnson had recognized: the war was a lost cause. Instead, like Johnson during his first days as president, Nixon resolved that he would not be the first president of the United States to lose a war. He threatened North Vietnam with savage assaults and the possibility of nuclear attacks. When those threats and his escalation of the war failed to break the Vietnamese, he secretly widened the war to Cambodia to demonstrate to Hanoi that the Nixon administration tougher than the previous administration. 117 Since the publication of Haldeman's diary, the broad outlines of Nixon's secret plan to end the war in Vietnam have been a part of the public record. Subsequent research has filled out the picture. 118 Because Nixon lacked the military experience to make his nuclear threat credible, he compensated with what he called his madman theory. He boasted that he could coerce the Kremlin and Hanoi into accepting his will by leading them to believe I've reached the point where I might do anything to stop the war. We'll just slip the word to them that, for God's sake, you know Nixon is obsessed about communism. We can't restrain him when he's angry and he has his hand on the nuclear button, and Ho Chi Minh himself will be in Paris in 2 days begging for peace. 119 Nixon had earlier signaled this approach in what he thought was an off-the-record briefing at the 1968 Republican National Convention. Asked by Southern delegates how he would end the war, he responded, "I'll tell you how Korea was ended." Eisenhower let the word go out diplomatically to the Chinese and the North Koreans that we would not tolerate this continual ground war of attrition. And within a matter of months they negotiated. He also told his speechwriter, Richard J. Whalen, "I would use nuclear weapons." 120 Not learning the lessons from the first years of the Kennedy administration, that Moscow's leverage over its Vietnamese ally was severely limited, like McNamara, Bundy, and Rusk, Nixon overestimated Moscow's willingness and ability to intervene. He also underestimated the will of the Vietnamese to prevail. Additionally, Nixon failed to appreciate Hanoi's superior ability to discern the correlation of political forces within the U.S. During the pre-inaugural transition period, Kissinger arranged for the Rand Corporation to develop a set of options for the war. Daniel Ellsberg, who had recently completed research on the Pentagon's secret history of the war, was given the assignment, and he reported that U.S. military victory in Vietnam was not an option. This was not acceptable to Kissinger, and under pressure from Kissinger's aides, Ellsberg agreed to add a threat option to his report. He cautioned, however, that he did not see how. 156. Threatening bombing is going to influence the enemy, because they have experienced 4 years of bombing. The only threat that Ellsberg thought the NLF and North Vietnamese might find credible was the threat to stay there for a long time, not to win. Kissinger was not satisfied, responding, "How can you conduct negotiations without a credible threat of escalation?" 121 A second report prepared by Ellsberg for Kissinger became NSSM-1. Preparing the study required posing questions to the Pentagon, the State Department, and the CIA about the progress of the war, ostensibly to identify differences in analyses and bureaucratic tensions that might affect the president's exercise of power. The study revealed deep pessimism within the government. Doubts were expressed about the efficacy of bombing and pacification, and about ARVN's ability to defeat the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces without heavy American air support. The most optimistic estimates envisioned a period of 8.3 years before the U.S. could pacify NLF-controlled areas. The more pessimistic projections were 13.4 years. 122 Kissinger's power and status depended on pleasing his prince, a vocation that would not be advanced by honoring Ellsberg's conclusions. Kissinger thus ignored the studies he had commissioned and followed the administration's guiding principle: South Vietnam would remain non-communist forever. Hanoi would be shown that the Nixon administration would stop at nothing, not even the physical destruction of North Vietnam cities and waterworks, to end the war on terms it declared to be honorable. Moscow would be warned that détente was not Washington's first priority, that its relationships with the United States in all areas, especially foreign trade, would be linked to its continuing support for Hanoi. The U.S. anti-war movement would also be challenged to buy time to pursue military victory. 123 Nixon and Kissinger wasted little time. During his first month as president, Nixon pressed his strategy, telling Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin that he hoped the Soviets would do what they could to get Paris-Vietnam talks off dead center. In early April, Nixon ordered timetables for incremental American troop withdrawal be developed, and in early June General Thiệu was informed that 25,000 of the 550,000 U.S. troops in Vietnam would be repatriated over the course of the summer. Having tested the public's patience by ruling out total and unilateral U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam, Nixon's initial troop withdrawal won him some time, but it also illuminated a problem that would plague his conduct of the war. Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird and Secretary of State William Rogers wanted to accelerate the pace of withdrawal. 124 To prevent Laird from placing obstacles in their path, Nixon and Kissinger began planning for Operation Duck Hook in extreme secrecy. 157. Even as they drew senior military officials into the planning, Laird was excluded. Duck Hook was conceived as a campaign that could include the mining of Haiphong Harbor, the bombing of Hanoi, destruction of North Vietnam's dike system, an invasion of North Vietnam, and nuclear attacks to eliminate railroad lines linking Vietnam with China and the Soviet Union. By applying Kissinger's nuclear warfighting concepts, Nixon planned to challenge the North Vietnamese with a carefully orchestrated series of threats, culminating in dropping a tactical nuclear weapon, if they ignored a final ultimatum set for November 1, 1969. This was referred to as the November Ultimatum. 125 Over the course of the summer, Nixon and Kissinger prepared the way. To pacify the home front, the president rolled out the Nixon Doctrine to reassure the public that the U.S. would not again be dragged into conflicts such as the one we have in Vietnam. In mid-August, Laird was authorized to announce that the U.S. objective in Vietnam was not the defeat of North Vietnam but, consistent with the Nixon Doctrine, the strengthening of South Vietnam's ability to repel a North Vietnamese attack. Rumors were also leaked to the press about a possible breakthrough in the Paris negotiations. 126 Finally, in September, with the peace movement's October moratorium demonstrations approaching, Nixon announced that an additional 35,000 U.S. troops would be brought home from Vietnam. Behind-the-scenes planning and diplomacy for Operation Duck Hook proceeded apace. On July 7, Nixon reiterated his commitment to winning the war through negotiations or on the battlefield. In either case, he told Kissinger, "We'll bomb the bastards." 4 days later, Kissinger passed the word to Dobrynin that Nixon could turn to other alternatives if North Vietnam failed to cooperate in Paris. On July 15, he sent a bland letter to Ho Chi Minh renewing his offer to negotiate an end to the war but proposing no new peace terms. 2 weeks later Nixon advised Thiệu that he planned to send a warning to Hanoi in an unorthodox way. The French were warned by Kissinger that it was important that the United States not be confounded by a fifth-rate agricultural power, and Jean Saint-Denis, a French diplomat who had served in Hanoi and was close to Kissinger, was entrusted with the mission of telling Ho Chi Minh that unless some serious breakthrough had been achieved by November the president would be obliged to have recourse to measures of great consequences and force. In early August, Nixon used a meeting with the Romanian dictator, President Nicolae Ceausescu, to reinforce his message to Hanoi. Ceausescu was urged to let Ho Chi Minh know that he cannot indefinitely continue to have 200 deaths a week in Vietnam and no progress in Paris. On November 1 this year, if there is no progress, We must re-evaluate our policy. 2 days later, Kissinger personally and 158. 158. Secretly delivered the threat to the North Vietnamese in Paris. If by November no major progress has been made toward a solution, we will be compelled with great reluctance to take measures of the greatest consequence. 127. Kissinger used August to assemble a working group to continue refinements of Operation Duck Hook. In addition to military personnel assigned to the National Security Council, civilians, including Anthony Lake, Winston Lord, Roger Morris, and Helmut Sonnefeld, were instructed to develop plans for the bombing of military and economic targets in and around Hanoi, the mining of Haiphong and other ports, air strikes against North Vietnam's northeast line of communications, as well as passes and bridges at the Chinese border, and air and ground attacks on other targets. Kissinger instructed his team that it was to be a savage blow. You are not to exclude the possibility of a nuclear device being used for purposes of a blockade in the pass to China if that seems to be the only way to close the pass. I refuse to believe that a little fourth-rate power like North Vietnam does not have a breaking point. 128. Roger Morris, Kissinger's aide responsible for coordinating Duck Hook's targeting proposals, later testified that the operation provided for attacks by at least 2 low-yield nuclear weapons, one of them 1.5 miles from the Chinese border. 129. Within the White House and the Duck Hook Planning Group, Morris recalled, savage was a word that was used again and again, a savage unremitting blow on North Vietnam to bring them around, that was the whole point. 130. In early September, even as he announced additional troop withdrawals, Nixon warned of the possibility of blockading Haiphong Harbor or invading North Vietnam. He was frustrated. Ho Chi Minh had rejected his terms, and Nixon believed the Doves and the public were undermining his negotiating position in Paris. He thus resolved to implement Duck Hook. Later in the month, with both the moratorium and the November ultimatum deadline approaching, Nixon stepped up the pressure and the theatrics. During a White House meeting between Kissinger and Dobrynin, by pre-arrangement, the president phoned Kissinger. When they finished their conversation, Kissinger turned to Dobrynin and told him, President has told me in that call that as far as Vietnam is concerned, the train has just left the station and is now headed down the track. 131. At about the same time, to attract Hanoi's attention, Nixon met with a group of Republican senators and, as he recounted in his memoirs, deliberately leaked his plan for the mining of Haiphong and an invasion of North Vietnam. As he hoped, the threat was soon reported in the media. Seymour Hersh has reported that on October 1, with still no response from the Vietnamese, Nixon ordered a DEFCON 1 alert status, maximum force. 159. 159. Readiness. For 29 days, Nixon used the highest form of controlled violence or force short of nuclear war to intimidate Hanoi via Soviet messengers. As Hersh described it, aircraft were pulled off their routine training and surveillance duties and placed in take-off position on runways across the United States, fully armed, fueled, ready to fly attack missions anywhere in the world. No public announcement was made of the special alert. Amounted to a secret between the White House and the Soviet Union, the United States had gone, without announcement and for no obvious reason, to the most advanced alert status possible. 132. It was later learned that there was more to the story. The release of previously classified documents to the National Security Archives indicates that Nixon had second thoughts about following through with Operation Duck Hook, and that he implemented a more complex but no less threatening nuclear threat to intimidate the Soviet leadership into forcing Ho Chi Minh's hand. As William Burr and Jeffrey Kimball, National Security Archive analysts, have explained, in the face of Layard's and Rogers' continued opposition to escalating the war, and challenged by the still growing public opposition to the war, Nixon's commitment to Duck Hook melted. As early as October 6 he may have decided against it. Nixon remained convinced, however, that the Soviets would need a special reminder. 133 Taking action that could serve as either the opening move of Duck Hook or as a threat directed solely at the Soviet Union, Nixon ordered Laird to begin a series of increased alert measures designed to convey to the Soviets an increasing readiness by U.S. strategic forces. The operation was to be secret to all but the Soviet leadership, in part to protect Soviet prestige, thus making it less necessary for Moscow to counter with nuclear threats of its own. Not even National Security Council staff who specialized in the Soviet Union or Vietnam were informed. In the White House, only Nixon, Kissinger, Haldeman, and Haig knew of the alert, while at the Pentagon only Laird, General Persley, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Wheeler, fully understood the operation. To make sure that Moscow received the message, Nixon used a meeting with Dobrynin to signal that unless there is real progress in Vietnam, U.S. Soviet relations will continue to be adversely affected. 134 On October 10, the commanders-in-chief of the U.S. Strategic, European, Pacific, Atlantic, and Southern Commands, the Strike Command, the Alaska Command, and the North American Defense Command were each 160 informed that higher authority had ordered a series of actions to test our military readiness in selected areas worldwide to respond to possible confrontation by the Soviet Union. These actions should be discernible to the Soviets but not threatening in themselves. 3 days later, tactical training flights were cancelled so that as many nuclear-capable bombers and support aircraft as possible could be placed on alert. 135 ICBMs were already at launch on warning alert status. Soon 144 B-52 bombers, 32 B-58 bombers, and 189 KC-135 refueling tankers were readied for possible nuclear attacks, reinforced by the cancellation of more than 4,000 strike and tactical air command training sorties to raise combat readiness. Within days, European and Pacific Command forces also cancelled training flights and increased the number of aircraft prepared for SIOP alert. On October 17, General Wheeler ordered the CINCs to further increase readiness for possible nuclear attacks. Middle East naval forces were ordered to conduct exercises off the Gulf of Aden, and a nuclear-armed aircraft carrier and a hunter-killer anti-submarine warfare fleet were sent into the North Atlantic, signaling a threat to Soviet nuclear forces concentrated on the Kola Peninsula. Days later, the Pacific Command was ordered to closely monitor Soviet ships en route to Vietnam and to increase the number of Polaris missile submarines on patrol in the Pacific. 136 The CINCs, who were implementing Nixon's and Wheeler's commands, wondered why the undeclared nuclear alert had been ordered. Some correctly concluded that it was related to the Paris negotiations. White House staff, aware of increased activity and tension, might have remembered what they had been told by Charles Colson, Nixon's notorious senior advisor: "We'll be out of Vietnam before the year is out. The old man is going to have to drop the bomb. He'll drop the bomb before the year is out, and that will be the end of the war." 137 In the Executive Office Building basement, members of Kissinger's staff, some of whom had been involved in the planning for Duck Hook and who were unaware of the alert that had been ordered, were less optimistic. Roger Morris, William Watts, and Anthony Lake reinforced one another's doubts and scruples. On October 13, 2 days before the peace movement's national moratorium, Watts, who had the authority of having worked at the Ford Foundation and having been a member of Nelson Rockefeller's staff, addressed a top-secret memorandum to Kissinger. He warned that, if implemented, the November ultimatum could provoke widespread domestic violence. African Americans in ghettos and others in the U.S. would believe that Nixon was committed to his foreign agenda, but not to solving domestic problems. The resultant feeling of disappointment and rage could be hard to contain. Young people, including students. 161 would join black rioters. Widespread mobilization of the National Guard could become inevitable, and use of U.S. Army units could also ensue. The administration would probably be faced with handling domestic dissension as brutally as it administered the November Plan. 138 On October 21, As the still-secret nuclear alert intensified, Lake and Morris sent Kissinger another memorandum arguing that Vietnamization could not work. The administration, they advised, should cut its losses with the THIO government and negotiate a caretaker government acceptable to both Washington and Hanoi. If necessary, THIO might have to be assassinated like Diem had been before him. 139 documents released to the National Security Archive and Nixon's memoirs provide conflicting, but not necessarily incompatible, accounts of the climax of Nixon's madman threat. Consistent with Hersh's earlier reports of nuclear-armed B-52s being placed wing-to-wing on SAC runways so that they could be seen and photographed by Soviet spy satellites, while other nuclear-armed warplanes were placed on alert in civilian airports, the documents reveal that Wheeler ordered SAC aircraft to the highest state of maintenance readiness no later than October 25 and to remain on alert through the first week of November and possibly longer. Nixon took his nuclear brinkmanship further on October 27 when he ordered implementation of Operation Giant Lance, nuclear-armed bombers flying continuously over Alaska and the Bering Sea along the Soviet frontier for 4 days to ensure that Moscow received his coercive message. 140 There are various, though not necessarily contradictory, explanations of how and why the nuclear alert was terminated. Burr and Kimball report that on October 30, after 17 days of ground alert, stand-downs, surveillance, heightened naval activity, and airborne alert, the test ended on schedule without having aroused an observable Soviet response. They report that Dobryn's response was that reaction in the Kremlin to tactics of this kind would always be the opposite of what Washington desired. Nixon blamed the peace movement. As he later recorded in his memoirs, "I had to decide what to do about the ultimatum. After all the protests and the moratorium, American public opinion would be seriously divided by any military escalation of the war. On October 14, I knew for sure that my ultimatum failed. 250,000 people came to Washington. 141 in their secret Paris meetings. Nguyen Co Thach, North Vietnam's foreign minister, reportedly informed Kissinger that he had read his books. It is Kissinger's idea, Thach said, that it is a good thing to make a false threat the enemy believes is a true threat. It is a bad thing if we are." 162. 162. Threatening an enemy with a true threat and the enemy believes it is a false threat. I told Kissinger that false or true, we Vietnamese don't mind. There must be a third category for those who don't care whether the threat is true or false. Kissinger, Thach later maintained, was unable to threaten North Vietnam because, if he did so, we would turn our backs. We knew that they could not stay in Vietnam forever, but Vietnam must stay in Vietnam forever. 142. Scapegoating the peace movement, Nixon argued that it had destroyed whatever small possibility there may have existed for ending the war in 1969. 143. He had found himself, he conceded, in a difficult position. If he did not follow through on his threats, the communists would become contemptuous of us and even more difficult to deal with. To compensate for the failure of his November ultimatum, Nixon discarded the draft of his previously scheduled November 3 speech announcing the escalation that he had secretly threatened. In what became known as his silent majority speech, Nixon warned that he would not hesitate to take strong and effective action to prevent a U.S. defeat that would result in a collapse of confidence in American leadership. He appealed to the great silent majority of Americans to support him in preventing the massacres and repression that he claimed would inevitably follow a U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam. With aides manipulating the press through orchestrated telegrams of support, polls indicated that Nixon won the support of 77% of his audience and time to prolong and widen his war in pursuit of peace with honor. 144. Endgame. Nixon, Kissinger, and their allies resisted their inevitable defeat. For 3 years they pursued peace with honor, a public relations slogan used as political cover for their murderous effort to preserve the credibility of U.S. coercive force. They intensified and expanded the war across Indochina. The secret bombings of Cambodia planted the seeds of Nixon's ultimate and humiliating downfall. 145 and were followed by the U.S. invasion and a CIA-sponsored military coup. Nixon's efforts to deny NLF and North Vietnamese forces sanctuary in Prince Sihanouk's kingdom opened the way for the genocidal Pol Pot regime to come to power in that abused and once idyllic nation. 146 in neighboring Laos, the plain of Jars was bombed until it became a cratered moonscape, and millions of tons of deadly ordnance were dropped on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Consistent with Vietnamization, the numbers of U.S. ground forces and their daily death toll in Vietnam were steadily reduced. To offset this loss of firepower, the client, ARVN, was vastly expanded. It became a highly 163 dependent million-man army, reinforced by more than $1 billion of the era's most modern weaponry. To augment the power of his diminishing ground forces, Nixon ratcheted up the intensity of the air war, making much of South Vietnam a free-fire zone. To expose NLF positions and movements, defoliants, including the carcinogenic Agent Orange, were used across wide expanses. In addition to clearing swathes of jungle, the defoliants poisoned U.S. troops as well as Vietnamese, their future offspring, and the land for generations to come. Nixon and Kissinger's faith in coercive diplomacy led them to mine Haiphong Harbor, North Vietnam's principal port, and to decimate the North's economic, military, and cultural infrastructures with B-52 attacks. During the Nixon years, more than 2 million Indochinese were killed or wounded to win the Paris Peace Accords, which were not signed until January 1973. In essence, the agreement consisted of terms and conditions the NLF and North Vietnamese had offered in 1969, and the signatories understood that they were designed to be a fraud by both sides. 147 By 1972, Nixon's and Kissinger's strategic priorities had changed. There was a presidential election to be won, and they saw important political and strategic openings in the chasm and tensions that had grown from the Sino-Soviet split. They believed that a tacit alliance with Beijing could be used to force Moscow to make concessions in arms control agreements and to force accommodations by North Vietnam. A triumphant journey to Beijing, opening China, would politically trump almost any imaginable initiative by the Democratic Party's candidate. Nixon's meeting with Mao Zedong, they thought, would also signal to North Vietnam that it had little choice but to negotiate a face-saving agreement in Paris. As had been the case during the 1954 Geneva Conference, realities on the ground in Vietnam largely determined the outcome of the Paris negotiations. With the July 1971 announcement of Kissinger's secret Chinese diplomacy and of Nixon's forthcoming trip to Beijing, General Thieu began to fear that his government might be sacrificed in Washington's pursuit of greater strategic advantages. Across the DMZ, recalling how its battlefield victories in 1954 had been compromised in Geneva by both Moscow and Beijing, Hanoi's leadership moved to strengthen their negotiating hand. Nixon and Kissinger sought a Vietnam peace agreement that could be signed before the election, and that would provide for the withdrawal of U.S. forces, the return of prisoners of war, and the ability to keep the Thieu government in power in Saigon by resuming the air war. Faced with waning congressional and public support for the war, Kissinger and Nixon believed that they could better preserve the anti-communist regime in Saigon if North Vietnam signed a peace agreement and then violated it. Once the 1972 election was won, Nixon could use 164 Provisional Revolutionary Government and North Vietnamese treaty violations as rationales for a renewed air war fought from U.S. air bases in Thailand and Japan and from U.S. aircraft carriers. In Paris, negotiations focused on a PRG proposal that provided for withdrawal of U.S. forces, the return of prisoners of war, and the creation of a tripartite coalition government. Called the Council of Reconciliation and Concord, it was to be composed of members of the South Vietnamese government, the PRG, and neutralist forces. The council was to operate on the basis of consensus, and was charged with organizing an election of a new government in South Vietnam responsible for negotiating reunification of Vietnam. This was essentially what Ho Chi Minh had been prepared to accept in 1956. The PRG's proposal also called for Vietnamese troops to remain in place following the ceasefire and allowed North Vietnamese forces and supplies to move freely across the DMZ. Predictably, the negotiations stalled, then broke down, and all parties to the war turned to politics by other means. More than 100,000 North Vietnamese troops soon poured across the DMZ for a spring offensive which nearly routed the far better equipped Vietnamized ARVN. With U.S. ground forces greatly reduced, Nixon and Kissinger's response was to escalate the air war. At an April 25 meeting, in response to Kissinger's proposals for intensifying the air war with B-52 attacks against North Vietnam's power plants and harbors, Nixon urged more, "I'd rather use the nuclear bomb." The nuclear bomb. When Kissinger demurred that nuclear weapons would just be too much, Nixon pressed, "Does that bother you? I just want you to think big. I don't give a damn about civilians being killed." 148 Without resort to nuclear weapons, the intensified air war halted the North Vietnamese offensive, and the sobered negotiators returned to Paris. In the months that followed, Nixon and Kissinger found Thieu to be the greatest obstacle to negotiating the treaty, which they wanted in place before the U.S. presidential election. Thieu, who understood that terms initially accepted by Kissinger spelled the demise of his government, demanded changes in the draft treaty. Nixon's response was to name him as the primary obstacle to peace, to threaten to sign the treaty without him, and to warn him of assassination by reminding him in writing of the late Ngo Dinh Diem's fate. 149 Ultimately, with Nixon's assurances of continued assistance to defend Thieu's government in the post-settlement period and that we will respond with full force should the settlement be violated by North Vietnam, 150 underscored by the savage 1972 Christmas bombings of North Vietnam, and with renewed leaks of U.S. nuclear threats, the Paris Peace Accords were signed. The accords recognized that Vietnam was one country and provided 165 for the withdrawal of all U.S. troops and the release of all U.S. prisoners of war. North Vietnamese and PRG military forces were permitted to remain in place across South Vietnam. Thieu's political prisoners were to be released, and the U.S. pledged to assist in the reconstruction in North Vietnam and other Indochinese nations. Nixon and Kissinger may not have been in full agreement about what they had achieved. Kissinger believed that the accords had bought South Vietnam's government a decent interval of 2 years to demonstrate its viability or to fall in ways that would obscure U.S. responsibility. 151 Nixon, as Ellsberg and others have argued, appears to have been sincere in his commitment to use full force, which Thieu understood to mean B-52 attacks, and Ellsberg the remining of Haiphong Harbor and possible nuclear attack to keep Thieu in power throughout his second term in office. Nixon, however, proved unable to fight two wars, one military and one political, simultaneously. U.S. and North Vietnamese violations of the peace accords began almost immediately. Washington provided weapons to Thieu's army illegally, and North Vietnam sent fresh troops across the DMZ. In mid-April 1973, Thieu was welcomed at Nixon's California White House in San Clemente to demonstrate the continued alliance, but, as Kissinger understood, their strategy for Vietnam was in tatters. The Watergate scandal had begun to monopolize the nation's and the White House's attention and energies. Nixon's diminishing prestige and his lack of credibility left him unable to mobilize the popular or congressional support needed for renewed bombing. 152 During the 2-year indecent interval that followed, the National Council of Reconciliation and Concord predictably failed to function. The promised elections were not held. Thieu's corrupt government, economy, and army, each dependent on U.S. support, atrophied as Congress cut funding for the war and the PRG pressed home its political and military victories. Despite commitments made by Nixon and his successor, Gerald Ford, to defend Thieu's regime, the end came in the spring of 1975. In March, General Giap launched a general offensive that sent Thieu's demoralized army into an undisciplined retreat. 2 weeks later, as Theo-feudally attempted to cut his losses and consolidate his forces in and around Saigon, Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger understood that he was witnessing the collapse of South Vietnam. He advised Ford that there was only one way to halt the North Vietnamese offensive: tactical nuclear weapons. Ford wisely decided not to pursue that option. 153. 166. 166. 167. Axiom 1 of international affairs: that the United States will take any possible steps to ensure that its allies do not gain independent access to these resources to any significant degree, and surely that the Soviet Union does not. All other issues will be subordinated to this concern. 1. Throughout the 20th century the Middle East was, in Iqbal Ahmed's words, the geopolitical center of the struggle for world power. The U.S. military saw it in much the same way. For them, it was the jugular vein of Western capitalism, not to mention an essential source of fuel for the U.S. and Allied war machines. In the decade following World War II, through often corrupting and militarized diplomacy, combined with the decline of the British and French empires, the U.S. replaced the former colonial powers as the regional hegemon, albeit one that struggled to suppress rising nationalist forces. Throughout the Cold War, beginning with the 1946 clash over Azerbaijan in northern Iran, the U.S. reinforced its support for loyal monarchs and other client regimes by repeatedly preparing and threatening to initiate nuclear wars against the Soviet Union, and on one occasion against Lebanon and Iraq. 2. This chapter explores the repeated U.S. use of nuclear terrorism to guarantee its continued control over and privileged access to the prize of Middle East oil. The chapter begins with an introduction to the centrality of Middle East oil to 20th-century economies and militaries, and how, in the immediate aftermath of World War II, Washington dealt with having won one of the greatest material prizes in world history. 3. It then reviews the tragic, often criminal, history of the Middle East wars, the final outcomes of which the U.S. dictated with its nuclear threats. It traces how President Eisenhower cemented U.S. regional dominance by responding to the joint Israeli, British, and French invasion of Egypt with ultimatums and an attack on the British currency, and how he answered a rhetorical Soviet nuclear threat with a more meaningful one of his own. 2 years later, as described here, the U.S. dispatched tactical nuclear weapons along with the Marines to Lebanon to reinforce a puppet president there. Those nuclear. 6. The Middle East, monopolizing the prize. 167. Weapons were initially intended to contain the Arab nationalist revolution in Iraq, but Eisenhower's special envoy found that using them to threaten the destruction of Beirut proved helpful in ensuring the continued loyalty of the Lebanese army. U.S. nuclear threats during the 1967 Israeli-Arab Six-Day War set a pattern that was repeated 6 years later in the October War of 1973 and invoked to ensure that Syrian forces did not intervene in the Black September civil war in Jordan, dispatching the nuclear-armed Sixth Fleet to the eastern Mediterranean to send a message to Moscow that no translator would need to interpret to the Kremlin leadership. The chapter concludes with President Carter's response to the Iranian Revolution and to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, a doctrine that committed the U.S. to use any means necessary, nuclear weapons included, to ensure its continued dominance in the Middle East. Antecedents. Throughout the 20th century, the peoples of the Middle East were dominated by foreign powers. Contrary to the rhetoric that World War I was a war to end all wars, it was fought primarily to determine whether Germany or the more entrenched European colonial powers, Britain and France, would carve out colonies from the oil-rich corpse of the Ottoman Empire. As oil replaced coal as the most efficient source of energy, control of Middle East oil became, in Winston Churchill's words, the prize of global mastery, and thus of World War I. Centuries of Ottoman rule were followed by British, and to a lesser extent French, hegemony, sealed in the secretly negotiated terms of the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement, which divided much of the Arab world into spheres for the two colonial powers. 4 European concepts of nation and nationalism were exported to support divide and conquer rule. New structures of power were created to facilitate European rule through old elites. Then as now, the key to the international politics of the Middle East in the relations between outside powers and local forces, whether governments, rulers, tribal chiefs, or warlords. 5 national boundaries, like those of Iraq and Kuwait, were drawn in the sand and across mountains, while, on the margins, France ruled Syria, Lebanon, and much of North Africa, and the US established a foothold on the Arabian Peninsula. Britain remained master of the prize until it was succeeded on numerous fronts by the US at the end of World War II. As the war drew to a close, US planners understood they were about to win what the State Department described as a stupendous source of strategic power, and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. It advised that this treasure would undoubtedly be lost to the United States unless to 168. 168. The reasonable requests of King Ibn Saud. 6. As the US gradually replaced Britain as the preeminent Middle East power, its influence was not unrivaled. In the first decade of the Cold War, the US shared power and divided responsibilities with Britain and France while also working to reduce their influence. Resistance to British and French authority, and opportunities for greater US influence and power, intensified in the course of their invasion of Egypt, the 1958 Lebanese Civil War and Ba'athist coup in Iraq, and Algeria's War for Independence, which began in 1954. Of greater strategic importance was Washington's preoccupation with Soviet ambitions in the region. Until the end of the Cold War, U.S. Middle East policy was defined by 3 goals, which were usually mutually supportive but at times in tension: 1. Controlling the production and distribution of the region's oil, 2. Marginalizing Soviet influence, and 3. Ensuring Israeli survival and security. Within this framework, U.S. policymakers had their differences. Cold warriors saw Russians or their agents behind every sand dune and tended to view Israel as a bulwark against Soviet penetration and a bastion of regional order. Regionalists sought stability by addressing the sources of conflicts, such as the Israeli, Palestinian, Arab conflict and the rise of Al-Qaeda, on their own terms. 7. There were also those, including some Christians, whose identity and commitments lay primarily with Israel. Axiom number 1. Noam Chomsky has written that Axiom 1 of international affairs is that the United States will take any possible steps to ensure that its allies do not gain independent access to these resources to any significant degree, and surely that the Soviet Union does not. All other issues will be subordinated to this concern. 8. He recalled that as early as 1949 George Kennan reinforced his call for reindustrializing Japan by noting that when necessary the U.S. would be able to exercise veto power over future Japanese policies. U.S. control of Middle East oil gave it a stranglehold on Europe and Japan. 9. The primacy of maintaining this stranglehold largely explains the last 6 decades of U.S. Middle East policy. Today, it applies to containing Chinese influence in the Middle East and Africa as much as it did to the Soviet Union. When the Allied victory in Europe appeared increasingly inevitable, U.S. strategists turned their attention to the use of the Middle East prize for the longer term. In 1943, Secretary of State Cordell Hull recommended that Britain be allowed to expand its Middle East oil facilities only if such increase is clearly necessary from the military viewpoint and the need could not be met by providing for increased supplies of American Middle. 169. 169. East oil. The following year the broad outlines of U.S. post-war strategy were outlined in a State Department memorandum recommending that, where possible, the import of Middle Eastern oil should be substituted for US-produced oil in Europe, Asia, and South Asia. An agreement should be negotiated with Britain on the development and distribution of Middle Eastern oil, so that the unilateral political intervention that has characterized Middle Eastern petroleum affairs heretofore be eliminated. It also urged that the U.S. forestall those factors that might lead to the loss or failure to exploit U.S. oil concessions in the Middle East, and that it should guard against political complications that might develop. 10. In 1945, the concern about British unilateral political intervention was explained more fully. We want a cessation of British political interventionism in the process of obtaining petroleum concession in areas directly or indirectly dependent upon British sovereignty. This political interventionism has taken the form of interposing innumerable and ingenious obstructions in the path of efforts by United States nationals to obtain concessions in areas within the British sphere of political influence. 11. These strategies were based on the centrality of the tacit U.S. alliance with Saudi Arabia, which controls the world's largest known petroleum reserves. Shortly before his death, Franklin Roosevelt sealed the alliance with commitments to the Saudi monarchy memorialized in a photograph of the President and King Ibn Saud aboard a U.S. battleship in the Red Sea. 2 years later, Acting Secretary of State Robert Lovett cabled the U.S. ambassador in Riyadh that one of the basic policies of United States in Near East is unqualifiedly to support territorial integrity and political independence of Saudi Arabia. Lovett advised the ambassador that if Saudi Arabia should be attacked by another power or be under threat of attack, the U.S. through medium of UN would take energetic measures to ward off such aggression. 12. Irene Genzier has written that with the founding of Aramco in 1947 the geopolitics of oil and U.S. Middle East policy were joined. 13. The long-term foundations of U.S. Middle East hegemony were thus in place by 1952, the U.S. had a special relationship with the Saudi monarchy, whose survival it guaranteed. A tripartite agreement had been negotiated with France and Britain, which committed them to resist any attempt to alter Middle East borders by force. And, with Greece and Turkey integrated into NATO, a barrier against Soviet influence and intervention was erected. 170. 170. In 1955, this infrastructure was reinforced by the Baghdad Pact, a series of U.S. and British-inspired bilateral agreements between Turkey and Iraq, Britain and Iraq, and Pakistan and Iran. 14. Until the 1967 Israeli-Arab War, U.S. Middle East policy was largely implemented by the Seven Sisters oil companies. 15. With the assistance of State Department staff and CIA agents. They were reinforced by presidential initiatives and doctrines, a network of U.S. military bases, covert operations and overt military interventions, and on numerous occasions by the threat of U.S. nuclear attack. The proximity of the Middle East to the Soviet Union inevitably meant that regional developments would impact Soviet security. Yet, ever since Truman had nightmares in 1945 of a giant pincer movement against the oil-rich areas of the Near East and the warm water ports of the Mediterranean, U.S. presidents have shared his fear and built on his commitments to block any expansion of Soviet influence in the Middle East. Because the Soviets understood the centrality of Middle East oil to U.S. imperial power, as well as their strategic inferiority, with rare exceptions the Kremlin was cautious, avoiding actions that could be interpreted as challenging U.S. power in the region. Despite its support for Middle East monarchs, dictators, and tyrants, Washington's ostensible commitment to democracy and freedom has coincided neatly with its imperial ambitions. Before Al-Qaeda, it was the Russian threat that was repeatedly invoked to scare the hell out of the country. 16. And to provide presidents with political cover to justify whatever action they thought necessary to implement axiom number 1. In the name of freedom and anti-communism, the Truman, Eisenhower, and Carter doctrines were proclaimed. Under the Truman Doctrine, the U.S. would intervene to support free people who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. The Eisenhower Doctrine called for employment of the armed forces of the United States to secure and protect the territorial integrity and political independence of nations requesting such aid against aggression from any nation controlled by international communism. 17. The Carter Doctrine asserted that any attempt by any outside force to gain control of the Persian Gulf will be regarded as an assault on the vital interests of the United States of America, and such an assault will be repelled by any means necessary. 18. And, when neither weapons of mass destruction nor links between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda could be found to justify the 21st century U.S. war or occupation of Iraq, the articulated rationale was simply changed to exporting democracy and freedom. Thus, when the Soviet Union was slow to withdraw from northern Iran after World War II, Truman informed the Soviet ambassador that Soviet 171 troops should evacuate Iran within 48 hours or the United States would use the new superbomb that it alone possessed. In 1948, when the CIA informed Truman that a victory for the Greek guerrillas would endanger U.S. control over Middle East oil, 40% of the known world reserves, the president initiated a counterinsurgency effort on behalf of Greek royalists who had collaborated with the Nazis. In the civil war that followed, 160,000 people lost their lives. During the Eisenhower administration, fear of communism was used to justify the CIA-directed coup in Iran which restored the Shah, the unsuccessful attempt to topple Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and the dispatch of nuclear-armed Marines to Lebanon. Marginalizing the Soviets also dominated the Nixon-Kissinger approach to the region. It also served as the rationale for President Carter's creation of the Rapid Deployment Force. 21 Just as the Balfour Declaration's commitment of British support for the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people was an act of British national interest, so U.S. support for Israel has been less than fully altruistic. U.S. economic, political, and military aid, and the maintenance of a regional military balance of power in Israel's favor, have been rooted in a multitude of foreign policy and domestic political considerations. Cold warriors saw Israel as a bulwark against Soviet penetration. 22 Before the 1969 Nixon Doctrine formally transformed Israel and Iran into the hammer and anvil of U.S. regional power, the Johnson administration understood that Israeli military power could be used to contain and weaken Arab nationalism which threatened oil-rich conservative monarchies allied with the U.S. 23 And, under the Carter Doctrine and Reagan's strategic cooperation framework, Israel served the U.S. as an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the Rapid Deployment Force. Israel's shared Western values and origins as a colonial settler state, the role Israel plays in Christian theology and imagination, and the need to atone for anti-Semitic guilt, have all served as ideological underpinnings for the strategic U.S.-Israeli relationship. They also reinforced the power of the American Israel Public Affairs Committee and other powerful Zionist political action committees, widely known as the Israel Lobby. 24 Its power has rivaled, and at times surpassed, that of oil interests in framing and influencing U.S. foreign policy. 25 Until the 1991 Gulf War, the goals of assuring U.S. control over Middle East oil, marginalizing other powers' influence in the region, and supporting Israel regardless of its conquests and occupations usually reinforced one another. That most Arab nations have seen Israeli repression of the Palestinians, and not the Soviet Union or Al-Qaeda, as the greatest threat to their security has long been the central contradiction of U.S. Middle East policy. 172. Suez. The causes of the 1956 Suez War, and the war itself, were as simple as colonialism and necessarily complex. The Eisenhower administration, which had decided to weaken and possibly overthrow the Egyptian government, unintentionally precipitated the chain of events that culminated in Nasser's decision to nationalize the Suez Canal. It later reversed course and supported Nasser following the British, French, and Israeli invasion in their effort to retake the Suez Canal and drive the Arab nationalist government from power. When the Soviet Union responded with threats of missile attacks against London, Paris, and Israel, the U.S. immobilized Moscow by threatening nuclear war. The crisis took place during the rule of an exceptionally aggressive U.S. administration. Despite Eisenhower's later condemnation of the military-industrial complex, his repeated threats to initiate nuclear war, his administration's anti-communist coups d'état in Iran and Guatemala, and its counterinsurgency warfare across Southeast Asia resulted in the Eisenhower years being among the most militarized in U.S. history. 26 The Suez War also took place at a time when the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe were enjoying the first freedoms resulting from Khrushchev's de-Stalinization program. Even as Washington understood that the USSR would pursue a less tense relationship with the Western powers while it focused on economic development, there were deep fears that the Kremlin would increase efforts, to extend the area of communist influence or control. 27 In the Middle East, this translated into a U.S. policy fixated on removing what little influence the Soviets had and preventing any possibility of its expansion. As in Southeast Asia, neutrality was interpreted as undermining U.S. interests and was to be opposed. Soon after being appointed Secretary of State in January 1953, Dulles traveled to the Middle East, where he was impressed by the disadvantages of collaborating with an ally so clearly marked with the emblem of empire. Deaf to the reality that there were few communists in the Arab world and that Israel was seen as a greater security threat to Arab nations than was the Soviet Union, he returned home frustrated by regional governments' refusal to accept his understanding of the dangers of communism or the importance of creating a northern tier barrier against Soviet influence in the region. 28 Eisenhower and Dulles did not initially oppose the Egyptian Free Officers movement, which brought Nasser to power in 1952. The ousting of Britain's client, King Farouk, presented the U.S. with the opportunity to expand its influence at Britain's expense. Nasser's government was given economic assistance, and the CIA unsuccessfully attempted to purchase the new leader's loyalty. 29 Nasser was initially more moderate than many. 173. 173. Anticipated. In 1955 and early 1956 he engaged in secret peace negotiations with Israel sponsored by the U.S. These peace efforts were sabotaged by a series of what Ambassador Hare described as Israeli military, quasi-military, and political actions aimed at keeping frontiers in turmoil. 30 The U.S. nuclear warfighting doctrine of the time was outlined in the Basic National Security Policy. It proposed that the U.S. would integrate nuclear weapons with other weapons. Nuclear weapons will be used in general war and in military operations short of general war as authorized by the President. The United States will not preclude itself from using nuclear weapons even in a local situation. 31 The policy and contingency plans called for massive retaliation. Britain and France were dying empires and were only beginning to acknowledge the traumatic changes that would inevitably follow the decline of their global power. Resistance and desperate efforts to retain as much of the old order as possible characterized their responses to the emerging post-colonial world. Britain had nuclear weapons, France was working to develop them and, beginning in 1951, collaborated intermittently with Israel to this end. 32 Despite the Egyptian Revolution and Britain's subsequent, if reluctant, agreement to withdraw its troops from the Suez Zone, the waterway continued to serve as the lifeline for what remained of the British Empire, and it was essential to the economies of Europe. 2/3 of Britain's oil and half of France's passed through the Suez Canal, and the 10,000 ships that used it each year transported oil to Europe. Furthermore, 60,000 British troops moved annually between England and British military bases east of Aden through the canal. The closure would, as British Foreign Minister Harold Macmillan reported, finish Britain as a world power. 33 Nearly all Arab nations were nominally independent, but France was again resisting a nationalist revolution, this time in Algeria. The Algerian revolutionaries, the Front National de Liberation, were supported by Nasser's Egypt and other Arab nationalists. In addition to its investment in, and economic dependence on, the Suez Canal, the French government was increasingly preoccupied with Nasser's pan-Arabism and his support for the FNL. The situation became more complex in September 1955, when Israeli border attacks against the Egyptian army sabotaged peace negotiations, humiliated Nasser, and led his government to turn to Britain, France, and the US in search of weapons to achieve parity with Israel. 34 Nasser's requests were denied, ostensibly in keeping with the 1950 tripartite agreement which limited arms sales to the region. In desperation, Nasser solicited weapons from the Soviet bloc and, to the West's amazement, Nasser reached an agreement with Moscow for more tanks, guns, and jets. 174. 174. Then, all the Middle East's armies combined. 35 Nasser had circumvented Dulles' northern tier barrier, but he repeatedly stated that his goals were self-defense, independence, and non-alignment. Yet Dulles and Eisenhower saw Nasser's action as betrayal. From their perspective, he had opened the Middle East to penetration by the Soviet Union, and they now moved to weaken, if not overthrow, his government. 36 In July 1956, Eisenhower instructed Dulles to inform the Egyptians that the U.S. was withdrawing its offer to finance the construction of the Aswan Dam, the project on which Nasser's dreams of economic development depended. The plan for what became the Baghdad Pact was developed to surround and isolate Egypt with an informal network of pro-Western nations, Iraq, Jordan, Libya, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. Dulles also replaced Hank Byrode, the U.S. ambassador to Egypt, who later recalled that when he informed Nasser that he was being recalled, Nasser's face went black. "He stared at me for a full 2 minutes, he just stared. I am sure he feared we were going to assassinate him and I was being removed because we had been so close." 37 When the U.S. publicly announced its decision to withdraw from the Aswan Dam project, Nasser described the action as an attack on the regime and an invitation to the people of Egypt to bring it down. 38 He had reason to be concerned. 3 years earlier the CIA had overthrown another independent-minded nationalist, Mohammad Mossadegh, in Iran. Nasser's response was to finance construction of the Aswan Dam by nationalizing the Suez Canal. The canal's revenues would subsidize the economic, social, and political transformation of Egypt. His plan was carefully designed to avoid any legal justification for the violent retaliation he anticipated. It respected international law and provided that the company's share and bondholders be compensated for their losses. Free rights of passage through the canal would continue to be respected. On the first day after nationalization, 49 ships passed through the canal, 4 more than the average, including ships chartered by Israel. 39 The British Prime Minister, Anthony Eden, responded with panic and outrage that Nasser had his hand on our windpipe. Despite reports that Nasser's actions were legal, Eden ordered the British military to devise a campaign to retake the canal. When the British cabinet met, the major question it faced was whether the US would support British-led economic sanctions and military action. The French response was tougher than Eden's. Foreign Minister Christian Pineau accused Nasser of plunder and publicly stated that Paris would not accept Nasser's unilateral action. Prime Minister Guy Mollet announced that there would be a severe counterstroke. 40 French and British leaders agreed to a joint invasion to take the canal. 175. 175. Weeks before Nasser's nationalization, the Israeli Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, and his protégé, Moshe Dayan, had agreed on the necessity of preemptive war against Egypt before the acquisition of Soviet bloc weapons changed the regional balance of power. By destroying Egypt's army, they expected to end Nasser's support for Palestinian Fedayeen. They also anticipated that a humiliating defeat of Egypt would lead to Nasser's fall and weaken Pan-Arabism, which they believed was the greatest threat to Israeli security. 41 What they needed was a casus belli acceptable to the Western powers. 42 Nationalization of the Suez Canal provided Shimon Peres, another of Ben-Gurion's protégés, the opening he had been instructed to find. By August an agreement was negotiated whereby Israel would attack Egypt across the Sinai Peninsula in alliance with France and Britain. Following the Israeli invasion, France and Britain would demand that both Egypt and Israel withdraw 10 miles from the Suez Canal. When Nasser refused to withdraw from what was, in fact, Egyptian territory, France and Britain would invade, reconquer the canal and drive Nasser from power. In September, Eisenhower informed his European allies that our views on the situation diverge. American public opinion flatly rejects the thought of using force. He let the Israelis know that he would not pander to their ambitions despite the approaching presidential election. He calculated that the US had little to lose. The British were invite on themselves all the Arab hostility to Israel, and he wondered if Eden, Mollet, and Ben-Gurion were really going to dare us to defend the tripartite agreement, which provided that action be taken in support of Middle East victims of aggression. As the invasion and elections approached, Eisenhower again warned his allies that the United States has pledged itself to assist the victim of any aggression in the Middle East. We shall honor our pledge. 43 All possible outcomes of the crisis seem to bolster U.S. power in the oil-rich region. The Israeli invasion began on October 29 and, unable to defend his forces in the eastern Sinai, Nasser ordered their withdrawal to the Canal Zone. 2 days later, with Egyptian forces in retreat, Eisenhower honored his pledge. All U.S. military, development, technical and agricultural assistance to Israel were suspended. When Britain and France followed with their attack, the U.S. introduced a resolution in the UN General Assembly condemning the invasion and demanding their withdrawal. Combined with a U.S. attack on Sterling and threats to cut their oil supplies, Eisenhower quickly forced the British, French, Israeli alliance to accept a ceasefire and military withdrawal, 44 but not without a U.S.-Soviet exchange of nuclear threats. In response to the Anglo-French invasion, Soviet Premier Bulganin warned Eisenhower that if this war is not stopped, it can grow to a 176. 176. Third World War. Because the US and USSR had all modern types of arms, including atomic and hydrogen weapons, the alternative he proposed was that Washington and Moscow should together crush the aggressors. 45 In separate letters to Eden and Mollet, Bulganin threatened to attack London and Paris with missiles if they did not immediately withdraw from Egypt. Soviet aircraft were reportedly dispatched to Syria, and the danger of a great power confrontation suddenly was looming larger and was more significant and frightening than the crisis in the Middle East. The White House concluded that the Kremlin was bluffing, but there were fears that Soviet bombers could attack Israel, if not Britain and France, with nuclear weapons. 46 At the very least, the Russian threats distracted attention from Moscow's invasion of Hungary, where it repressed popular demands for an end to the Soviet occupation. Eisenhower publicly denounced Bulganin's proposal for joint action, calling it unthinkable, and he warned that the US would oppose the Soviet Union if it moved its forces into the region. Less publicly, to enforce Axiom No. 1, Admiral Radford, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, provided the President with recommendations to increase U.S. military readiness. These were to be implemented by degrees. Fighter planes were placed on advanced alert, and 2 aircraft carriers and their accompanying fleets of cruisers and destroyers were dispatched to reinforce the nuclear-armed 6th Fleet. Eisenhower told his senior advisors that if those fellows start something, we may have to hit 'em and, if necessary, with everything in the bucket. 47 He made certain that the Kremlin's leaders understood his intent. As Nixon later recalled, in 1956 we considered using the bomb in Suez, and we did use it diplomatically. Eisenhower's response was very interesting. He got Al Grunther, the NATO commander, to hold a press conference, and Grunther said that if Khrushchev carried out his threat to use rockets against the British Isles, Moscow would be destroyed as surely as day follows night. From that time on, the US has played the dominant role in the Mideast. 48. To ensure that the US, and not the USSR, filled the vacuum created by the French and British defeat, the Eisenhower Doctrine was subsequently proclaimed, promising U.S. assistance to any nation or group of such nations requesting assistance against armed aggression from any country controlled by international communism. Nasser snatched political victory from his military defeat. His prestige and the power of Pan-Arabism soared, although his independence led to continuing U.S. efforts to isolate and contain his ambitions. Nasser did. 177. 177. However, understand that the Egyptian military had been defeated by a superior Israeli force and that renewed military confrontations would have to wait until Arab armies became more powerful. Though forced to surrender the Sinai Peninsula, Israel also emerged from the war as a victor. Nasser had committed to keep the Gulf of Aqaba open to Israeli shipping, and UN forces were deployed to the peninsula to serve as a buffer between the two countries. Dulles also promised that the U.S. would consider any future Egyptian blockade of the Tiran Straits as an act of war to which Israel could respond militarily in self-defense. France and Israel also derived a dubious lesson from the war: they would be vulnerable in the future without nuclear weapons. This deepened their commitment and cooperation to developing nuclear arsenals. Lebanon and Iraq 1958. The origins of the initial spasms of the Lebanese Civil War and the 1958 Iraqi Revolution were more convoluted than those of the Suez Crisis. Like the 1956 war, the crises grew from European colonialism. They were complicated by U.S., British rivalries, and to a greater degree by U.S., Soviet competition. And, in response to both crises, Eisenhower prepared and threatened nuclear attacks to protect the United States' growing Middle East empire. Mid-century Lebanon was in many ways a French creation. Beirut served as the Paris of the Middle East. It was an opening to the West, a banking center, and a resort for the Arab elite. Western districts of Syria had been fused with the predominantly Maronite Christian-dominated Mount Lebanon region. French influence in Lebanon was buttressed by disproportionate privilege accorded to the Maronite minority. The National Covenant of 1943 codified this confessional balance of power: the Muslim majority would not press to unify Lebanon with other Arab states, and Lebanese Christians would recognize the Arab dimension of Lebanon and not ally themselves to any Western power. 49 The posts of president and prime minister and parliamentary seats were allocated proportionately to reinforce this agreement. In 1948, a joint State Department and War Department country report on Lebanon emphasized the strategic importance of the country, with its port, air bases, railway, and oil pipeline. The commercial and military importance of Near East oil reserves, the deterioration of Britain's strength, the emergent interest of the Soviet Union in the Near East all pointed to the importance to the U.S. of a politically stable and economically prosperous Lebanon. 58 years later, the Joint Chiefs elaborated Lebanon's military role in continued U.S. domination of the region's oil. 178. 178. Reserves. Lebanon provided atomic support forces and an expanded logistic base complex to support the strategy. Lebanon served these priorities as a communications hub for the military. Lebanon was also valued because, as the U.S. Embassy reported, the Lebanese were less fanatical than other Arabs and more disposed to rational conduct, due to their better education, their commercial mentality, and their agreement on the necessity for maintaining religious equilibrium. Others, including Ben-Gurion, saw Lebanon as the weakest link in the Arab League and believed an allied Christian state could be carved out of the fractured nation. 51 In 1952, choosing among candidates who were without exception friendly to America, the Lebanese parliament selected Camille Chamon as president. Chamon was served by the equally pro-US Christian foreign minister, Charles Malik. Within a month of coming to power, Chamon acceded to U.S. oil company demands and pledged to exclude Kamal Jumblat, the leader of the Druze minority, who was influenced by Mossadegh's nationalization of Iranian oil, from his cabinet. Chamon also signaled that in the event of the U.S. going to war with the Soviet Union, Lebanon would be 100% on the side of the West. The problem for Chamon and Washington was that leading members of the Lebanese ruling class, including Christians, were not in full agreement with him. Many feared that his pro-US commitments violated the national compact, and that Lebanon's resulting isolation from much of the Arab world would be costly. 52 Chamon found himself in trouble soon after coming to power. His reformist cabinet gave women the vote, challenged landed interests, reduced the size of the parliament, and failed to distribute the nation's wealth in ways that benefited the majority of Lebanese. His pro-US foreign policy, including efforts to mediate the Suez Crisis, endorsement of the Eisenhower Doctrine and Baghdad Pact, and his deepening ties with Saudi Arabia all further alienated essential constituencies. Even as the U.S. Embassy considered Chamon the best possible president for Lebanon, whose rule was clearly in U.S. interest, by the mid-1950s the embassy was sending disturbing reports to the State Department. Local communists were more active than ever and, had effectively infiltrated the press. Palestinian refugees, Armenian and Greek Orthodox Christians, Shiite ulama in the south, and urban intellectuals were all susceptible to communism. There was an awakening social and political consciousness among increasingly militant Muslims who understood that the Christians are fighting a losing battle as far as numerical strength is concerned. The embassy reported that the Maronite leader Pierre Gemayel was stoking the fire by telling his Muslim peers that Lebanese 179 Christians contribute 80% of the Lebanese budget. Muslims of Lebanon should be willing, if necessary, to give up all government positions in favor of Christians. 53 A year into his presidency, Shamoun thought it necessary to request U.S. aid for the Beirut police and for a gendarmerie accountable to him alone. Lebanon's crisis crystallized in 1957, as the nation turned to parliamentary elections which would determine the selection of the country's president the following year. Shamoun's opponents united to form the United National Front coalition. Its leaders, who backed demands for an interim government to ensure a fair election with strikes and mass protests, could not be tarred as Nasserites or radical leftists. They were members of the Lebanese bourgeoisie who had long been the foundation of Western influence, and who now favored greater solidarity with the Palestinians and opposed Shamoun's embrace of the Baghdad Pact. Even Lebanon's leading general, Shihab, distanced himself from Shamoun, warning him that his repressive tactics were forcing an otherwise loyal Muslim constituency in the ranks of the opposition. In Washington, Dulles had nightmares of the emergence of a neutralist-oriented government that would be vulnerable to Egyptian and Syrian pressures. 54 Washington's answer was money and military planning. 3 months before the June elections, Shamoun was told that the U.S. would provide $13 million in development and military aid, and an undisclosed contribution for the forthcoming election. 55 Throughout the election campaign, Wilbur Crane Eveland, the second-ranking CIA official in the region, commuted regularly between the U.S. Embassy in Damascus and the presidential palace in Beirut to deliver hundreds of thousands of dollars to Shamoun. Money made the difference. Shamoun and his allies won a landslide victory. The U.S. Embassy reported that the next parliament will be composed of non-entities and is designed to re-elect president in 1958. The United Front appropriately charged that the victory of Shamoun lackeys was the result of widespread bribery. In the first months of 1958, Lebanon was preoccupied by two events. First was the selection of the country's president, which, despite parliament being packed with lackeys, did not guarantee Shamoun's appointment. Second was the creation of the United Arab Republic, the ostensible union of the Egyptian and Syrian governments under Nasser's leadership. The optimism inspired by this dynamic pan-Arab nationalism ignited hopes across the Arab world, including Lebanon, where Shamoun thought it necessary to ban pro-Nasser rallies and propaganda, but to no avail. The political struggle for power in Lebanon thus became increasingly intense, complex, and violent. Despite Shamoun's charge that the UNF was 180 led by Nasserites, the U.S. ambassador, Robert McClintock, understood that Lebanon was tangential to Nasser's project. McClintock saw no alternative to continued support for Shamoun, reporting that he had assumed a central position in the region's anti-Nasser forces, and that Western failure to support him will have repercussions among all most moderate and responsible friends and allies of West in the area. 56 With spring came a general strike calling for Shamoun to resign and the splintering of the nation into semi-autonomous communal regions, Druze, Maronite, Sunni, and Shia. Shamoun lost control as hundreds were killed and wounded, and the country descended into civil war. The crisis came to a head in mid-May when the UNF appealed to the military and to Shamoun's gendarmerie, as well as to ordinary citizens, to withdraw completely from Shamoun and the clique of plotting rulers. In Washington, the Joint Chiefs agreed on a rationale for U.S. military intervention that circumvented the Eisenhower Doctrine requirement of demonstrating foreign aggression before U.S. forces could intervene, and dispatched the 6th Fleet with 2 Marine battalions to the Lebanese coast. Having been advised by Dulles that gunboat diplomacy no longer represented acceptable practice, unless the forces went at the invitation of the government, Eisenhower and Dulles prepared the ground by arranging for British forces to collaborate in restoring peace to Lebanon and by instructing Shamon precisely how to issue the invitation. He should ask the U.S. to protect American life and property. Shamon was to appeal to the UN, alleging interference from without in its internal affairs and the consequent threat to its integrity and independence. Shamon was also instructed to line up at least some Arab states, prepared publicly to support Lebanon, in its appeal to the Security Council. Eisenhower's directive came with a caveat: if Shamon's continued candidacy continued to divide the nation, Washington would not be bound to support him. 57 In mid-July, as U.S. forces prepared to land near Beirut Airport, the situation was greatly complicated by the overthrow of the British-sponsored monarchy in Iraq in a military coup modeled on Nasser's Free Officers' Revolution. Pro-Western regimes across the Middle East found themselves immediately on the defensive as one of General Qasim's first acts was to withdraw from the Baghdad Pact, leaving Dulles' northern tier barrier in ruins. Washington and London refused to believe that the revolution reflected a popular rejection of monarchy and neocolonialism. Instead, they blamed Nasser and used the Iraqi coup as the political cover Shamon needed to invite the U.S. British intervention into Lebanon's growing civil conflict. Eisenhower authorized implementation of Operation Blue Bat, and the Marines landed on July 18. 181. 181. For U.S. troops, the occupation of Lebanon was a bloodless, if nuclear, affair. What were probably apocryphal reports announced that the 5,000 Marines who first landed on Beirut's beaches were greeted by people selling popsicles. Although none of Lebanon's warring forces turned their guns against the regional hegemon, the Marines were not initially widely welcomed. Wilbur Eveland later explained how Robert Murphy, Eisenhower's special emissary, guaranteed the loyalty of General Shihab's increasingly rebellious army. Meeting with the general, he quietly explained that just one of its aircraft, armed with nuclear weapons, could obliterate Beirut and its environs from the face of the earth. Murphy quickly added that he'd been sent to be sure that it wouldn't be necessary. That ended the conversation. It now seemed that the general had regained control of his troops. 58 By the end of the month, Washington had ushered Shamon out of the presidential palace, replacing him with General Shihab. Without having resolved the inequities and tensions that had spawned this initial outbreak of what later became a catastrophic 16-year civil war, peace was restored. In Washington, as Dulles lied to Congress that the U.S. intervention had been preceded by 125 direct acts of aggression by Syria and the United Arab Republic, the myth that the Marines had prevented an illegitimate Nasserite regime from coming to power was widely encouraged. In the Middle East, with the British having been ousted from Iraq, the U.S. was the uncontested power in the region. 59 What role did nuclear weapons and Eisenhower's nuclear alert play? As in the past, Washington's nuclear dominance ensured that Khrushchev did little more than complicate war-related diplomacy. As U.S. forces intervened, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Nathan Twining, was confident that the Soviets would do no more than wring their hands and deliver verbal protests. We knew this because U.S. military forces could have destroyed the USSR and Russia knew it. 60 Eisenhower had also taken steps to ensure that the Kremlin got the message. He placed the Strategic Air Command on alert and let it be known that it would be desirable that the Soviets be aware of the nuclear alert. At least 1,100 aircraft were positioned for takeoff, and for several days the alert kept the show of force going. Twining was also ordered to be prepared to employ, subject to my personal approval, whatever means might become necessary to prevent any unfriendly forces from moving into Kuwait. 61 Nasser feared that the landing of the Marines in Beirut was part of a larger operation designed to oust General Al-Karim Qasim's revolutionary government, and he insisted that Moscow make a deterrent threat. Khrushchev's response was that he thought the Americans had gone off. 182. 182. Their heads. Frankly, Khrushchev continued, We are not ready for a confrontation. We are not ready for World War III. Khrushchev urged Nasser to lean with the storm. There was no other way because Dulles could blow the whole world into pieces. 62 Once again, the US invaded a nation confident that others would not move militarily to protect those it was determined to attack. When the time came for the Marines to take their nuclear weapons onto Beirut's beaches, Under-Secretary of State Christian Herter had second thoughts, worried that displaying them publicly might further inflame Arab public opinion. He ordered that what goes with them in its most violent form aboard ship not be offloaded. Instead, they were redeployed to Turkey. 63 Nonetheless, the forward deployment and threatened use of tactical nuclear weapons had a powerful impact. In June, news that Secretary of Defense Neil McElroy had raised the possibility of using nuclear weapons during the Lebanon crisis helped General Shihab understand the gravity of Robert Murphy's nuclear threat the following month. Knowledge that 3 U.S. nuclear-capable aircraft carriers were within range of Iraq may also have influenced General Qasim's decision to honor Iraq's contracts with U.S. oil conglomerates and other Western corporations. The Six-Day War. In 1967 and 1970, Presidents Johnson and Nixon respectively threatened first-strike nuclear attacks to ensure continued U.S. predominance in the Middle East. William Arkin estimates that, as in Lebanon in 1958, in each case the U.S. brought more than 1,000 nuclear weapons to bear on the crisis, approximately 100 atomic bombs aboard each aircraft carrier, an estimated 50 nuclear weapons carried aboard accompanying ships, and 400 warheads on Polaris submarines. The Sixth Fleet also drew on the arsenal of atomic bombs, nuclear depth bombs, Honest John rockets, and nuclear artillery shells based at U.S. military facilities in Spain, Italy, Greece, and Turkey. 64 Both Johnson and McNamara remained discreet about their 1967 nuclear threat, and the notion that the U.S. leaders would have thought it necessary to threaten nuclear war during Israel's six-day devastation of the Arab world's combined armies seems counterintuitive. Nixon was more forthright, stating that the possibility of Syrian, Israeli, and Soviet intervention in the 1970 Jordanian Civil War was like a ghastly game of dominoes, with a nuclear war waiting at the end. 65 The tensions, complex alliance structures, intrigues, and miscalculations that triggered the Six-Day War were not unlike those that triggered World War I. While debate continues over who 183 actually started the war, it is clear that, encouraged by the Soviet Union and his leading general, Nasser provoked an intense confrontation that provided the Israeli military with the occasion to implement long-standing plans to destroy the Egyptian and other neighboring militaries. It is also increasingly recognized that a major contributing factor in Israel's decision to destroy the Egyptian military was the fear that Israel's nuclear weapons facilities at Dimona could be a primary target of a preemptive attack. Having launched its nuclear weapons program in earnest following the Suez War, by 1967 Israel had a rudimentary, but operational, nuclear weapons capability. 66 As would be the case again in 1973, it was at the very end of the war, when the Kremlin threatened to intervene to impose a ceasefire, that U.S. nuclear threats were made to prevent the expansion of Soviet influence in the oil-rich region. At the core of the complex structure of tensions that triggered the Six-Day War lay the Palestinian question, continued conflict between Israel and the Arab states, conflicts among Arab states, and the struggle for control of water which was essential for development. By the early 1960s, growing numbers of Palestinians who had been forced into exile began armed resistance as Fedayeen, attacking Israeli frontier settlements. Israeli retaliatory attacks in the Jordanian-occupied West Bank, the Egyptian-occupied Gaza Strip, and in Syria often had a second purpose, pressing the territorial ambitions of the new Israeli state that had yet to define its borders. Israel and the Arab states remained in a formal state of war, having ended the 1948-49 war with an armistice, not a peace agreement. There were also volatile tensions, including military conflicts, among Arab states. As part of their continuing war against Israel, and as a dimension of their post-colonial competition for status and power, Egypt, Syria, and Iraq encouraged and often manipulated competing Palestinian fedayeen and political forces, exploiting them for their own ends. The Palestine Liberation Organization, for example, was created by Nasser in 1965, during an Arab summit meeting. Nasser installed his loyal stooge, Ahmed al-Shukri, to lead the PLO in ways that would avoid drawing Cairo into a war with Israel for which Cairo was ill-prepared. It was to create an independent Palestinian resistance and to draw the Arab states into a liberation war against Israel that Yasser Arafat and his colleagues established al-Fatah. At various times al-Fatah was supported by the Saudis, who were at war with Nasser in Yemen, and by Syrian Ba'athists. The struggle for control of the Levant's limited water compounded Israeli, Arab and inter-Arab tensions. Israel's decision to channel water from Galilee for irrigation threatened Jordanian and Syrian water supplies and heightened Arab anxieties that the diverted water would reinforce. 184. 184. Israel's power by sustaining millions of new Jewish immigrants. Competing with Egyptian nationalism, Syrian leaders called for a people's war to destroy Israel, winning diplomatic if not military support from the Jordanian monarchy, more than half of whose subjects were Palestinian. 67. The last structural layer of Middle East tension and conflict which permeated and, in many ways, set the parameters for all of the others was U.S.-Soviet competition. Seeking to outflank Washington, the Soviets poured billions of rubles into military and economic aid for the region, most of it directed to Ba'athist Syria, which included communists in the ruling coalition, and to Nasser, who was seen by the Kremlin as a non-capitalist revolutionary democrat. In the years leading up to the 1967 war, Moscow pursued a bifurcated policy toward its Syrian and Egyptian allies. Given U.S. strategic dominance and the proximity of the nuclear-armed U.S. Sixth Fleet, Premier Alexei Kosygin and Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko worked to prevent conflicts that could escalate into confrontations with the U.S. However, Communist Party Secretary General Leonid Brezhnev's allies in the military believed that with the U.S. bogged down in Vietnam, Middle East opportunities should be exploited to their limits. The greater the tension in the region, the more Moscow's Arab allies would be reminded of their dependence on Soviet assistance. 68. President Kennedy remained committed to Eisenhower's Middle East Balancing Act, albeit with modifications. In addition to supporting Israel diplomatically, he worked to lure Nasser into transferring his dependence from Moscow to Washington. Kennedy offered massive shipments of wheat and other essentials for Egypt's impoverished people, and by 1962 40% of Egyptians were being fed by the U.S. 69. Kennedy and his senior advisors opposed many of Israel's military retaliations, its water diversion plans, and its refusal to repatriate Palestinian refugees. While providing limited economic assistance to Israel, Kennedy also pressed Ben-Gurion to allow U.S. and neutral inspections of Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor so that the world, and especially the Arabs, could be reassured. 70. Kennedy's assassination resulted in a greater U.S. tilt toward Israel. Although he served the interests of major oil companies throughout his political career, Johnson was not tied to the Saudis or other Arab elites, and he was the first U.S. president to officially receive an Israeli prime minister at the White House. Soon after assuming the presidency, Johnson told an Israeli diplomat, "You have lost a very great friend. But you have found a better one." During his meeting with Prime Minister Levi Eshkol, Johnson pledged that, "The United States is foursquare behind Israel on all matters that affect their vital security interests." 71. Like Eisenhower and Dulles. 185. 185. Containing Arab nationalism was a priority for Johnson and his advisors. His White House had little patience for Nasser's opposition to the U.S. war in Vietnam, Cairo's Cold War with Israel and proxy war with Saudi Arabia in Yemen, or his demands that the U.S. withdraw from its strategically important air base in Libya. Johnson halted wheat shipments to Egypt and pressed regime change by undermining the Egyptian economy. Throughout his final years in office, Johnson was preoccupied with Vietnam. To offset the massive military, economic, and political commitments to Southeast Asia, his administration anticipated the Nixon Doctrine in the Middle East, forging an unprecedented, covert military security relationship with Israel to contain Arab nationalism. This policy was informed in part by a State Department report that Arab unity will not be achieved for many years, if then. Federations of Arab political and military power, the report advised, would not detract from Israel's military superiority over the Arabs. As part of this arrangement, Washington gradually became Israel's primary weapons supplier. 72 The tensions and attacks that triggered the Six-Day War intensified in late 1966. In November, Israel launched its largest military operation since the Suez War, with punitive attacks by hundreds of troops and 40 tanks against West Bank villages surrounding Hebron. In the course of punishing Palestinian villages from which al-Fatah had launched its attacks, the unexpected happened. A Jordanian reconnaissance unit stumbled on the Israelis and was routed in the pitched battle that followed. Nasser now had an opening to charge that CIA-sponsored King Hussein had prepared the way for Israeli aggression by refusing Syria's and Saudi Arabia's less than altruistic offers to help defend the West Bank. Damascus' rhetorical attacks were worse. Jordan's defeat resulted from the sinister cabal between the reactionary Jordanian regime and imperialist Zionism. 73 King Hussein defended himself and his regime by going on the offensive against Nasser. Weeks later, when Egyptian MiGs straying over Israel were shot down, he denounced Nasser's hypocrisy to Arab leaders assembled for a summit and in radio broadcasts across the Arab world. 74 Nasser was vulnerable to Hussein's verbal assaults. His claims to Arab leadership were being challenged by Syrian Ba'athists. His military establishment and economy were sapped by a war with Saudi Arabia in Yemen, and, at home, he faced challenges from the Muslim Brotherhood, many of whose leaders he imprisoned, and from his struggling economy. Some said that there was little left of the old Nasser but his pride. 75 Moscow's encouragement of Syrian shelling of Israeli settlements below the Golan Heights contributed to deepening regional tensions, as did widely accepted but false Soviet warnings that Israel was massing troops to invade Syria. Reinforcing Damascus' fears, in April 1967 Prime Minister Eshkol 186 ordered Israeli forces to retaliate against Syrian-sponsored guerrilla attacks by bombing villages and military installations on the Golan Heights. The results were devastating. Worse for Syria's leaders was that MiG fighters sent to challenge the Israeli Mirages were shot down within sight of Damascus. The people there watched the Israelis destroy the warplanes and establish Israeli aerial supremacy within 30 seconds. Adding political insult to psychological injury, the Israeli jets flew a victory loop around the Syrian capital. 76 In Cairo, with the Soviets pressing reports of a planned Israeli invasion of Syria in mid-May, and even King Hussein challenging his leadership, Nasser found himself in an increasingly difficult situation. If Israel invaded Syria and Egypt failed to respond, his government would lose what legitimacy remained. If the Syrian government was toppled, Nasser feared that progressive governments across the Arab world including his own would fall like dominoes, and he knew that behind Israel stood the United States. In response, Nasser and his advisors developed a plan to silence critics and to avert a disastrous regional war. UNEF would be ordered back from its forward positions in the Sinai, and the Egyptian army would move into defensive positions on the peninsula, forcing Israel to redeploy troops that Nasser incorrectly believed were preparing to invade Syria. Nasser's stratagem failed to take into account his field marshal's deceits and the rot in the Egyptian military. Nasser's friend, leading general, and rival Abd al-Hakim Amer repeatedly assured him that the Egyptian military was not only strong enough to repulse an Israeli offensive, but that it could fight its way across the Negev to Jordan, splitting sparsely populated southern Israel from its metropolitan center. In fact, the war in Yemen, the economic crisis, and political corruption had taken a terrible toll on the Egyptian military. The crisis began to spin out of control when, contrary to Nasser's orders, General Amer ordered the complete withdrawal of UN forces from Sinai, rather than simply pulling them back from the border. As ordered, thousands of Egyptian troops, many unarmed, soon paraded through Cairo, past the U.S. Embassy, and across the Nile on the march to reoccupy Sinai. The Egyptian legions moved with less than military precision and still less planning. Continuous and contradictory orders sent them racing back and forth across the Sinai, exhausting Nasser's ill-fed and poorly armed troops and their already compromised war machines. 77 After ousting UNEF from the Sinai, Nasser agonized over how the crisis would end, and thus how best to respond to the competing pressures that assailed him. He believed that Egypt's reassertion of sovereignty by ordering UNEF's withdrawal, the deployment of Egyptian forces onto the Sinai. 187. 187. And the closing of the straits would result in a bloodless diplomatic coup that would buttress his power in Egypt and his standing in the Arab world. But he also feared that General Amr could be wrong, that Egypt's military would not be a match for Israel's. The die, however, had been cast. He could not recall his troops without losing face and jeopardizing his rule. 78 Tragically, Nasser had miscalculated that the Israelis would suffer the closing of the straits. The 7-mile-wide waterway between Saudi Arabia and the Sinai served vital economic and psychological roles for Israel. Tankers passing through the straits supplied Israel with Iranian oil, and the port city of Eilat served as the Israeli hub for trade with Asia and Africa. Confident that they could defeat Egypt in 2 days, the Israeli military refused to tolerate the straits closing. With Egyptian radio propaganda blaring, "It is our duty to prepare for the final battle in Palestine," and worried that an Egyptian first strike would destroy Israel's nuclear weapons facility, Yitzhak Rabin, Chief of Staff of the IDF, mobilized the country's military reserves. The IDF alert was further increased on November 17, following Egyptian reconnaissance flights over Dimona. Fearing that Egypt would use diplomacy to extend the crisis and thus sap the Israeli economy, or that they would provoke Israel into a retaliatory attack to establish a rationale for bombing Dimona, Aron Yaov, head of Israeli military intelligence, began urging that Israel take the offensive and destroy the Egyptian military. It was Israel's fear for the reactor that was the greater catalyst for war. 79 On May 21, having been reassured by General Amr that the Egyptian army was prepared for war against Israel, Nasser formally ordered the closing of the Tiran Straits. This sparked popular demonstrations across the Arab world and 2 weeks of intense international diplomacy. In Washington, Johnson and his advisors feared that if Israel retaliated against Egypt for closing the straits, the crisis could build to a U.S.-Soviet confrontation. Johnson was informed by the CIA that regardless of which side began the fighting, the Israelis would defeat Egypt within a week. Secretary of State Rusk informed the president that he had a choice: either unleash the Israelis or mediate the crisis. Johnson chose the latter. 80 As he would reiterate during the coming weeks, Johnson wrote Eshkol that he understood that Israeli patience was being tried to the limits, but he warned him that there were limits to U.S. support. "I want to emphasize strongly that you have to abstain from every step that would increase tension and violence in the area. The United States cannot accept any responsibility for situations that are liable to occur as a result of actions in which we are not consulted." 81 Having been criticized for moving too quickly when he accepted Egypt's demands to withdraw UNEF observers, UN Secretary General. 188. 188. UNEF now bought time to negotiate a diplomatic solution to the crisis by calling for a 3-week moratorium during which Egypt's blockade would not be enforced and Israel would take no military action. Nasser accepted the moratorium, repeating that Egypt had no intention of attacking unless we are attacked. "We will not attack first." 82 The Israelis initially honored the moratorium, but it was opposed by the Israeli military. General Matityahu Peled, then a member of the Israeli Chiefs of Staff, later described the eagerness of the Israeli military, confident of its capabilities for war. They knew that they could quickly defeat the combined Arab armies and pressed Eshkol to resist Johnson's entreaties to allow time for the U.S. to mediate the crisis, permitting Israeli forces to go on the offensive. 83 Rabin, who was eager to destroy the Egyptian military, told his general staff that with the closing of the straits, Nasser had permitted a casus belli into place, the ball now in our court. During their meetings with Eshkol, Generals Yatif, Sharon, and Wiseman were unremitting in their demands for authorization to launch their offensive. Johnson, however, used pressure on Eshkol and inducements to manifest steady nerves. He informed Eshkol that the Soviets were willing to help the U.S. resolve the crisis, and he demanded that Israel give the U.S. time to explore organizing an international convoy to escort Israeli ships through the straits. Johnson also offered Israel tens of millions of dollars of military and economic assistance if it allowed time for a diplomatic solution to be brokered. 84 Nasser was also under pressure. Soon after his order to close the straits, Johnson termed the blockade illegal and accused him of committing an aggression which impacted U.S. interests negatively. If Egypt struck Israel militarily, Johnson warned, it would face the gravest international consequences. Johnson's offer to send Vice President Hubert Humphrey to Egypt to mediate the crisis provided Nasser little encouragement. Humphrey had described Israel as a beacon to all people in the Middle East and elsewhere. The Kremlin also voiced serious concerns. Although the official Soviet press celebrated Egypt's remilitarization of the Sinai, Moscow was not happy with the closing of the Tiran Straits. They had not been consulted, and Nasser again was informed that the Soviets were not ready for a war with the U.S. Nasser was warned not to up the military ante, and to rely on diplomacy. 85 In Washington, Israeli Foreign Minister Abba Eban reminded U.S. officials of Dulles' 1957 pledge that the U.S. would view a blockade of the Tiran Straits as an act of war to which Israel could respond militarily. His arguments had little impact, and he was consistently warned not to put a match to this fuse. Eban learned that Johnson was preoccupied by the 189 Vietnam War and opposition to it, and that the last thing he and his advisers wanted was a second war. In his May 26 meeting with Johnson, Eban was informed that there is no Egyptian intention to attack, and if there were, Israel would win. It is a necessity that Israel should never make itself seem responsible in the eyes of America and the world for making war. 5 times Johnson told the Israeli envoy, Israel will not be alone unless it decides to go it alone. 86 With the Straits still mine-free and Nasser signaling that his purpose was to demonstrate leadership, not to start a war, on May 27 his emissaries began meetings with the Kremlin's leaders. Premier Kosygin continued to urge caution. With U.S. forces bogged down in Vietnam, he feared that the U.S. might respond to the growing crisis with nuclear weapons. While reiterating his support for the Egyptians, he urged them to pursue a diplomatic compromise. Oh, you have made your point and won a political victory. It is better to sit at the negotiating table than to wage a battle by the sword. While the Egyptians were still in Moscow, Kosygin received an urgent message from the White House which was crafted to underline the seriousness of the crisis and to put the Soviets and Egyptians on notice that Egypt should not launch a preemptive attack against Israel. The Israeli and Egyptian delegations returned home to accelerating preparations for war. On May 27, as the Israeli War Cabinet met to consider Eban's report, Eshkol was again forcefully challenged with arguments that if Israel waited for Egypt to strike first, Dimona would be destroyed and Nasser could portray himself as the hero who saved the Middle East from nuclear weapons, that Israel was in danger of becoming a U.S. protectorate, and that if Israel waited, King Hussein might fall to Nasser. But the cabinet's divisions were reinforced by 2 messages from President Johnson. One reiterated his intention to use any and all measures in his power to end the blockade. The second warned that it is essential that Israel not take any preemptive military action and thereby make itself responsible for the initiation of hostilities. Preemptive action by Israel would make it impossible for the friends of Israel to stand at your side. Later that day, in response to an appeal from UTHANT for all parties to the crisis to exercise special restraint, the Israelis announced that they would demobilize 40,000 reservists, but no action was taken to implement this. Nasser was thus lulled into the belief that he had won time to consider his options. 87 With the Israeli public increasingly frightened that the Arab states would soon launch a war to destroy Israel, and with widespread concern that Eshkol could not fulfill his dual roles of prime minister and defense minister, his military commanders pressed for change within the Israeli government. They were unremitting, insisting that the honor of the army 190 of Israel had been sullied, and challenged Eshkol and his cabinet with reports that Israeli intelligence was predicting a surprise attack on Dimona and Israeli airfields, an onslaught of missiles, poison gas, and even primitive radioactive devices. Johnson, they said, had failed to break the blockade and would not intervene. No one came to the Prime Minister's defense, and he conceded by appointing the war hero and former Commander-in-Chief, Moshe Dayan, as the new defense minister. 88 Despite Johnson's continued efforts to find a diplomatic solution, it was no longer possible. Dayan was set on war and was reinforced by reports from the Israeli ambassador in Washington that Johnson had denied that he had committed to use all and every measure to end the blockade. On June 4, Dayan received Eshkol's authorization to attack. The goal would be to seize as much Egyptian territory as possible for use as a bargaining chip in future negotiations, before international pressures forced a ceasefire. After Egypt was defeated, the IDF would turn its offensive against Jordan and Syria. 89 The Egyptian military was not prepared for the Israeli onslaught. It was already exhausted and depleted, and its leaders and air defenses ill-prepared. On the eve of the Israeli offensive, Field Marshal Amer had partied through the night, and had ordered Egyptian air defenses to stand down to ensure that they didn't accidentally shoot down his plane when he visited forces on the Sinai the following day. The Air Force commander spent the night at his daughter's wedding. And, he commander of the Sinai front wasn't in place and the army's commander wasn't in place, and neither were their subordinates. No one knew where to find President Nasser. 90 On the morning of June 5, Israeli bombers began their devastating attacks. In simultaneous waves, they trapped the Egyptian warplanes and fighters on the ground, first destroying runways, then returning to eliminate the immobilized aircraft. In the first half hour, 204 Egyptian planes, half the country's air force, were destroyed. An hour later Rabin was informed that the Egyptian Air Force has ceased to exist. This was followed immediately by an armored Israeli offensive launched along the eastern frontier of the Sinai, which thoroughly routed the Egyptians, fighting its way across the peninsula to the Suez Canal in 3 days. 91 With his generals afraid to inform him of their staggering losses, Nasser initially believed Amer's claims that Egyptian forces had inflicted crippling Israeli casualties and were going on the offensive. This message was broadcast across Egypt and the Arab world, leading King Hussein to enter the war. Jordanian forces began shelling West Jerusalem and moved to isolate Israeli sites above East Jerusalem. Dayan responded by improvising on his war plan, ordering the destruction of the Jordanian Air Force and opening the battle for the Old City of Jerusalem. 92. 191. 191. Syria did little better than its allies. Damascus' war plans called for air attacks against Israeli forces, bombarding settlements below the Golan Heights, and a massive armored and infantry blitzkrieg to conquer Haifa and the Galilee. The Syrian military proved little better prepared than Nasser's. Political purges had depleted its officer corps, its modern Soviet tanks and artillery pieces were in disrepair, and the air assault never got off the ground. Damascus air bases and most of its planes were quickly destroyed, and Syrian forces could not find their way to the jumping-off point for the blitzkrieg. The shelling of Israeli settlements, however, took a heavy toll on Israeli lives and infrastructure, which in turn generated popular and military pressure within Israel to conquer the Golan Heights. 93 As Dayan had anticipated, both Johnson and the Soviets moved to halt the fighting as quickly as possible. Within hours of the first Israeli attacks, Kosygin was on the hotline, urging Johnson to join him in working to impose a ceasefire. Rusk responded that the U.S. would exercise all our influence to bring hostilities to an end and pointed to the UN Security Council as the forum for negotiating the terms of a ceasefire. That night's Security Council session did not go well. The Israeli ambassador's instructions were to prevent adoption of a ceasefire resolution for as long as possible to allow time for the IDF to expand its conquests. He was inadvertently assisted by the Egyptian ambassador, who had been seduced by Amer's propaganda accounts of Cairo's powerful counter-offensive. And, despite instructions from Moscow, the doctrinaire Soviet ambassador was in no hurry to impose a ceasefire on his Egyptian allies. 94 As the war's first day came to a close, Walt Rostow, President Johnson's special assistant for national security affairs, forwarded reports of the day's fighting to the president with the message, "Here with the account, with a map, of the first day's turkey shoot." 95 Day 2 of the war, June 6, spelled further disaster for the Egyptians, Palestinians, and Jordanians. Fearing that their situation was worse than it actually was, the Egyptian legions in the Sinai were ordered to begin what became a wholesale and wildly disorganized retreat. Chaos and disaster soon prevailed as the desert's few roads were clogged to the point of being impassable, and thousands of trucks and tanks and tens of thousands of soldiers competed in the race to escape Israel's advancing columns and warplanes. On the Eastern Front, all of East Jerusalem, except the encircled Old City, was captured, while the Jordanian army and thousands of Palestinians were driven from the West Bank. 96 Nasser refused to concede defeat. Instead, he cabled Kosygin that the Sixth Fleet, together with U.S. bases in the region, were supporting the Israelis, and he urged the Soviets to replenish his air force and to provide additional assistance to avoid an Arab defeat. 97 Nasser's hope of being 192. 192. Saved by the Soviets or by the Arab masses made matters worse by providing the Israelis time to expand and consolidate their conquests. When the Security Council met that night, the Soviet ambassador was under orders to support a simple ceasefire, and the Council adopted a U.S. call for an end to the blockade, for talks on separation of forces, and for certain territorial changes. Israel, claiming to be fighting a defensive war, had little choice but to agree in principle. The Egyptian ambassador, however, rejected it, giving Dayan still more time to occupy the Old City of Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, setting the stage for a U.S.-Soviet confrontation. 98 In addition to its territorial ambitions and Egyptian and Syrian intransigence, a third factor encouraged the Israelis to continue pressing home their advantage: U.S. public opinion. Most people in the U.S. believed the Soviets had engineered the war to alleviate pressure on communist forces in Vietnam. 99 On June 7, Day 3 of the war, Israeli forces captured Sharm el-Sheikh, overlooking the Tiran Straits, and by the end of the day were within striking distance of the Suez Canal. On the Eastern Front, Israeli forces consolidated their conquest of the West Bank and ecstatically captured the historic Old City of Jerusalem from the tiny remnant of Jordanian forces left to defend it. These Israeli gains came with immediate, as well as long-term, risks. As the scale of the defeat of their Arab allies became apparent, and with Nasser publicly charging Soviet complicity in Israeli victories, the Kremlin became more aggressive in confronting Tel Aviv and Washington in order to salvage what it could of its reputation. Eshkol and Johnson were informed that if Israel did not immediately comply with the ceasefire resolution, the Kremlin would review its relations with Israel and take other necessary steps. Neither Tel Aviv nor Washington was initially impressed by such threats. Israeli troops reached the Suez as the disintegrating Egyptian army continued its desperate and chaotic flight. In the Gaza Strip, Jerusalem, and the West Bank, Palestinians were reeling under the assaults and shocks of the first days of the Israeli occupation. And, with Israeli settlements below the Golan Heights being systematically destroyed by Syrian artillery, popular Israeli demands to drive the Syrians from the heights received a powerful boost from what was seen as a green light from Washington. Bundy was quoted as saying that he thought it strange that the Syrians, having sparked the war and caused so much suffering, had gone unpunished. 100 Day 5 spelled more disaster for the Egyptians and Syrians. Cairo was traumatized by the scenes of its decimated army staggering and in some cases literally swimming across the Nile. Up to 15,000 Egyptian soldiers were dead, thousands more were wounded, and 5,000 had been taken.